Part 1. The Sorceress. Chapter 1. Every day's ordinary, Father Willibald said, until it isn't. He smiled happily, as though he had just said something he thought I would find significant, then looked disappointed when I said nothing. Every day, he started again. I heard your drivelling, I snarled. Until it isn't, he finished weakly. I liked Willibald, even if he was a priest. He had been one of my childhood tutors, and now I counted him as a friend. He was gentle, earnest, and if the meek ever do inherit the earth, then Willibald will be rich beyond measure. And every day is ordinary until something changes, and that cold Sunday morning it seemed as ordinary as any until the fools tried to kill me. It was so cold. There had been rain during the week, but on that morning the puddles froze and a hard frost whitened the grass. Father Willibald had arrived soon after sunrise and discovered me in the meadow. "We couldn't find your estate last night," he explained his early appearance, shivering. "So we stayed at St. Rumwold's monastery." He gestured vaguely southwards. "It was cold there," he added. "They're mean bastards, those monks," I said. I was supposed to deliver a weekly cartload of firewood to St. Rumwold's, but that was a duty I ignored. The monks would cut their own timber. "Who was Rumwold?" I asked Willibald. I knew the answer, but wanted to drag Willibald through the thorns. "He was a very pious child, Lord," he said. "A child?" "A baby," he said, sighing as he saw where the conversation was leading. "A mere 3 days old when he died." "A 3-day-old baby is a saint." Willibald flapped his hands. "Miracles can happen, Lord," he said. "They really do. They say little Rumwold sang God's praises whenever he suckled." "I feel much the same when I get hold of a tit," I said. "So does that make me a saint?" Willibald shuddered, then sensibly changed the subject. "I've brought you a message from the atheling," he said, meaning King Alfred's eldest son, Edward. "So tell me." "He's the King of Kent now," Willibald said happily. "He sent you all this way to tell me that?" No, I thought perhaps you hadn't heard." "Of course I heard," I said. Alfred, King of Wessex, had made his eldest son King of Kent, which meant Edward could practice being a king without doing too much damage because Kent, after all, was a part of Wessex. "Has he ruined Kent yet?" "Of course not," Willibald said. "Though—" He stopped abruptly. "Though what?" "Oh, it's nothing," he said airily, and pretended to take an interest in the sheep. "How many black sheep do you have?" he asked. "I could hold you by the ankles and shake you till the news drops out," I suggested. "It's just that Edward— well—" He hesitated, then decided he had better tell me in case I did shake him by the ankles. "It's just that he wanted to marry a girl in Kent, and his father wouldn't agree. But really that isn't important." I laughed. "So young Edward was not quite the perfect heir after all. Edward's on the rampage, is he?" No, merely a youthful fancy, and it's all history now. His father's forgiven him." I asked nothing more, though I should have paid much more attention to that sliver of gossip. "So what is young Edward's message?" I asked. We were standing in the lower meadow of my estate in Buckingham, which lay in eastern Mercia. It was really Athelflaed's land, but she had granted me the food rents, and the estate was large enough to support 30 household warriors, most of whom were in church that morning. "And why aren't you at church?" I asked Willibald before he could answer my first question. "It's a feast day, isn't it?" "St. Olnoth's Day," he said, as though that was a special treat. "But I wanted to find you." He sounded excited. "I've King Edward's news for you. Every day is ordinary until it isn't," I said brusquely. "Yes, Lord," he said lamely, then frowned in puzzlement. "But what are you doing?" "I'm looking at sheep," I said. And that was true. I was looking at 200 or more sheep that looked back at me and bleated pathetically. Willibald turned to stare at the flock again. "Fine animals," he said, as if he knew what he was talking about. "Just mutton and wool," I said. "And I'm choosing which ones live and which ones die." It was the killing time of the year, the grey days when our animals are slaughtered. We keep a few alive to breed in the spring, but most have to die because there is not enough fodder to keep whole flocks and herds alive through the winter. "Watch their backs," I told Willibald, "because the frost melts fastest off the fleece of the healthiest beasts. So those are the ones you keep alive." I lifted his woolen hat and ruffled his hair, which was going grey. "No frost on you," I said cheerily. "Otherwise I'd have to slit your throat." I pointed to a ewe with a broken horn. "Keep that one." "Got her, Lord," the shepherd answered. He was a gnarled little man with a beard that hid half his face. He growled at his 2 hounds to stay where they were, then ploughed into the flock and used his crook to haul out the ewe, then dragged her to the edge of the field and drove her to join the smaller flock at the meadow's farther end. One of his hounds, a ragged and pelt-scarred beast, snapped at the ewe's heels until the shepherd called the dog off. The shepherd did not need any help in selecting which animals should live and which must die. He had culled his flock since he was a child, but a lord who orders his animals slaughtered owes them the small respect of taking some time with them. "The day of judgment," Willibald said, pulling his hat over his ears. "How many's that?" I asked the shepherd. "Jiggin and Month, Lord," he said. "Is that enough?" "It's enough, Lord." "Kill the rest, then," I said. "Jiggin and Month?" Willibald asked, still shivering. 20 and 5, I said. "Yane, Tane, Tether, Mether, Month. It's how shepherds count. I don't know why. The world is full of mystery. I'm told some folk even believe that a 3-day-old baby is a saint." "God is not mocked, Lord," Father Willibald said, attempting to be stern. "He is by me," I said. "So what does young Edward want?" "Oh, it's most exciting," Willibald began enthusiastically, then checked because I had raised a hand. The shepherd's 2 dogs were growling. Both had flattened themselves and were facing south towards a wood. Sleet had begun to fall. I stared at the trees, but could see nothing threatening among the black winter branches or among the holly bushes. "Wolves?" I asked the shepherd. "I haven't seen a wolf since the year the old bridge fell, Lord," he said. The hair on the dogs' necks bristled. The shepherd quietened them by clicking his tongue, then gave a short, sharp whistle, and one of the dogs raced away towards the wood. The other whined, wanting to be let loose, but the shepherd made a low noise, and the dog went quiet again. The running dog curved towards the trees. She was a bitch and knew her business. She leapt an ice-skimmed ditch and vanished among the holly, barked suddenly, then reappeared to jump the ditch again. For a moment she stopped, facing the trees, then began running again just as an arrow flitted from the wood's shadows. The shepherd gave a shrill whistle, and the bitch raced back towards us, the arrow falling harmlessly behind her. "Outlaws," I said. "Or men looking for deer," the shepherd said. "My deer," I said. I still gazed at the trees. Why would poachers shoot an arrow at a shepherd's dog? They would have done better to run away. So maybe they really were stupid poachers. The sleet was coming harder now, blown by a cold east wind. I wore a thick fur coat, high boots and a fox-fur hat, so did not notice the cold, but Willibald, in priestly black, was shivering despite his woolen cape and hat. "I must get you back to the hall," I said. "At your age, you shouldn't be outdoors in winter." "I wasn't expecting rain," Willibald said. He sounded miserable. "It'll be snow by midday," the shepherd said. "You have a hut near here?" I asked him. He pointed north. "Just beyond the copse," he said. He was pointing at a thick stand of trees through which a path led. "Does it have a fire?" "Yes, Lord." "Take us there," I said. I would leave Willibald beside the fire and fetch him a proper cloak and a docile horse to get him back to the hall. We walked north, and the dogs growled again. I turned to look south, and suddenly there were men at the wood's edge. A ragged line of men who were staring at us. "You know them?" I asked the shepherd. "They're not from round here, Lord, and etter at Dick's," he said, meaning there were 13 of them. "That's unlucky, Lord." He made the sign of the cross. "What?" Father Willibald began. "Quiet," I said. The shepherd's 2 dogs were snarling now. "Outlaws," I guessed, still looking at the men. "St. Alnoth was murdered by outlaws," Willibald said worriedly. "So not everything outlaws do is bad," I said. "But these ones are idiots." "Idiots?" "To attack us," I said. "They'll be hunted down and ripped apart." "If we are not killed first," Willibald said. "Just go." I pushed him towards the northern trees and touched a hand to my sword hilt before following him. I was not wearing serpent breath, my great war sword, but a lesser, lighter blade that I had taken from a Dane I had killed earlier that year in Benfleet. It was a good sword, but at that moment I wished I had serpent breath strapped around my waist. I glanced back. The 13 men were crossing the ditch to follow us. 2 had bows. The rest seemed to be armed with axes, knives, or spears. Willibald was slow, already panting. What is it?" he gasped. "Bandits?" I suggested. "Vagrants? I don't know. Run!" I pushed him into the trees, then slid the sword from its scabbard and turned to face my pursuers, one of whom took an arrow from the bag strapped at his waist. That persuaded me to follow Willibald into the copse. The arrow slid past me and ripped through the undergrowth. I wore no mail, only the thick fur cloak that offered no protection from a hunter's arrow. "Keep going!" I shouted at Willibald, then limped up the path. I had been wounded in the right thigh at the Battle of Ethandun, and though I could walk and could even run slowly, I knew I would not be able to outpace the men who were now within easy bowshot behind me. I hurried up the path as a second arrow was deflected by a branch and tumbled noisily through the trees. Every day is ordinary, I thought, until it gets interesting. My pursuers could not see me among the dark trunks and thick holly bushes, but they assumed I had followed Willibald, and so kept to the path while I crouched in the thick undergrowth, concealed by the glossy leaves of a holly bush and by my cloak that I had pulled over my fair hair and face. The pursuers went past my hiding place without a glance. The two archers were in front. I let them get well ahead, then followed. I had heard them speak as they passed and knew they were Saxons, and, by their accents, probably from Mercia. Robbers, I assumed. A Roman road passed through deep woods nearby, and masterless men haunted the woods to ambush travellers who, to protect themselves, went in large groups. I had twice led my warriors on hunts for such bandits, and thought I had persuaded them to make their living far from my estate, but I could not think who else these men could be. Yet it was not like such vagrants to invade an estate. The hair at the back of my neck still prickled. I moved cautiously as I approached the edge of the trees, then saw the men beside the shepherd's hut that resembled a heap of grass. He had made the hovel with branches covered by turf, leaving a hole in the centre for the smoke of his fire to escape. There was no sign of the shepherd himself, but Willibald had been captured, though so far he was unhurt, protected perhaps by his status as a priest. One man held him. The others must have realized I was still in the trees, because they were staring towards the copse that hid me. Then suddenly the shepherd's two dogs appeared from my left and ran howling towards the 13 men. The dogs ran fast and lithe, circling the group and sometimes leaping towards them and snapping their teeth before shearing away. Only one man had a sword, but he was clumsy with the blade, swinging it at the bitch as she came close and missing her by an arm's length. One of the two bowmen put a string on his cord. He hauled the arrow back, then suddenly fell backwards as if struck by an invisible hammer. He sprawled on the turf as his arrow flitted into the sky and fell harmlessly into the trees behind me. The dogs, down on their front paws now, bared their teeth and growled. The fallen archer stirred, but evidently could not stand. The other men looked scared. The second archer raised his stave, then recoiled, dropping the bow to clap his hands to his face, and I saw a spark of blood there, blood bright as the holly berries. The splash of colour showed in the winter morning, and it was gone, and the man was clutching his face and bending over in pain. The hounds barked, then loped back into the trees. The sleet was falling harder, loud as it struck the bare branches. Two of the men moved towards the shepherd's cottage, but were called back by their leader. He was younger than the others, and looked more prosperous, or at least less poor. He had a thin face, darting eyes, and a short, fair beard. He wore a scarred leather jerkin, but beneath it I could see a mail coat, so he'd either been a warrior, or else had stolen the mail. "Lord Uhtred!" he called. I did not answer. I was hidden well enough, at least for the moment, but knew I would have to move if they searched the copse. But whatever had drawn blood was making them nervous. What was it? It had to be the gods, I thought, or perhaps the Christian saint. Olnoth must hate outlaws if he had been murdered by them, and I did not doubt that these men were outlaws who had been sent to kill me. That was not surprising, because in those days I had plenty of enemies. I still have enemies, though now I live behind the strongest palisade in northern England. But in that far-off time, in the winter of 898, there was no England. There was Northumbria and East Anglia, Mercia and Wessex, and the first two were ruled by the Danes. Wessex was Saxon, while Mercia was a mess, part Danish and part Saxon. And I was like Mercia because I had been born a Saxon, but raised as a Dane. I still worshipped the Danish gods, but fate had doomed me to be a shield of the Christian Saxons against the ever-present threat of the pagan Danes. So any number of Danes might want me dead, but I could not imagine any Danish enemy hiring Mercian outlaws to ambush me. There were also Saxons who would love to see my corpse put in its long home. My cousin, Athelred, Lord of Mercia, would have paid well to watch my grave filled, but surely he would have sent warriors, not bandits. Yet he seemed the likeliest man. He was married to Ethelfled, Alfred of Wessex's daughter, but I had planted the cuckold's horns on Ethelred's head, and I reckoned he had returned the favour by sending 13 outlawds. "Lord Uhtred!" the young man called again. The only answer was a sudden panicked bleating. The sheep were streaming down the path through the copse, harried by the two dogs that snapped at their ankles to drive them fast towards the 13 men, and once the sheep had reached the men, the dogs raced around, still snapping, herding the animals into a tight circle that enclosed the outlaws. I was laughing. I was Uhtred of Bamborough, the man who had killed Ubba beside the sea, and who had destroyed Heston's army at Benfleet. But on this cold Sunday morning, It was the shepherd who was proving to be the better warlord. His panicked flock were tightly packed around the outlaws, who could hardly move. The dogs were howling, the sheep bleating, and the 13 men despairing. I stepped out of the wood. "You wanted me?" I called. The young man's response was to push towards me, but the tightly packed sheep obstructed him. He kicked at them, then hacked down with his sword, but the more he struggled, the more scared the sheep became, and all the while the dogs herded them inwards. The young man cursed, then snatched at Willibald. "Let us go, or we'll kill him," he said. "He's a Christian," I said, showing him Thor's hammer that hung about my neck. "So why should I care if you kill him?" Willibald stared at me aghast, and then turned as one of the men shouted in pain. There had again been a sudden flash of holly-red blood in the sleet, and this time I saw what had caused it. It was neither the gods nor the murdered saint, but the shepherd who had come from the trees and was holding a sling. He took a stone from a pouch, placed it in the leather cup, and whirled the sling again. It made a whirring noise. He let go one cord, and another stone hurtled in to strike a man. They turned away in pure panic, and I gestured at the shepherd to let them go. He whistled to call the dogs off, and both men and sheep scattered. The men were running, all but the first archer, who was still on the ground, stunned by the stone that had struck his head. The young man, braver than the others, came towards me, perhaps thinking his companions would help him, and realized he was alone. A look of pure fright crossed his face. He turned, and just then the bitch leapt at him, sinking her teeth into his sword arm. He shouted, then tried to shake her off as the dog hurtled in to join his mate. He was still shouting when I hit him across the back of the skull with the flat of my sword blade. "You can call the dogs off now," I told the shepherd. The first archer was still alive, but there was a patch of blood-matted hair above his right ear. I kicked him hard in the ribs, and he groaned, but he was insensible. I gave his bow and arrow back to the shepherd. "What's your name?" "Egbert, lord." "You're a rich man now, Egbert," I told him. I wished that were true. I would reward Egbert well for this morning's work, but I was no longer rich. I had spent my money on the men, mail, and weapons that had been needed to defeat Heston, and I was desperately poor that winter. The other outlaws had vanished, gone back northwards. Willibald was shaking. "They were searching for you, lord," he said through chattering teeth. "They've been paid to kill you." I stooped by the archer. The shepherd's stone had shattered his skull, and I could see a ragged, splintered piece of bone among the blood-matted hair. One of the shepherd's dogs came to sniff the wounded man, and I patted its thick, wiry pelt. "They're good dogs," I told Egbert. "Wolf-killers, lord," he said, then hefted the sling. "Oh, this is better." "You're good with it," I said. That was mild. The man was lethal. "Been practicing these 25 years, lord. Nothing like a stone to drive a wolf away." "They've been paid to kill me?" I asked Willibald. "That's what they said. They were paid to kill you." "Go into the hut," I said. "Get warm." I turned on the younger man who was being guarded by the larger dog. "What's your name?" He hesitated, then spoke grudgingly. "Wafforth, lord." "And who paid you to kill me?" I don't know, lord." Nor did he, it seemed. Wafforth and his men came from near Towster, a settlement not far to the north, and Wafforth told me how a man had promised to pay my weight in silver in return for my death. The man had suggested a Sunday morning, knowing that much of my household would be in church, and Wafforth had recruited a dozen vagrants to do the job. He must have known it was a huge gamble, for I was not without reputation, but the reward was immense. "Was the man a Dane or a Saxon?" I asked. "A Saxon, lord." "And you don't know him?" "No, lord." I questioned him more, but all he could tell me was that the man was thin, bald, and had lost an eye. The description meant little to me. A one-eyed, bald man. Could be almost anyone. I asked questions till I had wrung Wafforth dry of unhelpful answers, then hanged both him and the archer. And Willibald showed me the magic fish. A delegation waited at my hall. 16 men had come from Alfred's capital at Winchester, and among them were no less than 5 priests. 2, like Willibald, came from Wessex, and the other pair were Mercians, who had apparently settled in East Anglia. I knew them both, though I had not recognized them at first. They were twins, Chaelnoth and Chaelbert, who some 30 years before had been hostages with me in Mercia. We had been children captured by the Danes, a fate I had welcomed and the twins had hated. They were close to 40 years old now, 2 identical priests with stocky builds, round faces and greying beards. "We have watched your progress," one of them said. "With admiration," the other finished. I had not been able to tell them apart when they were children, and still could not. They finished each other's sentences. "Reluctant," one said. "Admiration," his twin said. "Reluctant?" I asked in an unfriendly tone. It is known that Alfred is disappointed, that you eschew the true faith, but we pray for you daily." The remaining pair of priests, both West Saxons, were Alfred's men. They had helped compile his code of laws, and it appeared they had come to advise me. The remaining 11 men were warriors, 5 from East Anglia and 6 from Wessex, who had guarded the priests on their travels. And they had brought the magic fish. "King Eorich," Ceolnoth or Ceolbert said, "wishes an alliance with Wessex," the other twin finished, "and with Mercia. The Christian kingdoms, you understand." "And King Alfred and King Edward," Willibald took up the tale, "have sent a gift for King Eorich." "Alfred still lives?" I asked. "Pray God, yes," Willibald said, "though he's sick." "Very close to death," one of the West Saxon priests intervened. "He was born close to death," I said, "and ever since I've known him he's been dying. He'll live 10 years yet." "Pray God he does," Willibald said, and made the sign of the cross. "But he's 50 years old, and he's failing. He's truly dying." "Which is why he seeks this alliance," the West Saxon priest went on, "and why the Lord Edward makes this request of you." "King Edward?" Willibald corrected his fellow priest. "So who's requesting me?" I asked. "Alfred of Wessex or Edward of Kent?" "Edward," Willibald said. "Eorich," Ceolnoth and Ceolbert said together. "Alfred," the West Saxon priest said. "All of them," Willibald added. "It's important to all of them, Lord." "Edward or Alfred or both wanted me to go to King Eorich of East Anglia. Eorich was a Dane, but he had converted to Christianity, and he had sent the twins to Alfred and proposed that a great alliance should be made between the Christian parts of Britain. King Eorich suggested that you should negotiate the treaty," Ceolnoth or Ceolbert said. "With our advice," one of the West Saxon priests put in hastily. "Why me?" I asked the twins. Willibald answered for them. "Who knows Mercia and Wessex as well as you?" "Many men," I answered. "And where you lead," Willibald said, "those other men will follow." We were at a table on which was ale, bread, cheese, pottage, and apples. The central hearth was ablaze with a great fire that flickered its light on the smoke-blackened beams. The shepherd had been right, and the sleet had turned to snow, and some flakes sifted through the smoke-hole in the roof. Outside, beyond the palisade, Wafforth and the archer were hanging from the bare branch of an elm, their bodies food for the hungry birds. Most of my men were in the hall listening to our conversation. "It's a strange time of year to be making treaties," I said. "Alfred has little time left," Willibald said, "and he wishes this alliance, Lord. If all the Christians of Britain are united, Lord, then young Edward's throne will be protected when he inherits the crown." That made sense. But why would Eorich want the alliance? Eorich of East Anglia had been perched on the fence between Christians and pagans, Danes and Saxons for as long as I could remember. Yet now he wanted to proclaim his allegiance to the Christian Saxons. "Because of Canute Ranulfsson," one of the twins explained when I asked the question. "He's brought men south," the other twin said. "To Sigurd Thorson's lands," I said. "I know. I sent that news to Alfred. And Eorich fears Canute and Sigurd." "He does," Ceolnoth or Ceolbert said. "Canute and Sigurd won't attack now," I said, "but in the spring, maybe." Canute and Sigurd were Danes from Northumbria, and, like all the Danes, their abiding dream was to capture all the lands where English was spoken. The invaders had tried again and again they had failed. Yet another attempt was inevitable because the heart of Wessex, which was the great bastion of Saxon Christendom, was failing. Alfred was dying, and his death would surely bring pagan swords and heathen fire to Mercia and to Wessex. "But why would Canute or Sigurd attack Eorich?" I asked. "They don't want East Anglia. They want Mercia and Wessex." "They want everything," Ceolnoth or Ceolbert answered. "And the true faith will be scourged from Britain unless we defend it," the older of the two West Saxon priests said. "Which is why we beg you to forge the alliance," Willibald said. "At the Christmas feast," one of the twins added. "And Alfred sent a gift for Eorich," Willibald went on enthusiastically. "Alfred and Edward, they have been most generous, Lord." The gift was encased in a box of silver, studded with precious stones. The lid of the box showed a figure of Christ with uplifted arms, around which was written, "Edward McHecht Gewulkan," meaning that Edward had ordered the reliquary made, or more likely his father had ordered the gift, and then ascribed the generosity to his son. Willibald lifted the lid reverently, revealing an interior lined with red-dyed cloth. A small cushion, the width and breadth of a man's hand, fitted snugly inside, and on the cushion was a fish skeleton. It was the whole fish skeleton, except for the head, just a long white spine with a comb of ribs on either side. "There," Willibald said, breathing the word as if speaking too loud might disturb the bones. "A dead herring?" I asked incredulously. "That's Alfred's gift?" The priests all crossed themselves. "How many more fish bones do you want?" I asked. I looked at Finan, my closest friend, and the commander of my household warriors. "We can provide dead fish, can't we? By the barrow for a lord," he said. "Lord Uhtred," Willibald, as ever, rose to my taunting. "That fish," he pointed a quivering finger at the bones, "was one of the 2 fishes our lord used to feed the 5,000. "The other one must have been a damn big fish," I said. "What was it, a whale?" The older West Saxon priest scowled at me. "I advised King Edward against employing you for this duty," he said. "I told him to send a Christian." "So use someone else," I retorted. "I'd rather spend Yule in my own hall." "He wishes you to go," the priest said sharply. "Alfred also wishes it," Willibald put in, then smiled. "He thinks you'll frighten Eorich." "Why does he want Eorich frightened?" I asked. "I thought this was an alliance." "King Eorich allows his ships to prey on our trade," the priest said, "and must pay reparations before we promise him protection. The king believes you will be persuasive." "We don't need to leave for at least 10 days, I said, looking gloomily at the priests. "Am I supposed to feed you all till then?" "Yes, lord," Willibald said happily. Fate is strange. I had rejected Christianity, preferring the gods of the Danes, but I loved Ethelfled, Alfred's daughter, and she was a Christian, and that meant I carried my sword on the side of the cross. And because of that, it seemed I would spend Yule in East Anglia. Osferth came to Buckingham, bringing another 20 of my household warriors. I had summoned them, wanting a large band to accompany me to East Anglia. King Eorich might have suggested the treaty, and he might be amenable to whatever demands Alfred made, but treaties are best negotiated from a position of strength, and I was determined to arrive in East Anglia with an impressive escort. Osferth and his men had been watching Chester, a Roman camp on Mercia's far northwestern frontier, where Heston had taken refuge after his forces had been destroyed at Benfleet. Osferth greeted me solemnly, as was his manner. He rarely smiled, and his customary expression suggested disapproval of whatever he saw, but I think he was glad to be reunited with the rest of us. He was Alfred's son, born to a servant girl before Alfred discovered the dubious joys of Christian obedience. Alfred had wanted his bastard son trained as a priest, but Osferth had preferred the way of the warrior. It had been a strange choice, for he did not take great joy from a fight or yearn for the savage moments when anger and a blade make the rest of the world seem dull. Yet Osferth brought his father's qualities to a fight. He was serious, thoughtful, and methodical. Where Finan and I could be rashly headstrong, Osferth used cleverness, and that was no bad thing in a warrior. "Heston is still licking his wounds," he told me. "We should have killed him," I grumbled. Heston had retreated to Chester after I had destroyed his fleet and army at Benfleet. My instinct had been to follow him there and finish his nonsense once and for all, but Alfred had wanted his household troops back in Wessex, and I did not have enough men to besiege the walls of the Roman fort at Chester, and so Heston still lived. We watched him, looking for evidence that he was recruiting more men, but Osferth reckoned Heston was getting weaker rather than stronger. "He'll be forced to swallow his pride and swear loyalty to someone else," he suggested. "To Sigurd or Canute," I said. Sigurd and Canute were now the most powerful Danes in Britain, though neither was a king. They had land, wealth, flocks, herds, silver, ships, men, and ambition. Why would they want East Anglia? I wondered aloud. "Why not?" Finan asked. He was my closest companion, the man I trusted most in a fight. "Because they want Wessex," I said. "They want all of Britain," Finan said. "They're waiting," Osferth said. "For what?" "Alfred's death," he said. He hardly ever called Alfred my father, as though he, like the king, was ashamed of his birth. "Or there'll be chaos when that happens," Finan said with relish. "Edward will make a good king," Osferth said reprovingly. "He'll have to fight for it," I said. "The Danes will test him." "And will you fight for him?" Osferth asked. "I like Edward," I said noncommittally. I did like him. I had pitied him as a child because his father placed him under the control of fierce priests, whose duty was to make Edward the perfect heir for Alfred's Christian kingdom. When I met him again, just before the fight at Benfleet, he had struck me as a pompous and intolerant young man, But he had enjoyed the company of warriors, and the pomposity vanished. He had fought well at Benfleet, and now, if Willibald's gossip was to be believed, he had learned a little about sin as well. "His sister would want you to support him," Osferth said pointedly, making Feenan laugh. Everyone knew Ethelfled was my lover, as they knew Ethelfled's father was also Osferth's father, but most people politely pretended not to know, and Osferth's pointed remark was as close as he dared refer to my relationship with his half-sister. I would much rather have been with Ethelfled for the Christmas feast, but Osferth told me she had been summoned to Winchester. I knew I was not welcome at Alfred's table. Besides, I now had the duty of delivering the magic fish to Eorich, and I was worried that Sigurd and Canute would raid my lands whilst I was in East Anglia. Sigurd and Canute had sailed south the previous summer, taking their ships to Wessex' southern coast, while Heston's army ravaged Mercia. The two Northumbrian Danes had thought to distract Alfred's army, while Heston ran wild on Wessex's northern border. But Alfred had sent me his troops anyway. Heston had been stripped of his power, and Sigurd and Canute had discovered they were powerless to capture any of Alfred's boroughs, the fortified towns that were scattered all across the Saxon lands, and so had returned to their ships. I knew they would not rest. They were Danes, which meant they were planning mischief. So, next day, in the melting snow, I took Feenan, Osferth, and 30 men north to Alderman Beornorth's land. I liked Beornorth. He was old, grizzled, lame, and fiery. His lands were at the very edge of Saxon Mercia, and everything to the north of him belonged to the Danes, which meant that in the last few years he had been forced to defend his fields and villages against the attacks of Sigurd Thorson's men. "God Almighty!" he greeted me. "Don't say you're hoping for the Christmas feast in my hall." "I prefer good food," I said. "And I prefer good-looking guests," he retorted, then shouted for his servants to take our horses. He lived a little north and east of Towster, in a great hall surrounded by barns and stables that were protected by a stout palisade. The space between the hall and his largest barn was now being blood-soaked by the slaughter of cattle. Men were hamstringing the frightened beasts to buckle them to the ground, and so keep them still, while other men killed them with an axe blow to the forehead. The twitching carcasses were dragged to one side, where women and children used long knives to skin and butcher the corpses. Dogs watched or else fought over the scraps of offal thrown their way. The air stank of blood and dung. "It was a good year," Beornorth told me. "Twice as many animals as last year. The Danes left me alone." "No cattle raids?" "One or two," he shrugged. Since last I saw him, he had lost the use of his legs and needed to be carried everywhere in a chair. "It's old age," he told me. "I'm dying from the ground up. I suppose you want ale?" We exchanged news in his hall. He bellowed with laughter when I told him of the attempt on my life. "You use sheep to defend yourself these days." He saw his son enter the hall and shouted at him. "Come and hear how the Lord Uhtred won the Battle of the Sheep." The son was called Beorhtsid, and, like his father, was broad-shouldered and heavy-bearded. He laughed at the tale, but the laughter seemed forced. "You say the rogues came from Towster?" he asked. "That's what the bastard said." "That's our land," Beorhtsid said. "Outlaws," Beornorth said dismissively. "And fools," Beorhtsid added. "A thin, bald, one-eyed man recruited them," I said. "Do you know anyone who looks like that?" "Sounds like our priest," Beornorth said, amused. Beorhtsid said nothing. "So what brings you here?" Beornorth asked, "other than the need to drain my ale barrels?" I told him of Alfred's request that I seal a treaty with Eorich, and how Eorich's envoys had explained their king's request because of his fear of Sigurd and Canute. Beornorth looked sceptical. "Sigurd and Canute aren't interested in East Anglia," he said. "Eorich thinks they are." "The man's a fool," Beornorth said, "and always was. Sigurd and Canute want Mercia and Wessex." "And once they possess those kingdoms, Lord," Osferth spoke softly to our host, "they'll want East Anglia." "True, I suppose," Beornorth allowed. "So why not take East Anglia first," Osferth suggested, "and add its men to their warbands?" "Nothing will happen till Alfred dies," Beornorth suggested. He made the sign of the cross, "and I pray he still lives." "Amen," Osferth said. "So you want to disturb Sigurd's peace?" Beornorth asked me. "I want to know what he's doing," I said. "He's preparing for Yule," Beorhtsid said dismissively. "Which means he'll be drunk for the next month," the father added. "He's left us in peace all year," the son said. "And I don't want you poking his wasps out of their nest," Beornorth said. He spoke lightly enough, but his meaning was heavy. If I rode on north, then I might provoke Sigurd. Then Beornorth's land would be thudded by Danish hooves and reddened by Danish blades. I have to go to East Anglia, I explained, and Sigurd's not going to like the thought of an alliance between Eorich and Alfred. He might send men south to make his displeasure known. Beowulf frowned. Or he might not. Which is what I want to find out, I said. Beowulf grunted at that. You're bored, Lord Uhtred? He asked. You want to kill a few Danes? I just want to smell them. Smell? Half Britain will already know of this treaty with Eorich, I said. And who has the most interest in preventing it? Sigurd, Beowulf admitted after a pause. I sometimes thought of Britain as a mill. At the base, heavy and dependable, was the millstone of Wessex, while at the top, just as heavy, was the grindstone of the Danes, and Mercia was crushed between them. Mercia was where Saxon and Dane fought most often. Alfred had cleverly extended his authority over much of the kingdom's south, but the Danes were lords of its north. Until now the struggle had been fairly evenly divided, which meant both sides sought allies. The Danes had offered enticements to the Welsh kings, but though the Welsh nursed an undying hatred of all Saxons, they feared the wrath of their Christian god more than they feared the Danes, and so most of the Welsh kept an uneasy peace with Wessex. To the east, though, lay the unpredictable kingdom of East Anglia, which was ruled by Danes, but was ostensibly Christian. East Anglia could tip the scales. If Eorich sent men to fight against Wessex, then the Danes would win. But if he allied himself with the Christians, then the Danes would face defeat. Sigurd, I thought, would want to prevent the treaty ever happening, and he had 2 weeks to do that. Had he sent the 13 men to kill me? As I sat by Beowulf's fire, that seemed the best answer. And if he had, then what would he do next? You want to smell him, eh? Beowulf asked. Not provoke him, I promised. No deaths, no robbery. I won't start anything, I promised. God knows what you'll discover without slaughtering a few of the bastards, Beowulf said. But yes, go and sniff. Beotsig will go with you. He was sending his son and a dozen household warriors to make sure we kept our word. Beowulf feared we planned to lay waste a few Danish steadings and bring back cattle, silver, and slaves, and his men would be there to prevent that, but in truth, I only wanted to smell the land. I did not trust Sigurd or his ally, Canute. I liked both of them, but knew they would kill me as casually as we kill our winter cattle. Sigurd was the wealthier of the two men, while Canute the more dangerous. He was young still, and in his few years he had gained a reputation as a sword Dane, a man whose blade was to be respected and feared. Such a man attracted others. They came from across the sea, rowing to Britain to follow a leader who promised them wealth. And in the spring I thought the Danes would surely come again, or perhaps they would wait till Alfred died, knowing that the death of a king brings uncertainty, and in uncertainty lies opportunity. Beotsig was thinking the same. Is Alfred really dying? He asked me as we rode north. So everyone says. They've said it before. Many times, I agreed. You believe it? I haven't seen him for myself, I said, and I knew I would not be welcome in his palace even if I wanted to see him. I had been told Ethelfled had gone to Winchester for the Christmas feast, but more likely she had been summoned for the death watch rather than for the dubious delights of her father's table. And Edward will inherit? Beotsig asked. That's what Alfred wants. And who becomes king in Mercia? He asked. There is no king in Mercia, I said. There should be, he said bitterly. And not a West Saxon either. We're Mercians, not West Saxons. I said nothing in response. There had once been kings in Mercia, but now it was subservient to Wessex. Alfred had managed that. His daughter was married to the most powerful of the Mercian ealdormen, and most Saxons in Mercia seemed content that they were effectively under Alfred's protection, but not all Mercians liked that West Saxon dominance. When Alfred died, the powerful Mercians would start eyeing their empty throne, and Beotsig, I suppose, was one such man. Our forefathers were kings here, he told me. My forefathers were kings in Northumbria, I retorted, but I don't want the throne. Mercia should be ruled by a Mercian, he said. He seemed uncomfortable in my company, or perhaps he was uneasy because we rode deep into the lands that Sigurd claimed. We rode directly north, the low winter sun throwing our shadows far ahead of us. The first steadings we passed were nothing but burned-out ruins. Then after midday we came to a village. The people had seen us coming, and so I took my horsemen into the nearby woods until we had rousted a couple out of their hiding place. They were Saxons, a slave and his wife, and they said their lord was a Dane. Is he in his hall? I asked. No, lord. The man was kneeling, shaking, unable to lift his eyes to meet my gaze. What's his name? Jarl Jorvin, lord. I looked at Beorhtric, who shrugged. Jorvin is one of Sigurd's men, he said, and not really a jarl. Maybe he leads 30 or 40 warriors. Is his wife in the hall? I asked the kneeling man. She's there, lord, and some warriors, but not many. The rest have gone, lord. Gone where? I don't know, lord. I tossed him a silver coin. I could scarcely afford it, but a lord is a lord. Yule is coming, Beorhtric said dismissively, and Jorvin has probably gone to Kettering. Kettering? We hear Sigurd and Canute are celebrating Yule there, he said. We rode away from the wood, back into a damp pasture. Clouds were hiding the sun now, and I thought it would begin to rain before long. Tell me about Jorvin, I said to Beorhtric. He shrugged. A Dane, of course. He arrived 2 summers ago, and Sigurd gave him this land. Is he kin to Sigurd? I don't know. His age? Another shrug. Young? And why would a man go to a feast without his wife? I almost asked the question aloud, then thought that Beorhtric's opinion would be worthless, and so I kept silent. Instead, I kicked my horse on until I reached a place where I could see Jorvin's hall. It was a fine enough building with a steep roof and a bull's skull attached to the high gable. The thatch was new enough to have no moss. A palisade surrounded the hall, and I could see 2 men watching us. This would be a good time to attack Jorvin, I said lightly. They've left us in peace, Beorhtric said. And you think that will last? I think we should turn back, he said, and then, when I said nothing, he added, if we want to make home by nightfall. Instead I headed farther north, ignoring Beorhtric's complaints. We left Jorvin's hall unmolested and crossed a low ridge to see a wide valley. Small smoke trails showed where villages or steadings stood, and glimmers of dull light betrayed a river. A fine place, I thought, fertile and well-watered. Exactly the sort of land that the Danes craved. You say Jorvin has 30 or 40 warriors? I asked Beorhtric. No more. 1 crew, then, I said. So Jorvin and his followers had crossed the sea in a single ship and sworn loyalty to Sigurd, who in return had given him frontier land. If the Saxons attacked, Jorvin would likely die, but that was the risk he ran, and the rewards could be much greater if Sigurd decided to attack southwards. When Heston was here last summer, I asked Beorhtric as I urged my horse forward, did he give you trouble? He left us alone, he said. He did his damage farther west. I nodded. Beorhtric's father, I thought, had become tired of fighting the Danes, and he was paying tribute to Sigurd. There could be no other reason for the apparent peace that had prevailed on Beornorth's land, and Heston, I assumed, had left Beornorth alone on Sigurd's orders. Heston would never have dared to offend Sigurd, so doubtless he had avoided the lands of those Saxons who paid for peace. That had left him most of southern Mercia to ravage, and he had burned, raped, and pillaged until I took away most of his strength at Benfleet. Then, in fear, he had fled to Chester. Something worries you? Feenan asked me. We were riding down towards the distant river. A thin rain was blowing from our backs. Feenan and I had spurred ahead, out of earshot of Beorhtric and his men. Why would a man go to the Yule feast without his wife? I asked Feenan. He shrugged. Maybe she's ugly. Maybe he keeps something younger and prettier for feast days. Maybe, I grunted. Or maybe he's been summoned, Feenan said. And why would Sigurd summon warriors in midwinter? Because he knows about Eirich. That's what's worrying me, I said. The rain was coming harder, gusting on a sharp wind. The day was closing in, dark and damp and cold. Remnants of snow lay white in frozen ditches. Beorhtric tried to insist that we turn back, but I kept riding north, deliberately going close to 2 large halls. Whoever guarded those places must have seen us, yet no one rode out to challenge us. Over 40 armed men, carrying shields and spears and swords, were riding through their country, and they did not bother to discover who we were or what we did. That told me that the halls were lightly guarded. Whoever saw us pass was content to let us go in the hope that we would ignore them. And then, ahead of us, was the scar on the land. I checked my horse at its edge. The scar ran across our path, gouged into the water meadows on the southern bank of the river, which was being dimpled by raindrops. I turned my horse then, pretending no interest in the trampled ground and deep hoofprints. We'll go back, I told Beorhtric. The scar had been made by horses. Feenan, as he rode into the cold rain, edged his stallion close to mine. 80 men, he said. I nodded. I trusted his judgment. 2 crews of men had ridden from west to east, and the hooves of their horses had trampled that scar into the waterlogged ground. 2 crews were following the river to where? I slowed my horse, letting Beorhtric catch us. "Where did you say Sigurd was celebrating Yule?" I asked. "Kettering," he said. "And where's Kettering?" He pointed north. "A good day's journey, probably 2. He keeps a feasting hall there." Kettering lay to the north, but the hoofprints had been going east. Someone was lying. Chapter 2. I had not realised quite how important the proposed treaty was to Alfred until I returned to Buckingham and found 16 monks eating my food and drinking my ale. The youngest of them were still unshaven striplings, while the oldest, their leader, was a corpulent man of about my own age. He was called Brother John, and was so fat that he had trouble offering me a bow. "He is from Francia," Willibald said proudly. "Well, what's he doing here?" "He is the king's songmaster. He leads the choir." "A choir?" I asked. "We sing," Brother John said, in a voice that seemed to rumble from somewhere inside his capacious belly. He waved a peremptory hand at his monks and shouted at them. "The Sole Deo Gloria, stand up, breathe deep, upon my word. A 1, a 2. They began chanting. "Mouths open," Brother John bellowed at them. "Mouths wide! Mouths wide as little birdies! From the stomach! Let me hear you!" "Enough!" I shouted, before they had finished their first line. I tossed my sheathed sword to Oswy, my servant, then went to warm myself by the hall's central hearth. "Why," I asked Willibald, "must I feed singing monks?" "It's important we make an impressive display," he answered, casting a dubious eye on my mud-splattered mail. "We represent Wessex, Lord, and we must demonstrate the glory of Alfred's court." Alfred had sent banners with the monks. One showed the dragon of Wessex, while others were embroidered with saints or holy images. "You're taking those rags as well?" I asked. "Of course," Willibald said. "I can take a banner showing Thor, perhaps, or Woden." Willibald sighed. "Please, Lord, no." "Why can't we have a banner showing one of the women saints?" I asked. "I'm sure we can," Willibald said, pleased at the suggestion. "If that's what you'd like." "One of those women who were stripped naked before they were killed," I added, and Father Willibald sighed again. Sigyn brought me a horn of mulled ale, and I gave her a kiss. "All well here?" I asked her. She looked at the monks and shrugged. I could see Willibald was curious about her, especially when I put an arm around her and drew her close. "She's my woman," I explained. "But—" he began and finished abruptly. He was thinking about Ethelfled, but did not have the courage to name her. I smiled at him. "You have a question, Father?" No, he said hurriedly. I looked at the largest banner, a great gaudy square of cream linen emblazoned with an embroidery of the crucifixion. It was so large that it would need 2 men to parade it, and even more if the wind was blowing anything above a gentle breeze. "Does Eorich know we're bringing an army?" I asked Willibald. "He has been told to expect up to 100 people." "And does he expect Sigurd and Canute too?" I inquired acidly. Willibald just stared at me with a vacant expression. "The Danes know about this treaty," I told him, "and they'll try to prevent it." "Prevent it? How?" "How do you think?" I asked. Willibald looked paler than ever. "King Eorich is sending men to escort us," he said. "He's sending them here!" I spoke angrily, thinking that I would be expected to feed even more men. "To Huntingdon," Willibald said, "and from there they take us to Ely." "Why are we going to East Anglia?" I asked. "To make the treaty, of course," Willibald said, puzzled by the question. "So why isn't Eorich sending men to Wessex?" I demanded. "Eorich did send men, Lord. He sent Ceolbert and Ceolnoth. The treaty was King Eorich's suggestion." "Then why isn't it being sealed and signed in Wessex?" I persisted. Willibald shrugged. "Does it matter, Lord?" he asked with a trace of impatience. "And we're supposed to meet at Huntingdon in 3 days," he went on. "And if the weather turns bad—" He let his voice fade away. I had heard of Huntingdon, though I'd never been there, and all I knew was that it lay somewhere beyond the vague frontier between Mercia and East Anglia. I gestured to the twins, Ceolbert and Ceolnoth, and they hurried over from the table where they had been sitting with the 2 priests sent with Willibald from Wessex. "If I were to ride straight to Ely from here," asked the twins, "which way would I go?" They muttered together for a few seconds. Then one of them suggested that the quickest route lay through Cambridge. "From there," the other one continued, "there's a Roman road straight to the island." Island? Ely is an island, the twin said. In a marsh, the other added, with a convent, which was burned by the pagans, though the church is now restored. Thanks be to God. The holy Ethelred built the convent. And she was married to a Northumbrian, Ceolbert said, thinking to please me because I am a Northumbrian. I am the Lord of Bamborough, though in those days my vicious uncle lived in that great ocean fortress. He'd stolen it from me, and I planned to take it back. And Huntingdon, I asked, lies on the road to Cambridge. The twins looked surprised at my ignorance. Oh, no, Lord, one of them said. Huntingdon lies farther north. So why are we going there? King Alfred, Lord, the other twin began, then faltered. It was plain that neither he nor his brother had thought about that question. It's as good a route as any, his brother said stoutly. Better than Cambridge? I demanded. Very nearly as good, Lord, one of the twins said. There are times when a man feels like a wild boar trapped in woodland, hearing the hunters, listening to the hounds baying, feeling the heart beat harder and wondering which way to flee, and not knowing because the sounds come from everywhere and nowhere. None of it was right, none of it. I summoned Sitrick, who had once been my servant, but was now a house warrior. Find someone, I told him, anyone who knows Huntingdon. Bring him here. I want him here by tomorrow. Where do I look? Sitrick asked. How do I know? Go to the town, talk to people in taverns. Sitrick, thin and sharp-faced, looked at me resentfully. I'm to find someone in a tavern? He asked, as if the task were impossible. A merchant, I shouted at him. Find me someone who travels, and don't get drunk. Find someone and bring them to me. Sitrick still looked sullen, perhaps because he was unwilling to go back into the cold outside. For a moment he looked like his father, Kjartan the Cruel, who had whelped Sitrick on a Saxon slave, but then, controlling his anger, he turned and walked away. Finan, who had noticed Sitrick's truculence, relaxed. Find me someone who knows how to get to Huntingdon and to Cambridge and to Ely. I called after Sitrick, but he gave me no answer, and walked out of the hall. I knew Wessex well enough, and I was learning parts of Mercia. I knew the land around Bamborough and about London, but much of the rest of Britain was a mystery. I needed someone who knew East Anglia as well as I knew Wessex. We know all those places, Lord, one of the twins said. I ignored the comment because the twins would never have understood my fears. Ceolbert and Ceolnoth had devoted their lives to the conversion of the Danes, and they saw the proposed treaty with Eorich as proof that their god was winning the struggle against the heathen deities, and they would be dubious allies for an idea that was tempting me. And Eorich, I asked the twins, is sending men to meet us at Huntingdon. An escort, Lord, yes. It will probably be led by Jarl Oscutel. I had heard of Oscutel. He was the commander of Eorich's housecarls, and thus the warrior-in-chief of East Anglia. And how many men will he bring? I asked. The twins shrugged. Maybe 100, one said. Or 2, the other said. And together we shall all go to Ely, the first twin said happily. Singing joyfully, Brother John put in, like little birdies. So I was expected to march to East Anglia, carrying 6 gaudy banners and accompanied by a pack of singing monks. Sigurd would like that, I thought. It was in his best interest to stop the treaty ever happening, and the best way to do that was to ambush me before I ever reached Huntingdon. I was not certain that was what he planned. I was simply guessing. For all I knew, Sigurd really was about to celebrate Yule and had no intention of fighting a swift winter campaign to prevent the treaty between Wessex, Mercia and East Anglia. But no one survives long by assuming his enemy is sleeping. I gave Sigurd a light slap on the rump. "You'd like to spend Yule in Ely?" I asked her. "Christmas." One of the twins could not resist muttering the correction, then blanched at the look I gave him. "I'd rather have Yule here," Sigurd said. "We're going to Ely," I told her, "and you're to wear the gold chains I gave you. It's important we make an impressive display," I added, then looked at Willibald. "Isn't that right, Father?" "You can't take her?" Willibald hissed at me. "I can't?" He flapped his hands. He wanted to say that the glory of Alfred's court would be contaminated by the presence of a pagan Danish beauty, but he did not have the courage to say the words aloud. He just stared at Sigurd, who was the widow of one of the Danish warriors we had killed at Benfleet. She was about 17 years old, a lithe, slight girl with fair skin, pale blue eyes, and hair like shining gold. She was clothed in finery, a dress of pale yellow linen edged with an intricate blue border of embroidered dragons that writhed about the hem, neckline, and sleeves. Gold hung at her throat and showed at her wrists, symbols that she was privileged, the possession of a lord. She was mine, but for most of her life she had only known the company of Heston's men, and Heston was on the other side of Britain, in Chester. And that was why I would take Sigurd towards Ely. It was Yule, 898, and someone was trying to kill me. I would kill them instead. Sihtric had appeared strangely reluctant to obey my orders, but the man he brought me was a good choice. He was a young man, scarce more than 20, and claimed to be a magician, which meant he was really a rogue who travelled from town to town, selling talismans and charms. He called himself Luda, though I doubted that was his real name, and he was accompanied by a small, dark girl called Teg, who scowled at me from beneath thick black eyebrows and a bird's nest of tangled hair. She seemed to be muttering under her breath as she looked up at me. "Is she casting spells?" I asked. "She can, Lord," Luda said. "Is she—" "Oh, no, Lord," Luda reassured me hurriedly. He, like the girl, was kneeling. He had a misleadingly open face, with wide blue eyes, a generous mouth and a quick smile. He also had a sack strapped to his back, which proved to contain his charms, most of which were elf-stones or shining pebbles, along with a bundle of small leather bags, each of which contained 1 or 2 rusty scraps of iron. "What are those?" I asked, nudging the bags with my foot. "Ah," he said, and gave a sheepish grin. "Men who cheat the folk who live on my land are punished," I said. "Cheat, Lord?" He gazed up innocently. "I drown them," I said, "or else I hang them. You saw the bodies outside?" The corpses of the 2 men who had tried to kill me still hung from the elm. "It's hard to miss them, Lord," Uhtred said. I picked up one of the small leather bags and opened it, spilling 2 rusty clench nails into my palm. "You tell folk that if they sleep with this bag beneath their pillow and say a prayer, then the iron will turn to silver." The wide blue eyes became wider. "Now, why would I say such a thing, Lord?" "To make yourself rich by selling iron scraps for 100 times their real value," I said. "But if they pray hard enough, Lord, then Almighty God might hear their prayer, mightn't he? And it would be unchristian of me to deny simple folk the chance of a miracle, Lord." "I should hang you," I said. "Hang her instead, Lord," Luda said quickly, nodding towards his girl. "She's Welsh." I had to laugh. The girl scowled, and I gave Luda a friendly cuff around the ears. I brought one of those miracle bags years before, believing somehow that prayer would turn rust to gold, and I had brought it from just such a rogue as Luda. I told him to stand, and had the servants bring both he and his girl ale and food. "If I were travelling to Huntingdon from here," I asked him, "how would I go?" He considered the question for a few heartbeats, looking to see if there was some trap in it, then shrugged. "It's not a hard journey, Lord. Go east to Bedford, and from there you'll find a good road to a place called St. Neots. You cross the river there, Lord, and keep on north and east to Huntingdon." "What river?" "The Uise, Lord." He hesitated. The pagans have been known to row their ships up the Uise, Lord, as far as St. Neots. There's a bridge there. There's another at Huntingdon too, which you cross to get to the settlement." "So I cross the river twice?" 3 times, Lord. You'll cross at Bedford too. That's a ford, of course." "So I have to cross and recross the river?" I asked. "You can follow the northern bank if you wish, Lord. Then you don't have to use the bridges beyond, but it's a much longer journey, and there's no good road on that bank." "Can the river be forded anywhere else?" "Not downstream of Bedford, Lord, not easily. Not after all this rain, it would have flooded." I nodded. I was toying with some silver coins, and neither Luda nor Teg could take their eyes from the money. "Tell me," I said, "if you wanted to cheat the folk of Ely, how would you travel there?" "Oh, through Cambridge," he said immediately. "It's by far the quickest route, and they're mighty gullible folk in Cambridge, Lord," he grinned. "And the distance from St. Neots to Huntingdon?" "Morning's walk, Lord. No distance at all." I tumbled the coins in my palm. "And the bridges?" I asked. "Are they wood or stone?" "Both wooden, Lord," he said. "They used to be stone, but the Roman arches collapsed." He told me about the other settlements in the valley of the Uise, and how the valley was still more Saxon than Dane, though the farms there all paid tribute to Danish lords. I let him talk, but I was thinking about the river that would have to be crossed. If Sigurd planned an ambush, I thought, then he would place it at St. Neots, knowing we must cross the bridge there. He would surely not pick Huntingdon, because the East Anglian forces would be waiting on the higher ground just north of the river. Or maybe he planned nothing at all. Maybe I saw danger where there was none. "Have you been to Kettering?" I asked Luda. He looked surprised, perhaps because Kettering was very far from the other places I had asked him about. "Yes, Lord," he said. "What's there?" "The Jarl Sigurd has a feasting hall there, Lord. He uses it when he hunts in the woods there." "It has a palisade?" No, lord, it's a great hall, but it's empty much of the time. I hear Sigurd is spending Yule there. That could be, lord. I nodded, then put the coins back in my pouch and saw the look of disappointment on Luda's face. I'll pay you, I promised him, when we come back. We? He asked nervously. You're coming with me, Luda, I said. Any warrior would be glad of a magician for company, and a magician should be mighty glad of warriors for an escort. Yes, lord, he said, trying to sound happy. We left next morning. The monks were all on foot, which slowed us, but I was in no great hurry. I took almost all my men, leaving only a handful to guard the hall. There were over 100 of us, but only 50 were warriors. The rest were churchmen and servants, while Sigyn was the only woman. My men wore their finest mail. 20 of them led us, and almost all the rest formed a rear guard, while the monks, priests, and servants walked or rode in the centre. 6 of my men were out on the flanks, riding ahead as scouts. I expected no trouble between Buckingham and Bedford, and nor did we find any. I had not visited Bedford before, and discovered a sad, half-deserted town that had shrunk to a frightened village. There had once been a great church north of the river, and King Offa, the tyrant of Mercia, was supposedly buried there. But the Danes had burned the church and dug up the king's grave to seek whatever treasure might have been interred with his corpse. We spent a cold, uncomfortable night in a barn, though I spent part of the darkness with the sentries, who shivered in their fur cloaks. The dawn brought mist across a wet, drab, flat land, through which the river twisted in great lazy bends. We crossed the river in the morning mist. I sent Finan and 20 men across first, and he scouted the road ahead, and came back to say there was no enemy in sight. Enemy? Willibald asked me. Why would you expect enemies? We're warriors, I told him, and we always assume there are enemies. He shook his head. That's Eirich's land. It's friendly, lord. The ford was running deep with bitterly cold water, and I let the monks cross by using a great raft, which was tethered to the southern bank, and was evidently left there for just such a purpose. Once across the river we followed the remnants of a Roman road that ran through wide, waterlogged meadows. The mist melted away to leave a sunlit, cold, and bright day. I was tense. Sometimes when a wolf pack is both troublesome and elusive, we lay a trap for the beasts. A few sheep are penned in an open place, while wolfhounds are concealed downwind. Then we wait in hope that the wolves will come. If they do, then horsemen and hounds are released, and the pack is hunted across the wild land till it is nothing but bloody pelts and ripped meat. But we were now the sheep. We were walking north with banners aloft, proclaiming our presence, and the wolves were watching us. I was sure of it. I took Finan, Sigyn, Luda, Sihtric, and 4 other men and broke away from the road, leaving Osferth with orders to keep going until he reached St. Neots, but not to cross the river there. Meanwhile, we scouted. There is an art to scouting land. Normally I would have 2 pairs of horsemen working either side of the road. One pair, watched by another, would go forward to investigate hills or woodlands, and only when they were certain that no enemy was in sight would they signal their comrades, who, in turn, would investigate the next stretch of country. But I had no time for such caution. Instead, we rode hard. I had given Luda a mail coat, a helmet and a sword, while Sigyn, who rode a horse as well as any man, was in a great cloak of otter fur. We passed St. Neots late in the morning. We went well to the west of the small settlement, and I paused in dark winter trees to stare at the glint of river, the bridge, and the tiny thatched houses that leaked a small smoke into the clear sky. "No one there," Finan said after a while. I trusted his eyes better than mine. "At least no one to worry about." "Unless they're in the houses," I suggested. "They wouldn't take their horses inside," Finan said. "But you want me to find out?" I shook my head. I doubted the Danes were there. Maybe they were nowhere. My suspicion was that they watched St. Neots, though perhaps from the river's far bank. There were trees beyond the far river meadows, and an army could have been hidden in their undergrowth. I assumed that Sigurd would want us to cross the river before he attacked, so that our backs were to the stream, but he would also want to secure the bridge to prevent our escape. Or perhaps even now Sigurd was in his hall drinking mead. I was just imagining the danger. "Keep going north," I said, and we pushed the horses across the furrows of a field planted with winter wheat. "What are you expecting, lord?" Luda asked me. "For you to keep your mouth shut if we meet any Danes," I said. "I think I'd want to do that," he said fervently. "And pray we haven't passed the bastards," I said. I worried that Osferth might be walking into ambush, yet my instincts told me we still had not found the enemy. If there was an enemy. It seemed to me that the bridge at St. Neots was the ideal place for Sigurd to ambush us, but as far as I could see, there were no men on this side of the Ouse, and he would surely want them on both banks. We rode more cautiously now, staying among trees as we probed northwards. We were beyond the route that Sigurd would expect me to take, and if he did have men waiting to cut off our retreat, then I expected to find them. Yet the winter countryside was cold and silent and empty. I was beginning to think that my fears were misplaced, that no danger threatened us, and then, quite suddenly, there was something strange. We had gone perhaps 3 miles beyond St. Neots, and were among waterlogged fields and small coppiced woods with the river a half-mile to our right. A smear of smoke rose from a copse on the river's far bank, and I gave it no thought, assuming it was a cottage hidden among the trees, but Feenan saw something more. "Lord," he said, and I curbed the horse and saw where he pointed. The river here made a great swirling bend to the east, and at the bend's farthest point, beneath the bare branches of willows, were the unmistakable shapes of 2 ship prows. Beast heads. I had not seen them until Feenan pointed to them, and the Irishman had the sharpest eyes of any man I had ever met. 2 ships, he said. The 2 ships had no masts, presumably because they had been rowed beneath the bridge at Huntingdon. Were they East Anglian? Stared. Could see no men, but the hulls were hidden beneath the thick growth of the riverbank. Yet the rearing prows told me 2 ships were in a place where I had expected none. Behind me Luda was again saying how Danish raiders had once rowed all the way to St. Neots. "Be quiet," I told him. "Yes, Lord. Maybe they're wintering the ships there," Feenan suggested. I shook my head. It dragged them out of the water for the winter. Why are they showing their beast heads? We only put the dragon or wolf heads on our ships when we were in enemy waters, which suggested these 2 ships were not East Anglian. I twisted in the saddle to look at Luda. "Remember to keep your mouth closed." "Yes, Lord," he said, though his eyes were bright. Our magician was enjoying being a warrior. "And the rest of you," I said, "make sure your crosses are hidden." Most of my men were Christians, and wore a cross just as I wore a hammer. I watched as they hid their talismans. I left my hammer showing. We kicked the horses out of the wood and crossed the meadow. We had not gone halfway before one of the prow-mounted beasts moved. The 2 ships were moored against the farther bank, but one of them now came across the river, and 3 men scrambled up from its bows. They were in mail. I held my hands high to show I was not holding a weapon, and let my tired horse walk slowly towards them. "Who are you?" One of them challenged me. He shouted in Danish, but what puzzled me was the cross he wore over his mail. It was a wooden cross with a small silver figure of Christ pinned to the crossbar. Maybe it was plunder. I could not imagine any of Sigurd's men being Christians, yet the ships were surely Danish. Beyond him I could now see more men, maybe 40 altogether, waiting in the 2 ships. I stopped to let the man look at me. He saw a lord in expensive war gear, with silver trappings on his harness, arm rings glinting in the sun, and a hammer of Thor prominent about my neck. "Who are you, lord?" he asked respectfully. "I am Hakon Hakonsson," I invented the name, "and I serve the Jarl Heston." That was my story, that I was one of Heston's men. I had to assume that none of Sigurd's followers would be familiar with Heston's troops, and so would not question me too closely. And if they did, then Sigyn, who had once been part of Heston's company, would provide the answers. That was why I brought her. Ivan Iverson, the man named himself. He was reassured that I spoke Danish, but he was still wary. "Your business?" he asked, though still in a respectful voice. "We seek Jarl Jorven," I said, choosing the name of the man whose homestead we had skirted with Beorhsig. "Jorven? He serves Jarl Sigurd," I said. "And is with him?" Ivan asked, and did not seem in the least surprised that I sought one of Sigurd's men so far from Sigurd's territory, and that was my first confirmation that Sigurd was indeed nearby. He had left his lands, and he was on Eorich's country, where he had no business, except to prevent the treaty from being signed. "That's what I was told," I said airily. "Then he's across the river," Ivan said, and hesitated. "Lord," his voice was full of caution now, "might I ask you a question?" "You can ask," I said grandly. "You mean Jorven harm, Lord?" I laughed at that. "I do him a service," I said, then twisted in the saddle and pulled the cloak hood from Sigurd's head. "She ran away from him," I explained, "and Jarl Heston thinks he would like her back." Ivan's eyes widened. Sigyn was a beauty, pale and fragile-looking. She had the sense to look frightened as Ivan and his men examined her. "Any man would want her back," Ivan said. "Jorven will doubtless punish the bitch," I said carelessly, "but maybe he'll let you use her first." I pulled the hood back, shadowing her face again. "You serve Jarl Sigurd?" I asked Ivan. "We serve King Eorich," he said. "There is a story in the Christian scriptures. though I forget who the story is about, and I am not going to summon one of my wife's priests to tell me, because the priest would then see it as his duty to inform me that I am going to hell unless I grovel to his nailed god. But the story was about some man who was travelling somewhere when a great light dazzled him, and he suddenly saw everything clearly. That was how I felt at that moment. Uhtred had cause to hate me. I had burned Dunwich, a town on the East Anglian coast, and though I had had good reasons to turn that fine port into a charred ruin, Uhtred would not have forgotten the fire. I thought he might have excused the insult in his eagerness to make an alliance with Wessex and Mercia, but now I saw his treachery. He wanted me dead. So did Sigurd, though Sigurd's reasons were far more practical. He wanted to lead the Danes south to attack Mercia and Wessex, and he knew who would lead the armies that opposed him. Uhtred of Bamborough. I am not immodest. I had reputation. Men feared me. If I were dead, then the conquest of Mercia and Wessex would be easier. And I saw, at that moment, in that damp riverside meadow, just how the trap had been set. Uhtred, playing the good Christian, had suggested I negotiate Alfred's treaty, and that was to lure me to a place where Sigurd could ambush me. Sigurd, I had no doubt, would do the killing, and that way Uhtred would be absolved of blame. "Lord?" Ivan asked, puzzled by my silence, and I realized I was staring at him. "Sigurd has invaded Uhred's land?" I asked, pretending to stupidity. "It's no invasion, Lord," Ivan said, and saw me gazing across the river, though there was nothing to see on the farther bank except more fields and trees. "The Jarl Sigurd is hunting, Lord," Ivan said, though slyly. "Is that why you left your dragon heads on the ships?" I asked. "The beasts we place at the prows of our ships are meant to frighten enemy spirits, and we usually dismount them when the boats are in friendly waters." "They're not dragons," Ivan said. "They're Christian lions. King Uhtred insists we leave them on the prows." "What are lions?" He shrugged. "The king says they're lions, Lord," he said, plainly not knowing the answer. "Well, it's a great day for a hunt," I said. "Why aren't you in the chase?" "We're here to bring the hunters across the river," he said, "in case the prey crosses." I intended to look pleased. "So you can take us across?" "The horses can swim?" "They'll have to," I said. It was easier to make horses swim than try to coax them on board a ship. "We'll fetch the others," I said, turning my horse. "The others?" Ivan was immediately suspicious again. "Her maids," I said, jerking a thumb at Sigurd. "2 of my servants and some pack horses. We left them at a steading." I waved vaguely westward and indicated that my companions should follow me. "You could leave the girl here," Ivan suggested hopefully, but I pretended not to hear him and rode back to the trees. "The bastards," I said to Feenan when we were safely hidden again. "Bastards?" "Uhtred lured us here so Sigurd could slaughter us," I explained. "But Sigurd doesn't know which bank of the river we'll use, so those boats are there to bring his men over if we stay on this side." I was thinking hard. Maybe the ambush was not at St. Neots at all, but farther east at Huntingdon. Sigurd would let me cross the river and not attack until I was at the next bridge, where Uhtred's forces would provide an anvil for his hammer. "You," I pointed at Sihtric, who gave me a surly nod. "Take Luda," I said, "and find Osveth. Tell him to come here with every warrior he has. The monks and priests are to stop on the road. They're not to take a step further, understand? And when you come back here, make damn sure those men in the boats don't see you. Now go." "What do I tell Father Willibald?" Sihtric asked. "That he's a damned fool and that I'm saving his worthless life. Now go, hurry!" Feenan and I had dismounted, and I gave Sigurd the reins of the horses. "Take them to the far side of the wood," I said, "and wait." Feenan and I lay at the wood's edge. Ivan was clearly worried about us, because he stared towards our hiding place for some minutes, then finally walked back to the moored ship. "So what are we doing?" Feenan asked. "Destroying those 2 ships," I said. "I would have liked to have done more. I would have liked to ram serpent breath down King Uhtred's fat throat, but we were the prey here. I did not doubt that Sigurd and Uhtred had more than enough men to crush us with ease. They would know precisely how many men I had. Doubtless Sigurd had placed scouts near Bedford, and those men would have told him exactly how many horsemen rode towards his trap. Yet he would not want us to see those scouts. He wanted us to cross the bridge at St. Neots, and then get behind us so that we could be caught between his forces and King Uhtred's men. It would have been a raw slaughter on a winter's day if that had happened. And if, by chance, we had taken the river's northern bank, then Ivan's ships would have ferried Sigurd's men across the Ouse so that they could get behind us once we had passed. He had made no attempt to hide the ships. But why should he? He would assume I would see nothing threatening in the presence of 2 East Anglian ships on an East Anglian river. I would have marched into his trap on either bank, and news of the slaughter would have reached Wessex in a few days, but Eorich would have sworn that he knew nothing of the massacre. He would blame it all on the pagan Sigurd. Instead, I would hurt Eorich and taunt Sigurd, then spend Yule at Buckingham. My men came in the middle of the afternoon. The sun was already low in the west, where it would be dazzling Ivan's men. I spent some moments with Osverth, telling him what he must do, and then sending him with 6 men to rejoin the monks and the priests. I gave him time to reach them, and then, as the sun sank even lower in the winter sky, I sprung my own trap. I took Finan, Sigurd, and 7 men. Sigurd rode, while the rest of us walked, leading our horses. Ivan expected to see a small group, so that is what I showed him. He had taken his ship back across the river, but his oarsmen now rowed the long hull back to our bank. He had 20 men in the ship, I said to Finan, thinking how many we might have to kill. 20 in each ship, Lord, he said, but there's smoke in that copse. He nodded across the river. So we could have more just warming themselves. They won't cross the river to be killed, I said. The ground was soft underfoot, squelching with each step. There was no wind. Beyond the river a few elms still had pale yellow leaves. Fieldfares blew from the meadow there. When we start killing, I told Sigurd, you take our horses' reins and ride back to the wood. She nodded. I brought her because Ivan expected to see her, and because she was beautiful, and that meant he would watch her rather than look towards the trees where my horsemen now waited. I hoped they were hidden, but I dared not look back. Ivan had clambered up the bank and tethered the ship's bows to a poplar's trunk. The current swept the hull downstream, which meant the men aboard could leap ashore easily enough. There were 20 of them, and we were only 8, and Ivan watched us, and I told him we were bringing maidservants, and he could not see them, but men see what they want to see, and he only had eyes for Sigurd. He waited unsuspectingly. I smiled at him. "You serve Eorich," I called as we drew near. "I do, Lord, as I told you." "And he would kill Uhtred?" I asked. The first flicker of doubt crossed his face, but I was still smiling. "You know about—" He began a question, but never finished it, because I had drawn serpent breath, and that was the signal for the rest of my men to spur their horses from the trees. A line of horsemen, hooves throwing water on clods of earth, horsemen holding spears and axes and shields, death's threat in a winter afternoon. And I swung my blade at Ivan, just wanting to drive him away from the boat's mooring line, and he stumbled to fall between the ship and the bank. And it was over. The bank was suddenly milling with horsemen, their breath smoky in the cold, bright light, and Ivan was shouting for mercy while his crew, taken by surprise, made no attempt to draw their weapons. They had been cold, bored, and off guard, and the appearance of my men, helmed and carrying shields, their blades sharp as the frost that still lingered in shadowed places, had terrified them. The crew of the second ship watched the first surrender, and they had no fight either. They were Eorich's men, Christians mostly, some Saxon and some Dane, and they were not filled with the same ambition as Sigurd's hungry warriors. Those Danish warriors, I knew, were somewhere to the east, waiting for monks and horsemen to cross the river, but these men on the ships had been reluctant participants. Their job had been to wait in case they were needed, and all of them would rather have been in the hall by the fire. When I offered them life in exchange for surrender, they were pathetically grateful. The crew of the far ship shouted that they would not fight. We rowed Ivan's boat across the river, and so captured both vessels without killing a soul. We stripped Eorich's men of their mail, their weapons and their helmets, and I took that plunder back across the river. We left the shivering men on the far bank, all but for Ivan, who I took prisoner, and we burned the 2 ships. The crew had lit a fire in the trees, a place to warm themselves, and we used those flames to destroy Eorich's ships. I waited just long enough to see the fire catch properly, to watch the flames eat at the rowers' benches and the smoke begin to thicken in the still air, and then we rowed hard south. The smoke was a signal, an unmistakable indication to Sigurd that his careful ambush had gone wrong. He would soon hear that from Eorich's crews, but by now his scouts would have seen the monks and priests at St. Neots Bridge. I had told Osverth to keep them on our bank, and to make sure they attracted attention. There was a risk, of course, that Sigurd's Danes would attack the nearly defenceless churchmen, but I thought he would wait until he was certain I was there. And so he did. We arrived at St. Neots to find the choir singing. Osverth had ordered them to chant, and they were standing, miserable and singing beneath their great banners. "Sing louder, you bastards!" I shouted as we cantered up to the bridge. "Sing like loud little birdies!" Lord Uhtred, Father Willibald, came running towards me. "What's happening? What's happening?" "I decided to start a war, Father," I said cheerfully. "It's so much more interesting than peace." He stared at me aghast. I slid from the saddle and saw that Osverth had obeyed me by piling kindling on the bridge's wooden walkway. "It's thatch," he told me, "and it's damp." "So long as it burns," I said. The thatch was piled across the bridge. hiding lengths of timber that made a low barricade. Downriver the smoke from the burning ships had thickened to make a great pillar in the sky. The sun was very low now, casting long shadows towards the east, where Sigurd must have heard from the 2 ships' crews that I was close by. "You started a war?" Willibald caught up with me. "Shield wall!" I shouted. "Right here!" I would make a shield wall on the bridge itself. It did not matter how many men Sigurd brought now, because only a few could face us in the narrow space between the heavy timber parapets. "Well, we came in peace," Willibald protested to me. The twins, Chaelbert and Chaelnoth, were making similar protests as Finin arrayed our warriors. The bridge was wide enough for 6 men to stand abreast, their shields overlapping. 4 ranks of men there now, men with axes and swords and big round shields. "We came," I turned on Willibald, "because Eirich betrayed you. This was never about peace. This was about making war easier. Ask him." I gestured at Ivan. "Go on, talk to him and leave me in peace, and tell those monks to stop their damned caterwauling." Then from the far trees across the damp fields, the Danes appeared. A host of Danes, maybe 200 of them. They came on horses led by Sigurd, who rode a great white stallion beneath his banner of a flying raven. He saw we were waiting for him, and that to attack us he must send his men across the narrow bridge, and so he curbed his horse some 50 paces away, dismounted, and walked towards us. A younger man accompanied him, yet it was Sigurd who drew attention. He was a big man, broad-shouldered and with a scarred face half hidden by his beard that was long enough to be plaited into 2 thick ropes that he wore twisted around his neck. His helmet reflected the reddening sunlight. He was not bothering to carry a shield or draw a sword, but he was still a Danish lord in his war splendour. His helmet was touched with gold, a chain of gold was buried among the plaits of his beard. His arms were thick with golden rings, and the throat of his sword scabbard, like the weapon's hilt, glinted with more gold. The younger man had a chain of silver, and a silver ring surrounding his helmet's crown. He had an insolent face, petulant and hostile. I stepped over the piled thatch and went to meet the 2 men. "Lord Uhtred," Sigurd greeted me sarcastically. "Jarl Sigurd," I answered in the same tone. "I told him you weren't a fool," he said. The sun was now so low above the southwestern horizon that he was forced to half-close his eyes to see me properly. He spat onto the grass. "10 of your men against 8 of mine," he suggested. "Right here." He stamped his foot on the wet grass. He wanted to draw my men off the bridge, and he knew I would not accept. "Let me fight him," the younger man said. I gave the young man a dismissive glance. "I like my enemies to be old enough to shave before I kill them," I said, then looked back to Sigurd. "You against me," I told him, "right here." I stamped my foot on the road's frost-hardened mud. He half smiled, showing yellowed teeth. "I would kill you, Uhtred," he said mildly, "and so rid the world of a worthless piece of rat shit. But that pleasure must wait." He pulled up his right sleeve to show a splint on his forearm. The splint was 2 slivers of wood bound tight with linen bands. I also saw a curious scar on his palm, a pair of slashes that formed a cross. Sigurd was no coward, but nor was he fool enough to fight me while the broken bone of his sword arm was mending. "You were fighting women again?" I asked, nodding at the strange scar. He stared at me. I thought my insult had gone deep, but he was evidently thinking. "Let me fight him," the young man said again. "Be quiet," Sigurd growled. I looked at the youngster. He was perhaps 18 or 19, nearly coming into his full strength, and had all the swagger of a confident young man. His mail was fine, probably Frankish, and his arms thick with the rings Danes like to wear, but I suspected the wealth had been given to him, not earned on a battlefield. "My son," Sigurd introduced him. "Sigurd Sigurdsson." I nodded to him, while Sigurd the younger just stared at me with hostile eyes. He so wanted to prove himself, but his father would have none of it. "My only son," he said. "It seems he has a death wish," I said. "And if he wants a fight, I'll oblige him." "It isn't his time," Sigurd said. "I know because I talked to Elfidel," he said. "Elfidel?" "She knows the future, Uhtred," he said, and his voice was serious without any trace of mockery. "She tells the future." I had heard rumours of Elfidel, rumours as vague as smoke, rumours that drifted across Britain and said a northern sorceress could speak with the gods. A name that sounded so like our word for nightmare made Christians cross themselves. I shrugged as if I did not care about Elfidel. "And what does the old woman say?" Sigurd grimaced. "She says no son of Alfred will ever rule in Britain." "You believe her?" I asked, even though I could see he did, because he spoke simply and plainly, as if telling me the price of oxen. "You would believe her too," he said. except you won't live to meet her." "She told you that?" "If you and I met," she says, "then your leader will die." "My leader?" I pretended to be amused. "You," Sigurd said grimly. I spat onto the grass. "I trust Eirich is paying you well for this wasted time." "He will pay," Sigurd said harshly. Then he turned, plucked his son's elbow and walked away. I had sounded defiant, but in truth my soul was crawling with fear. Suppose Elfidel the Enchantress had told the truth. The gods do speak to us, though rarely in plain speech. Was I doomed to die here on this river's bank? Sigurd believed it, and he was gathering his men for an attack, which, if its result had not been foretold, he would never have attempted. No men, however battle-skilled, could hope to break a shield wall that was as strong as the one I had placed between the bridge's sturdy parapets. But men inspired by prophecy will attempt any foolishness in the knowledge that the fates have ordained their victory. I touched Serpent-breath's hilt, then the hammer of Thor, and went back to the bridge. "Light the fire," I told Osferth. It was time to burn the bridge and retreat, and Sigurd, if he was wise, would have let us go. He had lost his chance to ambush us, and our position on the bridge was dauntingly formidable, but he had the prophecy of some strange woman ringing in his head, and so he began haranguing his men. I heard their shouted responses, heard the blades beating on the shields, and watched as Danes dismounted and formed a line. Osferth brought a flaming torch and thrust it deep into the piled thatch, and smoke thickened instantly. The Danes were howling as I elbowed my way into the centre of our shield wall. "He must want you dead very badly, Lord," Finan said with some amusement. "He's a fool," I said. I did not tell Finan that a sorceress had foretold my death. Finan might be a Christian, yet he believed in every ghost and every spirit. He believed that elves scuttled through the undergrowth and wraiths twisted in the night clouds, and if I had told him about Elfidel the sorceress, he would have felt the same fear that shivered my heart. If Sigurd attacked, I must fight, because I needed to hold the bridge until the fire caught, and Osferth was right about the thatch. It was reed, not wheat straw, and it was damp. The fire burned sullenly. It smoked, but there was no fierce heat to bite into the bridge's thick timbers that Osferth had weakened and splintered with war axes. Sigurd's men were anything but sullen. They were clattering swords and axes against their heavy shields, and jostling for the honour of leading the attack. They would be half blinded by the sun and choked by the smoke, yet they were still eager. Reputation is everything, and is the only thing that survives our journey to Valhalla, and the man who cut me down would gain reputation, and so, in the day's dying light, they steeled themselves to attack us. "Father Willibald!" I shouted. "Lord!" a nervous voice called from the bank. "Bring that big banner. Have 2 of your monks hold it over us." "Yes, Lord," he said, sounding surprised and pleased, and a pair of monks brought the vast linen banner embroidered with its picture of Christ crucified. I told them to stand close behind my rearmost rank, and had 2 of my men stand there with them. If there had been the slightest wind, the great square of linen would have been unmanageable. But now it was blazoned above us, all green and gold and brown and blue, with a dark streak of red where the soldier's spear had broken Christ's body. Willibald thought I was using the magic of his religion to support my men's swords and axes, and I let him think that. "It will shade their eyes, Lord," Finan warned me, meaning that we would lose the advantage of the low sun's blinding dazzle once the Danes advanced within the great shadow cast by the banner. "Only for a while," I said. "Stand firm," I called to the 2 monks holding the stout staffs that supported the great linen square. And just then, perhaps goaded by the flaunted banner, the Danes charged in a howling rush. And as they came, I remembered my very first shield war. I had been so young, so frightened, standing on a bridge no wider than this one with Tatwine and his Mercians, as we were attacked by a group of Welsh cattle thieves. They had rained arrows on us first, then charged, and on that distant bridge I had learned the seethe of battle joy. Now, on another bridge, I drew Wasp Sting. My great sword was called Serpent Breath, but her little sister was Wasp Sting, a brief and brutal blade that could be lethal in the tight embrace of the shield wall. When men are close as lovers, when their shields are pressing on each other, when you smell their breath and see the rot in their teeth and the fleas in their beards, when there is no room to swing a war-axe or a longsword, then Wasp Sting could stab up from beneath. She was a gut-piercing sword, a horror. And that was our horror slaughter on a winter's day. The Danes had seen our piled kindling, and assumed there was nothing but reeds smoking damply on the bridge, yet beneath the reeds Osferth had stacked roof timbers, and when the leading Danes tried to kick the reeds off the bridge's roadway, they kicked those heavy timbers instead, and stumbled. Some had hurled spears first. Those spears thumped into our shields, making them unwieldy, but it hardly mattered. The leading Danes tripped on the hidden timbers, and the men behind pushed the falling men forward. I kicked one in the face, feeling my iron-reinforced boot crush bone. Danes were sprawling at our feet while others tried to get past their fallen comrades to reach our line, and we were killing. 2 men succeeded in reaching us, despite the smoking barricade, and one of those 2 fell to wasp sting coming up from beneath his shield rim. He had been swinging an axe that the man behind me caught on his shield, and the Dane was still holding the war axe's shaft as I saw his eyes widen, saw the snarl of his mouth turn to agony as I twisted the blade, ripping it upwards, as Kurdish beside me chopped his own axe down. The man with the crushed face was holding my ankle, and I stabbed at him as the blood spray from Kurdish's axe blinded me. The whimpering man at my feet tried to crawl away, but Phenom stabbed his sword into his thigh, then stabbed again. A Dane had hooked his axe over the top rim of my shield and hauled it down to expose my body to a spear thrust, but the axe rolled off the circular shield and the spear was deflected upwards, and I slammed Wasp Sting forward again, felt her bite, twisted her, and Phenom was keening his mad Irish song as he added his own blade to the slaughter. "Keep the shields touching!" I shouted at my men. This is what we practiced every day. If the shield wall breaks, then death rules, but if the shield wall holds, then it is the enemy who dies. And those first Danes came at us in a wild rush inspired by a sorceress's prophecy, and their assault had been defeated by the barricade that had tripped them and so made them easy prey for our blades. They had stood no chance of breaking our shield wall. They were too undisciplined, too confused, and now 3 of them lay dead among the scattered reeds that still burned feebly, while the smoking beams remained as a low obstacle. The survivors of those first attackers did not stay to be killed, but ran back to Sigurd's bank, where a second group readied to break us. There may have been 20 of them. Big men, spear Danes, coming to kill, and they were not wild like the first group, but deliberate. These were men who had killed in the shield war, who knew their business, whose shields overlapped and whose weapons glittered in the dying sun. They would not rush and stumble. They would come slowly and use their long spears to break our wall and so let their swordsmen and axemen into our ranks. "God fight for us!" Willibald called as the Danes reached the bridge. The newcomers stepped carefully, not tripping, their eyes watching us. Some called insults, yet I hardly heard them. I was watching them. There was blood on my face and in the links of my mail coat. My shield was heavy with a Danish spear, and Wasp Sting's blade was reddened. "Slaughter them, O Lord," Willibald was praying. "Cut down the heathen, smite them, Lord, in thy great mercy." The monks had started their chanting again. The Danes pulled dead or dying men backwards to make room for their attack. They were close now, very close, but not yet in reach of our blades. I watched their shields touch each other again, saw the spear blades come up, and heard the word of command. And I also heard Willibald's shrill voice over the confusion. "Christ is our leader! Fight for Christ! We cannot fail!" I laughed as the Danes came. "Now!" I shouted at the 2 men standing with the monks. "Now!" The great banner fell forward. It had taken the women of Alfred's court months of work, months of making tiny stitches with expensively dyed wool, months of dedication and prayer and love and skill. And now the figure of Christ fell forward onto the leading Danes. The vast linen and wool panel fell like a fisherman's net to drape itself over their first rank to blind them, and as it engulfed them, I gave the order, and we charged. It is easy to pass a spear blade if the man holding it cannot see you. I shouted at our second rank to grab the weapons and haul them clear while we killed the spearmen. Kurdish's axe sliced down through linen, wool, iron, bone, and brain. We were screaming, slaughtering, and making a new barricade of Danes. Some slashed at the banner, which shrouded and blinded them. Phenom was sawing his sharp blade at the wrists holding spears. The Danes were desperately trying to escape their entanglement, and we were hacking, cutting, and lunging, while all around us and between us the smoke of the scattered reeds thickened. I felt heat on one ankle. The fire was at last catching. Citric, his teeth bared in a grimace, was chopping a long-hafted axe again and again, driving the blade down into trapped Danes. I hurled Wasp Sting back to our bank and snatched up a fallen axe. I have never liked fighting with an axe. The weapon is clumsy. If the first stroke fails, then it takes too long to recover, and an enemy can use that pause to strike. But this enemy was already beaten. The ripped banner was red with real blood now, soaked with it. I struck the axe down, again and again, beating the wide blade through mail into bone and flesh, and the smoke was choking me, and a Dane was screaming, and my men were shouting, and the sun was a ball of fire in the west, and the whole flat, wet land was shimmering red. We pulled back from the horror. I saw Christ's surprisingly cheerful face being consumed by fire as the linen caught the flames. Linen burns easily, and the black stain spread across the layers of cloth. Osferth had brought still more reeds and timbers from the cottage he had pulled down, and we threw them onto the small flames and watched as the fire at last found strength. Sigurd's men had taken enough. They too pulled back and stood on the river's far bank and watched as the fire took its grip on the bridge. We dragged 4 enemy corpses to our side of the bridge, and we stripped them of silver chains, arm rings, and enamelled belts. Sigurd had mounted his white horse and just stared at me. His sullen son, who had been kept from the fight, spat towards us. Sigurd himself said nothing. "Alfredel was wrong!" I called. But she had not been wrong. Our leader had died. Maybe a second death, and the charred linen showed where he had been and where he had been consumed by fire. I waited. It was dark before the roadway collapsed into the river, sending a sudden seethe of steam into the flame-lit air. The stone pilings that the Romans had made were scorched and still usable, but it would take hours of work to make a new roadway, and as the charred timbers floated downstream, we left. That was a cold night. We walked. I let the monks and priests ride, because they were shivering and weary and weak, while the rest of us led the horses. Everyone wanted to rest, but I made them walk through the night, knowing that Sigurd would follow us just as soon as he could put men across the river. We walked under the bright, cold stars, walked all the way past Bedford, and only when I found a wooded hill that could serve as a place to defend did I let them stop. No fires that night. I watched the country, waiting for the Danes, but they did not come. And next day, we were home. Chapter 3. Yule came, Yule went, and storms followed, bellowing from the North Sea to drift snow across the dead land. Father Willibald, the West Saxon priests, the Mercian twins, and the singing monks were forced to stay at Buckingham until the weather cleared. Then I gave Kurdish and 20 spearmen to escort them safe home. They took the magic fish with them, and also Ivan, the prisoner. Alfred, if he still lived, would want to hear of Eorich's treachery. I gave a letter for Ethelfled with Kurdish, and on his return he promised me he had given it to one of her trusted maidservants, but he brought back no answer. I wasn't allowed to see the lady, Kurdish told me. They've got her mewed up tight. Mewed up? In the palace, Lord. They're all weeping and wailing. But Alfred lived when you left. He still lived, Lord, but the priest said it was only prayer keeping him alive. And they would say that. And Lord Edward is betrothed. Betrothed? I went to the ceremony, Lord. He's going to marry the Lady Elfled, the Ealdorman's daughter. Yes, Lord, she was the king's choice. Poor Edward, I said, remembering Father Willibald's gossip that Alfred's heir had wanted to marry a girl from Kent. Elfled was daughter to Athelhelm, Ealdorman of Somerset, and presumably Alfred had wanted the marriage to tie Edward to the most powerful of Wessex's noble families. I wondered what had happened to the girl from Kent. Sigurd had gone back to his lands, from where, in petulance, he sent raiders into Saxon Mercia to burn, kill, enslave, and steal. It was border war, no different from the perpetual fighting between the Scots and the Northumbrians. None of his raiders touched my estates, but my fields lay south of Beornorth's wide lands, and Sigurd concentrated his anger on Ealdorman Elfwald, the son of the man who had died fighting beside me at Benfleet, and he left Beornorth's territory unscathed, and that I thought was interesting. So in March, when Stitchwort was whitening the hedgerows, I took 15 men north to Beornorth's hall with a New Year's gift of cheese, ale, and salted mutton. I found the old man wrapped in a fur cloak and slumped in his chair. His face was sunken, his eyes watery, and his lower lip trembled uncontrollably. He was dying. Beorhtshig, his son, watched me sullenly. "It's time," I said, "to teach Sigurd a lesson." Beornorth scowled. "Stop pacing around," he ordered me. "You make me feel old." "You are old," I said. He grimaced at that. "I'm like Alfred," he said. "I'm going to meet my God. I'm going to the judgment seat to find out who lives and who burns. They'll let him into heaven, won't they?" "They'll welcome Alfred," I agreed. "And you?" "At least it'll be warm in hell," he said, then feebly wiped some spittle from his beard. "So you want to fight Sigurd?" "I want to kill the bastard." "You had your chance before Christmas," Beorhtshig said. I ignored him. "He's waiting," Beornorth said. "Waiting for Alfred to die. He won't attack until Alfred's dead." "He's attacking now," I said. Beornorth shook his head. "Just raiding," he said dismissively, "and he's pulled his fleet ashore at Nottingham." "Nottingham?" I asked, surprised. That was about as far inland as any sea-going ship could travel in Britain. "That tells you he's not planning anything other than raids." "It tells me he's not planning sea-borne raids," I said. "But what's to stop him marching overland?" "Perhaps he will," Beornorth allowed, "when Alfred dies. For now he's only stealing a few cattle." "Then I want to steal a few of his cattle," I said. Beorhtric scowled, and his father shrugged. "Why prod the devil when he's dozing?" the old man asked. "Ælfwold doesn't think he's dozing," I said. Beorhtric laughed. "Ælfwold's young," he said dismissively, "and he's ambitious. He asks for trouble." You could divide the Saxon lords of Mercia into two camps, those who resented the West Saxon dominance of their land and those who welcomed it. Ælfwold's father had supported Alfred, while Beorhtric harked back to earlier times when Mercia had its own king, and, like others of his mind, he had refused to send troops to help me fight Heston. He had preferred his men to be under Ethelred's command, which meant they had garrisoned Gloucester against an attack that had never come. There had been bitterness between the two camps ever since, but Beorhtric was a decent enough man. Or perhaps he was so close to death that he did not want to prolong old enmities. He invited us to stay for the night. "Tell me stories," he said. "I like stories. Tell me about Benfleet." That was a generous invitation, an implicit admission that his men had been in the wrong place the previous summer. I did not tell the whole story. Instead, in his hall, when the great fire lit the beams red and the ale had made men boisterous, I told how the elder Ælfwold had died, how he had charged with me, and how we had scattered the Danish camp, and how he had rampaged among the frightened men at the hill's edge, and then how the Danish reinforcements had countercharged, and the fighting had become bitter. Men listened intently. Almost every man in the hall had stood in the shield war, and they knew the fear of that moment. I told how my horse had been killed, and how we made a circle of our shields and fought against the screaming Danes who had so suddenly outnumbered us, and I described a death that Ælfwold would have wanted, telling how he killed his enemies, how he sent the pagan foemen to their graves, and how he defeated man after man until at last an axe blow split his helmet and felled him. I did not describe how he looked at me so reproachfully, or the hatred in his dying words, because he believed, falsely, that I had betrayed him. He'd died beside me, and at that moment I had been ready for death, knowing that the Danes must surely kill us all in that blood-reeking dawn. But then Steapa had come with the West Saxon troops, and defeat had turned into sudden, unexpected triumph. Beorhtric's followers hammered the tables in appreciation of the tale. Men like a battle tale, which is why we employ poets to entertain us at night with tales of warriors and swords and shields and axes. "A good story," Beorhtric said. "Ælfwold's death was your fault!" a voice spoke from the hall. For a moment I thought I had misheard, or that the commenter was not spoken to me. There was silence as every man wondered the same. "We should never have fought!" It was Sihtric speaking. He stood to shout at me, and I saw he was drunk. "You never scouted the woods!" he snarled. "And how many men died because you didn't scout the woods?" I know I looked too shocked to speak. Sihtric had been my servant. I had saved his life. I had taken him as a boy and made him a man and a warrior. I had given him gold. I had rewarded him as a lord is supposed to reward his followers. And now he was staring at me with pure loathing. Beorhtric, of course, was enjoying the moment, his eyes flicking between me and Sihtric. Riper, who was sitting on the same bench as his friend Sihtric, laid a hand on the standing man's arm, but Sihtric shook it off. "How many men did you kill that day through carelessness?" he shouted at me. "You're drunk," I said harshly, "and tomorrow you will grovel to me, and perhaps I will forgive you." "Lord Ælfwold would be alive if you had a scrap of sense," he yelled at me. Some of my men tried to shout him down, but I shouted louder. "Come here! Kneel to me!" Instead, he spat towards me. The hall was in uproar now. Beorhtric's men were encouraging Sihtric, while my men were looking horrified. "Give them swords!" someone yelled. Sihtric held out his hand. "Give me a blade!" he shouted. I started towards him, but Beorhtric lunged and caught my sleeve in a feeble grip. "Not in my hall, Lord Uhtred," he said. "Not in my hall." I stopped, and Beorhtric struggled to his feet. He had to grip the table's edge with one hand to stay upright, while his other hand pointed shakily towards Sihtric. "Take him away," he ordered. "And you stay away from me," I shouted at him. "And that whore wife of yours." Sihtric tried to break away from the men holding him, but they had too tight a grip, and he was too drunk. They dragged him from the hall to the jeers of Beorhtric's followers. Beorhtric had enjoyed my discomfiture and was laughing. His father frowned at him, then sat heavily. "I'm sorry," he grunted. "He'll be sorry," I said vengefully. There was no sign of Sihtric next morning, and I did not ask where Beorhtric had him hidden. We readied ourselves to leave, and Beorhtric was helped out to the courtyard by two of his men. "I fear," he said, "that I'll die before Alfred." "I hope you live many years," I said dutifully. "There'll be pain in Britain when Alfred goes," he said. "All the certainties will die with him." His voice faded. He was still embarrassed by the previous night's argument in his hall. He had watched one of my own men insult me, and he had prevented me from giving punishment, and the incident lay between us like a burning coal. Yet both of us pretended it had not happened. "Alfred's son is a good man," I said. "Edward's young," Bainol said scornfully, "and who knows what he'll be." He sighed. "Life is a story without an end," he said, "but I'd like to hear a few more verses before I die." He shook his head. "Edward won't rule." I smiled. "He may have other ideas." "The prophecy is spoken, Lord Uhtred," he said solemnly. I was momentarily taken aback. "The prophecy?" "There's a sorceress," he said, "and she sees the future." "Elfidel?" I asked. "You saw her?" "Beorhtric did," he said, looking at his son, who, hearing Elfidel's name, made the sign of the cross. "What did she say?" I asked the sullen Beorhtric. "Nothing good," he said curtly, and would say no more. I climbed into my saddle. I glanced around the yard for any evidence of Sihtric, but he was still concealed, so I left him there and we rode home. Finan was puzzled by Sihtric's behaviour. "He must have been drunk beyond drunkenness," he said in wonder. I answered nothing. In many ways what Sihtric had said was right. Elfwald had died because of my carelessness. That did not give Sihtric the right to accuse me in open hall. "He's always been a good man," Finan went on, still puzzled. "But lately he's been surly. I don't understand it." "Becoming like his father," I said. "Kjartan the Cruel." "Should never have saved Sihtric's life." Finan nodded. "You want me to arrange his death?" "No," I said firmly. "Only one man kills him, and that's me. You understand? He's mine, and until I rip his guts open I never want to hear his name again." Once home I expelled Elswith, Sihtric's wife, and her 2 sons from my hall. There were tears and pleas from her friends, but I was unmoved. She went. The next day I rode to lay my trap for Sigurd. There was a tremulousness to those days. All Britain waited to hear of Alfred's death, in the certain knowledge that his passing would scatter the rune-sticks. A new pattern would foretell a new fortune for Britain, but what that fortune was, no one knew. Unless the nightmare sorceress did have the answers, in Wessex they would want another strong king to protect them. In Mercia some would want the same, while other Mercians would want their own king back. While everywhere to the north, where the Danes held the land, they dreamed of conquering Wessex. Yet all that spring and summer Alfred lived, and men waited and dreamed, and the new crops grew, and I took 46 men east and north to where Heston had found his lair. I would have liked 300 men. I'd been told many years before that one day I would lead armies across Britain, but to have an army a man must have land, and the land I held was only large enough to keep a single crew of men fed and armed. I collected food rents, and I took customs dues from the merchants who used the Roman road that passed Ethelfled's estate, but that was scarcely a sufficient income, and I could only lead 46 men to Chester. That was a bleak place. To the west were the Welsh, while to the east and north were Danish lords who recognized no man as king unless it were themselves. The Romans had built a fort at Chester, and it was in the remnants of that stronghold that Heston had taken refuge. There had been a time when Heston's name struck fear into every Saxon, but he was a shadow now, reduced to fewer than 200 men, and even they were of dubious loyalty. He had begun the winter with over 300 followers, but men expect their lord to provide more than food and ale. They want silver, they want gold, they want slaves. And so Heston's men had trickled away in search of other lords. They went to Sigurd or to Canute, to the men who were gold-givers. Chester lay on the wild edge of Mercia, and I found Ethelred's troops some 3 miles to the south of Heston's fort. There were just over 150 men whose job was to watch Heston and keep him weak by harassing his foragers. They were commanded by a youngster called Murrowal, who seemed pleased by my arrival. "Have you come to kill the sorry bastard, lord?" he asked me. "Only to look at him," I said. In truth I was there to be looked at, though I dared not tell anyone my whole purpose. I wanted the Danes to know I was at Chester, so I paraded my men south of the old Roman fort and flaunted my wolf's head banner. I rode in my best mail, polished to a high shine by my servant Oswy, and I went close enough to the old walls for one of Heston's men to try his luck with a hunting arrow. I saw the feather flickering in the air, and watched as the small shaft thumped into the turf a few paces from my horse's hooves. "You can't defend all those walls," Murrowal said wistfully. He was right. The Roman fort at Chester was a vast place, almost a town in itself, and Heston's few men could never garrison the whole stretch of its decrepit ramparts. Murrowal and I might have combined our forces and attacked at night, and maybe we would have found an undefended stretch of wall and then fought a bitter battle in the streets. But our numbers were too equal with Heston's to risk such an assault. We would have lost men in defeating an enemy who was already defeated, and so I contented myself with letting Heston know I had come to taunt him. He had to hate me. Just a year before he had been the greatest power among all the Northmen. Now he was cowering like a beaten fox in his den, and I had reduced him to that plight. But he was a cunning fox, and I knew he would be thinking how he might regain his power. The old fort was built inside a great curve of the River Dee. Immediately outside its southern walls were the ruins of an immense stone building that had once been an arena, where, so Murrowal's priest told me, Christians had been fed to wild beasts. Some things are just too good to be true, and so I was not sure I believed him. The remnants of the area would have made a splendid stronghold for a force as small as Heston's, but instead he had chosen to concentrate his men at the northern end of the fort, where the river lay closest to the walls. He had 2 small ships there, nothing more than old trading boats, which, because they were obviously leaky, were half pulled onto the bank. If he were attacked and cut off from the bridge, then those ships were his escape across the Dee and into the wild lands beyond. Murrowal was puzzled by my behaviour. "Are you trying to tempt him into a fight?" he asked me the third day that I rode close to the old ramparts. "He won't want a fight," I said. "But I want him to come out and meet us. And he will. He won't be able to resist." I had paused on the old Roman road that ran straight as a spear shaft to the double-arched gate that led into the fort. That gate was now blocked with vast balks of timber. "You know I saved his life once." "I didn't know." "There are times," I said, "when I think I'm a fool. I should have killed him the first time I saw him." "Kill him now, Lord," Murrowal suggested, because Heston had just appeared from the fort's western gate and now came slowly towards us. He had 3 men with him, all mounted. They paused at the fort's southwestern corner, between the walls and the ruined arena. Then Heston held out both hands to show he only wanted to talk. I turned my horse and spurred towards him, but took care to stop well out of bowshot of the ramparts. I took only Murrowal with me, leaving the rest of our troops to watch from a distance. Heston came grinning, as though this meeting was a rare delight. He had not changed much, except he now had a beard that was grey, though his thick hair was still fair. His face was misleadingly open, full of charm, with amused, bright eyes. He wore a dozen arm rings, and, though the spring day was warm, a cloak of sealskin. Heston always liked to look prosperous. Men will not follow a poor lord, let alone an ungenerous one, and so long as he had hopes of recovering his wealth, he had to appear confident. He also appeared overjoyed to meet me. "Lord Uhtred!" he exclaimed. "Jarl Heston," I said, making the title as sour as I could. "Weren't you supposed to be King of Wessex by now?" "The pleasure of that throne is delayed," he said. "But for now, let me welcome you to my present kingdom." I laughed at that, as he had meant me to. "Your kingdom." He swept an arm around the bleak low valley of the Dee. "No other man calls himself king here, so why not me?" "This is Lord Ethelred's land," I said. "And Lord Ethelred is so generous with his possessions," Heston said. "Even, I hear, with his wife's favours." Murrowal stirred beside me, and I held up a cautionary hand. "The Jarl Heston jests," I said. "Of course I jest," Heston said, not smiling. "This is Murrowal," I said, introducing my one companion, "and he serves the Lord Ethelred. He might find favour with my cousin by killing you." "He'd gain a great deal more favour by killing you," Heston said shrewdly. "True," I allowed, and looked at Murrowal. "You want to kill me?" "Lord!" he said, shocked. "My Lord Ethelred," I said to Heston, "wishes you to leave his land. He has enough dung without you." "Lord Ethelred," Heston said, "is most welcome to come and drive me away." This was all as meaningless as it was expected. Heston had not left the fort to listen to a string of threats, but because he wanted to know what my presence meant. "Perhaps," I said, "the Lord Ethelred has sent me to drive you away." "And when did you last do his bidding?" Heston asked. "Perhaps his wife wants you driven away," I said. "She'd rather I were dead, I think." "Also true," I said. Heston smiled. "You came, Lord Uhtred, with one crew of men. We fear you, of course, because who doesn't fear Uhtred of Bambra?" He bowed in his saddle as he uttered that piece of flattery. "But one crew of men is not sufficient to give the Lady Ethelfled her wish." He waited for my response, but I said nothing. "Shall I tell you what mystifies me?" he asked. "Tell me," I said. "For years now, Lord Uhtred, you have done Alfred's work. You have killed his enemies, led his armies, made his kingdom safe. Yet in return for all that service, you have only one crew of warriors. Other men have land, they have great halls, they have treasure, piled in strong rooms, their women's necks are ringed with gold, and they can lead hundreds of oathmen into battle. Yet the man who made them safe goes unrewarded. Why do you stay loyal to such an ungenerous lord?" "I saved your life," I said. "And you are mystified by my ingratitude?" He laughed delightedly at that. "He starves you because he fears you. Have they made a Christian of you yet?" "No." "Then join me. You and I, Lord Uhtred. We'll tip Ethelred out of his hall and divide Mercia between us." "I'll offer you land in Mercia," I said. He smiled. "An estate 2 paces long and 1 pace wide?" he asked. "And all of 2 paces deep," I said. "I'm a hard man to kill," he said. "The gods apparently love me, as they love you. I hear Sigurd has cursed you since Yule. What else do you hear?" "That the sun rises and sets." "Watch it well," I said, "because you may not see many more such risings and settings." I suddenly kicked my horse hard forward, forcing Heston's stallion to back away. "Listen," I said, making my voice harsh. "You have 2 weeks to leave this place. Do you understand me, you ungrateful dog-turd? If you're still here in 14 days, I'll do to you what I did to your men at Benfleet." I looked at his 2 companions, then back to Heston. 2 weeks, I said. "And then the West Saxon troops come, and I'll turn your skull into a drinking pot." I lied, of course, at least about the West Saxon troops coming, but Heston knew it had been those troops who gave me the numbers to gain the victory at Benfleet, and so the lie was believable. He began to say something, but I turned and spurred away, beckoning Mirrowell to follow me. "I'm leaving you Finan and 20 men," I told the Mercian when we were well out of Heston's earshot, "and before the 2 weeks are up you must expect an attack." "From Heston?" Mirrowell asked, sounding dubious. "No, from Sigurd. He'll bring at least 300 men. Heston needs help, and he's going to look for favour with Sigurd by sending a message that I'm here, and Sigurd will come because he wants me dead." Of course I could not be certain that any of that would happen, but I did not think Sigurd could resist the bait I was dangling. "When he comes," I went on, "you're going to retreat, go into the woods, keep ahead of him, and trust Finan. Let Sigurd waste his men on empty land. Don't even try to fight him. Just stay ahead of him." Mirrowell did not argue. Instead, after a few moments' thought, he looked at me quizzically. "Lord," he asked, "why hasn't Alfred rewarded you?" "Because he doesn't trust me," I said. And my honesty shocked Mirrowell, who stared at me wide-eyed. "And if you have any loyalty to your lord," I went on, "you will tell him that Heston offered me an alliance." "And I shall tell him you refused it." "You can tell him I was tempted," I said, shocking him again. I spurred on. Sigurd and Eorich had laid an elaborate trap for me, one that had very nearly worked, and now I would lay a trap for Sigurd. I could not hope to kill him, not yet, but I wanted him to regret his attempt to kill me. But first, I wanted to discover the future. It was time to go north. I gave Kurdish my good mail, my helmet, my cloak, and my horse. Kurdish was not as tall as I was, but he was big enough, and dressed in my finery and with cheek plates of my helmet hiding his face, he would resemble me. I gave him my shield, painted with the wolf's head, and told him to show himself every day. "Don't go too close to his walls," I said. "Just let him think I'm watching him." I left my wolf's head banner with Finan, and next day, with 26 men, I rode east. We rode before dawn, so that none of Heston's scouts would see us depart, and we rode into the rising sun. Once there was light in the sky, we kept to wooded places, but always going east. Luda was still with us. He was a trickster, a rogue, and I liked him. Best of all, he had an extraordinary knowledge of Britain. "I'm always moving, Lord," he explained to me. "That's why I know my way." "Always moving? If you sell a man 2 rusted iron nails for a lump of silver, then you don't want to be in arm's reach of him next morning, Lord, do you? You move on, Lord." I laughed. Luda was our guide, and he led us east on a Roman road until we saw a settlement where smoke rose into the sky. Then we made a wide loop southwards to avoid being seen. There was no road beyond the settlement, only cattle paths that led up into the hills. "Where's he taking us?" Osferth asked me. "Buxton," I said. "What's there?" "The land belongs to Jarl Knut," I said, "and he won't like what's there, so I'm not going to tell you. I would rather have had Finan for company, but I trusted the Irishman to keep Kurdish and Mirrowell out of trouble. I liked Osferth well enough, but there were times when his caution was a hindrance rather than an asset. If I had left Osferth at Chester, he would have retreated from Sigurd's approach too hastily. He would have kept Mirrowell far from trouble by withdrawing deep into the border forests between Mercia and Wales, and Sigurd might well have abandoned the hunt. I needed Sigurd to be taunted and tempted, and I trusted Finan to do that well. It began to rain. Not a gentle summer rain, but a torrential downpour that was carried on a sharp east wind. It made our journey slow, miserable, and safer. Safer because few men wanted to be out in such weather. When we did meet strangers, I claimed to be a lord of Cumberland, travelling to pay my respects to the Jarl Sigurd. Cumberland was a wild place where little lords squabbled. I had spent time there once and knew enough to answer any questions, but no one we met cared enough to ask them. So we climbed into the hills, and after 3 days came to Buxton. It lay in a hollow of the hills, and was a town of some size built about a cluster of Roman buildings that retained their stone walls, though their roofs had long been replaced by thatch. There was no defensive palisade, but we were met at the town's edge by 3 men in mail who came from a hovel to confront us. "You must pay to enter the town," one said. "Who are you?" a second asked. "Kjartan," I said. That was the name I was using in Buxton, the name of Citric's evil father, a name from my past. "Where are you from?" the man asked. He carried a long spear with a rusted head. "Cumberland," I said. They all sneered at that. "From Cumberland, eh?" the first man said. "Well, you can't pay in sheep-dung here." He laughed, amused at his own joke. "Who do you serve?" I asked him. "The Jarl Canute Ranulfsson," the second man answered. "And even in Cumberland you must have heard of him." "He's famous," I said, pretending to be awed, then paid them with the silver shards of a chopped-up arm-ring. I haggled with them first, but not too strongly, because I wanted to visit this town without arousing suspicion, and so I paid silver I could scarcely afford, and we were allowed into the muddy streets. We found shelter in a spacious farm on the eastern side. The owner was a widow who had long abandoned raising sheep, and instead made a livelihood from travellers seeking the hot springs that were reputed to have healing powers, though now, she told us, they were guarded by monks who demanded silver before anyone could enter the Roman bathhouse. "Monks?" I asked her. "I thought this was Canute Ranulfsson's land." "Why would he care?" she demanded. "As long as he gets his silver, he doesn't mind what god they worship." She was a Saxon, as were most of the folk in the small town, but she spoke of Canute with evident respect. No wonder. He was rich, he was dangerous, and he was said to be the finest sword fighter in all Britain. His sword was said to be the longest and most lethal blade in the land, which gave him the name Canute Longsword, but Canute was also a fervent ally of Sigurd. If Canute Ranulfsson knew that I was on his land, then Buxton would be swarming with Danes seeking my life. "So, are you here for the hot springs?" the widow asked me. "I seek the sorceress," I said. She made the sign of the cross. "God preserve us," she said. "And to see her," I asked, "what do I do?" "Pay the monks, of course." Christians are so strange. They claim the pagan gods have no power, and that the old magic is as fraudulent as Luda's bags of iron, yet when they are ill, or when their harvest fails, or when they want children, they will go to the Guldrich, the sorceress, and every district has one. A priest will preach against such women, declaring them heretic and evil, yet a day later he will pay silver to a Guldrich to hear his future, or have the warts removed from his face. The monks of Buxton were no different. They guarded the Roman bathhouse, they chanted in their chapel, and they took silver and gold to arrange a meeting with the Aglaquif. An Aglaquif is a she-monster, and that is how I thought of Elfidel. I feared her, and I wanted to hear her, and so I sent Luda and Riper to make the arrangements, and they returned saying the enchantress demanded gold. Not silver, gold. I had brought money on this journey, almost all the money I had left in the world. I had been forced to take the gold chains from Sigurd, and I used 2 of these to pay the monks, swearing that one day I would return to retrieve the precious links. Then at dusk, on our second day in Buxton, I walked south and west to a hill that loomed above the town and was dominated by one of the old people's graves. A green mound on a drenched hill. Those graves have vengeful ghosts, and as I followed the path into a wood of ash, beech and elm, I felt a chill. I had been instructed to go alone and told that if I disobeyed, then the sorceress would not appear to me, but now I fervently wished I had companion to watch my back. I stopped, hearing nothing except the sigh of wind in the leaves and the drip of water and the rush of a nearby stream. The widow had told me that some men were forced to wait days to consult Elfidel, and some, she said, paid their silver or gold, came to the wood and found nothing. "She can vanish into air," the widow told me, making the sign of the cross. Once, she said, Canute himself had come, and Elfidel had refused to appear. "And Jarl Sigurd?" I had asked her. "He came too?" "He came last year," she said, "and he was generous. A Saxon lord was with him. Who? How would I know? They didn't rest their bones in my house. They stayed with the monks. Tell me what you remember, I asked her. He was young, she said. He had long hair like you, but he was still a Saxon. Most Saxons cut their hair, while the Danes prefer to let it grow long. The monks called him the Saxon lord, the widow went on. But who he was, I don't know. And he was a lord? He dressed like one lord? I was dressed in mail and leather. I heard nothing dangerous in the wood, and so went onward, stooping beneath wet leaves until I saw that the path ended at a limestone crag that was slashed by a great crevice. Water dripped down the cliff face, and the stream gushed from the crevice's base, churning itself white about fallen rocks before sluicing into the woods. I looked about and saw no one, heard no one. It seemed to me that no bird sang, but that was surely my apprehension. The stream's noise was loud. I could see footprints in the shingle and stone that edged the stream, but none looked fresh, and so I took a deep breath, clambered over the fallen stones, and stepped into the cave's slit-like mouth that was edged by ferns. I remember the fear of that cave, a greater fear than I had felt at Cornwell, when Ubba's men had made the shield wall and come back to kill us. I touched Thor's hammer that hung at my neck, and I said a prayer to Hoder, the son of Odin and blind god of the night. And I groped my way forward, ducking under a rock arch beyond which the grey evening light faded fast. I let my eyes grow used to the gloom and moved on, trying to stay above the stream that scoured through the bank of pebbles and sand that grated beneath my boots. I inched my way forward through a narrow, low passage. It grew colder. I wore a helmet, and it touched rock more than once. I gripped the hammer that hung about my neck. This cave was surely one of the entrances to the netherworld, to where Yggdrasil has its roots, and the three fates decide our destiny. It was a place for dwarves and elves, for the shadow creatures who haunt our lives and mock our hopes. I was frightened. I slipped on sand and blundered forward, and sensed that the passage had ended, and that I was now in a great echoing space. I saw a glimmer of light and wondered if my eyes played tricks. I touched the hammer again, and then put my hand on the hilt of serpent breath. I was standing still, hearing the drip of water and the rush of the stream, and listening for the sound of a person. I was gripping my sword's hilt now, praying to blind Hoder to guide me in the blind darkness. And then there was light. Sudden light. It was only a bundle of rushlights, but they had been concealed behind screens that were abruptly lifted, and their small, smoky flames seemed dazzlingly bright in the utter darkness. The rushlights were standing on a rock that had a smooth surface like a table. A knife, a cup, and a bowl lay beside the lights, which lit a chamber as high as any hall. The cave's roof hung with pale stone that looked as if it had been frozen in mid-flow, liquid stone touched with blue and grey, and all that I saw in an instant. Then I stared at the creature who watched me from behind the rock table. She was a dark cloak in the darkness, a shape in the shadows, a bent thing. The Aglaquif. But as my eyes became used to the light, I saw that she was a tiny thing, frail as a bird, old as time, and with a face so dark and deep-lined that it looked like leather. Her black woolen cloak was filthy, and its hood half covered her hair that was grey streaked black. She was ugliness in human guise, the Galdrich, the Aglaquif, Elfidel. I did not move, and she did not speak. She just gazed at me unblinkingly, and I felt the fear crawl in me, and then she beckoned to me with one claw-like hand and touched the empty bowl. "Fill it," she said. Her voice was like wind on gravel. "Fill it?" "Gold," she said. "Or silver, but fill it." "You want more?" I asked angrily. "You want everything, Kjartan of Cumberland," she said, and she had paused for the space of an eye blink before saying that name, as if she suspected it was false. "So yes, I want more." I almost refused, but I confess I was frightened of her power, and so I took all the silver from my pouch, 15 coins, and put them in the wooden bowl. She smirked as the coins clinked. "What do you want to know?" she asked. "Everything." "There will be a harvest," she said dismissively, "and then winter, and after winter the time of sowing, and then another harvest, and then another winter until time ends, and men will be born and men will die, and that is everything." "Then tell me what I want to know," I said. She hesitated, then gave an almost imperceptible nod. "Put your hand on the rock," she said. But when I put my left hand flat on the cold stone, she shook her hand. "Your sword hand," she said, and I obediently laid my right hand there instead. "Turn it over," she snarled, and I turned the hand palm upwards. She picked up the knife, watching my eyes. She was half smiling, daring me to withdraw my hand, and when I did not move, she suddenly scored the knife across my palm. She scored it once from the ball of my thumb to the base of my small finger, then did it again, crosswise. And I watched the fresh blood well from the 2 cuts, and I remembered the crosswise scar on Sigurd's hand. "Now," she said, putting the knife down, "slap the stone hard." She pointed with a finger to the smooth centre of the stone. "Slap it there." I slapped the stone hard, and the blow left a splatter of blood drops radiating from a crude daub of a handprint defaced by the Red Cross. "Now be silent," Elfredel said, and shrugged off her cloak. She was naked. Thin, pale, ugly, old, shriveled, and naked. Her breasts were flaps of skin, her skin wrinkled and spotted, and her arms scrawny. She reached up and released her hair that had been twisted at the nape of her neck, so that the grey-black strands fell about her shoulders in the fashion of a young, unmarried girl. She was a parody of a woman. She was the Gulrich, and I shuddered to look at her. She seemed unaware of my gaze, but stared at the blood, which gleamed under the flames. She touched the blood with a finger as crooked as any claw, smearing it across the smooth stone. "Who are you?" she asked, and there seemed genuine curiosity in her voice. "You know who I am," I said. "Kjartan of Cumberland," she said. She made a noise in her throat that might have been laughter, then moved to the blood-stained claw to touch the cup. "Drink that, Kjartan of Cumberland," she said, saying the name with sour mockery. "Drink all of it." I lifted the cup and drank. It tasted foul, bitter and rank. It was throat-curdling, and I drank it all. And Elfredel laughed. I remember little of that night. Much of what I do remember I wish I could forget. I woke, naked, cold, and tied. My ankles and my wrists were strapped with leather thongs that had been knotted together to drag my hands down to my ankles. A faint grey light seeped through the crevice and tunnel to illuminate the big cave. The floor was pale with bat shit, and my skin was smeared with my own vomit. Elfredel, crooked and dark in her black cloak, was crouched over my mail, my 2 swords, my helmet, my hammer, and my clothes. "You're awake, Uhtred of Banbra," she said. She pored through my possessions. "And you are thinking," she went on, "that I would be easy to kill." "I'm thinking you would be easy to kill, woman," I said. My voice was a dry-mouthed croak. I pulled at the leather bindings, but only managed to hurt my wrists. "I can tie knots, Uhtred of Banbra," she said. She picked up the hammer of Thor and swung it on its leather thong. "A cheap amulet for a great lord," she cackled. She was bent, stooped and disgusting. Her claw-like hand tugged serpent breath from its scabbard, and she carried the blade towards me. "I should kill you, Uhtred of Banbra," she said. She scarcely had the strength to lift the great blade, which she rested on one of my bent knees. "Why don't you?" I asked. She peered at me. "Are you wiser now?" she asked. I said nothing. "You came for wisdom," she went on. "So did you find it?" Somewhere far beyond the cave a cock crowed. I tugged at the bonds again, and again could not loosen them. "Cut the bindings." She laughed at that. "I am not a fool, Uhtred of Banbra." "You haven't killed me," I said, "and that might be foolish." "True," she agreed. She slid the sword forward so its tip touched my breast. "Did you find wisdom in your night, Uhtred?" she asked, then smiled with her rotted teeth. "Your night of pleasure." I tried to throw the sword off by rolling on my side, but she kept it on my skin, drawing blood with the tip. She was amused. I was on my side now, and she rested the blade on my hip. "You moaned in the dark, Uhtred. You moaned with pleasure. Or have you forgotten?" I remember the girl coming to me in the night. A dark girl, black-haired, slender and beautiful, lithe as a willow wand. A girl who had smiled as she rode above me, her light hands touching my face and chest. A girl who had bent herself backwards as my hands caressed her breasts. I remembered her thighs pressing on my hips, the touch of her fingers on my cheeks. "I remember a dream," I said surlily. Elfredel rocked on her heels, rocked back and forth in an obscene reminder of what the dark girl had done in the night. The flat of the sword slid on my hip bone. "It was no dream," she said, mocking me. I wanted to kill her then, and she knew it, and the knowledge made her laugh. "Others have tried to kill me," she said. "The priests came for me once. There was a score of them, lit by the old abbot with a flaming torch. They were praying aloud, calling me a heathen witch, and their bones are still rotting in the valley. I have sons, you see. It is good for a mother to have sons, because there is no love like a mother has for her sons. Have you forgotten that love, Uhtred of Bamborough? Another dream, I said. No dream, Alfred said. And I remembered my mother cradling me in the night, rocking me, giving me her breast to suck, and I could remember the pleasure of that moment and the tears when I knew it had to be a dream, for my mother had died giving birth to me, and I'd never known her. Alfred smiled. From now on, Uhtred of Bamborough, she said, I shall think of you as a son. I wanted to kill her again, and she knew it, and she mocked me with laughter. Last night, she said, the goddess came to you. She showed you all your life and all your future and all the wide world of men and what will happen to it. Have you forgotten already? The goddess came? I asked. I remembered talking incessantly. I remembered the sadness when my mother left me, and I remembered the dark girl saddling me, and I remembered feeling sick and drunk, and I remembered a dream in which I had flown above the world by riding the winds as a long-hauled ship rides the waves of the sea. I remembered no goddess. Which goddess? I asked. Erka, of course, she said, as though the question were foolish. You know of Erka? She knows you. Erka was one of the ancient goddesses who had been in Britain when our people came from across the sea. I knew she was worshipped still in country places, an earth mother, a giver of life, a goddess. I know of Erka, I said. You know there are gods, Alfred said, and in that you are not so foolish. The Christians think one God will serve all men and women, and how can that be? Could one shepherd protect every sheep in all the world? The old abbot tried to kill you, I asked. I twisted onto my right side so my tied hands were hidden from her, and I was grinding the leather bonds against a ridge of stone, hoping they would part. I could only make the smallest of movements in case she noticed. I had to keep her talking. The old abbot tried to kill you, I asked again. Yet now the monks protect you. The new abbot is no fool, she said. He knows Jarl Canute would flay him alive if he touched me, so instead he serves me. He doesn't mind you're not a Christian, I asked. He likes the money Erka brings him, she sneered. And he knows Erka lives in this cave, and that she protects me. And now Erka waits for your answer. Are you wiser? I said nothing again, puzzled by the question, and it angered her. Do I mumble? She snarled. Has stupidity furred your ears and stuffed your brain with pus? I remember nothing, I said untruthfully. That made her laugh. She squatted on her haunches, the sword still resting on my hip, and started to rock backwards and forwards again. 7 kings will die, Uhtred of Bamborough. 7 kings and the women you love. That is your fate. And Alfred's son will not rule, and Wessex will die, and the Saxon will kill what he loves, and the Danes will gain everything. And all will change, and all will be the same as ever it was and ever will be. There, you see? You are wiser. Who is the Saxon? I asked. I was still dragging my bound wrists on the stone, but nothing seemed to be fraying or loosening. The Saxon is the king who will destroy what he rules. Erka knows all. Erka sees all. A scuffle of feet in the entrance passage gave me a moment's hope, but instead of my men appearing, it was 3 monks who ducked into the cave's gloom. Their leader was an elderly man, with wild white hair and sunken cheeks, who stared at me, then at Elfidel, then back to me. It's really him? He asked. It's Uhtred of Bamborough. It's my son, Elfidel said, then laughed. Good God, the monk said. For a moment he looked frightened, and that was why I still lived. Both Elfidel and the monk knew I was Canute's enemy, but they did not know what Canute wanted of me, and they feared that to kill me would offend their lord. The white-haired monk came towards me, gingerly, frightened at what I might do. Are you Uhtred? He asked. I am Kiartan of Cumberland, I said. Elfidel cackled. He is Uhtred, she said. Erka's drink does not lie. He babbled like a baby in the night. The monk was frightened of me because my life and death were beyond his comprehension. Why did you come here? He asked. To discover the future, I said. I could feel blood between my hands. My rubbing had opened the scabs on the cuts Elfidel had inflicted on my palm. You learned the future, Elfidel said. The future of dead kings. Did it tell of my death? I asked her. I for the first time saw doubt on that wrinkled hag face. We must send to Jarl Canute, the monk said. Kill him, one of the younger monks said. He was a tall, strongly built man with a hard, long face, a hook of a nose and cruel, unforgiving eyes. The Jarl will want him dead. The older monk was uncertain. "We don't know the Jarl's will, Brother Herbert." "Kill him! He'll reward you, reward us all!" Brother Herbert was right, but the gods had filled the others with doubt. "The Jarl must decide," the older monk said. "It will take 3 days to fetch an answer," Herbert said caustically. "And what do you do with him for 3 days? He has his men in the town, too many." "We take him to the Jarl," the older monk suggested. He was desperate for an answer, flailing at any solution that might spare him from making a decision. "For the sake of God!" Herbert snapped. He strode to the pile of my possessions, stooped and straightened with wasp sting in his hand. The short blade caught the wan light. "What do you do with a cornered wolf?" he demanded, and came towards me. And I used all my strength, all that strength that years of sword and shield practice had put into my bones and muscle, the years of war and readying for war, and I thrust my bent legs and pulled my arms, and I felt the bonds loosening, and I was rolling back, throwing the blade off my hip, and I started to shout a great war shout of a warrior, and reached for Serpent Breath's hilt. Elfidel tried to pull the sword away, but she was old and slow, and I was bellowing to fill the cave with echoes, and I seized the hilt and swung the blade to drive her back, and Herbert checked as I rose to my feet. I half stumbled, the bonds still wrapped about my ankles, and Herbert saw his opening and came in fast, the short blade held low, ready to rip up into my naked belly, and I swatted it aside and fell on him. He went backwards, and I stood again, and he hacked the blade at my bare legs, but I parried him, and then stabbed down with Serpent Breath, my sword, my lover, my blade, my war companion. And she gutted that monk like a fish under a razor-edged knife, and his blood spread on his black robe and turned the batshit black. And I went on ripping her, unaware that I was still shouting to fill the cave with rage. Herbert was squealing and shaking and dying, and the other 2 monks were fleeing. I ripped the bonds off my ankles and pursued them. Serpent Breath's hilt was slippery with my blood, and she was hungry. I caught them in the woods, not 50 paces from the cave's mouth, and I felled the younger monk with a blow to the back of his head, then caught the older by his robe. I turned him to face me and smelled the fear that fouled his robe. "I am Uhtred of Bamborough," I said. "And who are you?" "I have a dear laugh, lord," he said, falling to his knees and holding his clasped hands towards me, and I held him by the throat and buried Serpent Breath in his belly, and I sawed her there, opening him up, and he mewed like an animal, and wept like a child, and called on Jesus the Redeemer, as he died in his own dung. I cut the younger monk's throat, then went back to the cave where I washed Serpent Breath's blade in the stream. "Erka did not foretell your death," Elfidel said. She had screamed when I tore the bonds off my wrists and seized the sword from her, yet now she was oddly calm. She just watched me and was apparently unafraid. "Is that why you didn't kill me?" "She didn't foretell my death either," she said. "Then maybe she was wrong," I said, and fetched wasp sting from Herbert's dead hand. And that was when I saw her. From a deeper cave, from a passage that led into the netherworld, Erka came. She was a girl of such beauty that the breath stopped in my lungs. The dark-haired girl who had ridden me in the night, the long-haired girl, slender and pale, so beautiful and calm and as naked as the blade in my hand. All I could do was stare at her. I could not move, and she gazed back at me with grave, large eyes, and she said nothing, and I said nothing until the breath caught in me again. "Who are you?" I asked. "Dress yourself," Alfredel said, whether to me or the girl I could not tell. "Who are you?" I asked the girl, but she was still and silent. "Dress yourself, Lord Uhtred," Alfredel ordered, and I obeyed her. I pulled on my jerkin, my boots, my mail, and strapped my swords at my waist, and still the girl gazed at me with her quiet, dark eyes. She was as beautiful as the summer dawn and as silent as the winter night. She did not smile, her face showed nothing. I walked towards her and sensed something strange. The Christians say we have a soul, whatever that is, and it seemed to me this girl had no soul. There was an emptiness in her dark eyes. It was frightening, making me approach her slowly. "No!" Alfredel called. "You cannot touch her! You have seen Erka in the daylight. No other man has." "Erka?" "Go!" she said. "Go!" She dared to stand in front of me. "You dreamed last night," she said, "and in your dream you found truth. Be content with that and go." "Speak to me," I said to the girl, but she was unmoving and silent and empty, yet I could not take my eyes from her. I would have looked on her for all the rest of my life. The Christians talk of miracles, of men walking on water and raising the dead, and they say those miracles are proofs of their religion, though none of them can do a miracle or show us a miracle. Yet here, in this damp cave beneath the hilltop grave, I saw a miracle. I saw Erka. "Go," Alfredel said. and though she spoke to me, it was the goddess who turned and vanished into the underworld. I did not kill the old woman. I went. I dragged the dead monks into some brambles where perhaps the wild beasts would feast on them, and then I stooped to the stream and drank like a dog. "What did the witch tell you?" Osferth asked me when I reached the widow's farm. "I don't know," I said, and my tone discouraged further questions, all except one. "Where are we going, Lord?" Osferth asked. "We're going south," I said, still in a daze. And so we rode towards Sigurd's land. Chapter 4. I had told Elfidel my name, and what else? Had I told her my idea for revenge on Sigurd? And why had I talked so much? Luda gave me an answer as we rode south. "There are herbs and mushrooms, Lord, and there's the blight you find on ears of rye. All kinds of things can give men dreams. My mother used them." "She was a sorceress?" He shrugged. "A wise woman, anyway. She told fortunes and made potions." "And the potion Elfidel gave me that made me speak my name?" "Maybe it was rye blight. You're lucky to be alive if it was. Get it wrong and you killed a dreamer. But if she knew how to make it, then you'd have gabbled like an old woman, Lord." And who knows what else I had revealed to the Aglaquif. I felt like a fool. Does she really speak to the gods? I had told Luda about Elfidel, but not about Erka. I wanted to hold that secret close, a memory to haunt me. "Some folk claim to talk to the gods," Luda said uncertainly. "And see the future?" He shifted in his saddle. Luda was not accustomed to riding a horse, and the journey had given him a sore arse and aching thighs. "If she really saw the future, Lord, would she be in a cave? She'd have a palace. Kings were cruel to her feet." "Maybe the gods only talked to her in the cave," I suggested. Luda heard the anxiety in my voice. "Lord," he said earnestly, "if you roll the dice often enough, you always get the numbers you want. If I tell you the sun will shine tomorrow, and that it will rain, and there will be snow, and that clouds will cover the sky, and that the wind will blow, and that it will be a calm day, and that the thunder will deafen us, then one of those things will turn out to be true, and you'll forget the rest because you want to believe that I really can tell the future." He gave a swift smile. "Folk don't buy rusty iron because I'm persuasive, Lord, but because they desperately want to believe it will turn to silver." And I desperately wanted to believe his doubts about Elfidel. She had said Wessex was doomed, and that 7 kings would die. But what did that mean? What kings? Alfred of Wessex? Edward of Kent? Eorich of East Anglia? Who else? And who was the Saxon? "She knew who I was," I said to Luda. "Because you had drunk a potion, Lord. It was as if you had drunk and saying anything that came into your mind. And she tied me up," I told him, "but didn't kill me." "God be praised," Luda said dutifully. I doubted he was Christian, at least not a good one, but he was too clever to fall foul of the priests. He frowned in puzzlement. "Wonder why she didn't kill you?" "She was frightened to," I said, "and so was the abbot." "She tied you up, Lord," Luda said, "because someone had told her you were Jarl Canut's enemy, so she knew that much. But she didn't know what Jarl Canut wanted done with you, so she sent for the monks to find out, and they were too scared to order your death too. It's no small thing to kill a lord, especially if his men are close by." "One of them wasn't scared, and he's regretting that now," Luda said happily. "But it's strange, Lord, very strange." "What is?" "She can talk to the gods, and the gods didn't tell her to kill you." "Ah," I said, seeing what he meant, and not knowing what else to say. "The gods would have known what to do with you, and they would have told her what to do, yet they didn't. That tells me she's not taking commands from the gods, Lord, but from Jarl Canut. She's telling men what he wants them to hear." He shifted in the saddle again, trying to relieve the pain in his arse. "There's the road, Lord," he said, pointing. He was leading us south and east, and had been looking for a Roman road that crossed the hills. "It goes to some old lead mines," he had told me, "but once past the mines there's no road." I told Luda to take us to Kettering, where Sigurd had a feasting hall, though I had not said what I planned to do there. Why had I gone to find Elfidel? To find a road, of course. The 3 Norns sit at the roots of Yggdrasil, where they weave our fates, and at some time they will take the shears and cut our thread. We all want to know where that thread will end. We want to know the future. We want to know, as Beornorth had said to me, how the story ends, and that was why I'd gone to see Elfidel. Alfred must die soon. Maybe he was already dead, and everything would change, and I was not such a fool as to think that my part in that change would be small. I am Uhtred of Bambra. Men feared me. In those days I was no great lord in terms of land or wealth or men, but Alfred had known that if he wanted victory he must lend me men, and that was how we had broken Heston's power at Benfleet. His son Edward seemed to trust me, and I knew Alfred wanted me to swear loyalty to Edward, but I had gone to Elferdale to catch a glimpse of the future. Why ally myself to a man destined to fail? Was Edward the man whom Elferdale called the Saxon, and who was doomed to destroy Wessex? What was the safe road? Edward's sister, Ethelfled, would never forgive me if I betrayed her brother, but perhaps she was doomed too. All my women would die. There was no great truth in that. We all die, yet why had Elferdale said those words? Was she warning me against Alfred's children, against Ethelfled and Edward? We live in a world fading to darkness, and I had sought a light to shine on a sure road, and I had found none, except a vision of Aerka, a vision that would not leave my memory, a vision to haunt me. "Wir bid full Uhtred," I said aloud. "Fate is inexorable." And under the influence of Elferdale's bitter drink I had babbled my name, and what else? I had told none of my men what my plan was, but had I told Elferdale? And Elferdale lived on Canut's land and under his protection. She had told me that Wessex would be destroyed and that the Danes would win everything. And of course she would say that because that was what Canute Longsword wanted men to hear. Jarl Canute wanted every Danish leader to visit the cave and hear that victory would be theirs, because men inspired to battle by a foreknowledge of victory fought with a passion that gives them victory. Sigurd's men attacking me on the bridge had really believed they would win, and that had encouraged them into a trap. Now I led a few men towards what could be our deaths. Had I told Elferdale I was planning to attack Kettering? Because if I had blurted out that idea, then she would surely be sending a message to Canute, and Canute would move fast to protect his friend Sigurd. I'd been planning to ride home by way of Kettering, Sigurd's feasting hall, and had hoped to find it empty and unprotected. I'd thought to burn it to the ground, then ride on fast to Buckingham. Sigurd had tried to kill me, and I wanted him to regret that, and so I'd gone to Chester to lure him away from his heartland, and if my deceit had worked, then Sigurd was going there now, thinking to trap and kill me, while I planned to burn his hall. But his friend Canute might be sending men to Kettering, and turn that feasting hall into a trap for me. So I must do something different. "Forget Kettering," I told Luda. "Take me to the valley of the Trent instead, to Nottingham." So we rode south beneath the wild flying clouds, and after 2 days and nights came to the valley that brought back so many memories. The very first time I was ever in a warship I had come to this place, rowing up the Humber and then the Trent, and it was in this valley that I had first seen Alfred. I had been a boy, and he had been a young man, and I had spied on him, hearing his anguish about the sin that had brought Osferth into the world. It was on the banks of the Trent that I had first encountered Ubba, who was known as Ubba the Horrible, and I had been awed and terrified by him. Later, beside a distant sea, I was to kill him. I had been a boy when I was last on the banks of this river, but now I was a man, and other men feared me as I had once feared Ubba. Uhtred, some men called me. Uhtred the Wicked. They called me that because I was not a Christian, but I liked the name, and one day I thought I would take the wickedness too far, and men would die because I was a fool. Maybe here, maybe now, for I had abandoned the idea of destroying Kettering's feasting hall and instead would attempt a foolish thing, but one that would have my name spoken all across Britain. Reputation. We would rather have reputation than gold, and so I left my men in a steading and rode down the river's southern bank with just Osferth for company. And I said nothing until we came to the edge of a coppiced wood, from where we could see the town across the wide river's swirls. "Nottingham," I said. "It was here I first met your father." He grunted at that. The town lay on the river's northern bank, and it had grown since I had last seen it. There were buildings outside the ramparts, and the air above the roofs was thick with smoke from the kitchen fires. "Sigurd's possession?" Osferth asked. I nodded, remembering what Beornrith had told me, that Sigurd had laid up his war fleet in Nottingham. I also remembered Ragnar the Elder's words that he had spoken to me when I was a child, that Nottingham would be Danish forever, yet most of the folk who lived inside the walls were Saxons. This was a Mercian town, right on the northern edge of that kingdom. Yet for nearly all my life it had been ruled by the Danes, and now its merchants and churchmen, its whores and its tavern-keepers paid silver to Sigurd. He had built a hall on a great rock outcrop in the town's centre. It was not his main dwelling, which lay far to the south, but Nottingham was one of Sigurd's strongholds, a place he felt safe. To reach Nottingham from the sea, a boat went up the Great Humber, then followed the Trent. That was the voyage I had made as a child in Ragnar's Wind Viper, and from the coppice on the southern bank I could see there were 40 or 50 boats drawn onto the far bank. Those were the ships Sigurd had taken south to Wessex the previous year. though in the end he had achieved nothing except to lay waste a few farmsteads outside of Exeter. Their presence suggested he did not plan another sea-born invasion. His next attack would be overland, a lunge into Mercia and then Wessex to take the Saxon land. Yet a man's pride is not just his land. We measure a lord by the number of crews he leads, and those ships told me Sigurd commanded a horde. I commanded one crew. I dare say I was as famous as Sigurd, yet all my fame had not translated into wealth. I should, I thought, be called Uhtred the Foolish. I'd served Alfred all these years, and to show for it I had a borrowed estate, a single crew of men, and a reputation. Sigurd owned towns, whole estates, and led an army. It was time to taunt him. I talked with each of my men. I told them they would become rich by betraying me, that if just one of them told some whore in the town that I was Uhtred, then I would probably die, and that most of them would die with me. I did not remind them of the oath they had taken to me, because not one of them would need reminding. Nor did I think any of them would betray me. I had 4 Danes and 3 Frisians in that group, yet they were my men, tied to me as much by friendship as by oath. What we're about to do, I told them, will have men talking all over Britain. It will not make us rich, but I promise you reputation. My name, I told them, was Kjartan. It was the name I had used with Elfidel, a name from my past, a name I did not like, the name of Sitric's foul father, but it would suffice for the next few days, and I would only survive those days if none of my men revealed the truth, and if no one in Nottingham recognised me. I had only met Sigurd twice, and both times briefly, but some of the men who had accompanied him to those meetings might be in Nottingham, and that was a risk I had to take. I had let my beard grow. I was wearing old mail, which I had allowed to rust, and I looked, as I wished to look, like a man on the edge of failure. I found a tavern outside the town. It had no name. It was a miserable place with sour ale, mouldy bread, and worm-riddled cheese, but it had sufficient room for my men to sleep on its filthy straw, and the tavern's owner, a surly Saxon, was satisfied with the small amount of silver I gave him. "Why are you here?" he wanted to know. "To buy a ship," I said, then told him we had been part of Heston's army, and that we had become tired of starving in Chester and only wanted to go home. "We're going back to Frisia," I said. That was my tale, and no one in Nottingham thought it strange. The Danes follow leaders who bring them riches. When a leader fails, his crews melt away like frost in the sun. Nor did anyone think it strange that a Frisian would lead Saxons. The crews of the Viking ships are Danish, Norse, Frisian, and Saxon. Any masterless man could go Viking, and a shipmaster did not care what language a man spoke if he could wield a sword, thrust a spear, and pull an oar. So my tale was not questioned, and the day after we reached Nottingham, a full-bellied Dane called Frithjof came to find me. He had no left arm beneath the elbow. "Some Saxon bastard cut it off," he said cheerfully, "but I sliced off his head, so it was a fair exchange." Frithjof was what a Saxon would call the reeve of Nottingham, the man responsible for keeping the peace and serving his lord's interests in the town. "I look after Jarl Sigurd," Frithjof told me, "and he looks after me." "A good lord?" "The very best," Frithjof said enthusiastically. "Generous and loyal. Why don't you swear to him?" "I want to go home," I said. "Frisia?" he asked. "You sound Danish, not Frisian." "I served Skinner Thorson," I explained. Skinner had been a pirate on the Frisian coast, and I had served him by luring him to his death. "He was a bastard," Frithjof said, "but had a pretty wife, I hear. What was his island called?" The question had no suspicion in it. Frithjof was an easy, hospitable man. "Zege," I said. "That was it. Nothing but sand and fish shit. So you went from Skinner to Heston, eh?" He laughed, his question implying that I had chosen my lords badly. "You could do a lot worse than serve Jarl Sigurd," Frithjof assured me. "He looks after his men, and there'll be land and silver soon." "Soon?" "When Alfred dies," Frithjof said. "Wessex will fall into pieces. All we have to do is wait and then pick them up." "I've land in Frisia," I said, "and a wife." Frithjof grinned. "There are plenty of women here," he said, "but if you really want to go home—" "I want to go home." "And you need a ship," he said, "unless you plan to swim. So let's go for a walk." 47 ships had been pulled from the river and were now propped by oak shafts on a meadow close to a small shelving cove that made launching and recovering easy. 6 other ships were floating. 4 of those were trading boats, and 2 were long, sleek war-boats with high prows and sterns. "Bright Flyer," Frithjof pointed to one of the 2 fighting ships afloat in the river. "She's Jarl Sigurd's own craft." Bright Flyer was a beauty with a flat, sleek belly and a high prow and stern. A man was squatting on the wharf and painting a white line along her topmost strake, a line that would accentuate her sinuously threatening shape. Frithjof led me down to the timber wharf and stepped over the boat's low midships. I followed him, feeling the small shiver in Bright Flyer as she responded to our weight. I noted her mast was not on board, There were no oars or tholes, and the presence of 2 small saws and adze and a box of chisels showed that men were working on her. She was afloat, but she was not ready for any voyage. "I brought her here from Denmark," Fridolf said wistfully. "You're a shipmaster?" I asked. "I was. Maybe I will be again. I miss the sea." He ran his hand along the smooth wood of her top strake. "Isn't she lovely?" "She's beautiful," I said. "Jarl Sigurd had her built," he said, "and only the best for him." He rapped the hull. "Green oak from Frisia. Too big for you, though." "She's for sale?" "Never. Jarl Sigurd would rather sell his only son into slavery. Besides, how many oars do you want? 20? "No more," I said. "She needs 50 rowers," Fridolf said, rapping the Bright Flowers planks again. He sighed, remembering her at sea. I looked at the carpenter's tools. "You're readying her for sea?" I asked. "The Jarl hasn't said, but I hate to see ships out of the water for too long. The timbers dry and shrink. I want to float that one next." He pointed to the head of the cove, where another beauty was propped on thick oak shafts. "Sea Slaughterer," Fridolf said. "Jarl Canut's ship." "He keeps his ships here?" "Just the 2, he said. Sea Slaughterer and Cloud Chaser." Men were caulking the Sea Slaughterer, stuffing the plank joints with a mix of wool and pine tar. Small boys helped, or else played on the riverbank. The tar braziers smoked, drifting their pungent smell across the slow river. Fridolf stepped back onto the wharf and patted the head of the man who was painting the white line onto the strake. Fridolf was obviously popular. Men grinned and called out respectful greetings, and Fridolf responded with generous pleasure. He had a pouch at his waist filled with scraps of smoked beef that he handed to the children, all of whose names he knew. "This is Kjartan," he introduced me to the men caulking the Sea Slaughterer, "and he wants to take a boat off our hands. He's going back to Frisia because his wife is there." "Bring the woman here," a man called to me. "He's got more sense than that in you, scum ogler," Fridolf retorted, then led me further down the bank past a huge heap of ballast stones. Fridolf had Sigurd's authority to buy or sell ships, but only half a dozen were for sale, and of those only 2 would suit me. One was a trading ship, broad in the beam and well made, but she was short, her length only about 4 times her beam, and that would make her slow. The other ship was older and much used, but she was at least 7 times longer than her beam, and her sleek lines were sweet. "She belonged to a Norseman," Fridolf told me, "who got himself killed in Wessex." "Made of pine?" I asked, rapping the hull. "She's all spruce," Fridolf said. "I prefer oak," I said grudgingly. "Give me gold and I'll have a ship built for you out of the best Frisian oak," Fridolf said. "But if you want to cross the sea this summer, you'll do it in pine. She was well made, and she has a mast, sail, and rigging." "Oars?" "We've plenty of good ash oars." He ran his one hand down the stem post. "She needs little work," he admitted, "but she was a sweetheart in her day, Tyre's daughter." "That's her name?" Fridolf smiled. "It is." He smiled because Tyre is the god of the warriors who fight in single combat, and, like Fridolf, Tyre is one-handed, having lost his right hand to the sharp fangs of Fenrir, the crazed wolf. "Her owner liked Tyre," Fridolf said, still stroking the stem post. "She has a beast head? I can find you something." We haggled, though good-naturedly. I offered what little silver I had left, along with all our horses, saddles, and bridles, and Fridolf at first demanded a sum at least double the worth of those things, though in truth he was glad to be rid of Tyre's daughter. She might have been a fine ship once, but she was old and she was small. A ship needs 50 or 60 men to be safe, and Tyre's daughter would have been crowded by 30 men, but she was perfect for my purpose. If I had not bought her, I suspect she would have been broken up for firewood, and in truth I got her cheap. "She'll get you to Frisia," Fridolf assured me. We spat on our palms, shook hands, and so I became the owner of Tyre's daughter. I had to buy pine tar to caulk her, and we spent 2 days on the riverbank forcing a thick mix of hot tar, horsehair, moss and fleece into the planking. Her mast, sails and hemp rigging were brought from storage to the meadow, where the boats were grounded, and I insisted my men leave the filthy tavern and sleep with the ship. We rigged the sail as a tent over her, and slept either in or beneath her hull. Fridolf seemed to like us, or else he just approved of the notion that one of his ships was going back into the water. He would bring ale to the meadow, which lay some 400 or 500 paces from the nearest part of Nottingham's ramparts, and he would drink with us, and tell old stories of long-ago fights, and in return I told him of the voyages I had made. "I miss the sea," he said wistfully. "Come with us," I invited him. He shook his head ruefully. "Jarl Sigurd's a good lord. He looks after me." "Will I see him before I leave?" I asked. "I doubt it," Fridolf said. "He and his son have gone to help your old friend." "Heston?" Fridolf nodded. "You stayed with him through the winter?" "He kept promising us other men would join him," I invented. "He said they'd come from Ireland, but no one did." "He did well enough last summer." Frithjof said. Until the Saxons took his fleet, I commented sourly. Uhtred of Bambra, Frithjof spoke just as sourly, then touched the hammer we wore about his neck. Uhtred is besieging him now. Is that why you left? I don't want to die in Britain. So, yes, that's why we left. Frithjof smiled. Uhtred will die in Britain, my friend. Jarl Sigurd has gone to kill the bastard. I touched my hammer. May the gods give the Jarl victory, I said piously. Kill Uhtred, Frithjof said, and Mercia falls, and when Alfred dies, Wessex falls. He smiled. Why would a man want to be in Frisia when all that happens? I miss home, I said. Make your home here, Frithjof said enthusiastically. Join Jarl Sigurd and you can choose your own estate in Wessex. You can take a dozen Saxon wives and live like a king. But I have to kill Uhtred first? I asked lightly. Frithjof touched his amulet again. He'll die, he said, and his voice was anything but light. Many men have tried to kill him, I said. Ubba tried. Uhtred has never faced Jarl Sigurd in battle, Frithjof said, nor the Jarl Canute, and Jarl Canute's sword is swift as the snake's tongue. Uhtred will die. All men die. His death is foretold, Frithjof said, and when he saw my interest he touched the hammer again. There's a sorceress, he explained, and she has seen his death. Where? When? Who knows? He asked. She knows, I suppose, and that's what she promised the Jarl. I felt a sudden strange pang of jealousy. Had Erka straddled Sigurd in the night as she had straddled me? Then I thought Elfidel had forecast my death to Sigurd, but had denied it to me. And that meant she either lied to one of us, or that Erka, despite her loveliness, was no goddess. Jarl Sigurd and Jarl Canute are doomed to fight Uhtred, Frithjof went on. And the prophecy says the Jarls will win. Uhtred will die and Wessex will fall. And that means you're missing an opportunity, my friend. Maybe I'll come back, I said. And I thought maybe I would return to Nottingham one day, because if Alfred's dream of uniting all the lands where the English tongue was spoken were to come true, then the Danes must be driven from this and every other town between Wessex and the wild Scottish frontier. At night, when the singing had faded from Nottingham's taverns and the dogs had gone quiet, the sentries who watched over the ships would come to our fires and accept our food and ale. That happened for 3 nights, and then in the next dawn my men chanted as they rolled Tyre's daughter down a ramp of logs and so into the Trent. She floated. It took a day to ballast her and another half-day to distribute the stones so that she floated true, just a little down at the stern. I knew she would leak. All ships leak, but by nightfall of the 2nd day there was no evidence of water above the newly placed ballast stones. Frithjof had kept his word and brought us oars, and my men rowed the ship upstream for a few miles, then turned her and brought her back. We stowed the mast and a pair of cradles, lashed the furled sail to the mast, and stacked what meagre possessions we owned beneath the small half-deck at the stern. I spent what few silver coins I had left on a barrel of ale, 2 of dried fish, some twice-baked bread, a flitch of bacon, and a great rock-hard cheese wrapped in canvas. At dusk, Frithjof brought us a sea-eagle's head, carved from oak, that would fit over the prow. It's a gift, he told me. You're a good man, I said, and I meant it. He watched as his slaves carried the carved head on board my ship. May Tyre's daughter serve you well, he said, touching the hammer at his neck. And may the wind never fail you, and may the sea carry you safe home. I told the slaves to stow the head in the prow. You've been helpful, I told Frithjof warmly, and I wish I could thank you properly. I offered him a silver arm ring, but he shook his head. I've no need of it, he said, and you might need silver in Frisia. You leave in the morning? Before midday, I said. I'll come and say farewell, he promised. How long to the sea? I asked. You'll make it in 2 days, he said, and once out of the Humber, head a little north. Avoid the East Anglian coast. Trouble there? He shrugged. A few ships looking for easy prey. Eorich encourages them. Just head straight out to sea and keep going. He cocked his head at the sky that was clear of clouds. This fine weather lasts, you'll be home in 4 days, 5 maybe. Any news from Chester? I asked. I was worried that Sigurd would have learned that he had been deceived and would be returning to his heartland, but Frithjof had heard nothing, and I assumed that Finan was still leading the Jarl at dance through the hills and woods south of the old Roman fort. There was a full moon that night, and the watchman again came to the wharf where Tyre's daughter was tethered to Brightflier by hemp ropes. The moon glossed the river's swirls. We gave the watchmen ale, regaled them with songs and stories, and waited. A barn owl flew low, wings white as smoke, and I took the bird's swift passage as a good omen. When the night's heart came, and the dogs were silent, I sent Osferth and a dozen men to a hayrick that lay halfway to the town. Bring back as much hay as you can carry, I said. Hay? One of the watchmen asked me. "Bedding," I explained, and told Luda to fill the man's ale horn. The watchman did not seem to notice that none of my men was drinking, or sense the apprehension among my crew. They drank, and I climbed aboard Brightflyer and crossed to Tyre's daughter, where I pulled my mail coat over my head and strapped serpent breath to my waist. One by one my men came to the boat and dressed for war, while Osferth returned with great armsful of hay, and only then did one of the 4 watchmen decide that our behaviour was strange. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Burning your ships," I said cheerfully. He gaped at me. "Your what?" I drew serpent breath and held her blade's tip just beneath his nose. "My name is Uhtred of Bambra," I said, and watched his eyes widen. "Your lord tried to kill me," I went on, "and I am reminding him that he failed." I left 3 men to watch the prisoners on the wharf, while the rest set to work on the beached ships. We used axes to splinter rowers' benches, then piled hay and tinder in the hulls' wide bellies. I made the biggest heap in the Sea Slaughterer, Canute's prized ship, for she was in the centre of the stranded craft. Osferth and his half-dozen men watched the town, but no one stirred from the gates, which I assumed were barred shut. Even when we used ropes to haul away the props on some of the outer ships so that they crashed over, the noise did not carry to Nottingham. The town lay in the north of Sigurd's land, protected from the rest of Mercia by his large estates, while to the north was the friendly territory controlled by Canute. Maybe no town in all Britain felt farther from trouble, which was why the boats had been brought here, and why Fridolf had only placed 4 old and half-lame men to watch them. The guards were not there to repel an attack, for no one expected Nottingham to be assaulted, but to stop petty thieving of timbers or of the charcoal used in the braziers. That charcoal was now spread across the beached ships, and I heaved one of the still smoking braziers into Sea Slaughterer's belly. We put fire into the other ships, then went back to the wharf. Flames burst bright, faded, then burst again. Smoke thickened quickly. So far it was only the tinder and charcoal burning. The oak of the ship's timbers took longer to catch, but at last I saw the heavier flames grow and spread. The wind was light and fitful, sometimes blowing the smoke down into the fire and swirling it low before releasing it to the night air. The flames bit and spread. The heat was scorching, melting tar dripped, sparks flew high, and the noise of the fire grew. Osferth came running, leading his men down the bank between the fire-glossed river and the flames. A boat collapsed, its burning timbers crushing into the ground and spraying fire beneath the bellies of the neighbouring craft. "Men coming!" Osferth shouted. "How many? 6, 7? I took 10 men up the bank, while Osferth put fire into the ships that were still floating. The noise of the fire was a roar, punctured by the cracks of splitting timbers. Sea Slaughterer was a ship of flames now, her belly a cauldron, and her long keel broke as we passed her, and she sagged with a great crash, and the sparks flew outwards, and the flames leapt higher to show me a ragged group of men running from the town. They were not many, perhaps 8 or 9, and they were not dressed, but had just pulled cloaks over their jerkins. None had a weapon, and they checked when they saw me, and no wonder, for I was in mail, helmeted, with serpent breath in my hand. The fire reflected from her blade. I did not speak. I had my back to the fire, which roared in the night, so my face was shadowed. The men saw a line of fire-outlined warriors ready for war, and they turned back towards the town to fetch help. That help was already coming. More men were crossing the meadow, and in the fire's bright light I saw the glint of reflected blades. "Back to the wharf," I told my men. We retreated to the wharf, which was being scorched by the nearby flames. "Osferth, are they all burned?" I was asking about the ships that floated, all except Tyre's daughter and Brightflyer. "They're burning," he called back. "On board!" I shouted. I counted my men on board Tyre's daughter. Then, as the watchman scuttled away from the wharf, I used an axe to sever the mooring lines that held Brightflyer to the wharf. The men from the town thought I was stealing Sigurd's boat, and those with weapons came to rescue her. I jumped on board Brightflyer and chopped the axe to cut the last mooring line that held her bows to the bank. She was swinging upwards, held by that last line, and my blow only half cut the hemp rope. A man took a flying leap and sprawled on the benches. He swung his sword at me, and the blade struck my mail, and I kicked him in the face as 2 more men leapt from the wharf. One missed and fell between the ship and the bank, though he managed to get one hand on the topmost strake and clung on, while the other men landed beside me and rammed a short sword at my belly. Osferth had climbed back onto Brightflyer and was coming to help me as I parried the sword with the axe. The first man hacked at me again, slicing his sword at my legs, but the blade was stopped by the strips of iron sewn into the leather of my boots. That man had hurt himself when he jumped. Maybe his ankle was broken because he seemed unable to stand. He twisted around to face Osferth, who swatted the sword aside, then lunged with his own. The second man panicked, and I pushed him, and he fell back into the water. I slashed the axe at the taut mooring line again, and it snapped, and I almost lost my footing as Brightflyer surged away from the bank. The man clinging to the strake let go. Osferth's man was dying, his blood draining into the ballast stones. "Thank you," I said to Osferth. The river's current was carrying Brightflier and Tyre's daughter downstream, away from the fire that was brighter and fiercer than ever, its smoke filling the sky and obscuring the stars. We had put tinder, charcoal, and the last brazier into the Brightflier's hole, and I tipped the brazier over, paused long enough to see the smouldering charcoal burst into flame, then climbed onto Tyre's daughter. We cut Brightflier free. A dozen of my men already had oars, and they pulled the smaller ship away from the larger. I dropped the steering oar into the slot at the stern, and leaned on it to guide Tyre's daughter into the river's centre, and just then an axe, its blade flashing reflected firelight, flew from the bank to splash harmlessly behind us. "Put up the eagle's head!" I shouted to my men. "Kjartan!" Frithjof, mounted on a tall black stallion, was cantering down the bank, keeping pace with us. It was one of his men who had thrown the axe, and now another launched a spear that plunged into the river. "Kjartan!" "My name is Uhtred," I called back. "Uhtred of Banbra." "What?" he called back. "Uhtred of Banbra. Give my greeting to Jarl Sigurd." "You bastard! Tell that slime-eater you call a lord not to try to kill me again." Frithjof and his men had to rein in because a tributary cut across their path. He cursed me, but his voice faded as we rode on. The sky behind us glowed with the fire of Sigurd's fleet burning. Not every ship had caught fire, and I did not doubt that Frithjof's men would rescue one or two, maybe more, from the inferno that lit the night. They would also want to pursue us, which was why Brightflier burned as she drifted behind us. She turned on the current, the flames cradled in her sleekly beautiful belly. She would sink eventually, and the steam would replace the smoke, and the wreck, I hoped, would obstruct the channel. I waved to Frithjof and then laughed. Sigurd would be furious when he realized that he'd been duped. Not just duped, but made into a fool. His precious fleet was ashes. The river behind us was shimmering red, while in front of us it was moon-silvered. The current carried us swiftly, and I only needed a half-dozen oars to keep us straight. I steered around the outside of the river's bends where the water was deepest, always alert for the ominous sound of our keel grinding on mud. But the gods were with us, and Tyre's daughter slid swiftly away from that great glow of fire that marked Nottingham. We were travelling faster than any horse, which is why I had purchased a boat to make our escape, and we had a huge lead over any ship that might try to follow us. For a time Brightflier drifted close behind, and then after an hour or so she stopped, though the glow of her flames still flickered above the river bends. Then that too faded, and I supposed she had sunk, and I hoped that her wreckage obstructed the river's channel. We journeyed on. "What did we achieve, Lord?" Osferth asked. He had come to stand beside me on the small deck at the stern of Tyre's daughter. "We made Sigurd look a fool," I said. "But he isn't a fool." I knew Osferth disapproved. He was no coward, but he thought, like his father, that war would yield to intelligence, and that a man could reason his way to victory. Yet war, as often as not, is about emotion. "I want the Danes to fear us," I said. "They already did." "Now they fear us more," I said. "No Dane can attack Mercia or Wessex in the knowledge that his home is safe. We've shown we can reach deep into their land." "Or we've stirred them to revenge," he suggested. "Revenge?" I asked. "You think the Danes plan to leave us in peace?" "I fear attacks on Mercia," he said. "Revenge attacks." "Buckingham will be burned," I said, but I told them all to leave the hall and go to London. "You did?" He sounded surprised, then frowned. "Then Beowulf's hall will be burned too." I laughed at that, then touched the silver chain Osferth wore about his neck. "You want to wager that chain?" I asked. "Why wouldn't Sigurd burn Beowulf's hall?" he asked. "Because Beowulf and his son are Sigurd's men," I said. "Beowulf and Beotsig?" I nodded. I had no proof, only suspicion, but Beowulf's lands, so close to Danish Mercia, had been left unmolested, and that suggested an agreement. Beowulf, I suspected, was too old for the troubles of continual war, and so had made his peace, while his son was a bitter man and full of hatred for the West Saxons, who, in his view, had taken away Mercia's independence. "I can't prove that," I told Osferth, "but I will." "Even so, Lord," he said carefully, "what did we achieve?" He gestured towards the fading glow in the sky. "Other than annoying Sigurd?" I asked. I leaned on the steering oar, pushing Tyre's daughter to the outside of a long curve in the river. The eastern sky was luminous now, small clouds stretching bright in front of the still hidden sun. Cattle watched us pass. "Your father," I said, knowing those two words would irritate him, "has held the Danes at bay for my whole lifetime. Wessex is a fortress, but you know what your father wants. All the lands of the English. And you don't get that by building a fortress. You don't defeat the Danes by defending against them. You must attack, and your father has never attacked." He sent ships to East Anglia, Osferth said chidingly. Alfred had indeed once sent an expedition to East Anglia to punish Eoric's Danes who had raided Wessex, but Alfred's ships had accomplished little. The West Saxons had built large ships, and their keels were too deep to penetrate the rivers, and Eoric's men had simply withdrawn into shallow water. And so Alfred's fleet had threatened and then rowed away, though the threat had been sufficient to convince Eoric to keep to the treaty between Wessex and his kingdom. "If we're to unite the Saxons," I said, "it won't be with ships. It will be with shield walls and spears and swords and slaughter." "And God's help," Osferth said. "Even with that," I said, "and your brother knows that, and your sister knows that, and they will look for someone to lead that shield wall." "You." "Us. That's why we burned Sigurd's fleet, to show Wessex and Mercia who can lead them." I slapped Osferth's shoulder and grinned at him. "I'm tired of being called the shield of Mercia. I want to be the sword of the Saxons." Alfred, if he yet lived, was dying, and I had just made his ambition my own. We took down the Eagle's Head so we would not appear hostile, and, under the rising sun, slid on through England. I had been to the land of the Danes, and had seen a place of sand and thin soil, and though I do not doubt that the Danes have better land than any I saw, I doubt there was any better than that through which Tyre's daughter made her silent voyage. The river carried us past rich fields and deep woods. The current drew the trailing willow fronds downstream. Otters twisted in the water, sinuous as they fled the shadow of our hull. Warblers were loud on the banks where the first martins gathered mud for their nests. A swan hissed at us, wings spread, and my men all hissed back and found it funny. The trees were in their new green, spreading above meadows yellowed by cowslips, while bluebells hazed the passing woods. This was what brought the Danes here. Not silver, not slaves, not even reputation, but earth. Deep, rich, fertile earth, where crops grew and a man could raise a family without fear of starvation. Small children weeded the fields and stopped to wave at us. I saw halls and villages and herds and flocks and knew this was the real wealth that drew men across the sea. We looked for pursuers, but saw none. We rowed, though I was reserving my men's strength, only using a half-dozen oars on each side to keep the ship moving sleekly downriver. The mayflies were thick and fish rose to feed, and the long weeds waved under water, and Tyre's daughter passed Gainsborough, and I remembered Ragnar killing the monk there. This was the town where Alfred's wife had been raised, long before the Danes came and captured it. The town had a wall and palisade, but both were in poor repair. Much of the palisade had been torn down, presumably so men could build with the oak logs, and the earth wall had eroded into the ditch, beyond which were new houses. The Danes did not care. They felt safe here. No enemy had come in a lifetime, and as far as they were concerned, no enemy would ever come. Men called greetings to us. The only ships at Gainsborough's wharf were traders, wide-bellied and slow. I wondered if the town had a new Danish name. This was Mercia, yet it was being turned into a kingdom of Danes. All day we rowed, until by evening we were in the widening Humber, and the sea was spread before us, darkening as the sun sank behind us. We stepped the mast, a job that took all my men's strength to achieve, and we tightened the hemp rigging on the boat's flanks and hauled the yard and sail up. The wool and linen bellied to the southwest wind, the rigging stretched and creaked, the ship heeled, and I felt the kick of the first waves. Felt Tyre's daughter shiver to that first caress, and we manned all the oars and pulled hard, fighting an incoming tide as we ran east into the shadowing night. We needed oars and sail to keep her moving against the tide, but gradually its grip weakened, and we ran into the widening sea that was white-flecked in the dusk as the waves fought the river, and on we went, and I saw no pursuing ships as we passed the mudbanks, and felt our hull lifting to the wild sea waves. Most ships go to the coast at dusk. The shipmaster will find a creek and stay there through the dark. But we rowed eastwards, and once the night fell, we shipped the oars, and I let the little boat be driven by the wind. She ran well. I turned her southwards sometime in the darkness, then slept when the dawn came. If we were pursued, I knew nothing of it, and the ships of East Anglia did not see us as we ran southwards. I knew these waters. In the new day, under a hard, bright sun, we ventured closer to the coast until I recognized a landmark. We saw two other ships, but they ignored us, and we sailed on, past the great mudflats, around Foulness Island, and so into the Thames. The gods loved us. The days and nights of our voyage had been undisturbed, and so we came to London. I took Tyre's daughter to the dock that lay beside the house I had used in London. It was a house I had never thought to see again, for it was there that Gisela had died. I thought of Elfidel and her grim prophecy that all my women would die, then consoled myself that the sorceress had not known that Sigurd's fleet would burn, so how could she have known what would happen to my women? I had warned my folk at Buckingham to expect an attack, and ordered them to travel south to the safety of London's defences, and I had thought to be greeted at the house by Segan, or even by Feenan, who, his decoy work done at Chester, was also to meet me in the city. But the house appeared empty as we pulled the last oar-strokes and nosed into the dock. Men leapt ashore with mooring lines. The oars clattered as they were laid on the thwarts, and just then the house door opened, and a priest came onto the terrace. "You can't leave that boat here," he called to me. "Who are you?" I asked. "This is a private house." He ignored my question. He was a lean, middle-aged man with a stern face marked by pox scars. His long black robe was spotless, woven from the finest wool. His hair was neatly trimmed. He was no ordinary priest. His clothes and demeanour both spoke of privilege. "There's wharfage downstream," he said, pointing eastwards. "Who are you?" I asked again. "The man telling you to find another place to put this boat," he said irritably, and held his stance as I pulled myself onto the wharf and confronted him. "I'll have the boat removed," he threatened, "and you'll need to pay to recover it." "I'm tired," I said, "and I'm not moving the boat." I smelt London's familiar stench, the mix of smoke and sewage, and thought of Gisela strewing lavender on the tiled floors. The thought of her gave me the usual pang of loss and waste. She had become fond of this house that had been built by the Romans, with its rooms edging a large courtyard and its great chamber facing the river. "You can't go in there," the priest said sternly as I walked past him. "It belongs to Pledgemund." "Pledgemund?" I asked. "Does he command the garrison here?" The house was given to whoever commanded London's garrison, a job that a West Saxon called Weohstan had inherited from me, but Weohstan was a friend, and I knew he would welcome me beneath his roof. "The house was granted to the Archbishop," the priest said, "by Alfred." "Archbishop?" I asked, astonished. Pledgemund was the new Archbishop of Canterbury, a Mercian, famously pious, a friend of Alfred's, and now the evident possessor of one of London's finer houses. "Did a young girl come here?" I asked, "or an Irishman, a warrior?" The priest blanched then. He must have remembered either Segan or Feenan coming to the house, and that recollection told him who I was. "You're Uhtred?" he asked. "I'm Uhtred," I said, and pushed the house door open. The long room, which had been so welcoming when Gisela lived there, was now a place where monks copied manuscripts. There were 6 tall desks on which inkpots, quills, and parchments lay. 2 of the desks were occupied by clerks. One was writing, copying a manuscript, while the other was using a ruler and a needle to prick lines on an empty parchment. The pricked lines were a guide to keep the writing straight. The 2 men glanced at me nervously, then went back to their copying. "So did a girl come here?" I asked the priest. "A Danish girl, slight and pretty. She'd have had 6 warriors escorting her." "She did," he said, uncertain now. "And?" "She went to a tavern," he said stiffly, meaning he had rudely turned her away from the door. "And Weohstan?" I asked. "Where's he?" "He has quarters by the High Church." "Is Pledgemund here in London?" I asked. "The Archbishop is in Canterbury." "And how many boats does he own?" I asked. "None," the priest said. "Then he doesn't need this damned dock, does he? So my boat stays there till I sell it, and if you touch it, priest, if you so much as lay one damned finger on it, if you have it moved, if you even think about moving it, I'll take you to sea and teach you to be Christ-like." To be Christ-like?" he asked. "He walked on water, didn't he?" That trivial confrontation left me dispirited, because it was a reminder of how the Church had placed its clammy grip on Alfred's Wessex. It seemed that the king had granted Pledgemund and Werfeth, who was the Bishop of Worcester, half of London's wharfage. Alfred wanted the Church to be rich, and its bishops to be powerful men, because he relied on them to spread and enforce his laws, and if I helped spread Wessex's grip northwards, so those bishops and priests and monks and nuns would follow to impose their joyless rules. Yet I was committed now. Committed because of Ethelfled, who was now in Winchester. Weohstan told me that. "The king asked his family to gather," he said gloomily, "ready for his death." Weohstan was a stolid, bold, half-toothless West Saxon who commanded London's garrison. London was supposedly Mercian, but Alfred had ensured that every man of power in the city held allegiance to Wessex, and Weohstan was a good man, unimaginative but diligent. "Except I need money to repair the walls," he grumbled to me. "And they won't give it to me. They send coin to Rome to keep the Pope in ale, yet they won't pay for my wall." "Steal it," I suggested. "Although we've seen it Dane in months," he said. "Except for Segan," I said. "She's a pretty thing," he said, offering me one of his half-toothed smiles. He had offered her shelter while she waited for me. She had no news from Buckingham, but I suspected the hall there, with its barns and storehouses, would be a smouldering ruin as soon as Sigurd returned from his foray to Chester. Finan arrived 2 days later, grinning happily and full of news. "We led Sigurd a dance," he told me, "and danced him straight into the Welsh." "And Heston?" "God knows." Finan told how he and Murrowal had retreated southwards into the deep woods, and how Sigurd had followed them. Jesus, he was eager. He sent horsemen after us on a dozen paths, and we ambushed one group. He gave me a bag of silver, the spoils of the dead who had been cut down beneath the oaks. Sigurd, enraged, had become even less cautious, and tried to encircle his elusive prey by sending men to the west and south, but all he had achieved was to stir up the Welsh, who never need much stirring, and a band of wild Welsh warriors came from the hills to kill the Northmen. Sigurd had held the attackers off with his shield wall, then suddenly retreated northwards. "He must have heard about his ships," I said. "He'll be an unhappy man," Finan said happily. "And I'm a poor one," I said. Buckingham was probably burned, and there were no rents being paid. My men's families were all in London, and Tyre's daughter was sold for a pittance, and Ethelfled was in no position to help. She was in Winchester, close to her ailing father, and her husband was there too. She sent me a letter, but it was bland, even unfriendly, which made me suppose that she knew her correspondence was being read. But I told her of my poverty, and the letter suggested I go to one of her estates in the Thames Valley. The steward there was a man who had fought alongside me at Benfleet, and he, at least, was pleased to see me. He had been crippled in that fight. Though he could walk with a crutch and ride a horse well enough, he lent me money. Luda stayed with me. I told him I would pay for his services when I was wealthy again, and that he was free to go, but he wanted to stay. He was learning to use the sword and shield, and I was glad of his company. 2 of my Frisians left, deciding that they could do better with another lord, and I let them go. I was in the same plight as Heston, my men wondering whether they had sworn their oaths to the wrong man. Then, as the summer waned, Sihtric returned. Chapter 5. It was a summer of hunting and patrolling. Idle men are unhappy men, and so I purchased horses with the silver I had borrowed, and we rode north to explore the borders of Sigurd's land. If Sigurd knew I was there, he did not respond, perhaps fearing another trick like the one that had led his men into a pointless fight with the savage Welsh, but we were not looking for a fight. I did not have enough men to face Sigurd. I flaunted my banner, but in truth it was all a bluff. Heston was still in Chester, though now that garrison was 5 times the size that it had been in the spring. The newcomers were not Heston's warriors, but oathmen of Sigurd and his ally Canute Longsword, and they had come in sufficient numbers to guard the whole circuit of the old fort's walls. They had hung their shields from the palisade and put their banners on the southern gatehouse. Sigurd's badge of the flying raven was displayed next to Canute's flag, which showed an axe and a shattered cross. There was no flag for Heston, which told me he had submitted to one of the 2 greater lords. Murrowal reckoned there were now 1,000 men in the fort. "They try and provoke us," he told me. "They want a fight. You're not giving them one." He shook his head. He had only 150 warriors, and so he retreated whenever Chester's garrison made a sally. "I'm not sure how long we can stay here," he admitted. "Have you asked Lord Ethelred for help?" "I asked," he said bleakly. "And?" "He says we should just watch them," Murrowal said, sounding disgusted. "Ethelred had enough men to provoke war, but he could have taken Chester whenever he wished, but instead he did nothing." I announced my presence by riding close to the walls with my wolf's head banner, and, just as before, Heston could not resist the lure. He brought 12 men this time, but approached me on his own, hands spread wide. He was still grinning. "That was clever, my friend," he greeted me. "Clever?" "Jarl Sigurd was not pleased. He came to rescue me, and you burned his fleet. He's not happy." "I didn't want his happiness." "And he's sworn you'll die." "I think you once swore the same." "I fulfill my oaths," he said. "You break oaths like a clumsy child breaks eggs," I said scornfully. "So who did you bow the knee to? Sigurd?" "To Sigurd," he admitted. "And in return he sent me his son and 700 men." He gestured towards the horsemen who had accompanied him, and I saw the sullen young face of Sigurd Sigurdsson scowling at me. "So who commands here?" I asked. "You or the boy?" "I do," Heston said. "My job is to teach him sense." "Sigurd expects you to do that?" I asked, and Heston had the grace to laugh. He was looking beyond me at the tree line, trying to determine how many men I might have brought to reinforce Murrowal. "Enough to destroy you," I answered his unspoken question. "I doubt that," he said. "Or else you wouldn't be talking, you'd be fighting." That was true enough. "So what did Sigurd promise you in return for your oath?" I asked. "Mercia." It was my turn to laugh. "You get Mercia? Who rules Wessex?" "Whoever Sigurd and Canute decides," he said airily, then smiled. "Maybe you. I think if you grovel, Lord Uhtred, the Jarl Sigurd will forgive you. He'd rather you fought with him than against him. Tell him I'd rather kill him, I said. I gathered my stallion's reins. How is your wife? Bruna's well, he said, looking surprised that I'd asked. Is she still a Christian? I asked. Bruna had been baptized, but I suspected the whole ceremony had been a cynical exercise by Heston to allay Alfred's suspicions. She believes in the Christian God, Heston said, sounding disgusted. She's forever wailing to him. I pray she has a comfortable widowhood, I said. I turned away, but just then a man shouted, and I twisted back to see Sigurd Sigurdsson spurring towards me. Uhtred! He shouted. I curbed the horse, turned, waited. Fight me, he said, dropping from the saddle and drawing his sword. Sigurd, Heston said in warning. I am Sigurd Sigurdsson, the pup shouted. He was glaring up at me, sword ready. Not now, Heston said. Listen to your nursemaid, I told the boy, and that provoked him to swing the blade at me. I parried it with my right foot so that the sword struck the metal of the stirrup. No! Heston shouted. Sigurd spat towards me. You're old, you're frightened. He spat again, then raised his voice. Let men say that Uhtred ran away from Sigurd Sigurdsson. He was eager, he was young. He was a fool. He was a big enough lad, and his sword was a fine blade, but his ambition outstripped his ability. He wanted to make a reputation, and I remembered how I had wanted the same at his age, and how the gods had loved me. Did they love Sigurd Sigurdsson? I said nothing, but kicked my feet from the stirrups and swung myself down from the saddle. I drew serpent breath slowly, smiling at the boy and seeing the first shadow of doubt in his belligerent face. "Please, no!" Heston called. His men had closed up, but so had mine. I held my arms wide, inviting Sigurd to attack. He hesitated, but he had made the challenge. If he did not fight now, then he would look a coward, and that thought was unbearable. And so he leapt towards me, his blade snake fast, and I parried it, surprised at his speed, then pushed him with my free hand so that he staggered back. He slashed again, a wild stroke, and I parried it again. I was letting him attack, doing nothing except defend myself, and that passivity drove him to a greater fury. He had been taught swordcraft, but he forgot the teaching in his rage. He swung wildly, the blows easy to block, and I heard Heston's men calling advice. "Use the point!" "Fight me!" he shouted, and swung again. "Puppy," I said to him, and he was almost weeping in frustration. He sliced the sword at my head, the blade hissing in the summer air, and I just leaned back, and the point whipped past my eyes, and I stepped forward, thrust with my free hand again, only this time I hooked a boot behind his left ankle, and he went down like a hamstrung bullock, and I thrust serpent breath onto his neck. "Grow up before you fight me," I told him. He twisted, and went very still as he felt my sword's point digging into his neck. "Today isn't your day to die, Sigurd Sigurdsson," I said. "Now let go of your sword." He made a mewing noise. "Let go of your sword!" I snarled, and this time he obeyed me. "Was it your father's gift?" I asked him. He said nothing. "It isn't your day to die," I told him again. "But it is a day I want you to remember. The day you challenged Uhtred of Bamborough." I held his gaze for a few heartbeats, then slashed serpent breath fast, using my wrist rather than my arm, so that the tip of her blade sliced into his sword hand. He flinched as the blood spurted, then I stepped away, stooped and picked up his sword. "Tell his father I spared the pup's life," I told Heston. I wiped serpent breath's point on the hem of my cloak, tossed the boy's sword to Osby, my servant, then hauled myself back into the saddle. Sigurd Sigurdsson was clutching his mangled hand. "Give my greetings to your father," I told him, then spurred away. I could almost hear Heston's sigh of relief that the boy still lived. Why did I let him live? Because he was not worth killing. I wanted to provoke his father, and the boy's death would certainly have achieved that, but I did not have the men to fight a war against Sigurd. To do that I needed West Saxon troops. I had to wait until I was ready, until Wessex and Mercia united their forces, and so Sigurd Sigurdsson lived. We did not stay at Chester. We did not have enough force to capture the old fort, and the longer we stayed, the more likely it was that Sigurd would arrive with overwhelming numbers. And so we left Mirowald to screen the fortress, and we went back to Ethelflaed's estate in the valley of the Thames, from where I sent a messenger to Alfred, telling him that Heston had sworn allegiance to Sigurd, and that Chester was now fully garrisoned. I knew Alfred would be too sick to take much note of that news, but I assumed that Edward, or perhaps the Wheaton, would want to know. I received no answer. Summer slid into autumn, and the silence from Winchester was worrying me. We learned from travellers that the king was weaker than ever, that he scarcely left his bed these days, and that his family was in constant attendance. I heard nothing at all from Ethelflaed. "Could have at least thanked you for thwarting Eirich," Phelan grumbled to me one night. He meant Alfred, of course. "He was probably disappointed," I said. That you lived. I smiled at that the treaty never happened. Feenan stared moodily down the hall. The fire in the central hearth was unlit because the evening was warm. My men were quiet at their tables. The dogs sprawled on the rushes. "We need silver," Feenan said bleakly. "I know." How had I become so poor? I'd spent most of my money on that foray north to Elferdale and Nottingham. I still had some silver, but nowhere near enough for my ambition, which was to retake Bamborough, that great fortress by the sea, and to take it I would need men, ships, weapons, food, and time. I needed a fortune. I was living on borrowed money in a shabby hall on Mercia's southern edge. I was living on Ethelflaed's charity, and that seemed to be turning cold because I received no letter from her. I supposed she was under the baleful influence of her family, and their busy priests who were ever ready to tell us how to behave. "Alfred doesn't deserve you," Feenan said. "He has other things on his mind," I said, "like his death." "He wouldn't be alive now if it wasn't for you." "For us," I said. "What has he done for us?" Feenan demanded. "Jesus and his saints, we destroy Alfred's enemies, and he treats us like dog shit." I said nothing. A harpist was playing in the hall's corner, but his music was soft and plungent to match my mood. The light was fading, and 2 servant girls brought rushlights for the table. I watched Ludus slide his hand up a skirt, and wondered that he had remained with me. Though when I asked him, he had said that fortunes rise and fortunes fall, and he sensed mine would rise again. I hoped he was right. "What happened to that Welsh girl of yours?" I called to Luda. "What was her name?" "Teglord. She turned into a bat and flew away." He grinned, though I noted how many men made the sign of the cross. "Maybe we should all turn into bats," I said unhappily. Feenan scowled at the tabletop. "If Alfred doesn't want you," he said uneasily, "then you should join Alfred's enemies." I swore an oath to Ethelflaed. "And she swore one to her husband," he said savagely. "I won't fight against her," I said. "I know I won't leave you," Feenan said, and I knew he meant it. "But not every man here will stay through a hungry winter." "I know," I said. "So let's steal a ship," he urged, "and go Viking." "It's late in the year for that," I said. "God knows how we survive a winter," he grumbled. "We have to do something. Kill someone rich." And just then the guards on the hall door challenged a visitor. The man arrived in mail, helmeted and with a sheathed sword at his waist. Behind him, dim in the fast-gathering darkness, was a woman and 2 children. "I demand entry!" he shouted. "God alive!" Feenan said, recognizing Citric's voice. One of the guards tried to take the sword, but Citric angrily slapped the man aside. "Let the bastard keep his sword," I said, standing, "and let him come in." Citric's wife and 2 sons were behind him, but they stayed at the door as Citric paced up the hall. There was silence. Feenan stood to confront him, but I pushed the Irishman down. "It's my duty," I told Feenan quietly, then walked around the high table's end and jumped down to the rush-covered floor. Citric stopped when he saw me approaching. I had no sword. We did not carry weapons in hall because weapons and ale mix badly, and there was a gasp as Citric drew his long blade. Some of my men stood to intervene, but I waved them down and kept walking towards the naked steel. I stopped just 2 paces from him. "Well?" I demanded harshly. Citric grinned, and I laughed. I embraced him, and he returned the embrace, then held the hilt of his sword to me. "Yours, lord," he said, "as it always was." "Ale!" I shouted to the steward. "Ale and food!" Feenan was gaping as I walked Citric to the high table with my arm about his shoulder. Men were cheering. They had liked Citric, and had been puzzled by his behaviour, but it had all been planned between us. Even the insults had been rehearsed. I had wanted Beotsig to recruit him, and Beotsig had snapped up Citric like a pike attacking a duckling. And I had ordered Citric to stay in Beotsig's employment until he had learned what I needed to know. Now he had come back. "I didn't know where to find you, lord," he said. "So I went to London first, and Whalestan said to come here." Beowulf was dead, he told me. The old man had died in the early summer, just before Sigurd's men crossed his estates to burn Buckingham. "They stayed the night at the hall, lord," he told me. "Sigurd's men. And Sigurd himself, lord. Beotsig fed them." "He's in Sigurd's pay." "Yes, lord," he said, and that was no surprise. "And not just Beotsig, lord. There was a Saxon with Sigurd, lord. A man Sigurd treated with honour. A long-haired man called Sigebrith." "Sigebrith?" I asked. The name was familiar, lurking at the back of my memory, but I could not place him, though I remembered the widow in Buxton saying that a long-haired Saxon had visited Elferdale. "Sigebrith of Kent, lord," Citric said. "Ah." I poured Citric ale. "Sigebrith's father is Ealdorman of Kent, isn't he?" "Ealdorman Sigelf, lord, yes." So Siegebreath is unhappy that Edward is named King of Kent, I guessed. Siegebreath hates Edward, Lord, Sihtric told me. He was grinning, pleased with himself. I had planted him as a spy in Beorhtric's household, and he knew he had done his work well. And it isn't just because Edward is King of Kent, Lord, it's because of a girl, the Lady Egwin. He told you all this? I asked, astonished. He told a slave girl, Lord. He rutted her, and he has a loose tongue when he's rutting, and he told her, and she told Elswith. Elswith was Sihtric's wife. She was sitting in the hall now, eating with her 2 sons. She had been a whore, and I'd advised Sihtric not to marry her, but I had been wrong. She had proved to be a good wife. So who is the Lady Egwin? I asked. She's Bishop Sweethwolf's daughter, Lord, Sihtric explained. Sweethwolf was Bishop of Rochester in Kent, that much I knew, but I had not met the man, nor his daughter. And she preferred Edward to Siegebreath, Sihtric went on. So the bishop's daughter was the girl who Edward had wanted to marry, the girl he had been ordered to abandon because his father disapproved. I heard that Edward was forced to give the girl up, I said. But she ran away with him, Sihtric told me. That's what Siegebreath said. Ran away? I grinned. So where is she now? No one knows. And Edward, I said, is betrothed to Alfred. There must have been some harsh words spoken between father and son, I thought. Edward had always been presented as the ideal heir to Alfred, the son without sin, the prince educated and groomed to be the next king of Wessex. But a smile from a bishop's daughter had evidently undone a lifetime's preaching from his father's priests. So Siegebreath hates Edward, I said. He does, Lord, because he took bishop's daughter away. But would that be enough to make him swear loyalty to Sigurd? No, Lord, Sihtric was grinning. He had kept his biggest news back. He's not sworn to Sigurd, Lord, but to Ethelwald. And that was why Sihtric had returned to me, because he had discovered who the Saxon was, the Saxon whom Elfidel had told me would destroy Wessex, and I wondered why I had not thought of it before. I had considered Beorhtric because he wanted to be king of Mercia, but he was insignificant, and Siegebreath probably wanted to be king of Kent one day, but I could not imagine Siegebreath having the power to ruin Wessex, yet the answer was obvious. It had been there all along, and I'd never thought of it because Ethelwald was such a weak fool. Yet weak fools have ambition, and cunning, and resolve. Ethelwald, I repeated the name. Siegebreath is sworn to him, Lord, and Siegebreath is Ethelwald's messenger to Sigurd. There's something else, Lord. Beorhtric's priest is one-eyed, thin as a straw, and bald. I was thinking about Ethelwald, so it took a moment for me to remember that far-off day when the fools had tried to kill me and the shepherd had saved me with his sling and his flock. Beorhtric wanted me dead, I said. Or his father, Sihtric suggested. Because Sigurd ordered it, I guessed. Or perhaps Ethelwald. And it suddenly seemed so obvious, and I knew what I had to do. I did not want to do it. I had once sworn I would never return to Alfred's court, but next day I rode to Winchester to see the king. Ethelwald. I should have guessed. I had known Ethelwald all my life, and had despised him all that time. He was Alfred's nephew, and he was aggrieved. Alfred, of course, should have killed Ethelwald years before, but some feeling, perhaps affection for his brother's son, or more likely, the guilt that earnest Christians love to feel, had stayed his hand. Ethelwald's father had been Alfred's brother, King Ethelred. Ethelwald, as eldest son of Ethelred, expected to be king of Wessex. He was still a child when his father died, and the Wheaton, the king's council of leading men, had put his uncle, Alfred, onto the throne instead. Alfred had wanted that, and had worked for it, and there were men who still whispered that he was a usurper. Ethelwald had resented the usurpation ever since, but Alfred, instead of murdering his nephew, as I had often recommended, indulged him. He let him keep some of his father's estates. He forgave his constant treachery, and doubtless prayed for him. Ethelwald needed a lot of prayer. He was unhappy, frequently drunk, and perhaps that was why Alfred tolerated him. It was hard to see a drunken fool as a danger to the kingdom. But Ethelwald was now talking with Sigurd. Ethelwald wanted to be king instead of Edward, and to make himself king he had plainly sought the alliance of Sigurd, and Sigurd, of course, would like nothing better than a tame Saxon whose claim to the throne of Wessex was every bit as good as Edward's, indeed better, which meant Sigurd's invasion of Wessex would have the spurious gloss of legitimacy. 6 of us rode south through Wessex. I took Osferth, Sihtric, Raiper, Eadrich, and Luda. I left Finan in command of the rest of my men, and with a promise. If there's no gratitude in Winchester, I said, then we go north. We must do something, Finan said. I promise, I told him. We'll go Viking, we'll thrive, but I must give Alfred one last chance. Finan did not much care which side we fought for, so long as we were fighting profitably, and I understood how he felt. If my ambition was to one day retake Bamborough, His was to return to Ireland to take revenge on the man who had destroyed his wealth and family, and for that he needed silver as much as I did. Feenan, of course, was a Christian, though he never allowed that to interfere with his pleasures, and he would have happily used his sword to attack Wessex, if at the end of the fighting there was money enough to equip an expedition back to Ireland. I knew he believed my journey to Winchester was a waste of time. Alfred did not like me. Ethelfled appeared to have distanced herself from me, and Feenan believed I was going to beg from folk who should have shown gratitude from the start. And there were times on that journey when I thought Feenan was right. I had fought to help Wessex survive for so many years now, and I put so many of her enemies beneath the ground, and to show for it, I had nothing but an empty purse. Yet I also had a reluctant allegiance. I have broken oaths, I have changed sides, I have scrambled through the thorns of loyalty, yet I had meant it when I told Oswald that I wanted to be the sword of the Saxons instead of the shield of Mercia. And so I would make one last visit to the heart of Saxon Britain to discover whether they wanted my sword or not. And if not, I had friends in the north. There was Ragnar, closer than a friend, a man I loved as a brother, and he would help me. And if the price I had to pay was eternal enmity for Wessex, then so be it. I rode, not as the beggar that Feenan thought I was, but vengefully. It rained as we neared Winchester, a soft rain on a soft land, on fields rich with good earth, on villages that showed prosperity, and had new churches and thick thatch, and no gaunt skeletons of burned house-beams. The halls grew larger, because men liked to have their land near power. There were two powers in Wessex, king and church, and the churches, like the halls, grew larger as we neared the city. No wonder the Northmen wanted this land. Who would not? The cattle were plump, the barns full, and the girls were pretty. "It's time you got married," I told Oswald as we passed an open-doored barn, where two fair-haired girls winnowed grain on a threshing floor. "I've thought of it," he said gloomily. "Just thought?" He half smiled. "You believe in destiny, Lord," he said. "And you don't?" I asked. Oswald and I were riding a few paces ahead of the others. "And what does destiny have to do with a girl in your bed?" "Non ingrediatur mamser hoc est discortu natus in ecclesiam domini," he said, and gave me a very sombre look. "Usque ad decimum generationem." "Both Father Biocca and Father Willibald tried to teach me Latin," I said, "and they both failed." "It comes from the Scriptures, Lord," he said, "from the book of Deuteronomy, and it means a bastard isn't allowed into the church, and it warns that the curse will last for 10 generations. I stared at him in disbelief. "You were training to be a priest when I met you." "And I left my training," he said. "I had to. How could I be a priest when God bans me from his congregation?" "So you can't be a priest," I said, "but you can be married." "Usque ad decimum generationem," he said. "My children would be cursed, and their children too, and every child for 10 generations. So every bastard is doomed." "God tells us that, Lord." "Then he's a bloody-minded God," I said savagely, then saw that his distress was real. "It wasn't your fault that Alfred played piggyback with a servant girl." "True, Lord." "So how can his sin affect you?" "God is not always fair, Lord, but he is just within his rules." "Just? So if I can't catch a thief, I should whip his children instead, and you'd call me just?" "God abhors sin, Lord, and what better way to avert sin than threaten it with the direst punishment?" He edged his horse to the left side of the road to allow a string of pack-horses to pass by. They were travelling northwards, carrying fleeces. "If God didn't punish us severely," Oswald went on, "then what is to stop sin spreading?" "I like sin," I said, and nodded to the horsemen whose servants led the pack-horses. "Does Alfred live?" I asked him. "Scarcely," the man said. He made the sign of the cross and nodded thanks when I wished him a safe journey. Oswald frowned at me. "Why did you bring me here, Lord?" he asked. "Why not?" "You could have brought Feenan, but you chose me." "You don't want to see your father?" He said nothing for a while, then turned to me, and I saw there were tears in his eyes. "Yes, Lord." "That's why I brought you," I said. And just then we turned a bend in the road, and Winchester was beneath us, its new church rearing high above the huddle of roofs. Winchester was, of course, the chief of Alfred's boroughs, those towns fortified against the Danes. It was surrounded by a deep ditch, flooded in places, beyond which was a high earthen bank topped by a palisade of oak trunks. There are few things worse than assaulting such a place. The defenders, like Heston's men at Benfleet, hold all the advantage and can rain weapons and stones on the attackers, who have to struggle through obstacles and try to climb ladders that are being hacked apart by axes. Alfred's boroughs were what made Wessex safe. The Danes could still ravage the countryside, but everything of value would be pulled inside the borough walls, and the Danes could only ride around those walls and make empty threats. The surest way to capture a borough was to starve its garrison into submission, but that could take weeks or months, and for all that time the besiegers would be vulnerable to troops coming from other fortresses. The alternative was to throw men at the walls and watch them die in the ditch. The Danes were never profligate with men. The boroughs were strongholds, too strong for the Danes, and Bamborough, I thought, was tougher than any borough. The northern gateway to Winchester was now made of stone, and guarded by a dozen men who barred the open arch. Their leader was a small, grizzled man with fierce eyes, who waved his troops away when he saw me. "It's Grimric, Lord," he said, obviously expecting to be recognized. "You were at Benfleet," I guessed. "I was, Lord," he said, pleased that I remembered. "Where you did great slaughter," I said, hoping it was true. "We showed the bastards how Saxons fight, Lord, didn't we?" he said, grinning. "I keep telling these lily boys that you know how to give a man a real fight." He jerked a thumb at his men, all of whom were youngsters, pulled away from their farms or shops to serve their term of weeks in the borough's garrison. "They're still wet with Mamma's milk, Lord," Grimric said. I gave him a coin I could scarce afford to give, but such things are expected of a lord. "Buy the mail," I told Grimric. "I shall, Lord," he said, "and I knew you'd come. I have to tell them you're here, of course, but I knew everything would be all right." "All right?" I asked, puzzled by his words. "I knew it would be, Lord," he grinned, and waved us on. I went to the Two Cranes, where the owner knew me. He shouted at his servants to look after our horses, brought us ale, and gave us a large chamber at the back of the tavern, where the straw was clean. The landlord was a one-armed man with a beard so long that he tucked its lower end into a wide leather belt. He was called Cunrich, had lost his lower arm fighting for Alfred, and had owned the Two Cranes for over 20 years, and there was not much that went on in Winchester that he did not know about. "The churchmen rule," he told me. "Not Alfred? Poor bastard, sick as a drunken dog. It's a miracle he still lives." "And Edward's under the thumb of the clergy?" I asked. "The clergy," Cunrich said, "his mother and the Wheaton. But he's not nearly as pious as they think. You heard about the Lady Egwin, the bishop's daughter?" "That's the one. And she was a lovely thing, God knows. Just a little girl she was, but so beautiful." "She's dead?" "Died giving birth." I stared at him, the implications tumbling in my head. "Are you sure?" "God's teeth, I know the woman who midwifed her. Edwin produced twins, a boy called Ethelstan and a girl called Egwith, but the poor mother died that same night." "Edward was the father?" I asked, and Cunrich nodded. "Twin royal bastards," I said softly. Cunrich shook his head. "But are they bastards?" He kept his voice low. "Edward claims he married her. His father says it wasn't legal, and his father wins that argument, and they kept the whole thing quiet. God knows they paid the midwife well enough. The children lived. They're in St. Hedda's nunnery with the Lady Ethelfled." I stared into the fire. So the perfect heir had proved as sinful as the next man, and Alfred was sweeping away the fruits of that sin, tucking them into a nunnery and hoped no one would notice them. "Poor Edward," I said. "He's marrying Ethelfled now," Cunrich said, "which pleases Alfred." "And he already has 2 children," I said in wonderment. "It's a royal mess. You say Ethelfled is in St. Hedda's?" "Locked away there," Cunrich said. He knew of my attachment to Ethelfled, and his tone suggested she had been locked away to keep her from me. "Her husband's here, in Alfred's palace. The whole family are here, even Ethelwald. Ethelwald came here 2 weeks back, weeping and wailing for his uncle. Ethelwald was braver than I thought. He had made his allegiance with the Danes. It was brazen enough to come to his dying uncle's court. "Is he still drunk?" I asked. "Not that I know of. He hasn't been in here. They say he spends his time praying." He spoke scornfully, and I laughed. "We're all praying," he finished glumly, meaning that everyone worried about what happened when Alfred died. "And St. Hedda's?" I asked. "Is it still Abbess Hildegith?" "She's a saint herself, Lord. Yes, she's still there." I took Osworth to St. Hedda's. The rain was just spitting, making the streets greasy. The convent lay on the northern edge of the town, just inside the earthen bank with its high palisade. The only door to the nunnery lay at the end of a long, muddy alley that, just like the last time I'd visited, was crowded with beggars who were waiting for the alms and food that the nuns distributed morning and evening. The beggars shuffled out of our way. They were nervous because Osworth and I were both in mail, and both carrying swords. Some held out hands or wooden bowls, but I ignored them, puzzled by the presence of 3 soldiers at the nunnery door. The 3 wore helmets and carried spears, swords, and shields, and as we approached they stepped away from the door to bar our path. "You can't go inside, Lord," one of them said. "You know who I am?" "You're the Lord Uhtred," the man said respectfully, "and you can't go inside." "The abbess is an old friend," I said, and that was true. Hilda was a friend, a saint, and a woman I had loved, but it seemed I was not allowed to visit her. The leader of the 3 soldiers was a well-set man, not young, but with broad shoulders and a confident face. His sword was sheathed, but I did not doubt he would draw it if I tried to force my way past him, but nor did I doubt that I could beat him down into the mud. Yet there were 3 of them, and I knew Osferth would not fight against West Saxon soldiers who guarded a convent. I shrugged. "You can give the Abbess Hilda a message?" I asked. "I can do that, Lord. Tell her Uhtred came to visit her." He nodded, and I heard the beggars gasp behind me, and turned to see even more soldiers filling up the alley. I recognized their commander, a man called Godric, who had served under Weohstan. He led 7 helmeted men, who, like those guarding the convent, had shields and spears. They were ready for battle. "I'm asked to take you to the palace, Lord," Godric greeted me. "You need spears to do that?" Godric ignored the question, gesturing back down the alley instead. "You'll come?" "With pleasure," I said, and followed him back through the town. The people in the streets watched us pass in silence. Osferth and I had kept our swords, but we still looked as though we were prisoners under escort, and when we reached the palace gate, a steward insisted we give up those weapons. That was normal. Only the king's bodyguards were allowed to carry weapons inside the palace precincts, and so I handed serpent breath to the stewards, and followed Godric past Alfred's private chapel to a small, low, thatched building. "You're asked to wait inside, Lord," he said, indicating the door. We waited in a windowless room that was furnished with 2 benches, a reading desk and a crucifix. Godric's men stayed outside, and when I tried to leave, spears barred my way. "We want food," I said, "and ale, and a bucket to piss in." "Are we under arrest?" Osferth asked me after the food and bucket had been brought. "It looks that way." "Why?" "I don't know," I said. I ate the bread and hard cheese, and then, though the room's earth floor was damp, I lay down and tried to sleep. It was dusk before Godric returned. He was still courteous. "You'll come with me, Lord," he said, and Osferth and I followed him through familiar courtyards to one of the smaller halls, where a fire burned bright in the hearth. There were painted leather hangings on the walls, each showing a different West Saxon saint, while at the hall's high end, at a table spread with a blue-dyed cloth, sat 5 churchmen. 3 were strangers to me, but I recognized the other 2, and neither was a friend. Bishop Asser, the poisonous Welsh priest who was Alfred's closest confidant, was one, while Bishop Erkenwald was the other. They flanked a thin-shouldered man whose tonsured hair was white above a face as lean as a starving weasel's. He had a blade for a nose, intelligent eyes, and pinched narrow lips that could not hide his crooked teeth. The 2 priests at either end of the table were much younger, and each had a quill, an inkpot, and a sheet of parchment. They were there, it seemed, to take notes. "Bishop Erkenwald," I greeted him, then looked at Asser. "I don't think I know you." "Take that hammer from his neck," Asser said to Godric. "Touch that hammer," I told Godric, "and I'll dump your ass in the fire." "Enough!" The starving weasel slapped the table. The inkpots jumped. The 2 clerk priests were scratching away. "I am Pledgemund," the man told me. "High Sorcerer of Canterbury?" I asked. He stared at me with obvious dislike, then drew a sheet of parchment towards him. "You have some explaining to do," he said. "And no lies this time," Asser spat. Years before, in this same hall, I had been tried by the Wheaton for offences of which, in truth, I was wholly guilty. The chief witness of my crimes had been Asser, but I had lied my way out, and he had known I had lied, and he had despised me ever since. I frowned at him. "What is your name?" I asked. "You remind me of someone." "He was a Welsh arsling, a rat-like little shit, but I killed him, so you can't be the same man." "Lord Uhtred," Bishop Erkenwald said tiredly, "please do not insult us." Erkenwald and I were not fond of each other, but in his time as Bishop of London he had proved an efficient ruler, and he had not stood in my way before Benfleet. Indeed, his skills as an organizer had contributed mightily to that victory. "What do you want explained?" I asked. Archbishop Pledgemund pulled a candle across the table to illuminate the parchment. "We have been told of your activities this summer," he said. "And you want to thank me?" I said. The cold, sharp eyes stared at me. Pledgemund had become famous as a man who denied himself every pleasure, whether it was food, women, or luxury. He served his god by being uncomfortable, by praying in lonely places, and by being a hermit priest. Why folk think that admirable, I do not know, but he was held in awe by the Christians, who were all enlightened when he abandoned his hermit's discomfort to become archbishop. "In the spring," he said in a thin, precise voice. "You had a meeting with a man who calls himself Jarl Heston, following which meeting you rode north into the country possessed by Canute Ranulfsson, where you consulted the witch Elfidel. From there you went to Nottingham, presently occupied by Sigurd Thorson, and thereafter to the Jarl Heston again." "All true," I said easily. "Only you've left some things out." "Ah, here come the lies," Asa snarled. I frowned at him. "Was your mother straining at stool when you were born?" Pledgermoon slapped the table again. "What have we left out?" "The small truth that I burned Sigurd's fleet." Osferth had been looking increasingly alarmed at the hostility in the room, and now, without a word to me, and without any demurral from the clerics at the linen-covered table, he edged back to the door. I let him go. It was me they wanted. "The fleet was burned, we know," Pledgermoon said. "And we know the reason." "Tell me." "It was a sign to the Danes that there can be no retreat across the water. Sigurd Thorson is telling his followers that their fate is to capture Wessex, and as proof of that fate he burned his own ships to demonstrate that there can be no withdrawal." "You believe that?" I asked. "It is the truth," Asa snapped. "You wouldn't know the truth if it was rammed down your throat with an axe handle," I said. "And no northern lord will burn his ships. They cost gold. I burned them, and Sigurd's men tried to kill me when I did." No one doubts that you were there when they were burned," Erkenwall said. "And you do not deny consulting the witch Elfidel?" Pledgermund asked. "No," I said, "nor do I deny destroying the Danish armies at Farnham and at Benfleet last year." "No one denies that you have done past service," Pledgermund said. "When it suited you," Asa added acidly. "And do you deny slaying the Abbot Deorlaf at Buxton?" Pledgermund asked. "I gutted him like a plump fish," I said. "You don't deny it?" Asa sounded astonished. "I'm proud of it," I said, "and of the other 2 monks I killed." "Note that!" Asa hissed at the clerk priests who hardly needed his encouragement. They were scribbling away. "Last year," Bishop Erkenwall said, "you refused to give an oath of loyalty to the Atheling Edward." "True." "Why?" "Because I'm tired of Wessex," I said. "Tired of priests, tired of being told what your God's will is, tired of being told that I'm a sinner, tired of your endless damn nonsense, tired of that nailed tyrant you call God who only wants us to be miserable. And I refuse to give the oath because my ambition is to go back north to Bamborough and to kill the men who hold it, and I cannot do that if I am sworn to Edward, and he wants something different of me." That might not have been the most tactful speech, but I was not feeling tactful. Someone, I assumed Ethelred, had done their best to destroy me, and had deployed the power of the Church to do that, and I was determined to fight the miserable bastards. It seemed I was succeeding, at least in making them even more miserable. Pledgermund was grimacing, Asa making the sign of the cross, and Erkenwald's eyes were closed. The 2 young priests were writing faster than ever. "Nailed tyrant," one of them repeated slowly as his quill scratched on the parchment. "And who had the clever idea to send me to East Anglia so Sigurd could kill me?" I demanded. "King Eorich assures us that Sigurd went without his invitation, and that had he known he would have launched an attack on those forces," Pledgermund said. "Eorich is an arseling," I said. "And in case you didn't know, Archbishop, an arseling is a thing like Bishop Asa that is squirted out of an arse." "You will be respectful," Pledgermund snarled, glaring at me. "Why?" I demanded. He blinked at that. Asa was whispering in his ear, the sibilants urgent and demanding, while Bishop Erkenwald tried to discover something useful from me. "What did the witch Elfidel tell you?" he asked. "That the Saxon would destroy Wessex," I said, "and that the Danes would win and Wessex would be no more." All 3 were checked by that. They might have been Christians, and important Christians at that, but they were not immune to the real gods and their magic. They were scared, though none made the sign of the cross, because to have done so would have been an admission that the pagan prophetess might have some access to the truth, a thing they would want to deny to each other. "And who is the Saxon?" Asa hissed the question. "That," I said, "is what I came to Winchester to tell the king." "So tell us," Pledgermund demanded. "I'll tell the king," I said. "You sneak," Asa said. "You thief in the night. The Saxon who will destroy Wessex is you." I spat to show my derision, but the spittle did not reach the table. "You came here," Erkenwald said wearily, "because of a woman." "Adulterer," Asa snarled. "That is the only explanation for your presence here," Erkenwald said, then looked at the Archbishop. "Sicut canis qui revertiter ad vomitum suum. Sic imprudens qui iterat stultitium suum," the Archbishop intoned. I thought for a moment they were cursing me, but little Bishop Asa could not resist demonstrating his learning by providing me with a translation. As the dog returns to its vomit, so the fool returns to his filth. The words of God, Erkenwald said. And we must decide what to do with you, Pledgermund said, and at those words Godric's men moved closer. I was aware of their spears behind me. A log cracked in the fire, shooting sparks onto the rushes that began to smoke. Normally a servant or one of the soldiers would have rushed forward to stamp out the tiny fire, but no one moved. They wanted me dead. It has been demonstrated to us, Pledgermund broke the silence, that you have been consorting with our king's enemies, that you have conspired with them, that you have eaten their bread and taken their salt. Worse, you have admitted to slaying the holy Abbot Deolaf and 2 of his brethren, and— The holy Abbot Deolaf, I interrupted him, was in league with the witch Elfidel, and the holy Abbot Deolaf wished to kill me. What was I supposed to do, turn the other cheek? You will be silent, Pledgermund said. I took 2 steps forward and ground out the burning rushes with my boot. One of Godric's soldiers, thinking I was about to attack the clergyman, had drawn back his spear, and I turned and looked at him. Just looked. He reddened, and, very slowly, the spear went down. I have fought your king's enemies, I said, still gazing at the spearman, but then turning towards Pledgermund. As Bishop Erkenwald well knows, while other men cowered behind borough walls, I was leading your king's army. I stood in the shield wall. I cut down foemen. I reddened the soil with the blood of your enemies. I burned ships. I took the fort at Benfleet. And you wear the hammer. Asser's voice was shrill. He was pointing at my amulet with a shaking finger. It is the symbol of our enemies, the very sign of those who would torture Christ again, and you wear it even in the court of our king. What did your mother do? I asked. Fart like a mare, and there you were? Enough, Pledgermund said tiredly. It was not hard to guess who had dripped poison in their ears. My cousin Ethelred. He was the titular lord of Mercia, the closest thing that country had to a king, yet every man knew that he was a puppy on a West Saxon leash. He wanted that leash cut, and when Alfred died, he would doubtless look for a crown, and for a new wife, the old being Ethelfled, who had added horns to his leash. A leashed and horned puppy who wanted revenge, and wanted me dead, because he knew there were too many men in Mercia who would follow me rather than him. It is our duty to decide your fate, Pledgermund said. The Norns do that, I said, at Yggdrasil's root. Heathen, Asser hissed. The kingdom must be protected, the archbishop went on, ignoring both of us. It must have the shield of faith and the sword of righteousness, and there is no place in God's kingdom for a man of no faith, a man who could turn against us at any moment. Uhtred of Bamborough, I must tell you— But whatever he was about to tell me went untold, because the door at the hall's end creaked open. The king wants to see him, a familiar voice said. I turned to see Stayapa standing there. Good Stayapa, commander of Alfred's household troops, a peasant slave who had risen to become a great warrior, a man daft as a barrel of loam and strong as an ox, a friend, a man as true as any I have known. The king, he said in his stolid voice. What? Pledgermund began. The king wants me, you snaggle-toothed bastard, I told him, then looked at the spearman who had threatened me. If you ever point a blade at me again, I promised him, I'll rip your belly open and feed your entrails to my dogs. The Norns were probably laughing, and I went to see the king. Part 2. Death of a King. Chapter 6. Alfred lay swathed in woolen blankets and propped against a great cushion. Osferth sat on the bed, his hand held by his father. The king's other hand lay on a bejewelled book, I assumed a gospel book. Just outside the room in a long passageway, Brother John and 4 members of his choir were singing a doleful chant. The room stank, despite the herbs scattered on the floor and the great candles that burned in tall wooden sticks. Some of them were Alfred's prized candle clocks, their bands marking the hours as the king's life leaked away. 2 priests stood against one wall of Alfred's chamber, while opposite them was a great panel of leather on which the crucifixion was painted. Stayapa pushed me into the room and shut the door on me. Alfred looked dead already. Indeed, I might have thought him a corpse if he had not pulled his hand away from Osferth, who was in tears. The king's long face was pale as fleece, with sunken eyes, sunken cheeks, and dark shadows. His hair had thinned and gone white. His gums had pulled back from his remaining teeth. His unshaven chin was stained with spittle, while the hand on the book was mere skin-covered bones, on which a great ruby shone, the ring too big now for his skeletal finger. His breath was shallow, though his voice was remarkably strong. "Behold the sword of the Saxons," he greeted me. "I see your son has a loose tongue, Lord King," I said. I went onto one knee until he feebly gestured for me to stand. He looked at me from his pillow, and I looked at him, and the monks chanted just beyond the door, and a candle guttered to spew a thick twist of smoke. "I'm dying, Lord Uhtred," Alfred said. "Yes, Lord." "And you look healthy as a bullock," he said with a grimace that was meant to be a smile. "You always had the capacity to irritate me, didn't you? It isn't tactful to look healthy in front of a dying king, but I rejoice for you." His left hand stroked the gospel book. "Tell me what will happen when I'm dead," he commanded me. "Your son Edward will rule, Lord." He gazed at me, and I saw the intelligence in those sunken eyes. "Don't tell me what you think I want to hear," he said with a touch of his old asperity, "but what you believe." "Your son Edward will rule, Lord," I repeated. He nodded slowly, believing me. "He's a good son," Alfred said, almost as if he was trying to persuade himself of that. "He fought well at Benfleet. You would have been proud of him, Lord." Alfred nodded tiredly. "So much is expected of a king," he said. "He must be brave in battle, wise in counsel, just in judgment." "You have been all those things, Lord," I said, not flattering him, but telling the truth. "I tried," he said. "God knows I did try." He closed his eyes, and was silent for so long that I wondered if he had fallen asleep, and whether I should leave. But then his eyes opened, and he gazed at the smoke-darkened ceiling. Somewhere deep in the palace a hound barked shrilly, then suddenly stopped. Alfred frowned in thought, then turned his head to look at me. "You spent time with Edward last summer," he said. "I did, Lord." "Is he wise?" "He's clever, Lord," I said. "Many folk are clever, Lord Uhtred, but very few are wise." "Men learn wisdom through experience, Lord," I said. "Some do," Alfred said tartly. "But will Edward learn?" I shrugged, because it was not a question I could answer. "I worry," Alfred said, "that his passions will rule him." I glanced at Osveth. "As yours ruled you, Lord, once." "Omnis henem peccaverunt," Alfred said softly. "All have sinned," Osveth translated, and received a smile from his father. "I worry that he is headstrong," Alfred said, talking of Edward again. I was surprised that he talked so openly of his heir, but of course it was the one thing that preyed on his mind in those last days. Alfred had dedicated his life to the preservation of Wessex, and he desperately wanted reassurance that all his achievements would not be thrown away by his successor, and so deep was that worry that he could not let the subject alone. He wanted that reassurance so badly. "You leave him with good counsel, Lord," I said, not because I believed it, but because he wanted to hear it. Many men of the Wheaton were indeed good counsellors. There were too many churchmen like Plegimund whose advice I would never trust. "And a king can reject all counsel," Alfred said, "because in the end it is always the king's decision. It is the king's responsibility. It is the king who is wise or foolish. And if the king is foolish, what will happen to the kingdom?" "You worry, Lord," I said, "because Edward did what all young men do." "He is not like other young men," Alfred said sternly, "but born to privilege and duty." "And a girl's smile," I said, "can erode duty faster than flame melts frost." He stared at me. "So you know," he said after a long while. "Yes, Lord, I know." Alfred sighed. "He said that it was passion, that it was love. Kings don't marry for love, Lord Uhtred. They marry to make their kingdom safe. And she wasn't right," he said firmly. "She was brazen. She was shameless." "Then I wish I'd known her, Lord," I said. Alfred laughed, though the effort hurt him, and the laugh turned to a groan. Osveth had no idea what we talked about, and I gave him the slightest shake of my head to show that he should not ask, and that I thought of the words that would give Alfred the reassurance he wanted. "At Benfleet, Lord," I said, "I stood beside Edward in a shield wall, and a man cannot hide his character in a shield wall, and I learned that your son is a good man. I promise you, he is a man to be proud of." I hesitated, then nodded at Osveth. "As are all your sons." I saw the king's hand tighten on Osveth's fingers. "Osveth is a good man," Alfred said, "and I am proud of him." Alfred patted his bastard son's hand and looked back to me. "And what else will happen?" he asked. "Ethelwald will make an attempt to take the throne," I said. "He swears not," He swears easily, Lord. You should have cut his throat 20 years ago. People say the same about you, Lord Uhtred. Maybe you should have taken their advice, Lord. His mouth showed the ghost of a smile. Ethelwald is a sorry creature, he said, without discipline or sense. He's not a danger, just a reminder of our fallibility. He's talked to Sigurd, I said, and he has disaffected allies in both Kent and Mercia. That's why I came to Winchester, Lord, to warn you of this. Alfred gazed at me for a long time, then sighed. He's always dreamed of being king, he said. Time to kill him and his dream, Lord, I said firmly. Give me the word and I'll rid you of him. Alfred shook his head. He's my brother's son, Alfred said, and a weak man. I don't want my family's blood on my hands when I stand before God at the judgment seat. So you let him live? He's too weak to be dangerous. No one in Wessex will support him. Very few will, Lord, I said. So he'll go back to Sigurd and Canute. They will invade Mercia and then Wessex. There will be battles. I hesitated. And in those battles, Lord, Canute, Sigurd and Ethelwald will die, but Edward and Wessex will be safe. He considered that glib statement for a moment, then sighed. And Mercia? Not every man in Mercia loves Wessex. The Mercian lords must choose sides, Lord, I said. Those who support Wessex will be on the winning side. The others will be dead. Mercia will be ruled by Edward. I told him what he wanted to hear, but also what I believed. Strange that. I'd been left confused by Elfridel's predictions, yet when I was asked to foretell the future, I had no hesitation. How can you be so sure? Alfred asked. Did the witch Elfridel tell you all that? No, Lord. She told me the very opposite. She was only telling me what Jarl Canute wanted her to say. The gift of prophecy, Alfred said sternly, would not be given to a pagan. Yet you asked me to tell the future, Lord, I asked mischievously, and was rewarded by another grimace that was intended as a smile. So how can you be sure? Alfred asked. We've learned how to fight the Northmen, Lord, I said, but they haven't learned how to fight us. When you have boroughs, then the defender has all the advantages. They will attack, we will defend, they will lose, we shall win. You make it sound simple, Alfred said. Battle is simple, Lord. Maybe that's why I'm good at it. I have been wrong about you, Lord Uhtred. No, Lord. No? I love the Danes, Lord. But you are a sword of the Saxons. We're bid full a red, Lord, I said. He closed his eyes momentarily. He lay so still that for a few heartbeats I feared he was dying, but then he opened his eyes again and frowned towards the smoke-blackened rafters. He tried to suppress a moan, but it escaped anyway, and I saw the pain pass across his face. That is so hard, he said. There are potions that help with pain, Lord, I said helplessly. He shook his head slowly. Not pain, Lord Uhtred. We are born to pain. No. Fate is difficult. Is all ordained? Foreknowledge is not fate. We may choose our paths, yet fate says we may not choose them. So if fate is real, do we have choice? I said nothing, letting him puzzle that unanswerable question for himself. He looked at me. What would you have your fate be? He asked. I would recapture Bamborough, Lord, and when I find myself on my deathbed, I wanted to be in Bamborough's high hall with the sound of her sea filling my ears. And I have brother John filling my ears, Alfred said, amused. He tells them they must open their mouths like hungry little birds, and they do. He put his right hand back on Osferth's hand. They want me to be a hungry little bird. They feed me thin gruel, Lord Uhtred, and insist that I eat. I don't want to eat. He sighed. My son, he meant Osferth, tells me you are a poor man. Why? Did you not capture a fortune at Dunholm? I did, Lord. You wasted it? I wasted it in your service, Lord, on men, mail and weapons, on guarding the frontier of Mercia, on equipping an army to defeat Heston. Nervi bellorum pecuniae, Alfred said. Your scriptures, Lord? A wise Roman, Lord Uhtred, who said that money is the sinews of war. He knew what he was talking about, Lord. Alfred closed his eyes, and I could see the pain cross his face again. His mouth tightened as he suppressed a groan. The smell in the room grew ranker. there is a lump in my belly," he said, "like a stone." He paused and again tried to stifle a groan. A single tear escaped. "I watch the candle clocks," he said, "and wonder how many bands will burn before—" He hesitated. "I measure my life by inches. You will come back tomorrow, Lord Uhtred?" "Yes, Lord." "I have given my—" He paused, then patted Osferth's hand. "My son," he said, "a charge." He opened his eyes and looked at me. "My son is charged with converting you to the true faith." "Yes, Lord," I said, not knowing what else to say. I saw the tears on Osferth's face. Alfred looked at the great leather panel which showed the crucifixion. "Do you notice anything strange about that painting?" he asked me. I stared at it. Jesus hung from the cross, blood-streaked, the sinews in his arms stretching against the dark sky behind. "No, Lord," I said. "He's dying," Alfred said. That seemed obvious, and so I said nothing. "In every other depiction I have seen our Lord's death," the king went on. "He is smiling on the cross, but not in this one. In this painting his head is hanging. He is in pain." "Yes, Lord." "Archbishop Pledgermoon reproved the painter," Alfred said, "because he believes our Lord conquered pain and so will have smiled to the end. But I like the painting. It reminds me that my pain is as nothing compared to his." "I would you had no pain, Lord," I said awkwardly. He ignored that. He still gazed at the agonized Christ, then grimaced. "He wore a crown of thorns," he said in a tone of wonderment. "Men want to be king," he went on, "but every crown has thorns. I told Edward that wearing the crown is hard. So hard. One last thing." He turned his head from the painting and raised his left hand, and I saw what an effort it took to lift that pathetic hand from the Gospel book. "I would have you swear an oath of loyalty to Edward. That way I can die in the knowledge that you will fight for us." "I will fight for Wessex," I said. "The oath," he said sternly. "And I will give an oath," I said. His shrewd eyes stared at me. "To my daughter?" he asked, and I saw Osferth stiffen. "To your daughter, Lord," I agreed. He seemed to shudder. "In my laws, Lord Uhtred, adultery is not just a sin, but a crime." "You would make criminals of all mankind, Lord." He half smiled at that. "I love Ethelfled," he said. "She was always the liveliest of my children, but not the most obedient." His hand dropped back onto the Gospel book. "Leave me now, Lord Uhtred. Come back tomorrow." If he was still alive, I thought. I knelt to him, then Osferth and I left. We walked in silence to a cloistered courtyard, where the last roses of summer had dropped their petals on the damp grass. We sat on a stone bench and listened to the mournful chants echoing from the passageway. "The Archbishop wanted me dead," I said. "I know," Osferth said. "So I went to my father." "I'm surprised they let you see him." "I had to argue with the priests who guard him," he said with a half-smile. "But he heard the argument." "And called you to see him?" "He sent a priest to summon me." "And you told him what was happening to me?" "Yes, Lord." "Thank you," I said. "And you made your peace with Alfred?" Osferth gazed unseeing into the dark. "He said he was sorry, Lord, that I am what I am, and that it was his fault, and that he would intervene for me in heaven." "I'm glad," I said, not sure how else to respond to such nonsense. "And I told him, Lord, that if Edward was to rule, then Edward needed you." "Edward will rule," I said. Then I told him about the Lady Egwin and the twin babies hidden away in the nunnery. "Edward was only doing what his father did," I said, "but it will cause problems." "Problems?" "Are the babies legitimate?" I asked. "Alfred says not, but once Alfred dies, then Edward can declare otherwise." "Oh God," Osferth said, seeing the difficulties so far in the future. "What they should do, of course," I said, "is strangle the little bastards." "Lord," Osferth said, shocked. "But they won't. Your family was never ruthless enough." It had begun to rain harder, the drops beating on the tile and thatch of the palace roofs. There was no moon, no stars, just clouds in darkness, and the hard rain teeming and the wind sighing about the scaffolded tower of Alfred's great new church. I went to St. Hedda's. The guards were gone, the alleyway dark, and I beat on the convent door till someone answered. Next day the king and his bed had been moved to the larger hall, where Pledgermund and his colleagues had thought to condemn me. The crown was on the bed, its bright emeralds reflecting the fire which filled the high chamber with smoke and heat. The room was crowded, stinking of men and the king's decay. Bishop Asser was there, as was Erkenwald, though the archbishop had evidently found other business to keep him from the king's presence. A score of West Saxon lords were there. One of them was Ethelhelm, whose daughter was to marry Edward. I liked Ethelhelm, who now stood close behind Elswith, Alfred's wife, who did not know which he resented more, my existence or the strange truth that Wessex did not recognize the rank of queen. She watched me balefully. Her children flanked her. Ethelfled, at 29, was the eldest. Then came her brother Edward, then Ethelgifu, and lastly Ethelweird, who was just 16. Elfrith, Alfred's third daughter, was not there because she had been married to a king across the water in Francia. Steapa was there, looming above my dear old friend Father Beocca, who was now stooped and white-haired. Brother John and his monks sang softly. Not all of the choir were monks. Some were small boys robed in pale linen, and with a shock I recognized my son, Uhtred, as one of them. I have been, I confess, a bad father. I loved my two youngest children, but my eldest, who, in the tradition of my family, had taken my name, was a mystery. Instead of wishing to learn swordcraft and spear skill, he had become a Christian. A Christian! And now, with the other boys of the cathedral choir, he sang like a little bird. I glared at him, but he resolutely avoided my gaze. I joined the ealdormen who stood at one side of the hall. They, with the senior clerics, formed the king's council, the Wheaton, and they had business to discuss, though none did it with any enthusiasm. A grant of land was given to a monastery, and payment authorized for the masons who were working on Alfred's new church. A man who had failed to pay his fine for the crime of manslaughter was pardoned because he had done good service with Weohstan's forces at Benfleet. Some men looked at me when that victory was mentioned, but no one asked if I remembered the man. The king took little part, except to raise a weary hand to signify his assent. All this while a clerk was standing behind a desk where he wrote a manuscript. I thought at first he was making a record of the proceedings, but two other clerks were evidently doing that, while the man at the desk was mainly copying from another document. He seemed very conscious of everyone's gaze, and was red in the face, though perhaps that was the heat from the great fire. Bishop Asser was scowling. Elswith looked ready to kill me with anger, but Father Beocca was smiling. He bobbed his head to me, and I winked at him. Ethelfled caught my eye, and smiled so mischievously that I hoped her father had not seen it. Her husband was standing not far away from her, and, like my son, he studiously avoided my gaze. Then, to my astonishment, I saw Ethelwald standing at the back of the hall. He looked at me defiantly, but could not hold my stare, and stooped instead to talk with a companion I did not recognize. A man complained that his neighbour, Ealdorman Ethelnoth, had taken fields that did not belong to him. The king interrupted the complaint, whispering to Bishop Asser, who gave the king's judgment. "Will you accept the arbitration of Abbot Osber?" he asked the man. "I will." "And you, Lord Ethelnoth?" "Gladly." "Then the abbot is charged with discovering the boundaries according to the proper writs," Asser said, and the clerk scratched his words, and the council moved on to discuss other matters. And I saw Alfred look wearily towards the man copying the document at the desk. The man had finished, because he sanded the parchment, waited a few heartbeats, and then blew the sand into the fire. He folded the parchment and wrote something on the folded side, then sanded and blew again. A second clerk brought a candle, wax, and a seal. The finished document was then carried to the king's bed, and Alfred, with great effort, signed his name, and then beckoned that Bishop Erkenwald and Father Beocca should add their signatures as witnesses to whatever it was he had signed. The council fell silent as this was done. I assumed the document was the king's will, but once the wax had been impressed with the great seal, the king beckoned to me. I went to his bedside and knelt. "I have been granting small gifts as remembrances," Alfred said. "You were ever generous, Lord King." I lied. What else does one say to a dying man? "This is for you," he said. And I heard Elswith's sharp intake of breath as I took the newly written parchment from her husband's feeble hand. "Read it," he said. "You can still read?" "Father Beocca taught me well," I said. "Father Beocca does all things well," the king said, then moaned with pain, which caused a monk to go to his side and offer him a cup. The king sipped, and I read. It was a charter. The clerk had copied much of it, for one charter is much like another, but this one took my breath away. It granted me land, and the grant was not conditional, like that which Alfred had once used to give me an estate at Fifield, but instead conveyed the land freely to me and to my heirs, or to whoever else I chose to grant that land. And the charter laboriously described the boundaries of the land, and the length of that description told me that the estate was wide and deep. There was a river, and orchards, and meadows, and villages, and a hall at a place called Fairford, and all of it in Mercia. "The land belonged to my father," Alfred said. I did not know what to say, except to utter thanks. The feeble hand stretched towards me, and I took it. I kissed the ruby. "You know what I want," Alfred said. I kept my head bowed over his hand. "The land is given freely," he said, "and it will give you wealth, much wealth." "Lord King," I said, and my voice faltered. His feeble fingers tightened on my hand. "Give something back to me, Uhtred," he said. "Give me peace before I die." And so I did what he wanted, what I did not wish to do. But he was dying, and he had been generous at the end. And how can you slap a man who is in his last days of life? And so I went to Edward, and I knelt to him, and I put my hands between his, and I swore the oath of loyalty. And some in the hall applauded, while some stayed resolutely silent. Ethelhelm, the chief adviser in the Wheaton, smiled, for he knew I would now fight for Wessex. My cousin Ethelred shuddered, for he knew he would never call himself king in Mercia so long as I did Edward's will, while Ethelwald must have wondered if he would ever take Alfred's throne if he had to fight his way past Serpent Breath. Edward pulled me to my feet and embraced me. "Thank you," he whispered. That was Wednesday. Woden's Day, in October, the 8th month of the year, which was 899. The next day belonged to Thor. The rain did not stop, coming in huge swathes that swept across Winchester. "Heaven itself is weeping," Beocca told me. He was crying himself. "The king asked me to give him the last rites," he said, "and I did, but my hands were shaking." It seemed Alfred received the last rites at intervals through the day, so intent was he on making a good end, and the priests and bishops vied with each other for the honour of anointing the king and placing a piece of dry bread between his lips. "Bishop Asa was ready to give the viaticum," Beocca said, "but Alfred asked for me." "He loves you," I said, "and you've served him well." "I have served God and the king," Beocca said, then let me guide him to a seat beside the fire in the great room of the two cranes. "He took some curds this morning," Beocca told me earnestly, "but not many. 2 spoonfuls. "He doesn't want to eat," I said. "He must," Beocca said. Poor dear Beocca. He had been my father's priest and clerk, and my childhood tutor, though he had abandoned Bamborough when my uncle usurped its lordship. He was low-born and ill-born, with a pathetic squint, a misshapen nose, a palsied left hand, and a club foot. It was my grandfather who saw the boy's cleverness, and had him educated by the monks at Lindisfarne, and Beocca became a priest, and then, following my uncle's treachery, an exile. His cleverness and his devotion had attracted Alfred, whom Beocca had served ever since. He was old now, almost as old as the king, and his straggly red hair had turned white, his back was bent, yet he still had a keen mind and a strong will. He also had a Danish wife, a true beauty, who was the sister of my dearest friend, Ragnar. "How is Thara?" I asked him. "She is well, thanks be to God and the boys. We are blessed." "You'll be blessed and dead if you insist on walking the streets in this rain," I said. "No fool like an old fool." He chuckled at that, then made a small, impotent protest when I insisted on taking his sopping wet cloak and placing a dry one round his shoulders. "The king asked me to come to you," he said. "Then the king should have told me to go to you," I said. "Such a wet season," Beocca said. "I haven't seen rain like this since the year Archbishop Ethelred died. The king doesn't know it's raining. Poor man. He strives against the pain. He can't last long now." "And he sent you?" I reminded him. "He asks a favour of you," Beocca said, with a touch of his old sternness. "Go on." "Fairford is a great estate," Beocca said. "The king was generous." "I have been generous to him," I said. Beocca waved his crippled left hand as if to dismiss my remark. "There are presently 4 churches and a monastery on the estate," he went on crisply, "and the king has asked for your assurance that you will maintain them as they should be maintained, as their charters demand, and as is your duty." I smiled at that. "And if I refuse?" "Oh, please, Uhtred," he said wearily. "I've struggled with you my whole life." "I will tell the steward to do all that is necessary," I promised. He looked at me with his one good eye as if judging my sincerity, but seemed pleased with what he saw. "The king will be grateful," he said. "I thought you were going to ask me to abandon Ethelfled," I said mischievously. There were few people I would ever talk to about Ethelfled, but Beocca, who had known me since I was a stripling, was one. He shuddered at my words. "Adultery is a grievous sin," he said, though without much passion. "A crime, too," I said, amused. "Have you told that to Edward?" He flinched. That was a young man's foolishness," he said, "and God punished the girl. She died." "Your God is so good," I said caustically. "But why didn't he think to kill her royal bastards as well?" "They have been put away," he said. "With Ethelfled?" He nodded. "They kept her from you," he said. "You know that?" "I know that." "Locked her away in St. Hedda's," he said. "I found the key," I said. "God preserve us from wickedness," Beocca said, making the sign of the cross. "Ethelfled," I said, "is loved in Mercia. Her husband is not." "This is known," he said distantly. "When Edward becomes king," I said, "he will look to Mercia." "Look to Mercia?" "The Danes will come, father," I said, "and they'll begin with Mercia. You want the Mercian lords fighting for Wessex? You want the Mercian Fyrd fighting for Wessex? The one person who can inspire them is Ethelfled." "You can," he said loyally. I gave that statement the scorn it deserved. "You and I are Northumbrians, father. They think we're barbarians who eat our children for breakfast, but they love Ethelfled." "I know," he said. "So let her be a sinner, father, if that is what makes Wessex safe." "Am I supposed to tell the king that?" I laughed. "You're supposed to tell Edward that, and tell him more. Tell him to kill Ethelwald. No mercy, no family sentimentality, no Christian guilt. Just give me the order, and he's dead." Beocca shook his head. "Ethelwald is a fool," he said accurately, "and most of the time a drunken fool. He flirted with the Danes, we cannot deny it, but he has confessed all his sins to the king and been forgiven." "Forgiven?" "Last night," Beocca said. "He shed tears at the king's bedside and swore allegiance to the king's heir." I had to laugh. Alfred's response to my warning had been to summon Ethelwald and believe the fool's lies. "Ethelwald will try to take the throne," I said. "He swore the opposite," Beocca said earnestly. "He swore on Noah's feather and on the glove of St. Ked." The feather had supposedly belonged to a dove that Noah had released from the ark back in the days when it rained as heavily as the downpour that now drummed on the roof of the two cranes. The feather and the saint's glove were two of Alfred's most precious relics, and doubtless he would believe anything that was sworn in their presence. "Don't believe him," I said. "Kill him, or else he'll make trouble." "He has sworn his oath," Beocca said, "and the king believes him." "Ethelwald is a treacherous arsling," I said. "He's just a fool," Beocca said dismissively. "But an ambitious fool, and a fool with a legitimate claim to the throne, and men will use that claim. He has relented, he has made confession, he has been absolved, and he is penitent. What fools we all are. I see the same mistakes being made, time after time, generation after generation. Yet still we go on believing what we wish to believe." That night, in the wet darkness, I repeated Beocca's words. "He has relented," I said. "He has made confession, he has been absolved, and he is penitent." "And they believe him?" Ethelfled asked bleakly. "Christians are fools," I said, "ready to believe anything." She prodded me hard in the ribs, and I chuckled. The rain fell on St. Hedda's roof. I should not have been there, of course, but the abbess, dear Hild, pretended not to know. I was not in that part of the nunnery where the sisters lived in seclusion, but in a range of buildings about the outer courtyard where lay folk were permitted. There were kitchens where food was prepared for the poor, there was a hospital where the indigent could die, and there was this attic room which had been Ethelfled's prison. It was not uncomfortable, though small. She was attended by maidservants, but this night they had been told to make themselves beds in the storerooms beneath. "They told me you were negotiating with the Danes," Ethelfled said. "I was. I was using serpent breath." "And negotiating with Sigyn too?" "Yes," I said. "And she's well." God knows why I love you. God knows everything. She said nothing to that, but just stirred beside me and pulled the fleece higher about her head and shoulders. The rain beat on. Her hair was golden in my face. She was Alfred's eldest child, and I had watched her grow to become a woman. I'd watched the joy in her face fade to bitterness when she was given as wife to my cousin, and I had seen the joy return. Her blue eyes were flecked with brown, her nose was small and upturned. It was a face I loved, but a face that now had lines of worry. "You should talk to your son," she said, her voice muffled by the fleece bedcover. "Uhtred just spouts pious nonsense to me," I said, "so I'd rather talk to my daughter." "She's safe, and your other son too, in Chippenham." "Why is Uhtred here?" I asked. "The king wanted him here." "They're turning him into a priest," I said angrily. "And they want to turn me into a nun," she said just as angrily. "They do?" "Bishop Erkenwald administered the oath to me. I spat at him." I pulled her head out from under the fleece. "They really tried?" "Bishop Erkenwald and my mother." "What happened?" "They came here," she said in a very matter-of-fact voice, "and insisted I went to the chapel. And Bishop Erkenwald said a great deal of angry Latin, then held a book to me and told me to put my hand on it and swear to keep the oath he just said." "And you did?" "I told you what I did. I spat at him." I lay in silence for a while. "Ethelred must have persuaded them," I said. "Well, I'm sure he'd like to put me away, but Mother said it was Father's wish I took the vows." "I doubt that," I said. "So then they went back to the palace and announced I had taken the vow." "And put guards on the gate," I said. "I think that was to keep you out," Ethelfled said. "But you say the guards are gone." "They're gone." "So I can leave." "You left yesterday." "Stay-Upper's men escorted me to the palace," she said, "then brought me back here. There are no guards now." She frowned in thought. "I should have been born a man. I'm glad you weren't." "And I would be king," she said. "Edward will be a good king." "He will," she agreed. "But he can be indecisive. I would have made a better king." "Yes," I said, "you would." "Poor Edward," she said. "Poor? He'll be king soon." "He lost his love," she said. "And the babies live." "And the babies live," she agreed. I think I loved Gisela best of all the women in my life. I mourn her still. But of all those women, Ethelfled was always the closest. She thought like me. I would sometimes start to say something, and she would finish the sentence. In time, we just looked at each other and knew what the other was thinking. Of all the friends I've made in my life, I loved Ethelfled the best. Sometime in that wet darkness, Thor's day turned into Freya's day. Freya was Woden's wife, the goddess of love, and for all her day the rain continued to fall. A wind rose in the afternoon, a high wind that tore at Winchester's thatch and drove the rain in malevolent spite. And that same night, King Alfred, who had ruled in Wessex for 28 years and was in the 50th year of his life, died. The next morning there was no rain and little wind. Winchester was silent, except for the pigs rooting in the streets, the cockerels crowing, the dogs howling or barking, and the thud of the sentries' boots on the waterlogged planks of the ramparts. Folk seemed dazed. A bell began to toll in mid-morning. Just a single bell struck again and again, and the sound faded down the river valley where floods sheeted the meadows, then came again with brutal force. The king is dead. Long live the king. Ethelfled wanted to pray in the nuns' chapel, and I left her in St. Hedda's and walked through the silent streets to the palace, where I surrendered my sword at the gatehouse and saw Stay-Upper sitting alone in the outer courtyard. His grim, skin-stretched face that had terrified so many of Alfred's enemies was wet with tears. I sat on the bench beside him, said nothing. A woman hurried past carrying a stack of folded linens. The king dies, but sheets must be washed, rooms swept, ashes thrown out, wood stacked, grain milled. A score of horses had been saddled and were waiting at the courtyard's farther end. I suppose they were for messengers who would carry the news of the king's death to every corner of his kingdom, but instead a troop of men, all in mail and all helmeted, appeared from a doorway and were helped up into their saddles. "Your men?" I asked Stay-Upper. He gave them a sour glance. "Not mine." They were Ethelwald's men. Ethelwald himself was the last to appear, and, like his followers, he was dressed for war in a helmet and mail. 3 servants had brought the troop's swords from the gatehouse, and men milled about in search of their own blade, then strapped the swords and belts about their waists. Ethelwald took his own long sword, let a servant buckle the belt, then was helped up onto his horse, a big black stallion. He saw me then. He kicked the horse towards me and pulled the blade out of its scabbard. I did not move, and he curbed the stallion a few paces away. The horse flailed a hoof at the cobblestones, striking a spark. "A sad day, Lord Uhtred," Ethelwald said. The bear's sword was at his side, pointing down. He wanted to use it, and he dared not use it. He had ambition, and he was weak. I looked up into his long face, once so handsome, now ravaged by drink and anger and disappointment. There was grey at his temples. "A sad day, my prince," I agreed. He was measuring me, measuring the distance his sword needed to travel, measuring the chance he would have to escape through the gate arch after striking the blow. He glanced round the courtyard to see how many of the royal bodyguard were in sight. There were only 2. He could have struck me. let his followers take care of the two men and be gone, all in a moment. But still he hesitated. One of his followers pushed his horse close. The man wore a helmet with closed cheek plates, so all I could see of his face were his eyes. A shield was slung on his back, and on it was painted the head of a bull with bloodied horns. His horse was nervous, and he slapped its neck hard. I saw the scars on the beast's flanks where he had used his spurs deep and hard. He leaned close to Ethelwald and said something under his breath, but was interrupted by Steapa, who simply stood up. He was a huge man, frighteningly tall and broad, and, as commander of the royal bodyguard, permitted to wear his sword throughout the palace. He grasped his sword's hilt, and Ethelwald immediately pushed his own blade halfway back into its scabbard. "I was worried," he said, "that the damp weather would have rusted the sword. It seems not." "You put fleece grease on the blade?" I asked. My servant must," he said airily. He pushed the blade home. The man with the bloodied bull's horns on his shield stared at me from the shadows of his helmet. "You'll return for the funeral?" I asked Ethelwald. "And for the coronation too," he said slyly. "But till then I have business at Christchurch." He offered me an unfriendly smile. "My estate there is not so large as yours at Fairford, Lord Uhtred, but large enough to lead my attention in these sad days." He gathered the reins and rammed back his spurs so that the stallion leapt forward. His men followed, their horses' hoofs loud on the stone. "Who shows a bull's head on his shield?" I asked Steapa. "Sigibrith of Kent," Steapa said, watching the men disappear through the arch. "A young rich fool." Were they his followers or Ethelwald's? "Ethelwald has men," Steapa said. "He can afford them. He owns his father's estate at Christchurch and Wimborne, and that makes him wealthy. He should be dead." "It's family business," Steapa said. "Nothing to do with you and me." "It's you and me who'll be doing the killing for the family," I said. "I'm getting too old for it," he grumbled. "How old are you?" "No idea," he said. 40? He led me through a small gate in the palace wall, then across a patch of waterlogged grass towards Alfred's old church that stood beside the new minster. Scaffolding spider-webbed the sky where the great stone tower was unfinished. Townsfolk stood by the old church door. They did not speak, just stood and looked bereft, shuffling aside as Steapa and I approached. Some bowed. The door was guarded today by 6 of Steapa's men, who pulled their spears aside when they saw us. Steapa made the sign of the cross as we entered the old church. It was cold inside. The stone walls were painted with scenes from the Christian scriptures, while gold, silver, and crystal glinted from the altars. A Dane's dream, I thought, because there was enough treasure here to buy a fleet and fill it with swords. "He thought this church was too small," Steapa said in wonderment, as he gazed up at the high roof beams. Birds flew there. "A falcon nested up there last year," he said. The king had already been brought to the church and laid in front of the high altar. A harpist played, and Brother John's choir sang from the shadows. I wondered if my son was among them, but did not look. Priests muttered in front of side altars or knelt beside the coffin where the king lay. Alfred's eyes were closed, and his face tied with a white cloth that compressed his lips, between which I could just see a crust, presumably because a priest had placed a piece of the Christian's holy bread in the dead man's mouth. He was dressed in a penitent's white robe, like the one he had once forced me to wear. That had been years before, when Ethelwald and I had been commanded to abase ourselves before an altar, and I had been given no choice but to agree. But Ethelwald had turned the whole miserable ceremony into farce. He had pretended to be full of remorse, and shouted that remorse to the sky. "No more tits, God! No more tits! Keep me from tits!" And I remembered how Alfred had turned away in frustrated disgust. "Exeter," Steapa said. "You're remembering the same day," I said. "It was raining," he said, "and you had to crawl to the altar in the field, I remember." That had been the very first time I had seen Steapa, so baleful and frightening, and later we had fought and then become friends, and it was all such a long time ago, and I stood beside Alfred's coffin and thought how life slipped by, and how for nearly all my life Alfred had been there like a great landmark. I had not liked him. I'd struggled against him and for him. I had cursed him and thanked him, despised him and admired him. I hated his religion and its cold, disapproving gaze, its malevolence that cloaked itself in pretended kindness, and its allegiance to a god who would drain the joy from the world by naming it sin. But Alfred's religion had made him a good man and a good king. And Alfred's joyless soul had proved a rock against which the Danes had broken themselves. Time and again they had attacked, and time and again Alfred had outthought them. And Wessex grew even stronger and richer, and all that was because of Alfred. We think of kings as privileged men who rule over us and have the freedom to make, break, and flaunt the law. But Alfred was never above the law he loved to make. He saw his life as a duty to his God and to the people of Wessex, and I've never seen a better king, and I doubt my sons, grandsons, and their children's children will ever see a better one. I never liked him, but I've never stopped admiring him. He was my king, and all that I now have I owe to him. The food that I eat, the hall where I live, and the swords of my men all started with Alfred, who hated me at times, loved me at times, and was generous with me. He was a gold-giver. Steapa had tears on his cheeks. Some of the priests kneeling about the coffin were openly weeping. "They'll make a grave for him tonight," Steapa said, pointing towards the high altar that was heaped with the glittering reliquaries that Alfred had loved. "They're burying him in here?" I asked. "There's a vault," he said, "but it has to be opened. Once the new church is finished, he'll be taken there." "And the funeral is tomorrow?" "Maybe a week. They need time so folk can travel here." We stayed a long time in the church, greeting men who came to mourn, and at midday the new king arrived with a group of nobles. Edward was tall, long-faced, thin-lipped, and had very black hair that he wore brushed back. He looked so young to me. He wore a blue robe that was belted with a gold-panelled strip of leather, and over it a black cape that hung to the floor. He wore no crown, for he was not yet crowned, and had a bronze circlet about his skull. I recognised most of the ealdormen who accompanied him, Ethelnoth, Wulfrith, and of course Edward's future father-in-law Ethelhelm, who walked beside Father Ceolwulf, who was Edward's confessor and guardian. There were a half-dozen younger men I did not know, and then I saw my cousin, Ethelred, and he saw me at the same moment and checked. Edward, walking towards his father's coffin, beckoned him on. Steapa and I both went down on one knee and stayed there as Edward knelt at the foot of his father's coffin and put his hands together in prayer. His entourage all knelt. No one spoke. The choir was chanting interminably as incense smoke drifted in the sun-shafted air. Ethelred's eyes were closed in pretend prayer. The look on his face was bitter and strangely aged, perhaps because he had been ill and was, as Alfred, his father-in-law, had been, prone to bouts of sickness. I watched him wondering. He must have hoped that Alfred's death would loosen the leash that tied Mercia to Wessex. He must have been hoping that there would be two coronations, one in Wessex and another in Mercia, and he must have known that Edward knew all that. What stood in his way was his wife, who was beloved in Mercia, and who he had tried to make powerless by immuring her in St. Hedda's convent, and the other obstacle was his wife's lover. "Lord Uhtred." Edward had opened his eyes, though his hands were still clasped in prayer. "Lord?" I asked. "You will stay for the burial?" "If you wish, Lord." "I do wish," he said. "And then you must go to your estate in Fairford," he went on. "I'm sure you have much to do there." "Yes, Lord." "The Lord Ethelred," Edward spoke firmly and loudly, "will stay to counsel me for a few weeks. I have need of wise counsel, and I can think of none more able to deliver it." That was a lie. A spavined idiot could give better counsel than Ethelred, but of course Edward did not want my cousin's advice. He wanted Ethelred where he could see him, where it would be difficult for Ethelred to foment and rest, and he was sending me to Mercia because he trusted me to keep Mercia on the West Saxon leash, and because he knew that if I went to Mercia, so would his sister. I kept a very straight face. A sparrow flew in the high church roof, and its dropping, wet and white, fell on Alfred's dead face, spattering messily from his nose to his left cheek. An omen so bad, so terrible, that every man about the coffin held his breath. Just then one of Steapa's guards came into the church and hurried up the long nave, but did not kneel. Instead he looked from Edward to Ethelred, and from Ethelred to me, and he seemed not to know what to say until Steapa growled at him to speak. "The Lady Ethelfled," the man said. "What of her?" Edward asked. "The Lord Ethelwald took her by force, Lord, from the convent. Took her, Lord, and they've gone." So, the struggle for Wessex had begun. Chapter 7. Ethelred laughed. Perhaps it was a nervous reaction, but in that old church the sound echoed mockingly from the lower walls that were made of stone. When the sound died away, all I could hear was water dripping onto the floor from the rain-soaked thatch. Edward looked at me, then at Ethelred, finally at Ethelhelm. He appeared confused. "Where did Lord Ethelwald go?" Steapa asked usefully. "The nun said he was going to Christchurch," the messenger said. "But he gave me his oath," Edward protested. "He was always a lying bastard," I said. I looked at the man who had brought the news. "He told the nuns he was going to Christchurch." "Yes, Lord." "He said the same to me," I said. Edward gathered himself. "I want every man armed and mounted," he told Steapa. and ready to ride to Christchurch." "Is that his only estate, Lord King?" I asked. "He owns Wimborne," Edward said. "Why?" "Isn't his father buried at Wimborne?" "Yes." "Then that's where he's gone," I said. "He told us Christchurch because he wants to confuse us. If you abduct someone, you don't tell your pursuers where you're taking them." "But why abduct Ethelfled?" Edward was looking lost again. "Because he wants Mercia on his side," I said. "Is she friendly to him?" "Friendly? We all try to be," Edward said. "He's our cousin." "He thinks he can persuade her to bring Mercia to his cause," I suggested, and did not add that it would not just be Mercia. If Ethelfled declared for her cousin, then many in Wessex would be persuaded to support him. "We go to Christchurch?" Steapa asked uncertainly. Edward hesitated, then shook his head and looked to me. "The two places are very close," he said, still hesitant, and then remembered he was a king, and made up his mind. "We ride to Wimborne," he said. "And I go with you, Lord King," I said. "Why?" Ethelred blurted the question before he had the sense or time to think what he was asking. The king and the ealdorman looked embarrassed. I let the question hang till its echo had faded, then smiled. "To protect the honour of the king's sister, of course," I said. I was still laughing when we rode out. It took time. It always takes time. Horses had to be saddled, mail donned, and banners fetched, and while the royal housecarls readied themselves, I went with Osferth to St. Hedda's, where Abbess Hildegith was in tears. "He said she was wanted at the church," she explained to me, "but the family was praying together for her father's soul." "You did nothing wrong," I told her. "But he's taken her." "He won't hurt her," I reassured her. "But—" Her voice faded, and I knew she was remembering the shame of being raped by the Danes so many years before. "She's Alfred's daughter," I said, "and he wants her help, not her enmity. Her support gives him legitimacy." "She's still a hostage," Hilda said. "Yes, but we'll get her back." "How?" I touched Serpentbreath's hilt, showing Hilda the silver cross embedded in the pommel, a cross she had given me so long ago. "With this," I said, meaning the sword, not the cross. "You shouldn't wear a sword in a nunnery," she said with mock sternness. "There are many things I shouldn't do in a nunnery," I told her, "but I did most of them anyway." She sighed. "But what does Ethelwald hope to gain?" Osferth answered. "He hopes to persuade her that he should be the king, and he hopes she will persuade Lord Uhtred to support him." He glanced at me, and at that moment looked astonishingly like his father. "I've no doubt," he went on dryly, "he'll offer to make it possible for the Lord Uhtred and the Lady Ethelfled to marry, and will probably hold out the throne of Mercia as an enticement. He doesn't just want the Lady Ethelfled's support. He wants Lord Uhtred's too." I had not thought of that, and it took me by surprise. There had been a time when Ethelwald and I had been friends, but that was long ago, when we were both young, and a shared resentment of Alfred had brought us together. Ethelwald's resentment had soured into hatred, while mine had turned into reluctant admiration, and so we were friends no longer. "He's a fool," I said, "and he always was a fool." "A desperate fool," Osferth added, "but a fool who knows this is his last chance to gain the throne." "He'll not have my help," I promised Hilda. "Just bring her back," Hilda said, and we rode to do just that. A small army went westwards. At its heart was Steapa and the king's bodyguard, but every warrior in Winchester who possessed a horse joined in. It was a bright day, the sky clearing of the clouds that had brought so much rain. Our route took us across the wild lands of southern Wessex, where the deer and wild ponies ranged across forest and moor, and where the hoofprints of Ethelwald's band were easy to follow because the ground was so damp. Edward rode just behind the vanguard, and with him was a standard-bearer flying the white dragon banner. Edward's priest, Father Ceolwulf, his black skirts draped on his horse's rump, kept pace with the king, as did two ealdormen, Ethelnoth and Ethelhelm. Ethelred came too. He could hardly avoid an expedition to rescue his wife, but he and his followers stayed with the rear guard, well away from where Edward and I rode. I remembered thinking we were too many, that a half-dozen men were enough to cope with a fool like Ethelwald. Other men joined us, leaving their halls to follow the king's standard, and by the time we left the moorland, we must have numbered over 300 horsemen. Steapa had sent scouts ahead, but they sent no news back, which suggested Ethelwald was waiting behind his hall's palisade. At one point I spurred my horse off the road and up a low hill to look ahead, and Edward pointedly joined me, leaving his guard behind. "My father," he said, "told me I can trust you." "Do you doubt his word, Lord King?" I asked. "While my mother says you can't be trusted." I laughed at that. Elswith, Alfred's wife, had always hated me, and it was a mutual feeling. "Your mother has never approved of me," I said mildly. "And Beocca tells me you want to kill my children." He spoke resentfully. "That isn't my decision, Lord King," I said, and he looked surprised. "Your father," I explained, "should have slit Ethelwald's throat 20 years ago, but he didn't. Your worst enemies, Lord King, aren't the Danes. They're the men closest to you who want your crown. Your illegitimate children will be a problem for your legitimate sons. But it isn't my problem. It's yours." He shook his head. This was our first moment alone together since his father's death. I knew he liked me, but he was also nervous of me. He had only ever known me as a warrior, and unlike his sister, he had never been close to me as a child. He said nothing for a while, just watched the small army file westward beneath us, its banners bright in the sun. The land gleamed from all the rain. "They're not illegitimate," he finally spoke softly. "I married Egwin. I married her in a church before God." "Your father disagreed," I said. Edward shuddered. "He was angry. So was my mother." "And Ealdorman Ethelhelm, Lord King?" I asked. "He can't be happy that his daughter's children won't be the eldest." His jaw tightened. "He was assured I didn't marry," he said distantly. So Edward had surrendered to his parents' anger. He had agreed to the fiction that his children by Lady Egwin were bastards, but it was apparent that he was unhappy with that surrender. "Lord," I said, "you're king now. You can raise the twins as your legitimate children. You're king." "I offend Ethelhelm?" he asked plaintively. "And how long do I stay king?" Ethelhelm was the wealthiest of Wessex nobles, the most powerful voice in the Wheaton, and a man much liked in the kingdom. "My father always insisted that the Wheaton could make or unmake a king," Edward said, "and my mother insists I listen to their advice." "You're the eldest son," I said, "so you're king." "Not if Ethelhelm and Pledgmund refuse to support me," Edward said. "True," I agreed grudgingly. "So the twins must be treated as though they're illegitimate," he said, still unhappy, "and stay bastards until I have the power to decree otherwise. Until then, they must be kept safe. So they're going to my sister's care." "To my care," I said flatly. "Yes," he said. He looked at me searchingly. "So long as you promise not to kill them." I laughed. "I don't kill babies, Lord King. I wait till they grow up." "They must grow up," he said, then frowned. "You don't condemn me for sin, do you?" "Me? I'm your pagan lord," I said. "What do I care about sin?" "Then care for my children," he said. "I will, Lord King," I promised. "And tell me what I do about Ethelred," he said. I stared down at my cousin's troops who rode together as the rearguard. "He wants to be king of Mercia," I said, "but he knows he needs Wessex support if he's to survive, so he won't take the throne without your permission, and you won't give that." "I won't," Edward said, "but my mother insists I need his support too." That wretched woman, I thought. She had always liked Ethelred and disapproved of her daughter, yet what she said was partly true. Ethelred could bring at least 1,000 men to a battlefield, and if Wessex was ever to strike against the powerful Danish lords to the north, then those men would be invaluable. But as I had told Alfred 100 times, it was always best to reckon that Ethelred would find 1,000 excuses to keep his warriors at home. "So what is Ethelred asking of you?" Edward did not answer directly. Instead, he looked up at the sky, then westwards again. "He hates you." "And your sister," I said flatly. He nodded. "He wants Ethelfled returned to—" He began, but then stopped speaking because a horn sounded. "He wants Ethelfled in his hall or else locked away in a convent," I said. "Yes," Edward said, "that's what he wants." He stared down at the road from where the horn had sounded a second time. "But they want me," he said, looking to where Father Chainwolf waved towards us. I could see a couple of stay-uppers men galloping towards the vanguard. Edward dug in his spurs, and we cantered to the head of the column, where we discovered the 2 scouts had brought in a priest who half fell from his saddle to kneel before the king. Lord King!" the priest gasped. He was out of breath. "Who are you?" Edward asked. "Father Edmund, Lord." He had come from Wimborne, where he was the priest, and he told how Ethelwald had raised his banner in the town and declared himself king of Wessex. "He did what?" Edward asked. "He made me read a proclamation, Lord, outside St. Cuthberg's." "He's calling himself king?" "He says he's king of Wessex, Lord. He's demanding that men come and swear allegiance to him." "How many men were there when you left?" I asked. I don't know, Lord," Father Edmund said. "Did you see a woman?" Edward asked. "My sister." "The Lady Ethelfled? Yes, Lord, she was with him." "Does he have 20 men?" I asked. "Or 200? "I don't know, Lord. A lot." "He sent messengers to other lords?" I asked. "To his thanes, Lord. He sent me. I'm supposed to bring him men." "And you found me instead," Edward said warmly. He's raising an army, I said. The feared, Stiapa said scornfully. Ethelwald was doing what he thought wise, but he had no wisdom. He had inherited wide estates from his father, and Alfred had been foolish enough to leave those estates untouched, and now Ethelwald was demanding that his tenants come with weapons to make an army that he presumably believed would march on Winchester. But the army would be the feared, the citizen army, the labourers and carpenters and thatchers and ploughmen, while Edward had his royal bodyguard, who were all trained warriors. The feared was good for defending a borough, or for impressing an enemy with numbers, but to fight, to face a Swordane or a raving Northman, a warrior was needed. What Ethelwald should have done was stay in Winchester, murder all Alfred's children, and raise his standard. But like a fool, he had gone to his own home, and now we rode there with warriors. The day was dying as we neared Wimborne. The sun was low in the west, and the shadows long on the rich slopes where Ethelwald's sheep and cattle had their grazing. We came from the east, and no one tried to prevent us reaching the small town that lay cradled between two rivers that joined close to where a stone church loomed above the shadowed thatch of the roofs. King Ethelred, Alfred's brother and Ethelwald's father, lay buried in that church, and beyond it, and surrounded by a tall palisade, was Ethelwald's hall, where a great flag flew. It showed a prancing white stag with fierce eyes, and 2 Christian crosses for antlers, and the low sun was catching the linen that was spread by a small wind, and the banner's dark red field seemed to smoulder like boiling blood in the late daylight. We rode north around the town, crossing the smaller river, and then climbing a shallow slope which led to one of those forts which the ancient people had built all across Britain. This fort had been hacked out of a chalk hilltop, and Father Edmund told me it was called Baden-Bulrig, and that the local people believed the devil danced there on winter nights. It had 3 walls of heaped chalk, all overgrown with grass, and 2 intricate entrances where sheep grazed, and it overlooked the road which Ethelwald must take if he wanted to go north to his Danish friends. Edward's first instinct had been to block the road to Winchester, but that town was protected by its walls and garrison, and I persuaded him that the greater danger was that Ethelwald would escape Wessex altogether. Our army spread along the skyline beneath its royal banners. Wimborne lay just a couple of miles south and east of us, and we must have looked formidable to anyone looking from the town. We were sunlit by the low rays that reflected the glint of our mail and weapons, and which made the bare chalk patches of Baden-Burig's walls glow white. That low sun made it difficult to see what was happening in the small town, but I glimpsed men and horses by Ethelwald's hall, and could see people gathered in the streets. But there was no shield wall defending the road which led to that great hall. "How many men does he have?" Edward asked. He had asked that question a dozen times since we had met Father Edmund, and a dozen times he had been told we did not know, that no one knew, and that it might be 40 men or it might be 400. "Not enough men, Lord," I said now. "What?" he began, then abruptly checked. He had been about to ask what we should do, then had remembered that he was the king, and supposed to supply the answer himself. "Do you want him dead or alive?" I asked. He looked at me. He knew he must make decisions, but did not know what decision to make. Father Chainwolf, who had been his tutor, began to offer advice, but Edward cut him short with a wave of his hand. "I want him to stand trial," he said. "Remember what I told you," I said. "Your father could have saved us a lot of trouble by just killing Ethelwald. So why don't you let me go and slaughter the bastard?" "Or let me, Lord," Stiapa growled. "He must stand trial before the Wheaton," Edward decided. "You do not wish to begin my reign with slaughter." "Amen, and God be praised," Father Chainwolf said. I gazed into the valley. If Ethelwald had raised any kind of army, it was not in evidence. All I could see was a handful of horses and an undisciplined rabble. "Just let me kill him, Lord," I said, "and the problem will be solved by sundown." "Let me talk to him," Father Chainwolf urged. "Reason with him," Edward said to the priest. "Do you reason with a cornered rat?" I demanded. Edward ignored that. "Tell him he must surrender to our mercy," he told Father Chainwolf. "And suppose he decides to kill Father Chainwolf instead, Lord King?" I asked. "I am in God's hands," Chainwolf said. "You'd be better in Lord Uhtred's hands," Stiapa growled. The sun was just above the horizon now, a dazzling red globe suspended in the autumn sky. Edward looked confused, but still wanted to appear decisive. "The 3 of you will go," he announced firmly, "but Father Chainwolf will do the talking." Father Chainwolf lectured me as we rode downhill. I was not to threaten anyone, I was not to speak unless spoken to, I was not to touch my sword, and the Lady Ethelfled, he insisted, was to be escorted back to her husband's protection. Father Chainwolf was pale-skinned and stern, one of those rigid men that Alfred had loved to appoint as tutors or counsellors. He was clever, of course, All Alfred's favoured priests were sharp-witted, but all too ready to condemn sin, or indeed to define it, which meant he disapproved of me and of Ethelfled. "Do you understand me?" he demanded as we reached the road, which was little more than a rutted track between untrimmed hedges. Wagtails flocked in the fields, and far off, beyond the town, a great cloud of starlings wheeled and faded in the sky. "I'm not to threaten anyone," I said cheerfully, "not to speak to anyone, and not to touch my sword. Wouldn't it be easier if I just stopped breathing?" "And we shall restore the Lady Ethelfled to her proper place," Ceolwulf said firmly. "What is her proper place?" I asked. "Her husband will decide that." "But he wants her in a nunnery," I pointed out. "If that is her husband's decision, Lord Uhtred," Ceolwulf said, "then that is her fate." "I think you'll learn," I said mildly, "that the lady has a mind of her own. She might not do what any man wants." "She will obey her husband," Ceolwulf insisted, and I just laughed at him, which annoyed him. Poor Steapa just looked confused. There were half a dozen armed men at the outskirts of the town, but they made no attempt to stop us. There was no wall. This was no borough, and we plunged straight into a street which smelt of dung and wood smoke. The folk in the town were worried, but silent. They watched us, and some made the sign of the cross as we passed. The sun had gone now. It was twilight. We skirted a comfortable-looking tavern, and a man sitting with a horn of ale raised it to us as we rode past. I noted that few men had weapons. If Ethelwald could not raise the Fyrd in his own hometown, then how could he hope to raise the county against Edward? The gate to St. Cuthburga's nunnery opened a crack as we came near, and I saw a woman peer out, and then the gate slammed shut. There were more guards at the door to the church, but again they made no effort to stop us. They just watched us pass, their faces sullen. "He's already lost," I said. "He has," Steapa agreed. "Lost?" Father Ceolwulf asked. "This is his stronghold," I said. "And no one wants to defy us." At least no one wanted to defy us until we reached the entrance to Ethelwald's hall. The gate was decorated with his flag, and guarded by 7 spearmen, and blocked by a pathetic barricade of barrels on which 2 logs had been placed. One of the spearmen strode towards us and levelled his weapon. "No further," he announced. "Just take away the barrels," I said, "and open the gate." "State your names," he said. He was a middle-aged man, solidly built, grey-bearded and dutiful. "That's Matthew," I said, pointing at Father Ceolwulf. "I'm Mark, he's Luke, and the other fellow got drunk and stayed behind. You know damn well who we are, so open the gate." "Let us in," Father Ceolwulf said sternly, after giving me a foul look. "No weapons," the man said. I looked at Steapa. He had his long sword at his left side, his short sword on the right, and a war-axe looped across his back. "Steapa," I asked him, "just how many men have you killed in battle?" He was puzzled by the question, but thought about his answer. In the end he had to shake his head. "I lost count," he said. "Me too," I said, and looked back to the man who faced us. "You can take the weapons from us," I told him, "or you can live and let us through the gate." He decided he wanted to live, and so ordered his men to remove the barrels and logs, then pull the gates wide, and we rode into the courtyard where torches had just been lit, and their wild flames cast fluttering shadows from saddled horses that waited for riders. I counted about 30 men, some in mail and all armed, waiting with the horses, but not one challenged us. Instead they looked nervous. "He's getting ready to flee," I said. "You are not to talk here," Father Ceolwulf said testily. "Be quiet, you dull priest," I told him. Servants came to take our horses, and, as I expected, a steward demanded that Steapa and I give up our swords before we went into the great hall. "No," I said. "My sword stays," Steapa said menacingly. The steward looked flustered, but Father Ceolwulf just pushed past the man, and we followed him into the great hall that was lit by a blazing fire and by candles arrayed on 2 tables between which was a throne. There was no other word to do justice to that great chair, which reared high above the massed candles and in which Ethelwald sat, though the moment we appeared, he jumped to his feet and strode to the edge of the dais on which the throne had pride of place. There was a second chair on the dais, much smaller and pushed to one side, and Ethelfled sat there, flanked by 2 men carrying spears. She saw me, smiled wryly, and raised a hand to indicate that she was unharmed. Over 50 men were in the hall. Most were armed, despite the steward's efforts, but again no one threatened us. Our appearance seemed to have caused a sudden silence. These men, like those in the courtyard, were nervous. I knew a few of them and sensed that the hall was in 2 minds. The youngest men closest to the dais were Ethelwald's supporters, while the older men were his thanes, and they were the ones who were plainly unhappy at what was unfolding. Even the dogs in the hall looked whipped. One whined as we entered, then slunk to the hall's edge where he lay shivering. Ethelwald was standing at the dais' edge with folded arms where he was trying to look regal, but to me he seemed as nervous as the dogs, though a fair-haired young man beside him was full of energy. "Take them prisoner, lord," the young man urged Ethelwald. There is no cause so hopeless, no creed so mad, no idea so ludicrous that it will not attract some believers, and the fair-haired youngster had plainly adopted Ethelwald's cause as his own. He was a handsome brute, bright-eyed, strong-jawed, and strongly built. He wore his hair long and tied behind his neck with a leather ribbon. A second ribbon was around his neck like a thin scarf, and it looked oddly feminine, because it was pink, and made of the precious and delicate silk which is brought to Britain by traders from some far-off land. The tails of the silk ribbon hung over his mail, which was finely wrought, probably made by the expensive smiths in Francia. His belt was panelled with gold squares, and the hilt of his sword was decorated by a crystal pommel. He was rich, he was confident, and he faced us belligerently. "Who are you?" Father Chairnwolf demanded of the youngster. "My name is Sigebreath," the young man said proudly. "Lord Sigebreath to you, priest." So that was the young man who had carried messages between Ethelwald and the Danes, Sigebreath of Kent, who had loved the Lady Egwin and lost her to Edward. "Don't let them talk," Sigebreath urged his patron. "Just kill 'em." Ethelwald did not know what to do. "Lord Uhtred," he greeted me, for want of anything else to say. "He should have ordered his men to chop us to pieces, then led his forces out to attack Edward, but he was not man enough, and he probably knew that only a handful of the men in the hall would follow him." "Lord Ethelwald," Father Chairnwolf spoke sternly, "we are here to summon you to the court of King Edward." "There is no such king," Sigebreath yapped. "You will be accorded the dignity of your rank," Father Chairnwolf ignored Sigebreath and spoke directly to Ethelwald. "But you have disturbed the king's peace, and for that you must answer to the king and his wheaten." "I am king here," Ethelwald said. He drew himself up in an attempt to look regal. "I am king," he said, "and I shall live or die here in my kingdom." For a moment I almost felt sorry for him. He had indeed been cheated of the throne of Wessex, thrust aside by his uncle Alfred, and forced to watch as Alfred made Wessex into the most powerful kingdom of Britain. Ethelwald had found consolation in ale, mead, and wine, and in his cups he could be good company. Yet always there had been that ambition to right what he saw was the great wrong done to him in childhood. Now he tried so hard to be kingly, yet even his own followers, who were not prepared to follow him, all but for a handful of young fools like Sigebreath. "You are not king, lord," Father Chairnwolf said simply. "He is king," Sigebreath insisted, and stepped towards Father Chairnwolf as if he would beat the priest down, and Steapa took one pace forward. I've seen many formidable men in my life, but Steapa was the most frightening. In truth he was a gentle soul, kind and endlessly considerate, but he was a head taller than most men, and blessed with a bony face, over which the skin seemed to be stretched into a permanently bleak expression that suggested ferocity without pity. At one time men had called him Steapa Snotor, which meant Steapa the Stupid. It was years since I had heard that jibe. Steapa had been born a slave, but had risen to become the head of the royal bodyguard. And though he was not swift of thought, he was loyal, painstaking, and thorough. He was also the most feared warrior of all Wessex, and now as he put one hand on the hilt of his enormous sword, Sigebreath just stopped, and I saw the sudden fear on that arrogant young face. I also saw Ethelfled smile. Ethelwald knew he had lost, but he still tried to hold on to his dignity. "Father Chairnwolf, isn't it?" he asked. "Yes, lord." "Your counsel will be wise, I'm sure. Perhaps you would give it to me." "That is why I'm here," Chairnwolf said. "And say a prayer in my chapel?" Ethelwald gestured to a door behind him. "It would be a privilege," Chairnwolf said. "You too, my dear," Ethelwald said to Ethelfled. He sounded resigned. He beckoned a half-dozen others, his closest companions, who included the abashed Sigebreath, and they all went through the small door at the back of the dais. Ethelfled looked quizzically at me, and I nodded, because I had every intention of going to the chapel with her, and so she followed Sigebreath. But as soon as we started towards the dais, Ethelwald raised a hand. "Just Father Chairnwolf," he said. "Where he goes, we go," I said. "You want to pray?" Father Chairnwolf asked me sarcastically. "I want you safe," I said, though God knows why. Chairnwolf looked at Ethelwald. "I have your word that I am safe in your chapel, lord." "You are my safety, father," Ethelwald said, with surprising humility. "And I want your counsel, I want your prayers, and yes, you have my word that you are safe." "Then wait here," Chairnwolf snapped at me, "both of you." "You trust the bastard?" I asked, loud enough for Ethelwald to hear. "I trust in Almighty God," Ceolwulf said grandly, and climbed nimbly onto the dais and followed Ethelwald out of the hall. Steapa put his hand on my arm. "Let him go," he said. And so he and I waited. Two of the older men came to us and said that this had not been their idea, and they had believed Ethelwald when he had assured them that the Wheaton of Wessex had agreed to his assumption of the throne, and I told them they had nothing to fear so long as they had not raised a weapon against their rightful king. That king, so far as I knew, was still waiting on the old chalk-walled fort to the north of the town, waiting as the long night fell and the stars appeared. And we waited too. "How long does a prayer take?" I asked. "I've known them to last 2 hours," Steapa said gloomily, "and the sermons can take even longer." I turned to the steward, who had tried to take our swords. "Where is the chapel?" I asked him. The man looked terrified, then stammered. "There is no chapel, lord." I swore, hurried to the door that opened from the rear of the hall and pushed it open to see a sleeping chamber. There were fur rugs, woolen blankets, a wooden bucket, and a tall unlit candle in a silver holder, beyond which was a second door which led to a smaller courtyard. It was an empty courtyard with an open gate guarded by a lone spearman. "Which way did they go?" I shouted at the guard, who answered by pointing west down the street outside. We ran back to the larger courtyard, where our horses were waiting. "Go to Edward," I suggested to Steapa. "Tell him the bastard's running." "And you?" he asked, hauling himself into the saddle. "I'll go west." "Not on your own," he said chidingly. "Just go," I said. Steapa was right, of course. There was really little sense in riding alone into the night's chaos, but I did not want to return to the chalk slopes of Baden-Bureg, where inevitably the next 2 hours would be spent discussing what to do. I wondered what had happened to Father Ceolwulf and hoped he was alive. Then I was through the gate and scattering the people in the torchless street as I spurred the horse down a lane that led eastwards. Ethelwald had lost his pitiable attempt to be acknowledged King of Wessex, but he had not given up. The folk of his own county had failed to support him. He had only the smallest band of supporters, and so he was fleeing to where he could find swords, shields, and spears. He wanted to go north to the Danes, and he had only 2 choices that I could see. He could ride overland, hoping to circle round the small army that Edward had brought to Wimborne, or he could go south, to where a boat might be waiting for him. I dismissed that last thought. The Danes had not known when Alfred would die, and no Danish boat dare linger in West Saxon waters, which made it more than unlikely that any ship was waiting to rescue Ethelwald. He was on his own for now, and that meant he was trying to ride across country. And I pursued him. Or rather, I groped my way into the darkness. There was a moon that night, but the shadows it cast were black on the road, and neither I nor the horse could see well, and so we went slowly. In places I thought I could detect the fresh hoofprints, but I could not be sure. The road itself was mud and grass, wide between hedges and tall trees, a drover's road that followed the river valley as it curved northwards. Some time in the night I came to a village where light showed in a blacksmith's hut. A boy was feeding the furnace. That was his job, to keep the fire alight through the darkness, and he cowered when he saw me in my war splendour, my helmet, mail, and scabbard lit by the flames which brightened the muddy street. I stopped the horse and gazed at the boy. "When I was your age," I spoke from behind my helmet's cheek-plates, "I used to watch a charcoal fire. My job was to stuff the holes with moss and wet earth if any smoke escaped. I watched all night. It can be lonely." He nodded, still too terrified to say anything. "But I had a girl who used to watch with me," I said, remembering Bryla in the darkness. "You don't have a girl?" "No, lord," he said, on his knees now. "Girls are the best company on lonely nights," I said, "even if they do talk too much. Look at me, boy." He had lowered his head, perhaps out of awe. "Now tell me something," I went on. "Did some men ride through here? They would have had a woman with them." The boy said nothing, just stared at me. My horse did not like the heat of the furnace, or perhaps its pungent smell upset him, so I patted his neck to quieten him. "The men told you to keep silent," I said to the boy. "They said you must keep a secret. Did they threaten you?" "He said he was the king, lord." The boy almost whispered those words. "The real king is close by," I said. "What's the name of this place?" "Blandford Forum, lord." "It looks like a good place to live. So they rode north?" "Yes, lord." "How long ago?" "Not long, lord." "And this road goes to Shaftesbury?" I asked, trying to remember these heartlands of rich Wessex. "Yes, lord." "How many men were there?" I asked. "Dick and Mimp, lord," he said, and I realized that this was his way of counting, different to the ways I was used to, and he was smart enough to realize it too, and held up all his fingers once, and then just one hand. 15. "Was there a priest?" "No, lord." "You're a good lad," I said. And he was, because he had possessed the wit to count. I tossed him a scrap of silver. "In the morning," I said, "tell your father that you met Uhtred of Bamborough, and that you did your duty to your new king." He gazed at me with very wide eyes as I turned and rode into the ford, where I let the horse drink very little, then spurred uphill. I remember thinking I could have died that night. Ethelwald had 14 companions, not counting Ethelfled, and he must have known he would be pursued. I assume he thought all of Edward's army would blunder through the night, but if he had known it was a single horseman, he would surely have set an ambush, and I would have been beaten down by the blades and so hacked to death in the moonlight. A better death, I thought, than Alfred's. Better than lying in a stinking room with the pain conquering the body, with a lump in the belly like a stone, with dribble and tears and shit and stench. But then comes the relief of the afterlife, the rebirth into joy. The Christians call it heaven, and try to scare us into its marble halls with tales of a hell hotter than the blacksmith's furnace in Blandford Forum. But I will go with a burst of light in the arms of a Valkyrie to the great hall of Valhalla, where my friends will wait for me, and not just my friends but my enemies too, the men I've killed in battle, and there will be feasting and drinking and fighting and women. That is our fate, unless we die badly, where we live forever in the frigid halls of the goddess Hel. I thought that was strange as I followed Ethelwald through the night. The Christians say that our punishment is hell, and the Danes say that those who die badly go to hell, where the goddess of the same name rules. Hell and hell sound the same, but they are not the same. Hell is not hell. Hell does not burn people, they just live in misery. Die with a sword in your hand, and you will never see hell's decaying body or feel hunger in her vast, cold caverns. But there is no punishment about hell's domain of hell. It is just ordinary life forever. The Christians promise punishment or reward as if we were small children, but in truth, what comes after is just what went before. All will change, as Elfidel had told me, and all will be the same as ever it was and ever shall be. And remembering Elfidel made me think of Erka, of that slim body undulating on mine, of the guttural sounds she had made, of the memory of joy. Dawn brought the sound of stags roaring. This was the rutting season when starlings blacken the sky and the leaves begin to fall. I paused my tired horse at a rise in the road and looked about me, but saw no one. I seemed to be alone in a misted dawn, suspended in a golden-yellow world that was silent except for the roar of the stags, and even that sound vanished as I looked eastwards and southwards for any sign of Edward's men, but still saw nothing. I kicked the horse on north towards the smoke smear in the sky that betrayed the town of Shaftesbury beyond the hills. Shaftesbury was one of Alfred's boroughs, a fortress town which protected both a royal mint and a nunnery that had been beloved of Alfred. Ethelwald would never dare demand entrance to such a town, or risk waiting for its gates to open so that he could ride through the streets. The borough's commander, whoever he was, would be too curious, which meant Ethelwald must have circled Shaftesbury, but which way? I searched for tracks and saw nothing obvious. I was tempted to abandon the pursuit, which had been a foolish idea in the first place. I wanted to find a tavern in the borough, and eat a meal and find a bed and pay a whore to warm it, but then a hare ran across my path, east to west, and that was surely a sign from the gods. I turned west off the road, and moments later the mist cleared, and I saw the horses on a chalk hill. Between me and the hill was a wide, thickly wooded valley, and I spurred into it even as I saw the horsemen had noticed me. They were in a group, staring my way, and I saw one point at me. Then they turned and went on northwards. I counted only 9 men, yet surely it had to be Ethelwald. But once I dropped into the trees I could not look for the remaining horsemen, because the mist thickened here, and I had to go slowly because the branches dipped low and I needed to duck. Ferns grew thick. A small stream tumbled across my path. A dead tree was layered with fungi and moss. Brambles, ivy, and holly choked the undergrowth either side of the path, a path pocked with fresh hoofprints. It was silent among the trees, and in the silence I felt the fear, the prickling, the knowledge born of nothing but experience that danger was close. I dismounted and tied the horse's reins to an oak. What I should do, I thought, was remount the horse and ride straight to Shaftesbury and raise the alarm. I should requisition a fresh horse and lead the garrison's men in pursuit of Ethelwald, but to do that was to turn my back on whatever threatened me. I drew serpent breath. There was comfort in the feel of a familiar hilt. I walked on slowly. Had the horsemen on the hill seen me before I saw them? That seemed likely. I'd been lost in thought as I followed the road, half dreaming, half thinking. And suppose they had seen me? They knew I was alone. They probably knew who I was, and I had only seen 9 men, which suggested the others had been left in the wood to ambush me. So go back, I told myself. Go back and rouse the borough's garrison. And just as I decided that was both my duty and the prudent thing to do, 2 horsemen burst out of cover 50 paces away and charged up the path towards me. One carried a spear, the other a sword. Both had helmets with faceplates, both were in mail, both had shields, and both were fools. A man cannot fight on horseback in a deep old wood. There are too many obstacles. They could not ride abreast because the path was too narrow and the undergrowth too thick on either side. And so the spearman led, and he, like his companion, was right-handed, which meant the spear was on the right side of his tired horse, and to my left. I let them come, wondering why only two were attacking, but put that mystery to one side as they got close, and I could see the man's eyes in the slit of his helmet, and I simply stepped to my right, into brambles, and behind an oak's trunk, and the spearman galloped past helplessly. And I stepped back out and swung Serpent Breath with all my strength so that she slammed the second horse in the mouth, splintering teeth and scattering blood, and the beast screamed and swerved, and the rider was falling, tangled in the reins and stirrups, as the first man tried to turn. "No!" a voice shouted from deeper in the trees. "No!" Was he talking to me? Not that it mattered. The swordsman was on his back now, struggling to rise, while the spearman was struggling to turn his horse on the narrow path. The swordsman's shield was looped to his left forearm, so I simply stood on the willow boards, trapping him, and plunged Serpent Breath down, hard down, once. And there was blood in the leaf mould, and a choking sound, and a body shaking beneath me, and a dying man's sword arm going limp as the spearman kicked his horse back towards me. He lunged with the spear, but it was simple to avoid by just swaying to one side, and I seized the ash shaft and tugged hard, and the man had to let go or else be pulled from the saddle, and his horse was backing away as the rider tried to draw his sword, and he was still trying when I slid Serpent Breath up his right thigh, beneath his mail, opening his skin and muscle with her point and edge, and then finding the bone of his hip and thrusting harder and shouting with all my breath to scare him and to give the lunge force. The sword was in his body, and I was grinding it, turning it, pushing it, and the voice from deep in the wood shouted again, "No!" But yes. The man had half drawn his sword, but the blood was dripping from his boot and stirrup, and I simply caught his right elbow with my left hand and pulled so that he came off his horse. "Idiot!" I snarled at him, and killed him as I killed his companion, and turned fast towards the place from where the voice had sounded. Nothing. Somewhere far off a horn sounded, then was answered by another. The sounds came from the south and told me Edward's forces were coming. A bell began to toll, presumably from Shaftesbury's convent or church. The wounded horse whinnied. The second man died, and I pulled Serpent Breath's tip from his throat. My boots were dark with new blood. I was tired. I wanted that meal and bed and whore, but instead I walked down the path towards the place where the two fools had come from. The path turned, where thick foliage screened the view. Then it opened into a glade around a wide stream. The day's first sunlight flickered through leaves to make the grass very green. There were daisies in the grass, and Sigebreath was there with 3 men and with Ethelfled, all of them mounted. It was one of these men who had shouted at his 2 dead companions, but which man or why I could not tell. I walked out of the shadow. The helmet's faceplates were closed. My mail and boots were blood-splattered. Serpent Breath was reddened. "Who's next?" I asked. Ethelfled laughed. A kingfisher, all red and blue and bright, darted down the stream behind her and vanished in the shadows. "Lord Uhtred," she said, and kicked her heels so that her horse came towards me. "You're unhurt?" I asked. "They were all very polite," she said, looking back at Sigebreath with a mocking expression. "There's only 4 of them," I said. "So which one do you want me to kill first?" Sigebreath drew his crystal-pommelled sword. I was ready to step back among the trees where the trunks would give me an advantage against a mounted man, but to my surprise he just threw the sword so that it landed heavily in the dewy grass a few paces from me. "I yield to your mercy," Sigebreath said. His 3 men followed his example and threw their swords onto the ground. "Off your horses," I said, "all of you." I watched them dismount. "Now kneel." They knelt. "Give me one reason not to kill you," I said as I walked towards them. "We have yielded to you, Lord," Sigebreath said, head lowered. "You yielded," I said, "because your 2 fools failed to kill me." "They were not my fools, Lord," Sigebreath said humbly. "They were Ethelwald's men. These 3 are my men." "Did he order those 2 idiots to attack me?" I called back to Ethelfled. "No," she said. "They wanted glory, Lord," Sigebreath said. "They wanted to be known as the slayers of Uhtred." I touched the bloodied tip of Serpent Breath to his cheek. "And what do you want, Sigebreath of Kent?" "To make my peace with the king, Lord." "Which king?" "There is only one king in Wessex, Lord. King Edward." I let Serpent Breath's tip lift the long tail of fair hair tied with leather. The blade, I thought, would cut through his neck so easily. "Why do you seek peace with Edward?" "I was wrong, Lord," Sigebreath said humbly. "Lady?" I called, not taking my eyes from him. "They saw you following," Ethelfled explained, "and this man," she pointed at Sigebreath, "offered to bring me back to you. He told Ethelwald that I would persuade you to join him." "Did he believe that?" I told him I would try and persuade you, she said, and he believed me. He's a fool, I said. And instead I told Sigebreath to make his peace, Ethelfled went on, and that his best hope of living beyond today's dusk was to abandon Ethelwald and swear allegiance to Edward. I put the sword under Sigebreath's clean-shaven chin and tilted his face up towards me. He was so handsome, so bright-eyed, and in those eyes I could see no guile, only the eyes of a frightened man. Yet I knew I should kill him. I touched the sword blade to the silk ribbon around his neck. "Tell me why I shouldn't cut through your miserable neck," I ordered him. "I've yielded, Lord," he said. "I beg mercy." "What's the ribbon?" I asked, flicking the pink silk with serpent breath's tip and leaving a smear of blood. "It was a gift from a girl," he said. "The Lady Egwin?" He gazed up at me. "She was beautiful," he said wistfully. "She was like an angel. She drove men to madness." "And she preferred Edward," I said. "And she's dead, Lord," Sigebreath said. "And I think King Edward regrets that as much as I do." "Fight for someone who lives," Ethelfled said, "not for the dead." "I was wrong, Lord," Sigebreath said. I was not sure I believed him, and so I pressed the sword against his neck and saw the fear in his blue eyes. "It is my brother's decision," Ethelfled said gently, knowing what was in my mind. I let him live. That night, so we heard later, Ethelwald crossed the border into Mercia and kept riding north until he reached the safety of Sigurd's Hall. He had escaped. Chapter 8. Alfred was buried. The burial took 5 hours of praying, chanting, weeping, and preaching. The old king had been placed in an elm coffin painted with scenes from the lives of the saints, while the lid depicted a surprised-looking Christ ascending into heaven. A splinter of the true cross was placed in the dead king's hands, and his head was pillowed by a gospel book. The elm coffin was sheathed in a lead box, which in turn was enclosed by a third casket, this one of cedar and carved with pictures of saints defying death. One saint was being burned, though the flames could not touch her. A second was being tortured, yet was smiling forgiveness on her hapless tormentors, while a third was being pierced by spears and still was preaching. The whole cumbersome coffin was carried down to the crypt of the old church, where it was sealed in a stone chamber, where Alfred rested until the new church was finished, and then he was carried to the vault where he still lies. I remember Steapa weeping like a child. Beocca was in tears. Even Plegimund, that stern archbishop, was crying as he preached. He talked of Jacob's ladder, which appeared in a dream described in the Christian scriptures, and Jacob, as he lay on his stony pillow beneath the ladder, heard the voice of God. "The land on which you lie shall be given to your children and to their children's children." Plegimund's voice broke as he read the words. "And your children shall be like the dust of the earth, and they shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south, and by you and your children shall all the families of the world bless themselves." Jacob's dream was Alfred's dream. Plegimund's voice was hoarse by this point in his long sermon. "And Alfred now lies here in this place, and this land shall be given to his children and to his children's children, till the day of judgment itself. And not just this land. Alfred dreamed that we Saxons should spread the light of the gospel through all Britain, and all other lands, until every voice on earth is lifted in praise of God Almighty." I remembered smiling to myself. I stood at the back of the old church, watching the smoke from the incense burners swirl around the gilded rafters, and it amused me that Plegimund believed that we Saxons should spread like the dust of the earth to the north, south, east, and west. We would be lucky if we kept what land we had, let alone spread. But the congregation was moved by Plegimund's words. "The pagans press upon us," Plegimund declared. "They persecute us. Yet we shall preach to them, and we shall pray for them, and we shall see them bow their knee to Almighty God, and then Alfred's dream will come true, and there shall be rejoicing in heaven. God will preserve us." I should have listened more carefully to that sermon, but I was thinking of Ethelfled and Fairford. I had asked Edward's permission to go to Mercia, and his reply was to send Beocca to the Two Cranes. My old friend sat by the hearth and chided me for ignoring my eldest son. "I don't ignore him," I said. "I'd like him to come to Fairford as well." "And what will he do there?" "What he should do," I said. "Train as a warrior." "He wants to be a priest," Beocca said. "Then he's no son of mine." Beocca sighed. "He's a good boy, a very good boy." "Tell him to change his name," I said. "If he becomes a priest, he's not worthy to be called Uhtred." "You're so like your father," he said. which surprised me because I had been frightened of my father. "And Uhtred is so like you," Beorca went on. "He looks like you, and he has your stubbornness." He chuckled. "You were a most stubborn child. I am often accused of being Uhtredawi, the wicked enemy of Christianity. Yet so many I have loved and admired have been Christians, and Beorca was chief among them. Beorca and his wife, Thyra, Hild, Ethelfled, dear Father Perlig, Osferth, Willibald, even Alfred. The list is endless, and I suppose they were all good people, because their religion insists they must behave in a certain way, which mine does not. Thor and Woden demand nothing of me except respect and some sacrifice, but they would never be so foolish as to insist that I love my enemy or turn the other cheek. Yet the best Christians, like Beorca, struggle daily to be good. I have never tried to be good, though nor do I think I am wicked. I am just me, Uhtred of Bambra." "Uhtred," I said to Beorca, talking of my elder son, "will be Lord of Bambra after me. He can't hold that fortress by prayer. He needs to learn how to fight." Beorca stared into the fire. "I always hoped I would see Bambra again," he said wistfully. "I doubt that will happen now. The king says you may go to Fairfoot." "Good," I said. "Alfred was generous to you," Beorca said sternly. "I don't deny it." "And I had some influence there," Beorca said with a little pride. "Thank you." "You know why he agreed?" "Because Alfred owed me," I said. "Because without certain breath he wouldn't have remained king for 28 years. "Because Wessex needs a strong man in Mercia," Beorca said, ignoring my boasting. "Ethelred?" I suggested mischievously. "He's a good man, and you've wronged him," Beorca said fiercely. "Maybe," I said, avoiding a quarrel. "Ethelred is Lord of Mercia," Beorca said, "and the man with the best claim to the throne of that land, but he has not tried to take that crown. Because he's frightened of Wessex," I said. "He has been loyal to Wessex," Beorca corrected me. "But he cannot appear too subservient, or the Mercian lords who crave their own country will turn against him." "Ethelred rules in Mercia," I said, "because he's the richest man in the country, and whenever a lord loses cattle, slaves, or a hall to the Danes, he knows that Ethelred will reimburse him. He pays for his lordship, but what he should be doing is crushing the Danes." "He watches the Welsh frontier," Beorca said, as if dealing with the Welsh was an adequate excuse for being somnolent with the Danes. "But it is appreciated." He hesitated over the word, as if it had been carefully selected. "Appreciated that he is not a natural warrior. He is a superb ruler." He hurried on after those words to stifle any laugh he suspected I would give. "And his administration is admirable, but he has no talent for warfare." "And I do," I said. Beorca smiled. "Yes, Uhtred, you do, but you have no talent for respect. The king expects you to treat Lord Ethelred with respect." "All the respect he deserves," I promised. "And his wife will be permitted to return to Mercia," Beorca said, "upon the understanding that she endows, indeed that she builds, a nunnery." "She's to be a nun?" I asked, angry. "Endows and builds," Beorca said, "and she will be free to choose wherever she so wishes to endow and to build the nunnery." I had to laugh. "I'm to live next door to a nunnery?" Beorca frowned. "We cannot know where she will choose." "No," I said, "of course not." So the Christians had swallowed the sin. I assumed that Edward had learned a new tolerance for sin, which was no bad thing, and it meant Ethelfled was free to live more or less as she wished, though the nunnery would serve as an excuse for Ethelred to claim that his wife had chosen a life of holy contemplation. In truth, Edward and his council knew they needed Ethelfled in Mercia, and they needed me too. We were the shield of Wessex, but it seemed we were not to be the sword of the Saxons, because Beorca gave me a stern warning before he left the tavern. "The king expressly wishes that the Danes be left in peace," he said. "They are not to be provoked. That is his command." "And if they attack us?" I asked, annoyed. "Of course you may defend yourself, but the king does not wish to start a war, not before he is crowned." I growled acceptance of the policy. I supposed it made sense that Edward wanted to be left in peace while he established his authority over his new kingdom, but I doubted the Danes would oblige him. I was certain they wanted war, and would want it before Edward's coronation. That ceremony would not take place until the new year, giving time for honoured guests to arrange their travel, and so, as the autumn mists turned colder and the days shrank, I went at last to Fairford. That was a blessed place of sweet low hills, slow rivers and rich earth. Alfred had indeed been generous. The steward was a morose Mercian named Fulk, who did not welcome a new lord, and no wonder, for he had lived well off the estate's income, helped in that by the priest who kept the accounts. That priest, Father Kunrich, tried to persuade me that the harvest had been poor of late, and that the stumps in the woodland were there because the trees had died of disease rather than been felled for the value of their timber. He laid out the documents which matched the receipts I had brought from the treasury in Winchester, and Father Kunrich smiled happily at that coincidence. "As I told you, Lord," he said, "we held the estate in sacred trust, as it were, for King Alfred." He beamed at me. He was a plump man, full-faced with a quick smile. "And no one ever came from Wessex to examine your accounts?" "What need was there?" he asked, sounding surprised and amused at such a thought. "The Church teaches us to be honest labourers in the Lord's vineyard." I took all the documents and put them on the hall fire. Father Kunrich and Fulk watched in speechless surprise as the parchment scorched, curled, cracked, and burned. "You've been cheating," I said, "and now it stops." Father Kunrich opened his mouth to protest, but then thought better of it. "Or do I have to hang one of you?" I asked. "Maybe both." Feenan searched both Fulk's and Father Kunrich's houses, and found some of their hoarded silver, which I used to buy timber, and to pay back the steward who had lent me money. I've always loved to build, and Fairfoot needed a new hall, new storehouses, and a palisade, all projects for the winter. I sent Feenan north to patrol the lands between the Saxons and the Danes, and he took new men with him, men who came to me because they heard I was wealthy and gave silver. Feenan sent messages every few days, and they all said that the Danes were surprisingly quiet. I'd been certain that Alfred's death would provoke an attack, but none came. Sigurd, it seemed, was sick, and Canute had no desire to attack southwards without his friend. I thought it an opportunity for us to attack northwards, and said so in a message to Edward, but the suggestion went unanswered. We heard rumours that Ethelwald had gone to York. Gisla's brother had died and been succeeded as king in Northumbria by a Dane who ruled only because Canute allowed it. Canute, for whatever reason, had no wish to be king, but his man occupied the throne, and Ethelwald was sent to York, presumably because it was so far from Wessex and so deep inside Danish land, and was thus a safe place. Canute must have believed that Edward might send a force to destroy Ethelwald, and so hid his prize behind York's formidable Roman walls. So Ethelwald cowered, Canute waited, and I built. I made a hall as high as a church, with stout beams and a tall palisade. I nailed wolf skulls to the gable, which faced the rising sun, and I hired men to make tables and benches. I had a new steward, a man called Herrick, who had been wounded in the hip at Benfleet and could no longer fight, but Herrick was energetic and mostly honest. He suggested we build a mill on the stream, a good suggestion. It was while I was searching for a good place to make the mill that the priest arrived. It was a cold day, as cold as the day on which Father Willibald had found me in Buckingham, and the edges of the stream were crackling with thin ice. A wind came cold from the northern uplands, while from the south came a priest. He rode a mule, but scrambled out of the saddle when he came close to me. He was young, and even taller than I was. He was skeletally thin. His black robe was filthy, and its hems caked with dried mud. His face was long, his nose like a beak, his eyes bright and very green, his fair hair straggly, and his chin non-existent. He had the wispiest, most pathetic beard, which dangled halfway down a long, thin neck, round which he wore a large silver cross, which was missing one of its arms. "You are the great Lord Uhtred?" he inquired earnestly. "I am," I said. "And I am Father Cuthbert," he introduced himself. "And so very pleased to meet you. Do I bow?" "Grovel, if you like." To my surprise, he went down on his knees. He bowed his head almost to the frost-whitened grass, then unfolded and stood. "There," he said. I grovelled. "Greetings, Lord, from your new chaplain." "My what?" "Your chaplain, your own priest," he said brightly. "It's my punishment." "I don't need a chaplain." "I'm sure you don't, Lord. I'm unnecessary, I know. I'm not needed. I am a mere blight on the eternal church. Cuthbert the unnecessary." He smiled suddenly as an idea struck him. "If I'm ever made into a saint," he said, "I shall be Saint Cuthbert the unnecessary." "It would distinguish me from the other Saint Cuthbert, would it not?" "It would, indeed it would." He capered a few steps of gangling dance. "Saint Cuthbert the unnecessary," he chanted, "patron saint of all useless things. Nevertheless, Lord," he composed his face to a serious expression, "I am your chaplain, a burden upon your purse, and I require food, silver, ale, and especially cheese. I'm very fond of cheese. You say you don't need me, Lord, but I am here none the less, and at your humble service." He bowed again. "You wish to say confession? You want me to welcome you back into the bosom of Mother Church?" "Who says you're my chaplain?" I asked. "King Edward. I'm his gift to you." He smiled beatifically, then made a sign of the cross towards me. "Blessings on you, Lord." "Why did Edward send you?" I asked. "I suspect, Lord, because he has a sense of humour. Or," he frowned, thinking, "perhaps because he dislikes me. Except I don't think he does. In fact, he doesn't dislike me at all. He's very fond of me, though he believes I need to learn discretion." "You're indiscreet." "Oh, Lord, I am so many things. A scholar, a priest, an eater of cheese, and now I am chaplain to Lord Uhtred, the pagan who slaughters priests. That's what they tell me. I'd be eternally grateful if you refrained from slaughtering me. May I have a servant, please?" "A servant? To wash things, to do things, to look after me? A maid would be a blessing. Something young with nice breasts." I was grinning by then. It was impossible not to like St. Cuthbert the Unnecessary. "Nice breasts?" I asked sternly. "If it pleases you, Lord, I was warned you were more likely to slaughter me, to make me into a martyr, but I would much prefer breasts." "Are you really a priest?" I asked him. "Oh, indeed, Lord, I am. You can ask Bishop Sweetwolf. He made me a priest. He laid his hands on me and said all the proper prayers." "Sweetwolf of Rochester?" I asked. "The very same. He's my father, and he hates me." "Your father?" My spiritual father, yes, not my real father. My real father was a stonemason, bless his little hammer. But Bishop Sweetwolf educated me and raised me, God bless him, and now he detests me." "Why?" I asked, already suspecting the answer. "I'm not allowed to say, Lord." "Say it anyway, you're indiscreet." "I married King Edward to Bishop Sweetwolf's daughter, Lord." So the twins who were now in Ethelfled's care were legitimate, a fact that would upset Ealdorman Ethelhelm. Edward was pretending otherwise in case the Wheaton of Wessex decided to offer the throne elsewhere, and the evidence of his first marriage had been sent to my care. "God, you're a fool," I said. "So the bishop tells me. St. Cuthbert the Foolish. But I was a friend of Edward, and he begged me, and she was a delightful little thing. So pretty," he sighed. "She had nice breasts?" I asked sarcastically. "They were like 2 young fawns, Lord," he said earnestly. I'm sure I gaped at him. 2 young fawns? "The Holy Scriptures describe perfect breasts as being like 2 young fawns, Lord. I have to say I've researched the matter thoroughly." He paused to consider what he had just said, then nodded approval. "Very thoroughly. Yet still the similarity escapes me. But who am I to question the Holy Scriptures?" "And now," I said, "everyone is saying the marriage never happened." "Which is why I can't tell you that it did," Cuthbert said. "But it did," I said, and he nodded. "So the twin babies are legitimate," I went on, and he nodded again. "Didn't you know Alfred would disapprove?" I asked. "Edward wanted the marriage," he said simply and seriously. "But you're sworn to silence." "They threatened to send me to Francia," he said, "to a monastery. But King Edward preferred I came to you." "In hope that I'd kill you?" "In hope, Lord, that you would protect me." "Then for God's sake don't go around telling people that Edward was married." "I shall keep silence," he promised. "I shall be St. Cuthbert the Silent." The twins were with Ethelfled, who was building her convent in Cirencester, a town not far from my new estate. Cirencester had been a great place when the Romans ruled in Britain, and Ethelfled lived in one of their houses, a fine building with large rooms enclosing a pillared courtyard. The house had once belonged to the older Ethelred, Ealdorman of Mercia and husband to my father's sister, and I had known it as a child when I fled south from my other uncle's usurpation of Bamborough. The older Ethelred had expanded it so that Saxon thatch was joined to Roman tile, but it was a comfortable house and well protected by Cirencester's walls. Ethelfled had men pulling down some ruined Roman houses and was using the stone to make her convent. "Why bother?" I asked her. "Because it was my father's wish," she said, "and because I promised to do it. It will be dedicated to St. Werburg." "She's the woman who frightened the geese?" "Yes." Ethelfled's household was loud with children. There was her own daughter, Elfwin, and my 2 youngest, Steora and Osbert. My oldest, Uhtred, was still at school in Winchester, from where he wrote me dutiful letters that I did not bother to read because I knew they were filled with tedious pieties. The youngest children at Cirencester were Edward's twins, who were just babies. I remembered looking at Ethelstan in his swaddling clothes and thinking that so many problems could be solved with one plunge of serpent breath. I was right in that, but wrong too. And little Ethelstan would grow into a young man I loved. "You know he's legitimate?" I asked Ethelfled. "Not according to Edward," she said tartly. "I have the priest who married them in my household," I told her. "Then tell him to keep his mouth shut," she said, "or he'll be buried with it open." We were in Cirencester, which lay not that far from Gloucester, where Ethelred had his hall. He hated Ethelfled, and I worried he would send men to capture her, then either simply kill her or immure her in a nunnery. She no longer had the protection of her father, and I doubted Edward frightened Ethelred nearly as much as Alfred had, but Ethelfled dismissed my fears. "He might not be worried by Edward," she said, "but he's terrified of you." "Will he make himself king of Mercia?" I asked. She watched a mason chip at a Roman statue of an eagle. The poor man was attempting to make it look like a goose, and so far had only managed to make it resemble an indignant chicken. "He won't," Ethelfled said. "Why not?" "Too many powerful men in southern Mercia want Wessex's protection," she said, "and Ethelred really is not interested in power." "Is not? Not now. He used to be, but he falls ill every few months, and he fears death. He wants to fill what time he has with women." She gave me a very tart look. "He's like you in some ways." "Nonsense, woman," I said. "Sigun is my housekeeper." "Housekeeper," Ethelfled said scornfully. "And terrified of you." She liked that and laughed. Then she sighed as an unwise blow of the mason's mallet knocked off the sad chicken's beak. "All I asked for," she said, "was a statue of Werburg and one goose." "You want too much," I teased her. "I want what my father wanted," she said quietly. England. In those days I was always surprised when I heard that name. I knew Mercia and Wessex, and I had been to East Anglia and reckoned Northumbria was my homeland. But England... It was a dream back then, a dream of Alfred's, and now, after his death, that dream was as vague and far away as ever. It seemed likely that if ever the four kingdoms were to be joined, then they would be called Daneland rather than England, yet Ethelfled and I shared Alfred's dream. "Are we English?" I asked her. "What else?" "I'm Northumbrian." "You're English," she said firmly, "and have a Danish bedwarmer." She prodded me hard in the ribs. "Tell Sigun I wish her a good Christmas." I celebrated Yule with a feast at Fairford. We made a great wheel from timber, more than 10 paces wide, and we wrapped it in straw and mounted it horizontally on an oak pillar and greased the spindle with fleece oil so that the wheel could revolve. Then, after dark, we set fire to it. Men used rakes or spears to turn the wheel, which whirled about, spewing sparks. My 2 youngest children were with me, and Stiora held my hand and gazed wide-eyed at the huge burning wheel. "Why did you set fire to it?" she asked. "It's a sign to the gods," I said. "It tells them that we remember them, and it begs them to bring new life to the year." "It's a sign to Jesus?" she asked, not quite comprehending. "Yes," I said, "and to the other gods." There was a cheer when the wheel collapsed, and then men and women competed to jump over the flames. I held my 2 children in my arms and leapt with them, flying through the smoke and sparks. I watched those sparks fly into the cold night, and I wondered how many other wheels were burning in the north, where the Danes dreamed of Wessex. Yet if they dreamed, they did nothing about those dreams. That, of itself, was surprising. Alfred's death, it seemed to me, should have been a signal to attack, but the Danes had no one leader to unite them. Sigurd was still sick. We heard Canute was busy beating the Scots into submission, and Eirich did not know whether his loyalties were to the Christian south or to the Danish north, and so did nothing. Heston still lurked in Chester, but he was weak. Ethelwald remained in York, but he was helpless to attack Wessex until Canute allowed it, and so we were left in peace, though I was sure that could not last. I was tempted, so tempted, to go north and consult Elfidel again, but I knew that was stupid. I knew it was not Elfidel I wished to see, but Erka, that strange silent beauty. I did not go, but I had news when Offa came to Fairford, and I sat him in my new hall and piled the fire high to warm his old bones. Offa was a Mercian who had once been a priest, but whose faith had weakened. He abandoned the priesthood and instead walked about Britain with a pack of trained terriers who amused folk at fairs by walking on their hind legs and dancing. The few coins those dogs collected would never have paid for Offa's fine house in Lichfield. But his real talent, the skill which made him wealthy, was his ability to learn about men's hopes, dreams, and intentions. His ludicrous dogs were welcome in every great hall, whether Dane or Saxon, and Offa was sharp-eared and sharp-minded, and he listened, he questioned, and then he sold what he had learned. Alfred had used him, but so did Sigurd and Canute. It was Offa who told me what happened in the north. "Sigurd's sickness doesn't seem fatal," he told me, "just weakening. He has fevers, he recovers, and then they come back." "Canute?" "He won't attack south till he knows Sigurd will join him." "Eirich?" "Pisses himself with worry." "Ethelwald?" "Drinks and humps servant girls." "Heston?" "Hates you, smiles, dreams of revenge." "Elfidel?" "Ah," he said, and smiled. Offa was a lugubrious man who rarely smiled. His long, deep-lined face was guarded and shrewd. He cut a slice of the cheese made in my dairy. "I hear you're building a mill." "I am." "Sensible, lord. A good place for a mill. Why pay a miller when you can grind your own wheat?" "Elfadel?" I asked again, placing a silver coin on the table. "I hear you visited her." "You hear too much," I said. "You compliment me," Offa said, scooping up the coin. "So you met her granddaughter?" "Erka." "So Elfadel calls her," he said, "and I envy you." "I thought you had a new young wife." "I do," he said, "but old men shouldn't take young wives." I laughed. "You're tired." "I'm getting too old to keep straying the roads of Britain." "And stay home in Lichfield," I said. "You don't need silver." "I have a young wife," he said, amused, "so I need the peace of constant travel." "Elfadel?" I asked yet again. "She was a whore in York," he said, "years ago. That's where Canute found her. She told fortunes as well as whoring, and she must have told Canute something that turned out to be true because he took her under his shield. He gave her the cave at Buxton. It's his land, so yes. And she tells folk what he wants them to hear." Offa hesitated, always a sign that whatever answer was required needed a little more money. I sighed and placed another coin on the table. "She speaks his words," Offa confirmed. "So what's she saying now?" I asked, and he hesitated again. "Listen," I went on, "you wizened piece of goat gristle, I've paid enough, so tell me." "She's saying that a new king of the south will arise in the north." "Ethelwald?" "They'll use him," Offa said bleakly. "He is, after all, the rightful king of Wessex." "He's a drunken idiot." "When did that make a man unfit to be king?" "So the Danes will use him to placate the Saxons," I said, "then kill him." "Of course." "Then why wait?" "Because Sigurd is sick, because the Scots are threatening Canute's land, because the stars aren't aligned propitiously." "So Elfadel can only tell men to wait for the stars." "She's saying that Eirich will be king of the sea, that Ethelwald will be the king of Wessex, and that all the great lands of the south will be given to the Danes." "King of the sea?" "Just a fancy way of saying that Sigurd and Canute won't take Eirich's throne. They worry that he'll ally himself with Wessex." "And Erka?" "Is she as beautiful as men say?" he asked. "You haven't seen her?" "Not in her cave." "Where she's naked," I said, on Offa's side. "She is more than beautiful," I said. "So I hear, but she's a mute. She can't speak. Her mind is touched. I don't know if she's mad, but she is like a child, a beautiful, dumb, half-mad child who drives men wholly mad." I thought about that. I could hear the sound of blades on blades outside the hall, the sound of steel hammering lindenwood shields. My men were practicing. All day, every day. Men rehearse warfare, using sword and shield, axe and shield, spear and shield, readying themselves for the day when they must face Danes who practiced just as much. That day, it seemed, was being delayed by Sigurd's bad health. We should attack instead, I thought. But to invade northern Mercia, I needed troops from Wessex, and Edward had been advised by the Wheaten to keep Britain's fragile peace. "Elfadel is dangerous," Offa interrupted my thoughts. "An old woman babbling her master's words? And men believe her," he said. "And men who believe they know fate do not fear risk." I thought of Sigurd's foolhardy attack on the bridge at St. Neots, and knew Offa was right. The Danes might be waiting to attack, but all the time they were hearing magical prophecies which told them they would win, and rumours of these prophecies were spreading through the Saxon lands. "We are bid fula red." I had an idea, and opened my mouth to speak, then thought better of it. If a man wants to keep a secret, then Offa was the last man to tell, because he made his living betraying other men's secrets. "You were about to speak, lord?" he asked. "What do you hear about the Lady Egwin?" I asked. He looked surprised. "I thought you knew more about her than I do." "I know she died," I said. "She was frivolous," Offa said disapprovingly, "but very lovely. Elfin." "And married?" He shrugged. "I hear a priest performed a ceremony, but there was no contract between Edward and her father. Bishop Swethwolf's no fool. He refused to allow it." "So was the marriage legal?" "If a priest performed it?" "Marriage requires a contract," Offa said sternly. "They weren't two peasants humping like pigs in a mud-floored hut, but a king and a bishop's daughter. Of course there must be a contract, and a bride price. Without those, it's just a royal rut." "So the children are illegitimate?" "That's what the Wheaten of Wessex says, so it must be true." I smiled. "They're sickly children," I lied, "and most unlikely to live." Offa could not hide his interest. "Truly?" "Ethelfled can't persuade the boy to suckle his wet nurse." I lied again, and the girl is frail. Not that it matters if they die, they're illegitimate. Their deaths would solve many problems, Offa said. So I'd done Edward one small service by spreading a rumour that would please Ethelhelm, his father-in-law. In truth, the twins were healthy, squalling babies, and problems in the making, but problems that could wait, just as Canute had decided that his invasion of southern Mercia and Wessex must wait. There are seasons of our lives when nothing seems to be happening, when no smoke betrays a burned town or homestead, and few tears are shed for the newly dead. I have learned not to trust those times, because if the world is at peace, then it just means someone is planning war. Spring came, and with it Edward's coronation at Kingston-upon-Thames, the King's Town, which lay just west of London. I thought it a strange choice. Winchester was the main town of Wessex, where Alfred had built his great new church, and where the largest royal palace stood, but Edward had chosen Kingston-upon-Thames. It was true that it was a great royal estate, but of late it had been ignored because it was too close to London, and before I captured that city from the Danes, Kingston-upon-Thames had been plundered again and again. The Archbishop says it's where some of the old monarchs were crowned, Edward explained to me. And there's a stone here. A stone, Lord? He nodded. It's a royal stone. The old kings either stood on it or sat on it. I'm not sure which. He shrugged, evidently confused by the stone's purpose. Pledgemoon thinks it's important. I'd been summoned to the royal estate a week before the ceremonies, and ordered to bring as many household warriors as I could muster. I had 74 men, all mounted, all well-equipped, and Edward added 100 of his own men, and asked that we protect Kingston-upon-Thames during his crowning. He feared that the Danes would attack, and I gladly agreed to keep guard. I would much rather have been on horseback under the open skies than sitting and standing through hours of Christian ceremony, and so I rode the empty countryside while Edward sat or stood on the royal stone, and had his head anointed with holy oil, and then crowned with his father's emerald-studded crown. No Danes attacked. I had been so sure that Alfred's death would mean war, but it brought one of those strange periods during which swords rested in their scabbards, and Edward was crowned in peace, and afterwards he went to London and summoned me there to a great council. The streets of the old Roman city were hung with banners, all in celebration of Edward's coronation, while the formidable ramparts were thick with troops. None of that was surprising, but what was astonishing was to find Eirish there. King Eirish of East Anglia, who had conspired to kill me, was in London by invitation of Archbishop Pledgemoon, who had sent 2 of his own nephews as hostages to guarantee the king's safety. Eirish and his entourage had come up the Thames in 3 lion-proud boats, and were now quartered in the great Mercian palace that crowned the hill at the centre of the old Roman city. Eirish was a big man, bellied like a pregnant sow, strong as a bullock, with a suspicious, small-eyed face. I first saw him on the ramparts, where he was walking with a group of his men along the old Roman defences. He had 3 wolfhounds on leashes, and their presence on the ramparts was provoking the dogs in the city beneath to howl. Weohstan, the commander of the garrison, was Eirish's guide, presumably because Edward had ordered him to show the East Anglian king whatever he wanted to see. I was with Finan. We climbed to the ramparts up a Roman stair built into one tower of the gate, which men called the Bishop's Gate. It was morning, and the sun was warming the old stone. It stank because the ditch outside the wall was filling with refuse and offal. Children were scavenging there. A dozen West Saxon soldiers were clearing the way for Eirish's men, but they let me alone, and Finan and I just waited as the East Anglicans approached us. Weohstan looked alarmed, perhaps because Finan and I were both wearing swords, though neither of us had mail or helmets or shields. I bowed to the king. "You've met the Lord Uhtred?" Weohstan asked Eirish. The small eyes stared at me. One of the wolfhounds snarled and was quietened. "The burner of boats," Eirish said, evidently amused. "He burns towns too," Finan could not resist saying, reminding Eirish that I had burned his fine port at Dunwich. Eirish's mouth tightened, but he did not rise to the bait. Instead he glanced south at the city. "A fine place, Lord Uhtred." "Can I ask what brings you here, Lord King?" I asked respectfully. "I am a Christian," Eirish said. His voice was a rumble, impressive and deep. "And the Holy Father in Rome tells me that Pledgemoon is my spiritual father. The Archbishop invited me. I came." "We are honoured," I said, "because what else do you say to a king?" "Weohstan tells me you captured the city," Eirish said. He sounded bored, like a man who knows he must make conversation, but is not interested in what is being said. "I did, Lord. At the gate over there." He gestured west towards Ludgate. "Yes, Lord King." "You must tell me that tale," he said, though he was only being polite. We were both being polite. This was a man who had tried to kill me. and neither of us acknowledged that, but instead made stilted conversation. I knew what he was thinking. He was thinking that the wall beside the bishop's gate was the most vulnerable place in the whole 3 miles of Roman ramparts. It offered the easiest approach, though the rubbish-stinking ditch was a formidable obstacle. But east of the gate the wall's ragstone had crumbled in places and been replaced with a palisade of oak trunks. A whole stretch of wall between the bishop's gate and the old gate was derelict. When I had commanded the garrison I had made the palisade, but it needed repair, and if London could be captured, then this was the easiest place to attack, and Eirish was thinking the same thing. He gestured to a man beside him. "This is the Jarl Oscutel," he said. Oscutel was the commander of Eirish's household troops. He was what I expected, big and brutal, and I nodded to him and he nodded back. "You come to pray too?" I asked him. "I come because my king ordered me to come," Oscutel said. And why? I thought angrily. Had Edward allowed this nonsense? Eirish and Oscutel could well become Wessex's enemies, yet here they were being welcomed to London and treated as honoured guests. There was a great feast that night, and one of Edward's harpists chanted a great poem in praise of Eirish, celebrating his heroism, though, in truth, Eirish had never made any great reputation in battle. He was a sly, clever man, who ruled by force, who avoided battle, who survived because his kingdom lay at the edge of Britain, and so no armies needed to cross his land to reach their enemies. Yet Eirish was not negligible. He could lead at least 2,000 well-equipped warriors to war, and if the Danes were ever to make a whole-hearted assault on Wessex, then Eirish's men would be a valuable addition. Equally, if the Christians were ever to make an assault on the northern pagans, they would welcome those 2,000 troops. Both sides tried to seduce Eirish, and Eirish received the gifts, made promises, and did nothing. Eirish did nothing, but he was the key to Plegimoon's grand idea to unite all Britain. The archbishop claimed it had come to him in a dream after Alfred's funeral, and he had persuaded Edward that the dream was from God. Britain would be united by Christ, not by the sword, and there was something propitious in the year 900. Plegimoon evidently believed, and convinced Edward, that Christ would return in the year 1000, and that it was the divine will that the last 100 years of the Christian millennium should be spent converting the Danes in readiness for the second coming. "War has failed," Plegimoon thundered from his pulpit, "so we must put our faith in peace." He believed the time had come to convert the pagans, and he wanted Eirish's Christian Danes to be his missionaries to Sigurd and Canute. "He wants what?" I asked Edward. I had been summoned to the king's presence on the morning after the great feast, and had listened as Edward explained the archbishop's hopes. "He wants the conversion of the heathen," Edward said stiffly. "And they want Wessex, Lord." "Christian will not fight Christian," Edward said. "Tell that to the Welsh, Lord King." "They keep the peace," he said, "mostly." He was married by then. His bride, Alfred, was little more than a child, perhaps 13 or 14, already pregnant, and she was playing with her companions and a kitten in the small garden where I had so often met Ethelfled. The window in the king's chamber looked down on that small garden, and Edward saw where I was looking. He sighed. "The Wheaton believes Eirich will prove an ally. Your father-in-law believes that?" Edward nodded. "We've had war for 3 generations," he said sternly, "and still it has not brought peace. Plegimoon says we must try prayer and preaching. My mother agrees." I laughed at that. So we were to defeat our enemies with prayer? Canute and Sigurd, I thought, would welcome that tactic. "And what does Eirish want from us?" I asked. "Nothing." Edward seemed surprised by the question. "He wants nothing, Lord?" "He wants the archbishop's blessing." Edward, in those first years of his reign, was under the influence of his mother, his father-in-law, and the archbishop, and all 3 resented the cost of war. Building the boroughs and equipping the fyrd had taken huge sums of silver, while to put an army into the field cost even more, and that money came from the church and from the ealdormen. They wanted to keep their silver. War is expensive, but prayer is free. I scoffed at the idea, and Edward cut me off with an abrupt gesture. "Tell me about the twins," he said. "They thrive," I said. "My sister said the same, but I heard Ethelstan won't suckle." He sounded anguished. "Ethelstan sucks like a bull calf," I said, "but I started a rumour that he's weak. That's what your mother and father-in-law wants to hear." "Ah," Edward said, and smiled. "I'm forced to deny their legitimacy," he went on, "but they are dear to me." "They are safe and well, Lord," I assured him. He touched my forearm. "Keep them that way. And Lord Uhtred—" His hand tightened on my forearm to emphasize his next words. "I don't want the Danes provoked. You understand me?" "Yes, Lord King." He suddenly realized he was gripping my arm and pulled his hand away. He was awkward with me. I assumed because he was embarrassed that he had made me nursemaid to his royal bastards, or perhaps because I was his sister's lover, or because he had ordered me to keep the peace when he knew I believed that peace was fraudulent. But the Danes were not to be provoked, and I was sworn to obey Edward. So I set out to provoke the Danes. Part 3. Angels. Chapter 9. Edward's under the thumb of the priests, I grumbled to Luda, and his damn mother is worse, stupid bitch. We had returned to Fairford, and I had taken him northwards to the edge of the hills, from where a man can stare across the wide Severn into the hills of Wales. It was raining in that far west, but a watery sun reflected like beaten silver from the river in the valley beneath us. They think they can avoid war by praying, I went on, and all because of that fool Pledgemund. He thinks God will geld the Danes. Prayer might work, Lord, Luda said cheerfully. Of course it won't work, I snarled. If your God wanted it to work, then why didn't he do it 20 years ago? Luda was too sensible to offer an answer. There were just the two of us. I was seeking something. I did not want folk to know what I sought, and so Luda and I rode the crestline alone. We were searching, talking to slaves in the fields and to thanes in their halls, and on the third day I found what I sought. It was not perfect. It was too near Fairford for my liking, and not close enough to Danish land. But there's nothing like this to the north, Luda said. Not that I know of. There are plenty of weird stones up north, but not any buried stones. Weird stones are strange circles of great boulders placed by the old people, presumably in honour of their gods. Usually when we find such a place, we dig at the base of the stones, and I've found treasure at one or two. The buried stones are in mounds, some of which are round heaps and some like long ridges, but both are the old people's graves. We dig into them too, though some people believe the skeletons inside are protected by spirits or even by dragons with fiery breath. But I once uncovered a jar filled with jet, amber and golden ornaments inside just such a grave. The mound we discovered that day was on a high ridge with views stretching all around. Looking north, we could see into the far-off Danish land, though that was a long way off. Too far off. But nevertheless, I thought this ancient tomb would suit us. The place was called Notgrove, and it belonged to a Mercian thane named Elwald, who was happy that I should dig into his mound. "I'll lend you slaves to do the work," he told me. "Bastards don't have enough to do until the harvest." "I'll use my own," I said. Elwald was immediately suspicious, but I was Uhtred, and he did not want to antagonize me. "You'll share anything you find?" he asked anxiously. "I will," I said, then put gold on his table. "That gold," I said, "is for your silence. No one knows I'm here, and you tell no one. If I find you break that silence, I'll come back and I'll bury you in that mound." "I'll say nothing, Lord," he promised. He was older than I, with pendulous jowls and long grey hair. "God knows I don't want trouble," he went on. "Last year's harvest was bad, the Danes aren't that far away, and I just prayed for a quiet life." He took the gold. "Oh, you'll find nothing in that mound, Lord. My father dug it out years ago, and there's nothing there but skeletons. Not even a bead." There were two graves on the ridgetop, one built upon the other. A circular mound lay in the centre, and athwart it and beneath it, running east and west, was a long mound, some 10 feet high and over 60 paces long. Much of that long mound was just that, a mound of earth and chalk, but at its eastern end were man-made caves, which were entered through a boulder-clad entrance that faced towards the rising sun. I sent Luda to fetch a dozen slaves from Fairford, and they cleared the entrance of rocks and earth so that we were able to stoop into the long stone-lined passageway. 4 chambers, 2 on either side, opened from that tunnel. We lit the tomb with pitch-soaked torches and pulled down the heavy rocks that blocked the chamber entrances, and found, as Elwald had said, nothing but skeletons. "Will it do?" I asked Luda. He did not answer at first. He was staring at the skeletons, and there was fear in his face. "They'll come back to haunt us, Lord," he said softly. "No," I said, but felt a cold shiver in my blood. "No," I said again, though I did not believe it. "Don't touch them, Lord," he pleaded. "Elwald said his father disturbed them," I said, trying to convince myself. "So we should be safe." "He disturbed them, Lord, and that means he woke them. Now they're waiting to take revenge." The skeletons lay in untidy heaps, adults and children together. Their skulls grinned at us. One bony head had a great gash in its left side, and there were vestiges of hair on another. A child lay curled in a skeleton's lap. Another corpse reached a bony arm towards us, its finger bones spread on the stony floor. "Their spirits are here," Luda whispered. "I can feel them, Lord." I felt the cold shiver again. "Ride back to Fairford," I told Luda, and bring Father Cuthbert and my best hound." "Your best hound?" "Lightning. Bring him. I'll expect you tomorrow." We crept back out of the passage, and the slaves put back the great boulder which sealed the dead from the living. And that night the sky was lit with great curtains of pale blue and glowing white that shivered high to hide the stars. I've seen those lights before, usually in the depths of winter and always in the northern sky, but it was surely no coincidence that they shimmered the heavens on the day I had let light fall on the dead beneath the earth. I had rented a house from Elwold. It was a Roman house, mostly in ruins, which lay a short distance from a village called Turkdean, which was a short ride south of the tomb. Brambles choked most of the house, and ivy wriggled up its broken walls, but the two largest rooms, from where the Romans had once lorded the nearby countryside, had been used as a cattle shed, and were protected by crude rafters and stinking thatch. We cleared those rooms, and I slept under the thatch that night, and next morning went back to the tomb. A mist hovered about the long mound. I waited there with the slaves squatting a few paces away. Luda returned about midday, and the mist still lingered. He had Lightning, my good deerhound, on a leash, and with him was Father Cuthbert. I took Lightning's leash from Luda. The hound whimpered, and I ruffled his ears. "What you have to do now," I told Cuthbert, "is make certain that the spirits in this grave don't interfere with us." "May I ask, Lord, what it is you do here?" "What did Luda tell you?" "Just that you needed me and to bring the doggy." "And that's all you need to know. And make sure you drive those spirits away." We took the great entrance stone away, and Cuthbert went into the grave, where he chanted prayers, sprinkled water, and planted a cross he made from tree branches. "We must wait till the night's heart, Lord," he told me, "to make sure the prayers have worked." He looked distraught and waved his hands in gestures which suggested hopelessness. He had the hugest hands and never seemed to know quite what to do with them. "Will the spirits obey me?" he asked. "I don't know. They sleep during the day and should wake to find themselves chained and helpless, but perhaps they're stronger than we know. We'll discover tonight." "Why tonight? Why not now?" "They sleep in the daytime, Lord, but they'll wake tonight and scream like souls in torment. If they break the chains—" He shuddered. "But I shall stay through the night and summon angels." "Angels?" He nodded seriously. "Yes, Lord, angels." He saw my puzzlement and smiled. "Oh, don't think of angels as pretty girls, Lord. Simple folk believe angels are lovely, bright things with wonderful—" He paused, his huge hands fluttering over his chest. "Thorns," he finally said. "But in truth, they're the shield warriors of God, fiercely formidable creatures." He flapped his hands to suggest wings, then went very still as he became aware of my gaze. I stared at him so long that he became nervous. "Lord?" he asked, tremulously. "You're clever, Cuthbert," I said. He looked pleased and bashful. "I am indeed, Lord." "St. Cuthbert the Clever," I said in admiration. "A fool," I went on. "Such a clever fool." "Thank you, Lord, you're so kind." That night, Cuthbert and I stayed in the tomb's entrance and watched the stars grow bright. Lightning lay with his head on my lap as I stroked him. He was a great hound, full of running, fierce as a warrior, and fearless. A quarter moon climbed above the hills. The night was filled with noises, the rustle of creatures in nearby woods, the haunting call of a hunting owl, the cry of a vixen far away. When the moon had climbed to its height, Father Cuthbert faced the tomb, went to his knees, and began to pray silently, his lips moving and his hands clasping the broken cross. If angels came, I did not see them, but perhaps they were there, the bright-winged and beautiful shield warriors of the Christian God. I let Cuthbert pray as I took Lightning to the top of the mound, where I knelt and cuddled the hound. I told him how good he was, how loyal and how brave. I stroked his coarse pelt, I buried my head in his fur, and I told him he was the greatest hound I had ever known, and I was still cuddling him as I cut his throat with one hard tug of a knife I had sharpened that afternoon. I felt his huge body struggle and lurch, the sudden howl fading fast, the blood soaking my mail and knees, and I was crying because of his death. I held his shivering body, and I told Thor I had made the sacrifice. I did not want to, but it is the sacrifice of things dear to us that touches the minds of the gods. I held Lightning until he died. It was mercifully swift. I begged Thor to accept the sacrifice, and in return to keep the dead silent in their grave. I carried Lightning's body to some nearby trees, and I used the knife and a shard of stone to make a grave. I laid the hound inside, put the knife beside him, and wished him happy hunting in the next world. I filled in the grave and heaped rocks over it to preserve his body from the carrion eaters. It was almost dawn by the time I had finished, and I was dirty, blood-soaked, and miserable. "Dear God, what happened?" Father Cuthbert stared aghast at me. I pray to Thor, I said curtly. The dog? He whispered the question. Is hunting in the next world, I said. He shuddered. Some priests would have chided me for sacrificing to false gods, but Cuthbert just made the sign of the cross. The spirits have been quiet, he told me. So one of the prayers worked, I said. Either yours or mine. Or both, Lord, he said. And when the sun rose, the slaves came, and I had them open the tomb, and then move the dead from one of the two deeper chambers. They piled the bones in the opposite chamber, and then we sealed that corpse-crowded space with a slab of rock. We put skulls in the two cavities nearest the entrance, so that any visitor stooping into the passageway would be greeted by the grinning dead. The hardest work was disguising the entrance of the northernmost chamber, the one we had cleared of bones, because Luda needed to be able to get in and out of that artificial cave. Father Cuthbert found the solution. His father had taught him the stonemason's trade, and Cuthbert clumsily chipped away at a limestone slab until it resembled a thin shield. It took him 2 days, but he managed it, and we balanced the thin slab on a flat rock, and Luda found he could tip it easily enough. He could pull it outwards, crawl past it into the chamber, and then another man could push it back upright so that Luda was hidden behind the shield-like slab. When he spoke from behind the slab, his voice was muffled but audible. We sealed the grave again, piling earth over the entrance boulder, and then went back to Fairford. Now we go to London, I told Luda. You, me, and Feenan. London! He liked that. Why are we going, Lord? To find 2 whores, of course. Of course, he said. I can help, Father Cuthbert said eagerly. I thought I'd make you responsible for collecting the goose feathers, I told Cuthbert. Goose feathers? He stared at me appalled. Oh, Lord, please! Whores and goose feathers. Pledgemoon was praying for peace, and I was planning for war. I took 30 men to London, not because I needed them, but because a lord should travel in style. We found quarters for men and horses in the Roman fort which guarded the old city's northwestern corner, and I walked with Feenan and Weohstan along the remnants of the Roman wall. When you commanded here, Weohstan asked, did they starve you of money? No, I said. I have to beg for every coin, he grumbled. They're building churches, but I can't persuade them to repair the wall. And the wall needed repair more than ever. A great stretch of the Roman battlements between the Bishop's Gate and the Old Gate had fallen into the stinking ditch beyond. It was not a new problem. Back when I had been commander of the garrison, I had filled the gap with a massive oak palisade, but those trunks were dark now, and some of them were rotting. King Alfred had seen this decayed stretch, and I did not doubt he had noted it, and after his visit to London, I had suggested that repairs be made urgently, but nothing had been done. Just look, Weohstan said, and scrambled awkwardly down the slope of rubble that marked the ruined wall's end. He pushed on an oak trunk, and I saw it move like a dead tooth. They won't pay to replace them, Weohstan said gloomily. He kicked the base of the trunk, and soft, dark lumps of fungus-ridden wood exploded from his boot. We're at peace, I said sarcastically. Hadn't you heard? Tell that to Eärich, Weohstan said, climbing back to join me. All the land to the northeast was Eärich's land, and Weohstan told of Danish patrols coming close to the city. They're watching us, he said, and all I'm allowed to do is wave at them. They don't need to come close, I said. The traders will have told them everything they want to know. London was always busy with traders, Danish, Saxon, Frankish and Frisian, and such merchants carried news back to their homelands. Eärich, I was certain, knew just how vulnerable London's defences were. Indeed, he had seen them for himself. But Eärich is a cautious bastard, I said. Sigurd isn't. He's still sick. Pray God he dies, Weohstan said savagely. I learned more news in the city's taverns. There were shipmasters from the whole coast of Britain who, for the price of an ale, offered rumours, some of them true. And not one rumour spoke of war. Ethelwald was still sheltered in York, and still claimed to be King of Wessex, but he had no power until the Danes gave him an army. Why were they so quiet? It puzzled me. I'd been so confident they would attack at the news of Alfred's death, but instead they did nothing. Bishop Erkenwald knew the answer. It's God's will, he told me. We had met by chance in a street. God commanded us to love our enemies, he explained, and by love we shall make them Christian and peaceable. I remember staring at him. Do you really believe that? I asked. We must have faith, he said fiercely. He made the sign of the cross towards a woman who had curtsied to him. So, he asked me, what brings you to London? We're looking for whores, I said. He blinked. Do you know any good ones, Bishop? I asked. Oh, dear God, he hissed and went on his way. In truth, I had decided against finding whores in London's taverns because there was always a chance that the girls might be recognised, and so I led Feenan, Luda and Father Cuthbert down to the slave dock, which lay upriver of the old Roman bridge. London had never possessed a thriving slave market, but there was always some small trade in young folk captured from Ireland or Wales or Scotland. The Danes kept more slaves than the Saxons, and those that we did possess were usually farm labourers. A man who cannot afford an ox could harness a pair of slaves to a plough, though the furrow would never be as deep as that made by an ox-drawn blade. Oxen were less trouble too, though in the old days a man could kill a slave who proved a nuisance and faced no penalty. Alfred's laws changed that, and many men liked to release their slaves, believing it earned them God's approval, so there was no great demand in London, though there were usually a few slaves for sale at the dock beside the Thames. The traders came from Rouen, a town in Francia, and almost all those traders were Northmen, because the Viking crews had conquered all the region about that town. They came to buy the young folk captured in our border skirmishes, and some also brought slaves to sell, knowing that the wealthy men of Wessex and Mercia appreciated an exotic girl. The church frowned on that trade, but it thrived anyway. The wharf lay just beyond the river wall, and the slaves were kept in dank wooden huts inside the wall. There were 4 traders in London that day, and their guards saw us coming and warned their masters that rich men were approaching. The traders came into the street and bowed low. "Wine, my lords?" one asked. "Ale, perhaps, or whatever your lordships desire." "Women," Father Cuthbert said. "Be quiet," I growled at him. "Jesus and Joseph," Freeman said under his breath, and I knew he was remembering the long months he and I had spent as slaves, chained to Sverri's oars, our arms branded with the S of slavery. Sverri had died, as had his henchman Haka, both slaughtered by Feenan, but the Irishman had never lost his hatred of slavers. "You're looking for women?" one of the traders asked. "Or for girls? Something young and tender. I have just what you need. Unspoilt goods, juicy and precious. Gentlemen?" He bowed, gesturing us towards a crude door inserted into a Roman arch. I looked at Father Cuthbert. "Take the grin off your face," I snarled at him, then lowered my voice. "And go and find Whalestan. Tell him to bring 10 or a dozen men, quickly." "But, Lord," he began, wanting to stay. "Go!" I shouted. He fled. "Always wise to lose the priests, Lord," the trader said, assuming I had sent Cuthbert away because the church frowned on his business. I tried to make a friendly response, but the same anger that was seething in Feenan was now curdling my belly. I remembered the humiliation of slavery, the misery. Feenan and I had once been chained in a dank building just like this. The scar on my upper arm seemed to smart as I followed the trader through the low door. "I brought 6 girls across the water," he said, "and I assume you're not wanting dairymaids or kitchen drabs." "We want angels," Feenan said tightly. "That's what I supply," the man said cheerfully. "What's your name?" "Halfdan," he said. He was in his 30s, I guessed, burly and tall, with a head as bald as an egg, and a beard which reached to his waist where a silver-hilted sword was strapped. The room we entered had 4 guards, 2 armed with cudgels and 2 with swords. They watched a score of slaves who sat chained in the floor's sewage-stinking sludge. The back wall of the hut was the city side of the river rampart, its stones green and black in the small light that came through chinks in the rotting thatch roof. The slaves watched us sullenly. "They're mostly Welsh," Halfdan said carelessly, "but there's a couple from Ireland." "You'll take them to Francia?" Feenan asked. "Unless you want them," Halfdan said. He unbolted another door, then rapped on its dark wood, and I heard a second bolt being drawn on the farther side. The door was pulled open to reveal another man waiting there, this one with a sword. He guarded Halfdan's most valuable merchandise, the girls. The man grinned a welcome as we stooped through the doorway. It was difficult to see what the girls looked like in the gloom. They huddled in a corner, and one appeared to be sick. I could see the one girl was very dark-skinned, while the others were fair. 6 of them, I said. "You can count, Lord," Halfdan said in jest. He bolted the door which led back into the larger room where the men slaves were kept. Feenan knew what I meant. 2 of us and 6 slavers, and we were angry, and we had not been given a chance to fight anyone for too long, and we were restless. 6 is nothing, Feenan said. Luda sensed an undertone and looked nervous. "You want more than 6?" Halfdan asked. He banged open a recalcitrant shutter to let in some light from the street, and the girls blinked, half-dazzled. 6 beauties, Halfdan said proudly. The 6 beauties were thin, bedraggled, and terrified. The dark-skinned girl turned her face away, but not before I saw that she was indeed beautiful. 2 of the others were very fair-haired. "Where are they from?" "Mostly from north of Francia," Halfdan said. "But that one," he pointed to the cringing girl, "she's from the ends of the earth. Gods alone know where she sprang from. Could have dropped from the moon for all I know. I bought her off a trader from the south. She speaks some weird tongue, but she's a pretty enough thing if you like your meat dark." "Who doesn't?" Feenan asked. "Who's going to keep her?" Halfdan said. "But the bitch won't stop crying, and I can't abide a weepy bitch." "They were whores?" I asked. "They're not virgins," Halfdan said, amused. "I won't lie to you, Lord. If that's what you want, then I can find some for you, but it might take a month or two. Not these girls. The Dark One and the Frisian were put to work in a tavern for a time, but they weren't overused. Just broken in. They're still pretty. Let me show you." He reached down with a massive hand and pulled the dark girl out of the huddle. She screamed as he pulled, and he slapped her hard around the head. "Stop crying, you silly bitch," he snarled. He turned her face towards me. "What do you think, Lord? She's a weird colour, but a lovely girl." "She is," I agreed. "Same colour all over," he said, grinning, and to prove it he yanked her dress down to reveal her breasts. "Stop whimpering, bitch," he said, slapping her again. He lifted one of her breasts. "See, Lord? Brown tits." "Let me," I said. I had drawn my knife, and Halfdan assumed I was going to cut off the remains of the girl's dress, and so he stepped away. "Have a good look, Lord," he said. "I will," I promised, and the girl was still whimpering as I turned and drove the blade up into Halfdan's belly, but there was metal beneath his tunic, and the blade was stopped dead. I could hear the whisper of Luda's sword sliding from the scabbard as Halfdan tried to headbang me, but I already had hold of his beard, and with my left hand I pulled it down hard. I had turned the knife upright, and I pulled Halfdan's head down onto the point. The girls were screaming, and one of the guards in the other room was hammering the bolted door. Halfdan was bellowing, and then the bellow turned to a gurgle as the blade tore into his lower jaw and throat. There was blood brightening the room. Feenan's man was already dead, killed by the Irishman's lightning speed, and then Feenan slashed the blade across the back of Halfdan's leg, hamstringing him, and the big man went to his knees, and I finished the job properly by slitting his throat. His big beard soaked up most of the blood. "You took your time," Feenan said, amused. "I'm out of practice," I said. "Luda, tell the girls to be quiet." "4 more," Feenan said. I sheathed the knife, wiped the blood from my hand on Halfdan's tunic, and drew serpent breath. Feenan unbolted the door and it burst open. A guard ducked inside, saw the blade waiting for him and tried to back away, but Feenan pulled him inside and I drove the sword deep into his belly, then brought a knee into his face as he buckled. He went down on the blood-soaked floor. "Finish him off, Luda," I ordered. "Jesus," he murmured. The other 3 guards were more cautious. They waited at the long room's farther end, and they had already called for help from the other slavers. It was in the traders' interest to help each other, and their appeal brought still more men into the room. 4 more, then 5, all armed and all eager for a fight. "Osferth always says we don't think enough before we start a fight," Feenan said. "He's right, isn't he?" I said. But then there was a huge shout from the street. Weohstan had arrived with some of his garrison troops. Those troops forced their way into the shack and herded the slavers out into the street where 2 traders were complaining to Weohstan that we were murderers. Weohstan bellowed for quiet, then explored the shack. He wrinkled his nose at the stench in the large room, then ducked into the smaller room and looked at the 2 corpses. "What happened?" "These 2 had an argument," I said, pointing to Halfdan and the guard Feenan had slaughtered so quickly, "and they killed each other." "And that one?" Weohstan nodded at the 3rd man, who was curled on the floor and whimpering. "I told you to finish him," I said to Luda, then did the job myself. "He was overcome with grief at their deaths," I explained to Weohstan, "so tried to kill himself." 2 of the other slave traders had followed us into the shed, and they protested fiercely that we were liars and murderers. They pointed out that their trade was legal, and that they had been promised the protection of the laws. They demanded that I stand trial for manslaughter, and that I pay a huge price in silver for the lives I had taken. Weohstan listened to them patiently. "You'd swear an oath at his trial?" he asked the 2 men. "We will," one of the traders said. "You'll tell what happened and swear it on oath? He must compensate us." "Lord Uhtred," Weohstan turned to me, "you'll bring oath-givers to contest the evidence?" "I will," I said, but the mention of my name had been enough to drain the belligerence from the 2 men. They stared at me for an eye-blink. Then one of them muttered that Halfdan had always been an argumentative fool. "So you won't swear in court?" Weohstan asked, but the 2 men were already backing away. They fled. Weohstan grinned. "What I'm supposed to do," he said, "is arrest you for manslaughter." "I didn't do anything," I said. He looked at Serpenbreath's reddened blade. "I can see that, Lord," he said. I stooped to Halfdan's body and slit his tunic open to find a mail coat, but also, as I expected, a pouch at his waist. It was the pouch that had stopped my first knife thrust, and it was crammed with coins, many of them gold. "What do we do with the slaves?" Weohstan wondered aloud. "They're mine," I said. "I just bought them. I handed him the pouch after taking a few coins for myself. That should buy oak trunks for a palisade. He counted the coins and looked delighted. You're an answer to prayer, Lord, he said. We took the slaves to a tavern in the new city, the Saxon settlement that lay to the west of Roman London. The coins I had taken from Halfdan's purse paid for food, ale and clothing. Feenan talked to the men and reckoned a half-dozen would make good warriors. If we ever need warriors again, he grumbled. I hate peace, I said, and Feenan laughed. What do we do with the others? He asked. Let the men go, I said. They're young, they'll survive. Luda and I spoke with the girls, while Father Cuthbert just stared at them wide-eyed. He was entranced by the dark-skinned girl, whose name appeared to be Mirasha. She looked the oldest of the 6. She was perhaps 16 or 17, while the others were all 3 or 4 years younger. Once they realized they were safe, or at least not in any immediate danger, they began to smile. 2 were Saxon girls, taken from the coast of Kent by Frankish raiders, and 2 were Franks. Then there was the mysterious Mirasha, and the sick girl who was Frisian. The Kentish girls can go home, I said, but you take the others to Fairford. I was speaking to Luda and Father Cuthbert. Choose a pair of them. Teach them what they need to know. The other 2 can work in the dairy or kitchens. A pleasure, Lord, Father Cuthbert said. I looked at him. If you mistreat them, I said, I'll hurt you. Yes, Lord, he said humbly. Now go. I sent Riper and a dozen men to protect the girls on their journey, but Feenan and I stayed in London. I have always liked that city, and there was nowhere better to discover what happened in the rest of Britain. I talked to traders and travellers and even listened to one of Erkenwald's interminable sermons, not because I needed his advice, but to hear what the church was telling its people. The bishop preached well, and his message was exactly what Archbishop Pledgemund wanted. It was a plea for peace, to give the church time to enlighten the heathen. We have been oppressed by war, Erkenwald said, and we have been soaked by the tears of widows and of mothers. Every man who kills another man breaks a mother's heart. He knew I was in the church, and was staring into the shadows where I stood. Then he pointed at a fresh painting on the wall which showed Mary, Christ's mother, weeping at the foot of the cross. What guilt those Romans had to bear, and what guilt we bear when we kill. We are the children of God, not lambs to be slaughtered. There had been a time when Erkenwald preached slaughter, urging us to ravage the pagan Danes, but the coming of the year 900 had somehow persuaded the church to enjoin peace on us, and it seemed their prayers were being answered. There were cattle raids on the borderlands, but no Danish armies came to conquer. Later that summer, Feenan and I went aboard one of Weohstan's ships and were rowed downriver to the wide estuary where I had spent so much time. We went close to Benfleet, and I saw that no Danes had tried to rebuild the burned forts, and no ships lay in the Hadley Creek, though we could see the blackened ribs of the vessels we had burned there. We went further east to where the Thames widened into the Great Sea, and we nosed the boat across the shallows at Showbury, another place where Danish crews liked to wait in ambush for trading ships travelling to and from London, but the anchorage was empty. It was the same on the estuary's southern bank, nothing but wild birds and wet mud. We rowed up the curving River Medway to the borough at Rochester, where I saw that the timber palisade atop the mighty earth bank was rotting like the one in London, but a great heap of newly felled oak trunks suggested that someone here was ready to repair the defences. Feenan and I went ashore at the wharf by the Roman bridge and walked to the bishop's house beside the great church. The steward bowed to us, and when he heard my name, did not dare ask for my sword. Instead, he took us to a comfortable room and had servants bring us ale and food. Bishop Sweethwolf and his wife arrived an hour later. The bishop was a worried-looking man, grey-haired and with a long face and twitching hands, while his wife was small and nervous. She must have bowed to me 10 times before sitting. "What brings you here, Lord?" Sweethwolf asked. "Curiosity," I asked. "Curiosity?" "I'm wondering why the Danes are so quiet," I said. "God's will," the bishop's wife said timidly. "Because they're planning something," Sweethwolf said. "Never trust a Dane when he's silent." He looked at his wife. "Don't the cooks need your advice?" "The cooks?" "Oh!" She stood, fluttered for a moment, then fled. "Why are the Danes quiet?" Sweethwolf asked me. "Sigurd's ill," I suggested. "Canute's busy on his northern border." "And Ethelwald?" "Getting drunk in York," I said. "Alfred should have strangled him," Sweethwolf growled. I was warming to the bishop. "You're not preaching peace like the rest?" I asked. "No, I preach what I'm told to preach," he said. "But I'm also deepening the ditch and rebuilding the wall." "And Ealdorman Seagelf?" I asked. Seagelf was the Ealdorman of Kent, the county's military leader and its most prominent noble. The bishop looked at me suspiciously. "What of him?" He wants to be King of Kent, I hear. Sweetwolf was taken aback by that statement. He frowned. His son had that idea, he said cautiously. I'm not sure if Siegelf thinks the same way. And Siegebreath was talking to the Danes, I said. Siegebreath, who had surrendered to me outside Shaftesbury, was Siegelf's son. You know that? I know that, I said. The bishop sat silent. What's going on in Kent? I asked. Still he was silent. You're the bishop, I said. You hear things from your priests, so tell me. He still hesitated, but then, like a mill-pond's dam bursting, he told me of the unhappiness in Kent. We were our own kingdom once, he said. Now Wessex treats us as runts of the litter. Look what happened when Heston and Harold landed. Were we protected? No. Heston had landed on Kent's northern coast, while Jarl Harold Bloodhair had brought more than 200 ships to the southern shore, where he had stormed a half-built borough and slaughtered the men inside, then spread across the county in an orgy of burning, killing, enslaving and robbing. Wessex had sent an army led by Ethelred and Edward to oppose the invaders, but the army had done nothing. Ethelred and Edward had placed their men on the great wooded ridge at the centre of Kent, and then argued whether to strike north towards Heston or south towards Harold, and all the while Harold had burned and killed. I killed Harold, I said. You did, the bishop allowed, but not till after he'd ravaged the county. So men want Kent to be its own kingdom again? I asked. He hesitated a long time before answering, and even then he was evasive. No one wanted that while Alfred lived, he said. But now? I stood and walked to a window from where I could stare down at the wharves. Gulls screamed and wheeled in the summer sky. There were 2 cranes on the wharf, and they were lifting horses into a wide-bellied trading ship. The ship's hold had been divided into stalls where the frightened beasts were being tethered. Where are the horses going? I asked. Horses? Sweetwolf asked, puzzled, then realized why I had asked the unexpected question. They send them to market in Francia. We breed good horses here. You do? Ealdorman Siegelf does, he said. And Siegelf rules here, I said, and his son talks to the Danes. The bishop shuddered. So you say, he said cautiously. I turned to him. And his son was in love with your daughter, I said, and for that reason hates Edward. Dear God, Sweetwolf said quietly, and made the sign of the cross. There were tears in his eyes. She was a silly girl, but joyous. I'm sorry, I said. He blinked away the tears. And you look after my grandchildren? They're in my care, yes. I hear the boy is sickly. He sounded anxious. It's just a rumour, I reassured him. They're both healthy, but it's better for their health if Ealdorman Ethelhelm believes the contrary. Ethelhelm's not a bad man, the bishop said grudgingly, but he'd still cut your grandchildren's throat if he had the chance. Sweetwolf nodded. What colour do they have? The boy's dark like his father. The girl is fair. Like my daughter, he said in a whisper. Who married the Atheling of Wessex, I said, who now denies it, and Siegebreath, her rejected lover, went to the Danes out of hatred for Edward. Yes, the bishop said quietly, but then swore an oath to Edward when Ethelwald fled north. Sweetwolf nodded. I heard. Can he be trusted? The directness of the question unsettled Sweetwolf. He frowned and shifted uncomfortably, then gazed through a window to where crows were loud on the grass. I would not trust him, he said softly. I couldn't hear you, Bishop. I would not trust him, he said more loudly. But his father is Ealdorman here, not Siegebreath. Siegelf is a difficult man, the bishop said, his voice low again, but not a fool. He looked at me with unhappy appeal. I'll deny this conversation, he said. Have you heard us having a conversation? I asked Feenan. Not a word, he said. We stayed that night in Rochester, and next day went back to London on the flooding tide. There was a chill on the water, the first taste of autumn coming, and I rousted my men from the New Towns taverns and saddled horses. I was deliberately staying away from Fairford because it was so close to Notgrove, and so I took my small troop south and west along familiar roads until we reached Winchester. Edward was surprised and pleased to see me. He knew I had not been in Fairford for most of the summer, so did not ask me about the twins, instead telling me that his sister had sent news of them. They're well, he said. He invited me in to a feast. We don't serve my father's food, he assured me. That's a blessing, Lord, I said. Alfred had ever served insipid meals of weak broths and limp vegetables, while Edward at least knew the virtues of meat. His new wife was there, plump and pregnant, while her father, Ealdorman Ethelhelm, was plainly Edward's most trusted counsellor. There were fewer priests than in Alfred's day, but at least a dozen were at the feast, including my old friend Willibald. Ethelhelm greeted me jovially. "We feared you'd be provoking the Danes," he said. "Who, me? They're quiet," Ethelhelm said, "and best not to wake them." Edward looked at me. "Would you wake them?" he asked. "What I would do, Lord," I told him, "is send 100 of your best warriors to Kent. Then I'd send another 200 or 300 to Mercia and build boroughs there." "Kent?" Ethelhelm asked. "Kent is restless," I said. "They've always been troublesome," Ethelhelm said dismissively, "but they hate the Danes as much as the rest of us." "The Kentish feared must protect Kent," Edward said. "And Lord Ethelred can build boroughs," Ethelhelm declared. "If the Danes come, we'll be ready for them, but there's no point in poking them with a sharp stick. Father Willibald?" "Lord?" Willibald half stood at one of the lower tables. "Have we heard from our missionaries?" "We will, Lord," Willibald said. "I'm sure we will." "Missionaries?" I asked. "Among the Danes," Edward said. "We will convert them." "We shall beat Danish swords into ploughshares," Willibald said, and it was just after these hopeful words were said that a messenger arrived. He was a mud-spattered priest who had come from Mercia, and he'd been sent to Wessex by Werfurth, who was the Bishop of Worcester. The man had plainly ridden hard, and there was a hush in the hall as we waited to hear his news. Edward raised a hand, and the harpist lifted his fingers from the strings. "Lord!" The priest went on his knees before the dais on which the high table was bright with candles. "Great news, Lord King!" "Ethelwald's dead?" Edward asked. "God is great," the priest said, "and the age of miracles is not over." "Miracles?" I asked. "It seems there is an ancient tomb, Lord," the priest explained, looking up at Edward. "A tomb in Mercia, and angels have appeared there to foretell the future. Britain will be Christian. You will rule from sea to sea, Lord. There are angels, and they have brought the prophecy from heaven." There was a sudden spate of questions which Edward silenced. Instead, he and Ethelhelm questioned the man, learning that Bishop Werfurth had sent trusted priests to the ancient tomb, and they had confirmed their heavenly visitation. The messenger could not contain his joy. "The angels say the Danes will turn to Christ, Lord, and you shall rule one kingdom of all the Anglesin." "You see?" Father Ceolwulf, who had survived being locked in a stable on the night he had gone to pray with Ethelwald, could not resist the temptation to be triumphant. He was looking at me. "You see, Lord Uhtred, the age of miracles is not over." "Glory be to God," Edward said. "Goose feathers and tavern whores, glory be to God." Nodgrove became a place of pilgrimage. Hundreds of folk went there, and most were disappointed because the angels did not appear every night. Indeed, whole weeks went by with no light showing at the tomb, and no strange singing sound from its stony depths. But then the angels would come again, and the valley beneath Notgrove's sepulchre would echo with the prayers of folk seeking help. Only a few were permitted into the tomb, and those were chosen by Father Cuthbert, who led them past the armed men who protected the ancient mound. Those men were mine, led by Riper, but the banner planted on the hill's top close to the tomb's entrance was Ethelfled's flag, which showed a rather ungainly goose, which was somehow holding a cross in one webbed foot and a sword in the other. Ethelfled was convinced St. Werburg protected her, just as the saint had once protected a wheat field by driving out a flock of hungry geese. That was supposed to be a miracle, in which case I am a miracle worker too, but I was also too sensible to tell that to Ethelfled. The goose banner suggested that the guards belonged to Ethelfled, and anyone invited into the tomb would assume that it was under Ethelfled's protection. And that was believable because no one would credit Uhtred the Wicked with guarding a place of Christian pilgrimage. The visitor, led past the guards, would come to the tomb entrance, which at night was lit by dim rushlights that showed 2 heaps of skulls, one on each side of the low, cave-like opening. Cuthbert would kneel with them, pray with them, then command them to take off their weapons and mail. "No one can go into the angelic presence with war gear," he would say sternly, and once they had obeyed him, he offered them a potion in a silver cup. "Drink it all down," he would order them. I never tried that liquid which was cooked up by Luda. My memory of Elfedel's drink was more than sufficient. "It gives them dreams, Lord," Luda explained when I made one of my rare visits to Turkdene. Ethelfled had come with me, and insisted on sniffing the potion. "Dreams?" she asked. "1 or 2 vomit as well, lady," Luda said. "But yes, dreams." Not that they needed dreams, for once they had drunk, and when Cuthbert saw the vagueness in their eyes, he let them crawl into the tomb's long passage. Inside they saw the stone walls, floor and ceiling, and on either side the chambers heaped with bones, all lit by rushlights, but ahead of them were the angels. 3 angels, not 2, huddled together at the passage's end, where they were surrounded by the glorious feathers of their wings. "I chose 3. 3 is a sacred number, Lord," Cuthbert explained. "An angel for each member of the Trinity." The goose feathers were glued to the rock. They formed fans, which, in the dim light, could easily be mistaken for wings. It had taken Luda a whole day to place the feathers. Then the 3 girls had to be coached in their duties, which had taken the best part of a month. They sang softly when a visitor came. Cuthbert had taught them the music, which was soft and dreamlike, just above a hum, and with no words, just sounds that echoed in that small stone space. Merusha was the central angel. Her dark skin, black hair, and jet eyes made her mysterious, and Luda had added to the mystery by pasting some raven feathers among the white. All 3 girls were simply robed in white linen, while the dark Merusha had a chain of gold about her neck. Men gazed in awe, and no wonder, for the 3 girls were beautiful. The 2 Franks were both very fair-haired, with wide blue eyes. They were visions in that dark tomb. Though both, Luda told me, were prone to bouts of giggling when they should have been at their most solemn. The visitor probably never noticed the giggles. A strange voice, Luda's, seemed to come from the solid rock. Luda chanted that the visitor had come before the angel of death and the 2 angels of life, and that they should address their questions to all 3 and wait for an answer. Those questions were all important, because they told us what men wanted to know, and most of that, of course, was trivial. Would they inherit from a relative? What was the prospect of the harvest? Some were heartbreaking pleas for the life of a child or a wife. Some were prayers to be helped in a lawsuit or in a quarrel with a neighbour. And all those Luda dealt with as best he could, while the 3 girls crooned their soft, low, and plangent melody. But then came the more interesting questions. Who would rule Mercia? Would there be war? Would the Danes come south and take the land of the Saxons? The hawse, the feather, and the tomb were a net, and we caught some interesting fish there. Beotsig, whose father had paid money to Sigurd, had come to the tomb and wanted to know if the Danes would take over Mercia and place a tame Mercian on the throne. And then, more interestingly still, Sigebreath of Kent had crawled up the dim stone passage that was pungent with the smell of burning incense and had asked about Ethelwald's fate. "And what did you tell him?" I asked Luda. "What you ordered me to tell him, Lord, that all his hopes and dreams would come true." "And did they come true that night?" "Sepha did her duty," Luda said with a straight face. Sepha was one of the 2 Franks. Ethelfled glanced over at the girl. Luda, Father Cuthbert, and the 3 angels were living in the Roman house at Turkdene. "I like this house," Father Cuthbert had greeted me. "I think I should live in a large house." "St. Cuthbert the Comfortable. St. Cuthbert the Content," he said. "And Merusha?" He gave her an adoring look. "She really is an angel, Lord." "She looks happy," I said. And so she did. I doubted she fully understood the strange thing she was asked to do, but she was learning English fast, and she was a clever girl. "I could find her a wealthy husband," I teased Cuthbert. "Lord!" He looked hurt, then frowned. "If I have your permission, Lord, I would take her as my wife." "Is that what she wants?" He giggled. He really giggled, then nodded. "Yes, Lord." "So she's not as clever as she looks," I said sourly. "But she must finish here first. And if she gets pregnant, I'll seal you up with the other bones." The tomb was doing exactly what I'd wished it to do. The questions men asked told us what was on their minds. Thus Sigebreath's anxious inquiries about Ethelwald confirmed that he had not abandoned his hopes of becoming King of Kent if Ethelwald were to topple Edward from the throne. The angel's second task was to fight the rumours that came south from Elfedel's prophecies that the Danes would gain the overlordship of all Britain. Those rumours had dispirited men in both Mercia and Wessex, but now they heard a different prophecy, that the Saxons would be the victors, and that message I knew would encourage the Saxons, just as it would intrigue and irritate the Danes. I wanted to goad them. I wanted to defeat them. I suppose that one day, long after I am dead, the Danes will find a leader who can unite them, and then the world will be consumed by flames, and the halls of Valhalla will fill with the feasting dead. But so long as I have known, loved, and fought the Danes, they have been quarrelsome and divided. My present wife's priest, an idiot, says that is because God has sown dissension among them. But I've always thought it was because the Danes are stubborn, proud, and independent people, unwilling to bend their knees to a man simply because he wears a crown. They will follow a man with a sword, but as soon as he fails, they drift away to find another leader, and so their armies come together, fall apart, and then reform. I have known Danes who almost succeeded in keeping a mighty army together and leading it to complete triumph. There was Ubba, Guthrum, even Heston. All of them tried, yet in the end they all failed. The Danes did not fight for a cause, or even for a country, and certainly not for a creed, but only for themselves. And when they suffered a defeat, their armies vanished as men went to find another lord who might lead them to silver, women, and land. And my angels were a lure to persuade them that there was reputation to be made in war. "Have any Danes visited the tomb?" I asked Luda. "Two, Lord," he said. "Both merchants." "And you told them?" Luda hesitated, glanced at Ethelfled, then back to me. I told them what you ordered me to tell them, Lord. You did? He nodded, then made the sign of the cross. I told them you would die, Lord, and that a Dane would earn great renown by slaying Uhtred of Bamborough. Ethelfled drew in a sharp breath, and then, like Luda, made the sign of the cross. You told them what? She asked. What Lord Uhtred told me to tell them, lady, Luda said nervously. You're risking fate, Ethelfled told me. I want the Danes to come, I said, and I need to offer them a bait. Because Pledgemund was wrong, and Ethelhelm was wrong, and Edward was wrong. Peace is a fine thing, but we only have peace when our enemies are too scared to make war. The Danes were not quiet because the Christian God had silenced them, but because they were distracted by other things. Edward wanted to believe that they had abandoned their dreams of conquering Wessex, but I knew they would come. Ethelwald had not abandoned his dream either. He would come, and with him would come a savage horde of sword Danes and spear Danes, and I wanted them to come. I wanted to get it over. I wanted to be the sword of the Saxons. And still they did not come. I never did understand why it took the Danes so long to take advantage of Alfred's death. I suppose if Ethelwald had been a more inspirational leader instead of being a weak man, then they might have come sooner. But they waited so long that all Wessex was convinced that their God had answered prayers and made the Danes peaceable. And all the while my angels sang their two songs, one to the Saxons and one to the Danes. And perhaps they made a difference. There were plenty of Danes who wanted to nail my skull to their gable, and the song of the tomb was an invitation. Yet they hesitated. Archbishop Pledgemund was triumphant. 2 years after Edward's coronation, I was summoned to Winchester and had to endure a sermon in the new great church. Pledgemund, stern and fierce, claimed that God had conquered when all the swords of man had failed. "We are in the last days," he said, "and we see the dawning of Christ's kingdom." I remember that visit because it was the last time I saw Elswith, Alfred's widow. She was retiring to a convent, driven there, I heard, by Pledgemund's insistence. It was Offa who told me that. "She supports the Archbishop," Offa said, "but he can't stand her. She nags." "I pity the nuns," I said. "Oh, Lord alive, she'll have them hopping," Offa said with a smile. He was old. He still had his dogs, but he trained no new ones. "They're companions now," he told me, stroking the ears of a terrier, "and we're growing old together." He sat with me in the Two Cranes Tavern. "I'm in pain, Lord," he said. "I'm sorry." "God will take me soon," he said. And in that he was right. "Have you travelled this summer?" "It was hard," he said. "But yes. I went north and I went east. Now I'm going home." I put money on the table. "Tell me what's happening." "They're going to attack," he said. "I know that." "Jarl Sigurd is recovered," Offa said, "and boats are coming across the sea." "Boats are always crossing the sea," I said. "Sigurd has let it be known there will be land to possess." "Wessex," he nodded. "And so the crews are coming, Lord." "Where?" "They're assembling at York," Offa said. I'd already heard that news from traders who had been in Northumbria. New ships had come, filled with ambitious and hungry warriors, but the traders all claimed that the army was being assembled to attack the Scots. "That's what they want you to think," Offa said. He touched one of the silver coins on the table, tracing his finger over the outline of Alfred's head. "It's a clever thing you're doing at Notgrove," he said slyly. I said nothing for a moment. A flock of geese was driven past the tavern, and there were angry shouts as a dog barked at them. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, a feeble response. "I've told no one," Offa said. "You're dreaming, Offa," I said. He looked at me and made the sign of the cross on his skinny chest. "I promise you, Lord, I told no one. But it was clever. I salute you. It annoyed Jarl Sigurd." He chuckled, then used the bone handle of a knife to crack open a hazelnut. "What did one of your angels say?" "That Sigurd was a small man, badly endowed." He chuckled again and shook his head. "It annoyed him a lot, Lord. Maybe that is why Sigurd is giving Eirish money. A great deal of money. Eirish will join the other Danes." "Edward says he has a pledge of peace from Eirish," I pointed out. "And you know what Eirish pledges are worth," Offa retorted. "They're going to do what they should have done 20 years ago, Lord. They're going to unite against Wessex, all the Danes and all the Saxons who hate Edward. All of them." "Ragnar?" I asked. Ragnar was my dear old friend, a man I thought of as a brother, a man I had not seen in years. "He's not well," Offa said gently. "Not well enough to march." That saddened me. I poured ale, and one of the tavern girls hurried over to see if the jug was empty, but I waved her away. "And what about Kent?" I asked Offa. "What about Kent, Lord?" "Sigebreath hates Edward," I said, "and he wants his own kingdom." Offa shook his head. "Sigebreath is a young fool, Lord, but his father has reined him in. The whip has been used, and Kent will stay loyal." He sounded very certain. "Sigebreath isn't talking to the Danes?" I asked. "If he is, I haven't heard a whisper," Offa said. "No, Lord. Kent is loyal. Sigurd knows he can't hold Kent by himself, and Wessex is a better ally for him than the Danes." "Have you told Edward all this?" "I told Father Chainwolf," he said. Chainwolf was now Edward's closest adviser and constant companion. "I even told him where the attack will come from." "Which is?" He looked at my coins on the table and said nothing. I sighed and added 2 more. Offa drew the coins to his side of the table and made a neat line of them. "They'll want you to believe their attack will come from East Anglia," he said. "But it won't. The real attack will be from Chester." "How can you possibly know that?" I asked. "Bruna," he said. "Heston's wife. She's a real Christian," he said. "Truly?" I asked. I'd always believed the baptism of Heston's wife was a cynical ploy to deceive Alfred. "She has seen the light," Offa said in a mocking tone. "Yes, Lord, truly, and she confided in me." He looked at me with his sad eyes. "I was a priest once, and perhaps you never really stopped being a priest, and she wanted to make confession and receive the sacraments, and so, God help me, I gave her what she wanted. And now, God help me, I have betrayed the secrets she told me. The Danes will make an army in East Anglia. You'll see that happening, I'm sure, but you won't see the army gathering behind Chester, and that's the army which will march south." "When?" "After the harvest." Offa spoke confidently, his voice so low so that only I could hear. "Sigurd and Canute want the biggest army seen in Britain. They say it's time to end the war forever. They will come when they have the harvest to feed their horde. They want the largest army ever to invade Wessex." "You believe Bruna?" "She resents her husband, so yes, I believe her." "What is Elfidel saying these days?" I asked. "She's saying what Canute tells her to say, that the attack will come from the east, and that Wessex will fall." He sighed. "I wish I could live long enough to see the end of this, Lord." "You're good for another 10 years, Offa," I told him. He shook his head. "I feel the angel of death close behind me, Lord." He hesitated. "You've always been good to me, Lord." He bowed his head. "I owe you for your kindness." "You owe me nothing." "I do, Lord." He looked up at me, and to my surprise there were tears in his eyes. "Not everyone has been kind to me, Lord," he said, "but you have always been generous." I was embarrassed. "You've been very useful," I muttered. "So in respect for you, Lord, and in gratitude to you, I give you my last advice." He paused. To my surprise, pushed the coins back towards me. "No," I said. "Give me the pleasure, Lord," he said. "I want to thank you." He pushed the coin still closer to me. A tear rolled down his cheek, and he cuffed it away. "Trust no one, Lord," he said softly. "And beware Heston, Lord. Beware the army in the west." He looked up at me, and dared touch my hand with a long finger. "Beware the army at Chester. Don't let the pagans destroy us, Lord." He died that summer. Then the harvest came, and it was good. And after it, the pagans came. Chapter 10. I worked it out later, though the knowledge was small consolation. A warband rode to Notgrove, and because so many of the warriors were Saxons, no one thought their presence was strange. They arrived on an evening when the tomb was empty, because by then the peace had lasted so long that the angels rarely appeared, but the raiders knew exactly where to go. They rode directly to the Roman house outside Turkdene, where they took the handful of guards by surprise and then killed fast and efficiently. When I arrived the next day, I saw blood. A lot of blood. Ludo was dead. I assumed he had tried to defend the house, and his eviscerated body lay sprawled across the doorway. His face was a grimace of pain. 8 others of my men were dead, their bodies stripped of mail, arm rings, and anything else of value. On one wall, where the Roman plaster still clung to the bricks, a man had used blood to make a crude drawing of a flying raven. The drips had run down the wall, and I could see the print of the man's hand beneath the raven's savagely hooked beak. "Sigurd," I said bitterly. "His symbol, Lord?" Cedric asked me. "Yes. None of the 3 girls was there. I suppose the attackers must have taken them. but they had failed to find Marasha, the dark girl. She and Father Cuthbert had hidden in some nearby woods, and only emerged when they were certain it was my men who now ringed the slaughterhouse. Cuthbert was crying. "Lord, Lord!" was all he could say to me at first. He fell to his knees in front of me and wrung his big hands. Marasha was steadier, though she refused to cross the house's blood-reeking threshold where the flies buzzed around Luda's opened gut. "What happened?" I asked Cuthbert. "Oh God, Lord," he said, his voice quavery. I slapped him hard around the face. "What happened?" "They came at dusk, Lord," he said, his hands shaking as he tried to clasp them. "There were a lot of them. I counted 24 men. He had to pause, he was shaking so much, and when he next tried to speak he just made a mewing noise. Then he saw the anger on my face and took a deep breath. "They hunted us, Lord." "What do you mean?" "They searched around the house, Lord, in the old orchard down by the pond." "You were hidden?" "Yes, Lord." He was crying and his voice was scarce above a whisper. "St. Cuthbert the cowardly, Lord." "Don't be a fool," I snarled. "What could you do against so many?" "They took the girls, Lord, but killed everyone else. I liked Luda." "I liked Luda too," I said. "But now we bury him." I did like Luda. He was a clever rogue, and he had served me well, and worse, he had trusted me. And now he was cut from the groin to the ribs, and the flies were thick about his entrails. "So what were you doing while he died?" I asked Cuthbert. "We were watching the sunset from the hill, Lord." I laughed without mirth. "Watching the sunset?" "We were, Lord," Cuthbert said, hurt. "And you've been hiding ever since?" He looked round at the red mess, and his body shook with a sudden spasm. He vomited. By now, I thought, the two angels would have confessed the whole deception, and the Danes were laughing at us. I looked north and east for smoke in the sky, the sure sign that a war had broken out, but I saw none. The temptation was to assume that the killers had been a small raiding party who, their revenge taken, had headed back to safer land. But was the raid just that? A revenge for the ships at Nottingham? But if it was such a revenge, how did the raiders know the angels were my idea? Or was Pledgermoon's peace breaking into 1,000 bloody pieces? The raiders had not fired the Roman building, suggesting they did not want to draw attention to their presence. "You say there were Saxons among the war band?" I asked Cuthbert. "I heard them talking, Lord," he said. "And yes, there were Saxons." "Ethelwald's men?" If it was Ethelwald's followers, then it was surely war, and that meant an attack from Chester if Offa was right. "Dig graves," I snarled at my men. "We would begin by burying our dead, but I sent Sihtric and 3 men back to Fairford. They carried orders that my whole household should retreat into Cirencester, and to take the livestock with them. Tell the Lady Ethelfled she's to go south into Wessex," I said, "and tell her to pass the news to Ethelred and to her brother. Make sure King Edward knows. Tell her I need men, and that I've gone north towards Chester. Have Feenan bring every man here." It took a day to assemble my men. We buried Luda and the others in Turkdean's churchyard, and Cuthbert said prayers over the fresh mounds. I still watched the sky, and saw no great plumes of smoke. It was high summer, the sky a clear blue, in which lazy clouds drifted, and as we rode north, I did not know whether we rode to war or not. I only led 143 men, and if the Danes were coming, then I could expect thousands of them. We rode first to Worcester, the northernmost borough in Saxon Mercia, and the bishop's steward was surprised by our arrival. "I've heard no news of a Danish attack, Lord," he told me. The street outside the bishop's large house was busy with a market, though the bishop himself was in Wessex. "Make sure your storehouses are full," I told the steward, who bowed, but I could see he was unconvinced. "Who commands the garrison here?" I asked. It was a man called Walenka, one of Ethelred's followers, and he bridled when I told him to assume the war had started. He looked north from the borough's ramparts and saw no smoke. "We'd have heard if there was war," he said in a surly tone, and I noted he did not call me Lord. "I don't know if it has started or not," I confessed, "but assume it has." "Lord Ethelred would send me notice if the Danes attacked," he insisted loftily. "Ethelred scratching his arse in Gloucester," I said angrily. "Is that what you did when Heston invaded last?" He looked at me angrily but said nothing. "How do I reach Chester from here?" I asked him. "Follow the Roman road," he said, pointing. "Follow the Roman road, Lord," I said. He hesitated, plainly wanting to defy me, but good sense won. "Yes, Lord," he said. "And tell me a good defensive place a day's ride away." He shrugged. "You can try Shrewsbury, Lord." "Rouse the feared," I told him, "and make sure the walls are manned." "I know my duty, Lord," he said, but it was plain from his truculence that he had no intention of reinforcing the men who lazed on the ramparts. That empty, innocent sky persuaded him there was no danger, And doubtless the moment I left he sent a messenger to Ethelred saying I was panicking unnecessarily. And perhaps I was panicking. The only evidence of war was the slaughter at Turkdene and the sixth sense of a warrior. War had to come. It had been hiding away for too long, and I was convinced the raid that had killed Luda was the first spark of a great fire. We rode on north, following the Roman road that led through the valley of the Severn. I missed Luda, and his astonishing knowledge of Britain's pathways. We had to ask our way, and most folk we questioned could only give us guidance to the next village or town. Shrewsbury lay to the west of what seemed the quickest way north, and so I did not go there. Instead we spent a night amidst towering Roman ruins at a place called Wroxeter, a village which astonished me. It had been a vast Roman town, almost as large as London, but now it was a ruin of ghosts, crumbling walls, broken pavements, fallen pillars, and shattered marble. A few folk lived there, their wattle and straw huts propped against the Roman stone, and their sheep and goats grazing amidst the broken glory. A scrawny priest was the only man who made sense, and he nodded dumbly when I told him I feared the Danes were coming. "Where would you go if they came?" I asked him. "I'd go to Shrewsbury, lord." "Then go there now," I ordered him, "and tell the rest of the village to go. Is there a garrison there?" "Just whoever lives there, lord. There's no Thane, the Welsh killed the last one." "If I want to reach Chester from here, what road do I take?" "Oh, no, lord." Places like Wroxeter filled me with despair. I love to build, yet I look at what the Romans did and know we cannot construct anything half so beautiful. We build sturdy halls of oak, we make stone walls, we bring masons from Francia who raise churches or feast halls with crude pillars of ill-dressed stone. Yet the Romans built like gods. All across Britain their houses, bridges, halls and temples still stand, and they were made hundreds of years ago. Their roofs have fallen and the plaster is flaked, but still they stand, and I wonder how people who were able to make such marvels could have been defeated. The Christians tell us we move inexorably towards better times, towards their God's kingdom on earth. But my gods only promise the chaos of the world's ending, and a man only has to look around him to see that everything is crumbling, decaying, proof that the chaos is coming. We are not climbing Jacob's ladder to some heavenly perfection, but stumbling downhill towards Ragnarok. The next day brought heavier clouds that shadowed the land as we climbed the small hills and left the Severn's valley behind. If there was smoke, we saw none except the tendrils from cooking fires in small villages. Off to our west the peaks of the Welsh hills vanished in the clouds. If there had been an attack, I thought, we would surely have heard by now. We would have met messengers riding away from the carnage, or refugees fleeing the invaders. Instead we rode through peaceful villages, past fields where the first harvesters swung their sickles, and always following the Roman road with its mile-marked stones. The land sloped down to the north now, towards the Dee. It began to rain as the day wore on, and we found shelter that evening in a hall close to the road. The hall was a poor place, its oak walls scorched by a fire that had evidently failed to burn the place down. "They tried," the owner, a widow whose husband had been killed by Heston's men, told us, "but God sent rain and they failed. Didn't keep me from harm, though. The Danes," she said, "were never far away." "And if it's not the Danes, it's the Welsh," she said bitterly. "Then why stay here?" Finan asked her. "Where do I go? I've lived more than 40 years here, so where do I start again? You'll buy this land from me?" Rain dripped through the thatch all night, but the dawn brought a chill, clearing wind. We were hungry because the widow could not spare food for all my men, not unless she killed the cockerels that were crowing and the pigs that were being driven to the nearby beechwood as we threw saddles over our horses' backs. Oswy, my servant, was tightening my stallion's girth strap as I wandered to the ditch on the north side of the hall. I gazed ahead as I pissed. The clouds were low and dark, but was there a darker smudge there? "Finan," I called. "Is that smoke?" "God knows, lord. Let's hope so." I laughed. "Hope so? If peace lasts much longer, I'll go mad." "If it lasts into the autumn, we'll go to Ireland," I promised him. "And break some of your enemies' heads." "Not to Banborough?" he asked. "I need at least 1,000 more men for that, and to get 1,000 men I need the profits of a war." "We all suffer from dreams," he said wistfully. He stared northwards. "I'm thinking that is smoke, lord," he frowned. "Or maybe just a thundercloud." And then the horsemen came. There were 3 of them, riding hard from the north, and when they saw us they slewed off the road and spurred their mud-splattered, tired horses towards the wall. They were Merowulf's men, sent south to warn Ethelred that the Danes had attacked. "Thousands of them, lord," one told me excitedly. "Thousands? Couldn't count them, lord." "Where are they?" "Whitchurch, lord." The name meant nothing to me. "Where's that?" "Not far. 2 hours' ride, lord." another man said more helpfully. And Mirowal? Retreating, lord. They told me the message Mirowal was sending to Ethelred, which was simply that an army of Danes had streamed out of Chester, far too many for Mirowal's small force to contain or even face. The Danes were coming south, and Mirowal, remembering the tactics I had used against Sigurd, was retreating down the Welsh border in hopes that the savage tribesmen would come from the hills to attack the invaders. When did they attack? I asked. Last night, lord, at twilight. A strange time, I thought. Yet on the other hand, it had probably been intended to take Mirowal's force off guard, and if so, it had failed. Mirowal had been alert, his scouts had warned him, and so far he had escaped. How many men does he have now? I asked. 83, lord. And who's leading the Danes? What banners did you see? A raven, lord, another with an axe breaking across and a skull. There were dragons as well, the second man put in. And 2 with wolves, the third man added. And a stag with crosses on its head, the first man said. He struck me as intelligent and thoughtful, and he had told me what I needed to know. A flying raven? I asked him. Yes, lord. That's Sigurd, I said. The axe is Canute and the skull is Heston. And the stag, lord? He asked. Ethelwald, I said bitterly. So it seemed Offa had been right, and the Danes were attacking from Chester, and that surely meant they were heading southwards, ostensibly led by Ethelwald. I gazed northwards, thinking that the Danes could not be far away. Lord Ethelred, I spoke to the first man, will probably send you to King Edward. Probably, lord? Because you've seen the Danes, I said. So tell King Edward I need men. Tell him. I paused, trying to make a decision that would not be destroyed by the passage of time. Tell him they should meet me at Worcester, and if Worcester is under siege, tell them to look for me at Cirencester. I already knew we would have to retreat, and by the time Edward responded and sent men, if he sent any at all, I could well have been pushed south of the Thames. The 3 men rode on south, and we probed cautiously north, our scouts ahead and to the flanks. And I saw that the darkness in the morning sky was not a thundercloud. It was the smoke of burning thatch. How often I had seen the war smoke smearing the sky, dark and roiling, rising from beyond trees or from some valley, and knowing that another steading or village or hall was being reduced to ashes. We rode slowly north, and I saw for myself that Plegimoon's peace was ended, and I thought how it had been the peace that passeth understanding. That is a phrase from the Christian's holy book, and certainly Plegimoon's peace passed all understanding. The Danes had been quiet for so long, and that had led to Plegimoon to believe his god had gelded his enemies, but now they had broken the incomprehensible peace, and the villages and farms and ricks and mills were burning. It was an hour before we saw the Danes. Scouts rode back to tell us where the enemy was, though the smoke in the sky was indication enough, and already the road was crowded by folk trying to escape the invaders. We rode to the crest of a low, wooded hill, and watched the steadings burn. Immediately beneath us was a hall with barns and storehouses. It swarmed with men. A wagon stood by the hall, and I watched the newly gathered harvest being piled into the wagon's bed. How many? I asked Feenan. There's 300 men there, he said. At least 300. And more men were in the wide vale beyond. Bands of Danes crossed the meadows, looking for fugitives or more places to ravage. I could see a small huddle of women and children who had been spared, and who were being guarded by sword Danes, and doubtless they were on their way to the slave market across the sea. A second wagon, piled with cooking pots, spits, a loom, rakes, hoes, anything else that could be useful, was whipped northwards. The captured women and children, along with a great herd of livestock, followed, and a man tossed a burning brand up into the hall's thatch. A horn sounded from somewhere in the valley, and gradually the Danes obeyed its insistent call, and the horsemen moved towards the road. Jesus, Feenan said. But there are hundreds of the bastards. See the skull, I said. I could see a human skull held aloft on a pole. Heston, Feenan said. I looked for Heston himself, but there were too many horsemen. I did not see any other banners, at least none that I recognized. For a few moments I was tempted to take my men to the east and gallop down the hill to cut off a few of the enemy stragglers, but I resisted the temptation. Those stragglers were not far from the larger bands, and we would be pursued immediately and overwhelmed by numbers. The Danes were not moving fast, their horses were rested and well fed, and my task now was to stay ahead of them to watch what they did and where they went. We went back down the road. All day we retreated, and all day the Danes came on behind us. I watched the widow's hall burn, saw the smoke rise to east and west, and the great plumes in the sky suggested there were 3 war bands harrying the country. The Danes were not even bothering to use scouts. They knew their numbers were sufficient to crush any enemy, while my scouts were forever being pushed back. In truth, I was blind. I had no real idea how many Danes we faced. I just knew there were hundreds of them, and that the smoke was rising, and I was angry, so angry that most of my men avoided my gaze. Feenan did not care. We need a prisoner, he said, but the Danes were being careful. They stayed in large troops, always too many for my few men. "They're in no hurry," Feenan observed in a puzzled tone. "That's strange. No hurry at all." We were on another low hill, still watching. We had left the road because the Danes were following it, and too many folk were using it to escape southwards, and those folk wanted to stay close to us, but their presence only made us more vulnerable. I told those fugitives to keep going south, and we watched the Danes from the hills east of the road, and as the day wore on, I became ever more baffled. As Feenan had said, the Danes were in no hurry. They were scavenging like rats in a bare granary, exploring every hovel, hall and farm, taking anything useful. But this was country that had been harried before, part of the dangerous land between Saxon and Danish Mercia, and the pickings had to be slight. The real plunder lay southwards. So why were they not hurrying? The smoke was warning the countryside of their coming, and folk had time to bury their valuables or else carry them away. It made small sense. The Danes were picking up scraps, while the feast lay unguarded. So what were they doing? They knew we were watching them. It is impossible to hide 143 men in half-wooded country, and they must have glimpsed us in the distance. But they could not have known who we were because I deliberately did not fly my banner. If they had known Uhtred of Bamborough was so close and so outnumbered, they might have made a greater effort. But it was not until late in the afternoon that they tried to lure us into battle, and even then it was a half-hearted effort. 7 Danish horsemen headed south on the now empty road. They were ambling, but I could see them glancing nervously towards the woods that hid us. Citric grinned. "They're lost." "They're not lost," Feenan said wryly. "Wait," I said. It was too obvious. They wanted us to attack, and as soon as we did, they would turn and gallop north to lead us into an ambush. "Ignore them," I ordered. And we went south again, crossing the watershed so that ahead of us in the deceptively peaceful evening shadows I could see a glint of the Severn. I was hurrying a little, wanting to find a place where we could spend the night in relative safety and far from the Danes. Then I saw another glint, a glimmer, just a flash amidst the long shadows, and it was away to our left, and I stared a long time and wondered if I had imagined it, then saw the prick of light again. "Bastards," I said, because I knew why the Danes had been so sluggish in their pursuit of us. They had sent men looping around our eastern flank, a war party to cut us off. But the low sun had reflected from a helmet or a spear point, and now I could see them, far, far off, mailed men among the trees. "Ride!" I called to my men. Spurs and fear. A mad gallop down the long slope, hooves thudding, shield banging against my back, serpent-breath scabbard flapping against the saddle, and off to my left I saw the Danes come from the trees, far too many Danes. They were spurring their horses into a reckless gallop, hoping to cut us off. I could have swerved west away from them, but I reckoned a second Danish party might have gone that way, and we could have ridden straight into their swords, so the only hope was to go south, hard and fast, riding to escape the jaws that I sensed were closing on us. I was riding towards the river. We could not ride faster than our slowest horses, not without sacrificing men, and the Danes were spurring hard, but if I could reach the Severn, then there was a chance. Drive the horses straight into the water and make them swim, then defend the farther bank if we survived the mad crossing, and so I told Feenan to head towards the last place we had seen a sliver of reflected sunlight from water, while I rode at the back of my men, where I was pelted by clods of damp earth slung up by the heavy hooves. Then Feenan shouted a warning, and I saw horsemen ahead of us. I cursed but kept riding. I drew serpent breath. "Just charge them!" I shouted. There could be nothing clever to do. We were trapped, and our only hope was to fight through the men ahead, and I reckoned we outnumbered them. "Kill and keep going!" I shouted at my men and spurred the horse so I could lead the charge. We were close to a road now, its muddy surface pitted by hooves and wheel ruts. There were cottages, small plots of vegetables, manure heaps and pig pens. "Straight down the road!" I called as I reached the head of our small column. "Kill them and keep going!" "They're ours!" Feenan called urgently. "Lord, they're ours! They're ours!" It was Mirrowall who spurred to meet us. "That way, Lord!" he shouted at me, pointing down the road, and his men joined mine, hooves thudding on the turf either side of the Roman road's broken stones. I looked over my left shoulder and saw Danes not far behind, but ahead of us was a low hill, and at the top of the hill was a palisade, a fort. It was old, it was in ruins, but it was there, and I swerved towards it, then glanced behind again and saw that a half-dozen Danes had far outstripped their companions. "Feenan!" I shouted, hauled on a rein and turned the stallion. A dozen of my men saw what I was doing, and their horses also slewed round, throwing up gobbets of mud. I kicked the horse and slapped its rump with the flat of serpent breath, and to my astonishment the 6 Danes turned almost as fast. One of their horses slipped and fell in a great flail of hooves, and the man sprawled onto the road, scrambled up, seized one of his companion's stirrups, and ran alongside the horse as they rode away. "Stop!" I shouted, not to the Danes, but to my own men, because the greater body of Danes was now in sight and coming fast. "Back!" I yelled. "Back and up the hill!" The hill, with its dilapidated fort, stood on a neck of land made by a great loop of the Severn. There was a village inside the loop with a church and a huddle of houses, though most of the land was scrub or marsh. Fugitives had come here, and their cattle, pigs, geese and sheep crowded about the small thatched houses. "Where are we?" I called to Mirowal. "It's called Shrewsbury, Lord," he called back. It was made for defence. The neck was about 300 paces wide, and to defend it I had my 143 men, and Mirowal's 83, but a good number of the fugitives were men who served in the Fyrd, and they had axes, spears, hunting bows, and even a few swords. Mirowal had already lined them across the neck. "How many men do you have?" I asked him. 300, Lord, besides my 83 warriors." The Danes were watching. There were perhaps 150 of them now, but many more were coming from the north. "Put 100 Fyrd in the fort," I told Mirowal. The fort lay on the southern side of the neck, leaving the long northern stretch to be defended. Close to the river the land was marshy, and I doubted any Dane could cross that land, so I made my shield wall between the fort's low hill and the marsh's edge. The sun was sinking. The Danes, I thought, should attack now, but though they arrived in even greater numbers, they did not try. Our deaths, it seemed, must wait till morning. There was little sleep. I lit fires across the neck so that we could see if the Danes made an attack in the night, and we watched the Danish campfires spread to the north as more men arrived and more fires were lit until the sky was a glow of flame reflected from low clouds. I ordered Ryper to explore the village and find whatever food he could. There were at least 800 people trapped in Shrewsbury, and I had no idea how long we would be there, but I doubted we would find provisions for more than a few days, even after we had slaughtered the livestock. Finan had a dozen men dismantling the houses so their timbers could be used to make a barrier across the neck. The sensible thing, Mirowal said to me sometime during that long, nervous night, would be to swim the horses across the river and keep going south. "So why don't you do that?" He smiled and nodded towards some children sleeping on the ground. "And leave them to the Danes, Lord?" "I don't know how long we can hold here," I warned him. "Lord Ethelred would send an army," Mirowal answered. "You believe that?" He half smiled. "Or maybe King Edward." "Maybe," I said. "But it will take 2 or 3 days for your messengers to reach Wessex, and they'll talk for another 2 or 3 days, and then we'll be dead." Mirowal flinched at that brutal truth, but unless help was already on the way, we were doomed. The fort was a pathetic thing, a remnant from some ancient war against the Welsh who were forever harrying Mercia's western lands. It had a ditch that would not have stopped a cripple, and the palisade was so rotten that it could be pushed over with one hand. The barrier we made was risible, just a straggling line of roof timbers that might trip a man, but would never stop a determined assault. I knew Mirowal was right, that our duty was to cross the Severn and keep riding south until we reached a place where an army could assemble. But to do that would be to abandon all the folk who had taken refuge in the river's great loop. And the Danes would probably be over the river already. There were fords to the west, and they would want to surround Shrewsbury to stop reinforcements reaching us. In truth, I thought our best hope was that the Danes would want to keep their invasion moving, and so, rather than lose men defeating us, just ride on south. It was a thin and unconvincing hope, and in the late night, just before the grey of dawn stained the eastern sky, I felt the despair of the doomed. The 3 Norns had given me no choice except to plant my banner and die with serpent breath in my hand. I thought of Steora, my daughter, and I wished I could see her one more time. Then the grey light came, and with it a mist, and the clouds were low again, and brought a small rain spitting from the west. Through the mist I could see the Danish banners. At their centre was Heston's symbol, the skull on its long pole. The wind was too light to flaunt the flags, and so I could not see whether they showed eagles, ravens, or boars. I counted the banners. I could see at least 30, and the mist hid some, and beneath those damp flags the Danes were making a shield wall. We had 2 banners. Mirowal was showing Ethelred's flag of a prancing white horse which he had placed in the fort. It hung limp from its long pole. My banner of the wolf's head was in the lower land to the north, and I ordered Oswy, my servant, to cut down a sapling to make a second pole so that I could spread the flag and show the Danes who it was they faced. "That's just an invitation, Lord," Finan said. He stamped his feet in the wet ground. "Remember the angel said you'd die. They all want your skull nailed to their gable." "I'm not going to hide from them," I said. Finan made the sign of the cross and stared bleakly at the enemy ranks. "But at least it will be quick, Lord," he said. The mist slowly lifted, though the small rain drizzled on. The Danes had formed a line between 2 copses a half-mile away. The line, thick with painted shields, filled the space between the trees, and I had the impression the line continued on into the woods. That was strange, I thought, but then nothing about this sudden war had been predictable. 700 men, I guessed. "About that," Finan said. "Plenty enough of them, and there's more in the trees." "Why?" "Maybe the bastards want us to attack them," Feenan suggested. Then close on us from either side. They know we won't attack, I said. We were fewer in number, and most of our men were not trained warriors. The Danes would know that simply because the fyrd was rarely equipped with shields. They would see my shield wall at the centre of our line, but on either side that shield wall was flanked by men carrying no protection. Easy meat, I thought, and I did not doubt the fyrd would break like a twig when the Danes advanced. Except they stayed between the trees as the mist vanished and the rain thickened. At times the Danes beat swords against shields to make the war thunder, and I half heard men shouting, though they were too far away to hear the words. "Why don't they come?" Feenan asked plaintively. I could not answer, because I had no idea what the Danes were doing. They had us at their mercy, and they were standing instead of charging. They had advanced so slowly the previous day, now they were immobile. And this was their great invasion? I remember staring at them, wondering, and 2 swans flew overhead, wings beating the rain. A sign. But what did it mean? "If they kill us to the last man," asked Feenan, "how many of them will die?" 200, he guessed. "That's why they're not attacking," I suggested, and Feenan looked at me puzzled. "They're hiding men in the trees," I said, "not in hope we attack, but so we don't know how many they are." I paused, sensing an idea taking shape in my mind. "Or more accurately," I went on, "how few they are." "Few?" Feenan asked. "This isn't their great army," I said, suddenly sure of it. "This is a feint. Sigurd's not there, nor is Canute." I was guessing, but it was the only explanation I could find. Whoever commanded these Danes had fewer than 1,000 men and did not want to lose 200 or 300 in a fight that was not part of the main invasion. His job was to hold us here and draw other Saxon troops to the Valley of the Severn, while the real invasion came from where? From the sea? "I thought Arthur told you—" Feenan began. "That bastard was crying," I said savagely. "He was weeping to convince me that he spoke the truth. He told me he was repaying my kindness, but I was never kind to him. I paid him, just like everyone else, and the Danes must have paid him more to tell me a pack of lies." Again, I did not know whether that was true, but why were these Danes not coming to slaughter us? Then there was movement in the centre of their line, and the shields parted to let 3 horsemen through. One carried a leafy branch, a sign that they wanted to talk, while another wore a high, silver-crested helmet from which trailed a plume of raven feathers. I called to Mirowal, then walked with him, and Feenan passed our feeble barrier and across the wet grassland towards the approaching Danes. Heston was the man in the raven-plumed helmet. It was a magnificent piece of workmanship, decorated by the Midgard serpent that twisted around the crown, its tail protecting the nape of his neck while the mouth formed the crest which held the raven plumes. The cheekpieces were incised with dragons, between which Heston's face grinned at me. "The Lord Uhtred," he said happily. "You're wearing your wife's bonnet," I said. "It was a gift from the Jarl Canute," he said, "who will be here by nightfall." "I wondered why you were waiting," I said. "Now I know. You need help." Heston smiled as if he indulged my insults. The man with the green branch was a few paces behind him, while next to him was a warrior wearing another ornate helmet, this one with its cheekpieces laced together so I could not see his face. His mail was expensive, his saddle and belt decorated with silver, and his arms thick with precious rings. His horse was nervous, and he struck it hard on the neck, which only made it sidestep on the soft ground. Heston leaned over and stroked the skittery stallion. "Jarl Canute is bringing ice spite," he said to me. "Ice spite?" "His sword," Heston explained. "You and he, Lord Uhtred, will fight in the hazel branches. That's my gift to him." Canute Ranulfsson was reputed to be the greatest swordsman among all the sword Danes, a magician with a blade, a man who smiled as he killed and was proud of his reputation. I confess I felt a tremor of fear at Heston's words. A fight contained in a space marked by hazel branches was a formal fight, and always to the death. It would be a demonstration of skill by Canute. "It will be a pleasure killing him," I said. "But didn't your angels say you were going to die?" Heston asked, amused. "My angels?" "A clever idea," Heston said. "Young Sigurd here brought them back to us. 2 such pretty girls. He enjoyed them. So did most of our men." So the horseman with Heston was Sigurd's son, the puppy who had wanted to fight me at Chester, and the raid on Turkdene had been his doing, his initiation as a leader, though I did not doubt his father had sent older and wiser men to make sure his son made no fatal errors. I remembered the flies around Luda's body and the crudely drawn raven on the Roman plaster. "When you die, puppy," I told him, "I'll make sure you have no sword in your hand. I'll send you to hell's rotten flesh instead. See how you enjoy that, you dribble of batshit." Sigurd Sigurdsson drew his sword. He drew it very slowly, as if to demonstrate that he was not issuing an immediate challenge. "She is called Fire Dragon," he said, holding the blade upright. "A puppy's blade," I scoffed. "I want you to know the name of the sword that will kill you," he said, then wrenched his stallion's head round as if to drive the beast into me, but the horse half-reared, and young Sigurd had to cling to the mane to stay in the saddle. Heston again leaned over and took hold of the stallion's bridle. "Put the sword away, lord," he told the boy, then smiled at me. "You have till evening to surrender," he said. "And if you do not surrender—" his voice was harder now, riding over the comment I had been about to make, "then every one of you will die. But if you yield, Lord Uhtred, we shall spare your men. Till evening." He turned his horse, dragging young Sigurd with him. "Till evening," he called again as he rode away. This was the war that passeth understanding, I thought. Why wait? Unless Heston so feared losing a quarter or a third of his force. But if this truly was the vanguard of a great Danish army, then it had no business loitering at Shrewsbury. They should be pushing fast and hard into the soft underbelly of Saxon Mercia, then crossing the Thames to ravage Wessex. Every day that the Danes waited now was a day to assemble the feared, and bring house warriors from the Saxon shires, unless my suspicion was right, and this Danish thrust was intended to deceive, because the real attack was taking place somewhere else. There were more Danes nearby. Late in the morning, as the rain at last ended, and a watery sun showed weak through the clouds, we saw more smoke in the eastern sky. The smoke was thin at first, but thickened fast, and within an hour 2 more plumes appeared. So the Danes were harrying the nearby villages, and another band had crossed the river and were patrolling the great loop that trapped us. Osferth had found 2 boats, just skins stretched over willow frames, and had wanted to make a big raft like the one we had found to cross the Ouse, but the presence of the Danish horsemen ended that idea. I ordered my men to stiffen the barricade across the neck, raising it with beams and rafters to protect the men of the feared, and channel any attack into my shield wall. I had small hope of surviving a determined assault, but men must be kept busy, and so they pulled down 6 of the cottages and carried the timbers to the neck, where the barrier slowly became more formidable. A priest who had taken refuge in Shrewsbury walked along my defensive line, giving men small scraps of bread. They knelt before him. He placed the crumbs on their lips, then added a pinch of soil. "Why is he doing that?" I asked Osferth. "We come from the Earth Lord, and that's where we'll go." "We'll go nowhere unless Heston attacks," I said. "He fears us?" I shook my head. "It's a trap," I said. And there had been so many traps. From the moment the men tried to kill me on St. Olnath's Day, and the summons to seal a treaty with Eirich, and my burning of Sigurd's ships, and the creation of the angels, but now I suspected the Danes had sprung the largest trap. And it had worked, because in the afternoon there was a sudden flurry of panic on the river's far bank as the patrolling Danes spurred their horses westwards. Something had frightened them, and a few moments later a much larger band of horsemen appeared, and these men were flaunting 2 banners, one with a cross and the other a dragon. They were West Saxons. Heston was drawing men to Shrewsbury, and I was convinced we were all needed in some place far away where the real Danish attack must be unfolding. Steapa led the newcomers. He dismounted and clambered down the riverbank to a small shelf of mud, where he cupped his hands. "Where can we cross?" "To the west," I shouted back. "How many are you?" 220. "We've got 700 Danes here," I called, "but I don't think this is their great army." "More of our people are coming," he called, ignoring my last words, and I watched him clamber back up the bank. He went west, vanishing in the trees as he sought a ford or bridge. I went back to the neck and saw the Danes still sitting in their line. They had to be bored, but they made no effort to provoke us, even when evening came and went. Heston must have known I would not meekly surrender, but he made no move to enforce his morning threat. We watched the Danish campfires spring up again. We watched westwards for the arrival of Steapa. We watched, and we waited. Night fell. And in the dawn, the Danes were gone. Ethelfled arrived an hour after the sun rose, bringing almost 150 warriors. Like Steapa, she had to ride west to find a ford, and it was midday before we were all together. "I thought you were going south," I greeted her. "Someone has to fight them," she retorted. "Except they've gone," I said. The land to the north of the neck was still dotted with smouldering campfires, but there were no Danes, just hoof tracks going eastwards. We now had an army, but no one to fight. "Heston never meant to fight me," I said. "He just wanted to draw men here." Steapa looked at me with a puzzled expression, but Ethelfled understood what I was saying. "So where are they?" "We are in the west," I said, "so they must be in the east." "And Heston's gone to join them." "I think so," I said. We knew nothing for certain, of course, except that Heston's men had attacked south from Chester, and then mysteriously ridden eastwards. Edward, like Ethelfled, had responded to my very first warnings, sending men north to discover whether there was an invasion or not. Steapa was supposed to confirm or deny my first message, then ride back to Winchester. Ethelfled had ignored my orders to shelter in Cirencester, and instead brought her own house warriors north. Other Mercian troops, she said, had been summoned to Gloucester. "That's a surprise," I said sarcastically. "Ethelred, just as he had the last time Heston invaded Mercia, would protect his own lands and let the rest of the country fend for itself." "I should go back to the king," Steapa said. "What are your orders?" I asked him. "To find the Danish invasion?" "Yes, lord." "Have you found it?" He shook his head. "No." "Then you and your men come with me," I said. "And you," I pointed to Ethelfled, "should go to Cirencester or else join your brother." "And you," she said, pointing back at me, "do not command me, so I'll do what I wish." She stared at me challengingly, but I said nothing. "Why don't we destroy Heston?" she asked. "Because we don't have enough men," I said patiently, "and because we don't know where the rest of the Danes are." "You want to start a battle with Heston, and then discover 3,000 mead-crazed Danes are in your rear?" "Then what do we do?" she asked. "What I tell you to do," I said. And so we went eastwards, following Heston's hoofprints, and it was noticeable that no more steadings had been burned and no villages sacked. That meant Heston had been travelling fast, ignoring the chances for enrichment, because, I assumed, he was under orders to join the Danish Great Army, wherever that was. We hurried too, but on the second day we were close to Lichfield, and I had business there. We rode into the small town that had no walls, but boasted a great church, 2 mills, a monastery, and an imposing hall, which was the bishop's house. Many of the folk had fled southwards, seeking the shelter of a borough, and our arrival caused panic. We saw folk running towards the nearest woods, assuming we were Danes. We watered the horses in the 2 streams which ran through the town, and I sent Osferth and Finan to buy food, while Ethelfled and I took 30 men to the town's second largest hall, a magnificent and new building which stood at Lichfield's northern edge. The widow who lived there had not fled from our arrival. Instead she waited in her hall, accompanied by a dozen servants. Her name was Edith. She was young, she was pretty, and she was hard, though she looked soft. Her face was round, her curly red hair was springy, and her figure plump. She wore a gown of linen dyed gold, and around her neck was a looped golden chain. "You're Offa's widow," I said, and she nodded without speaking. "Where are his dogs?" "I drowned them," she said. "How much did Jarl Sigurd pay your husband to lie to us?" I asked. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said. I turned to Sihtric. "Search the place," I told him. "Take all the food you need." "You can't," Edith began. "I can do what I want," I snarled at her. "Your husband sold Wessex and Mercia to the Danes." She was stubborn, admitting nothing, yet there was too much evident wealth in the newly built hall. She screamed at us, clawed at me when I took the gold from around her neck, and spat curses when we left. I did not leave the town straight away. Instead I went to the graveyard by the cathedral, where my men dug Offa's body from its grave. He had paid silver to the priests so that he could be buried close to the relics of St. Chad, believing that proximity would hasten his ascent into heaven on the day of Christ's return to earth. But I did my best to consign his filthy soul to the Christian hell. We carried his rotting body, still in its discoloured winding sheet, to the edge of town, and there threw it into a stream. Then we rode on eastwards to discover whether his treachery had doomed Wessex. Part 4. Death in Winter. Chapter 11. The village was no more. The houses were smouldering piles of charred timbers and ash. The corpses of 4 hacked dogs lay in the muddy street, and the stink of roasted flesh was mingling with the sullen smoke. A woman's body, naked and swollen, floated in a pond. Ravens were perched on her shoulders, tearing at the bloated flesh. Blood had dried black in the grooves of the flat washing stone beside the water. A great elm tree towered above the village, but its southern half had been set alight by flames from the church roof, and had burned so that the tree appeared lightning-blasted, one half in full green leaf, the other half black, shriveled and brittle. The ruins of the church still burned, and there was not one person alive to tell us the name of the place, though a dozen smears of smoke told us that this was not the only village to be reduced to charred ruin. We had ridden eastwards, again following the tracks of Heston's band, but those hoofprints had turned south to join a larger, burned and beaten path. That path had been made by hundreds of horses, probably thousands, and the smoke trails in the sky suggested that the Danes were journeying south towards the valley of the Thames and the rich pickings of Wessex beyond. "There are corpses in the church," Osferth told me. His voice was calm, yet I could tell he was angry. "Many corpses," he said. "They must have locked them inside and burned the church around them." "Like a hall burning," I said, remembering Ragnar the Elder's hall blazing in the night and the screams of the people trapped inside. "There are children there," Osferth said, sounding angrier. "Their bodies shrivel to the size of babies." "Their souls are with God," Ethelflaed tried to comfort him. "There's no pity any more," Osferth said, looking at the sky, which was a mix of grey cloud and dark smoke. Steapa also glanced at the sky. "They're going south," he said. He was thinking of his orders to return to Wessex and worrying that I was keeping him in Mercia while a Danish horde threatened his homeland. "Or maybe to London," Ethelflaed suggested. "Maybe south to the Thames, then downriver to London?" She was thinking the same thoughts as me. I remembered the city's decayed wall, and Eorish's scouts watching that wall. Alfred had known the importance of London, which is why he asked me to capture it. But did the Danes know? Whoever garrisoned London controlled the Thames, and the Thames led deep into Mercia and Wessex. So much trade went through London, and so many roads led there, and whoever held London held the key to southern Britain. I looked southwards where the great plumes of smoke drifted. A Danish army had passed this way, probably only a day before. But was it their only army? Was another besieging London? Had another already captured the city? I was tempted to ride straight for London to ensure that it would be well defended, but that would mean abandoning the burning trail of the great army. Ethelflaed was watching me, waiting for an answer, but I said nothing. 6 of us sat on our horses in the centre of that burned village, while my men watered their horses in the pond where the swollen corpse floated. Ethelflaed, Steapa, Finan, Myrrowal and Osferth were all looking to me. I was trying to place myself in the mind of whoever commanded the Danes. Canute, Sigurd, Eorish? We did not even know that. "We'll follow these Danes," I finally decided, nodding towards the smoke in the southern sky. "I should join, my lord," Myrrowal said unhappily. Ethelflaed smiled. "Let me tell you what my husband will do," she said, and the scorn in the word husband was as pungent as the stench from the burning church. "He will keep his forces in Gloucester," she went on, "just as he did when the Danes last invaded." She saw the struggle on Myrrowal's face. He was a good man, and like all good men he wanted to do his oath duty, which was to be at his lord's side, but he knew Ethelflaed spoke the truth. She straightened in her saddle. "My husband," she said, though this time without any scorn, "gave me permission to give orders to any of his followers that I encountered. So now I order you to stay with me." Myrrowal knew she was lying. He looked at her for an instant, but then nodded. "Then I shall, lady." "But what about the dead?" Osferth asked, staring at the church. Ethelflaed leaned over and gently touched her half-brother's arm. "The dead must bury their dead," she said. Osferth knew there was no time to give the dead a Christian burial. They must be left here, but the anger was tight in him, and he slid from his saddle and walked to the smoking church, while small flames licked from the burning timbers. He pulled 2 charred lengths of wood from the ruin. One was about 5 feet long, the other much shorter, and he scavenged among the ruined cottages until he found a strip of leather, perhaps a belt, and he used the leather to lash the 2 pieces of timber together. He made a cross. "With your permission, lord," he told me, "I want my own standard." "The son of a king should have a banner," I said. He rammed the butt of the cross on the ground so that it shed ash, and the cross-piece tilted crookedly. It would have been funny if he had not been so bitterly enraged. "This is my standard," he said, and called for his servant, a deaf-mute named Uhtred, to carry the cross. We followed the hoof tracks south through more burned villages, past a great hall that was now ashes and blackened rafters, and by fields where cattle lowed miserably because they needed milking. If the Danes had left cows behind, then they must already have a vast herd, too big to manage, and they must have collected women and children for the slave markets as well. They were encumbered by now. Instead of being a fast, dangerous, well-mounted army of savage raiders, they had become a lumbering procession of captives, wagons, herds and flocks. They would still be spewing out vicious raid parties, but each of those would bring back more plunder to slow the main army even more. They had crossed the Thames. We discovered that next day when we reached Cricklade, where I had killed Aldhelm, Ethelred's man. The small town was now a borough, and its walls were of stone, not earth and wood. The fortifications were Ethelflaed's doing, and she had ordered the work done, not just because the small town guarded a crossing of the Thames, but because she had witnessed a small miracle there, touched, she believed, by a dead saint's hand. So Cricklade was now a formidable fortress, with a flooded ditch fronting the new stone wall, and it was hardly surprising that the Danes had ignored the garrison and instead had headed for the causeway, which led across the marshes on the north bank of the Thames to the Roman bridge, which had been repaired at the same time that Cricklade's walls had been rebuilt. We also followed the causeway and stood our horses on the northern banks of the Thames and watched the skies burn above Wessex. So Edward's kingdom was being ravaged. Ethelflaed might have made Cricklade into a borough, but the town still flew her husband's banner of the white horse above its southern gate rather than her flag of the cross-grasping goose. A dozen men now appeared at that gate and walked to join us. One was a priest, Father Kinelm, and he gave us our first reliable news. Ethelwald, he said, was with the Danes. He came to the gate, Lord, and demanded we surrender. You recognized him? I've never seen him before, Lord, but he announced himself, and I assume he told the truth. He came with Saxons. Not Danes. Father Kinelm shook his head. The Danes stayed away. We could see them, but as far as I could tell, the men at the gate were all Saxons. A lot of them shouted at us to surrender. I counted 220. And one woman, a man added. I ignored that. How many Danes? I asked Father Kinelm. He shrugged. Hundreds, Lord. They blackened the fields. Ethelwald's banner is a stag, I said, with crosses for antlers. Was that the only flag? They showed a black cross as well, Lord, and a boar flag. A boar, I said. A tusked boar, Lord. So Beorhtric had joined his masters, which meant that the army plundering Wessex was part Saxon. What answer did you give Ethelwald? I asked Father Kinelm. That we served Lord Ethelred, Lord. You have news of Lord Ethelred? No, Lord. You have food. Enough for the winter, Lord. The harvest was adequate, God be praised. What forces do you have? The Fyrd, Lord, and 22 warriors. How many Fyrd? 420, Lord. Keep them here, I said, because the Danes will probably be back. When Alfred was on his deathbed, I had told him that the Northmen had not learned how to fight us, but we had learned how to fight them, and that was true. They had made no attempt to capture Cricklade, except for a feeble summons for the town to surrender, and if thousands of Danes could not capture one small borough, however formidable its walls, then they had no chance against Wessex's larger garrisons. And if they could not capture the large boroughs and so destroy Edward's forces inside, then eventually they must retreat. What Danish banners did you see? I asked Father Kinelm. None, plainly, Lord. What is Eirish's banner? I asked everyone in earshot. A lion and a cross, Osferth said. Whatever a lion is, I said. I wanted to know if Eirish's East Anglians had joined the Danish horde, but Father Kinelm did not have the answer. Next morning it was raining again, the drops pitting the Thames as it slid past the borough's walls. The low cloud made it hard to distinguish the smoke plumes, but my impression was that the fires were not far south of the river. Ethelfled went to St. Werburgh's convent and prayed. Osferth found a carpenter in the town who jointed his cross properly and fixed it with nails, while I summoned 2 of Mirrowell's men and 2 of Steapa's troops. I sent the Mercians to Gloucester with a message for Ethelred. I knew that if the message came from me, he would ignore it utterly, and so I ordered them to say it was a request from King Edward that he bring his troops, all his troops, to Cricklade. The great army, I explained, had crossed the Thames at the borough and would almost certainly withdraw the same way. They would, of course, choose another ford or bridge, but men have a habit of using the roads and tracks they already know. If Mercia assembled its army on the northern bank of the Thames, then Edward could bring the West Saxons from the south, and we would trap them between us. Steapa's men carried the same message to Edward, except that message came from me, and was merely a strong suggestion that as the Danes withdrew, he should concentrate his army and follow them, but not attack until they were already crossing the Thames. It was around mid-morning that I gave the order to saddle the horses and be ready to ride, though I did not say to where. Just as we were about to depart, 2 messengers arrived from Bishop Erkenwald in London. I never liked Erkenwald. While Ethelfled had hated him ever since he had preached a sermon on adultery and stared at her throughout, but the bishop knew his business. He had sent messengers along every Roman road from London with orders to seek out Mercian or West Saxon forces. He said to keep a watchful eye for you, Lord, one of the 2 men said. He was from Weohstan's garrison, and told us that the Danes were outside London's walls, but not in any great force. If we threaten them, Lord, they retreat. Whose men are they? King Eirish's, Lord, but a few follow Sigurd's banner too. So Eirish had joined the Danes and not the Christians. Erkenwald's messengers said they had heard that the Danes had assembled at York, and from there had taken ship to East Anglia, and while I had been lured to Chester, that great army, reinforced by Eirish's warriors, had launched themselves across the Ouse and started their path of fire and death. What are Eirish's men doing at London? I asked. They just watch, Lord. There aren't enough of them to make an assault. But enough to keep troops inside the walls, I said. So what does Bishop Erkenwald want? He hoped you would go to London, Lord. Tell him to send me half of Weohstan's men instead, I said. Bishop Erkenwald's request, I suspected it had been couched as an order that the messengers had softened into a suggestion, made small sense to me. True, London needed to be defended, but the army which threatened that city was here, south of the Thames, and if we moved fast we could trap it here. The enemy force at London was probably only there to keep the city's large garrison from sallying out to confront the great army. My expectation was that the Danes would plunder and burn, and eventually they would have to either besiege a borough or else be fought in the open country by a West Saxon army, and it was more important to know where they were and what they intended than to gather in far London. To defeat the Danes we had to meet them in open battle. There could be no escape from the horrors of the shield wall. The boroughs might stave off defeat, but victory came in face-to-face combat. And my thought was to force a battle when the Danes were recrossing the Thames. The only thing I did know was that we had to choose the battlefield, and Cricklade, with its river, causeway and bridge, was as good a place as any. As good as the bridge at Farnham, where we had slaughtered the army of Harold Bloodhair after trapping it when only half his troops were across the river. I gave Erkenwald's messengers fresh horses and sent them back to London, though without much hope that the bishop would dispatch reinforcements unless he received a direct order from Edward. Then I led most of our force across the river. Mirowal stayed in Cricklade, and I told Ethelfled to remain with him, but she ignored the order and rode beside me. "Fighting," I growled at her, "is not women's business." "What is women's business, Lord Uhtred?" she asked with mock sweetness. "Oh, please, please tell me." I looked for the trap hidden in the question. There obviously was a trap, though I could not see it. "A woman's business," I said stiffly, "is to look after the household." "To clean? To sweep? To spin? To cook? To supervise the servants, yes. And to raise the children?" "That too," I agreed. "In other words," she said tartly, "women are supposed to do all that a man can't do. And right now it seems men can't fight, so I'd better do that too." She smiled triumphantly, then laughed when I scowled. In truth, I was glad of her company. It was not just that I loved her, but Ethelfled's presence always inspired men. The Mercians adored her. She might have been a West Saxon, but her mother was a Mercian, and Ethelfled had adopted that country as her own. Her generosity was famous. There was hardly a convent in Mercia that did not depend on the income from the wide estates Ethelfled had inherited to help their widows and orphans. Once across the Thames we were in Wessex. The same hoof-scarred path showed where the great army had spread out as they went southwards, and the first villages we passed were burned. Their ashes now turned to a grey sludge by the night's rain. I sent Feenan and 50 men ahead to act as scouts, warning them that the smoke trails in the sky were much closer than I had expected. "What did you expect?" Ethelfled asked me. "That the Danes would go straight to Winchester," I said. "And attack it?" "They should," I said, "or ravage the country around the city and hope they can lure Edward out for a fight." "If Edward's there," she said uncertainly. But instead of attacking Winchester, the Danes seemed to be scouring the land just south of the Thames. It was good land with plump farms and rich villages, but much of its wealth would have been driven or carried into the closest boroughs. "They have to besiege a borough or leave," I said. "They don't usually have the patience for a siege." "Then why come in the first place?" I shrugged. "Maybe Ethelwald thought folk would support him. Maybe they hope Edward will lead an army against them and they can defeat him." "Will he?" "Not till he has enough strength," I said, hoping that was true. "But right now," I said, "the Danes are being slowed by captives and by plunder, and they'll send some of that back to East Anglia." That was what Heston had done during his great ravaging of Mercia. His forces had moved swiftly, but he had constantly detached bands of men to escort his captive slaves and loaded pack mules back to Benfleet. If my suspicion was right, the Danes would be sending men back along the route they had come, and that was why I rode south, looking for one of those Danish bands taking plunder back to East Anglia. "It would make more sense for them to use another route," Ethelfled observed. "They have to know the country to do that. Following your own tracks home is much easier." We did not need to ride far from the bridge because the Danes were surprisingly close. Indeed, they were very close. Within an hour, Feenan had returned to me with news that large bands of Danes were spread all across the nearer country. The land rose gradually towards the south, and the fires of destruction were burning on the far skyline while men brought captives, livestock and plunder to the lower ground. "There's a village on the road ahead," Feenan told me. "Or rather, there was a village, and they're collecting the plunder there, and there's not more than 300 of the bastards." I worried that the Danes had not guarded the bridge at Cricklade, but the only answer to that worry was to assume they had no fear of any attack from Mercia. I had sent scouts along the riverbank to east and west, but none reported any news of a Danish presence. It seemed the enemy was intent on amassing plunder and was not watching for an attack from across the Thames. That was either carelessness or else a careful trap. We numbered almost 500 men. If it was a trap, then we would be a hard beast to kill, and I decided to lay a trap of our own. I was beginning to think the Danes were being careless, overconfident of their overwhelming numbers, and we were in their rear, and we had a safe route of escape, and the opportunity was simply too good. "Can those trees hide us?" I asked Feenan, nodding towards some thick woodland to the south. "You could hide 1,000 men in there," he said. "We'll wait in the trees," I said. "You're going to lead all our men," I told him, meaning the men sworn to me, and attack the bastards. Then you lead them back towards the rest of us. It was a simple ambush. So simple, I did not really believe it could work. But this was still the war that passed understanding. First, it was happening 3 years too late, and now, after attempting to lure me to Chester, the Danes seem to have forgotten all about me. They have too many leaders, Ethelfled suggested as we walked our horses south along the Roman road that led from the bridge. And they're all men, so not one of them will give in. They're arguing amongst themselves. Let's hope they go on arguing, I said. Once among the trees, we spread out. Ethelfled's men were on the right, and I sent Osfirst to keep her safe. Steapa's men went to the left, while I stayed in the centre. I dismounted, giving my horse's reins to Oswy, and walked with Finan to the wood's southern edge. Our arrival in the trees had sent pigeons clattering through the branches, but no Danes took any notice. The nearest were some 200 or 300 paces away, close to a mixed herd of sheep and goats. Beyond them was a steading, still unburned, and I could see a crowd of people there. Captives, Finan said, women and children. There were Danes there too, their presence betrayed by a large herd of saddled horses in a hedged paddock. It was hard to tell how many horses, but it was at least 100. The steading was a small hall beside a pair of newly thatched barns, their roofs bright in the sun. There were more Danes beyond the hall, out in fields where I assumed they were collecting livestock. I'd suggest riding for the hall, I said. Kill as many as you can, bring me a captive, and take their horses. About time we had a fight, Finan said wolfishly. Lead them on to us, I said, and we'll kill every last mother's son. He turned to go, but I put a hand on his mailed arm. I was still staring south. It isn't a trap, is it? Finan gazed south. They reached this far without a fight, he said, and they think no one dares face them. I felt a moment's frustration. If I had Mercia's army at Cricklade and Edward could bring the men of Wessex from the south, we could have crushed this careless army. But so far as I knew, we were the only Saxon troops anywhere near the Danes. I want to keep them here, I said. Keep them here? Finan asked. Near the bridge, so King Edward could bring men to crush them. We had more than enough men to hold the bridge against as many attacks as the Danes could make. We did not even need Ethelred's Mercians to make this trap work. This, then, was the battleground I wanted. Sihtric! The choice of this place as the ground to destroy the Danes was so obvious, so tempting and so advantageous that I did not want to wait before Edward knew of my certainty. I'm sorry you'll miss the fight, I told Sihtric, but this is urgent. I was sending him with 3 other men to ride westwards and then south. They would follow my first messengers and tell the king where the Danes were and how they could be beaten. Tell him the enemy is just waiting to be killed. Tell him this can be his first great victory. Tell him the poets will sing of it for generations. And above all, tell him to hurry. I waited until Sihtric was gone, then looked back to the enemy. Bring me as many horses as you can, I told Finan. Finan led my men southwards, keeping to some woods east of the road, while I brought up all the remaining horsemen. I rode along our line, ducking under the low branches, and told men they should not just kill the enemy, but wound them. Wounded men slow an army. If Sigurd, Canute, and Eirish had badly wounded troops, then they could not ride fast and loose. I wanted to slow his army, to trap it, to keep it in place till the forces of Wessex could come from the south to kill it. I watched the birds fly from the trees where Finan was leading my men. Not one Dane noticed, or took any interest if he did see the birds. I waited beside Ethelfled and felt a sudden exhilaration. The Danes were trapped. They did not know it, but they were doomed. Bishop Erkenwald's sermon was right, of course, and war is a dreadful thing, but it could also be so enjoyable, and there was no part more enjoyable than forcing an enemy to do your bidding. This enemy was where I wanted him, and where he would die. I remember laughing aloud, and Ethelfled looked at me curiously. "What's funny?" she asked. But I did not answer, because, just then, Finan's men broke cover. They charged from the east. They went fast, and for a moment the Danes seemed stunned by their sudden appearance. Hoof-thrown clods of earth flecked the air behind my men. I could see the light reflected from their blades, and I watched Danes running towards the hall, and then Finan's men were among them, riding them down, horsemen overtaking fugitives, blades falling, blood colouring the day, men falling, bleeding, panicking, and Finan drove them on, aiming for the field where the Danish horses were penned. I heard a horn call. Men were gathering at the hall, men snatching up shields, but Finan ignored them. A hurdle lay across the hedge opening, and I saw Kurdish lean down and pull it away. The Danish horses surged through the open gap to follow my men. More Danes were galloping from the south, called by the urgent horn, while Finan led a wild charge of riderless horses towards our trees. The path where he had galloped was strewn with bodies. I counted 23, and not all dead. Some were wounded, writhing on the ground as their lifeblood stained the grass. Panicked sheep milled. A second horn joined its summons to the first, the noise harsh in the afternoon air. The Danes were gathering, but they had still not seen the rest of us among the trees. They saw a herd of their horses being driven northwards, and they must have assumed Feenan was from Cricklade's garrison, and that the horses were being taken across the Thames into the safety of those stone walls, and some Danes set off in pursuit. They spurred their horses as Feenan vanished among the trees. I drew serpent breath, and my stallion's ears pricked back as he heard the hiss of the blade through the scabbard's fleece-lined throat. He was trembling, pawing the ground with one heavy hoof. He was called Broga, and he was excited by the horses crashing through the trees. He whinnied, and I loosened the reins to let him go forward. "Kill and wound!" I shouted. "Kill and wound!" Broga, the name meant terror, leapt forward. All along the wood's edge the horsemen appeared, blades gleaming, and we charged at the scattered Danes, shouting, and the world was the drumbeat of hooves. Most Danes turned to flee. The sensible ones kept charging towards us, knowing that their best chance of survival lay in crashing through our ranks and escaping behind us. My shield banged on my back, serpent breath was raised, and I swerved towards a man on a grey horse and saw him ready to swing his sword at me. But one of Ethelflaed's men speared him first, and he twisted in the saddle, sword falling, and I left him behind and caught up with the Dane fleeing on foot, and slammed serpent breath across his shoulders, drew her back along his neck, saw him stagger, left him, swung the sword at a running man, and laid his scalp open so that his long hair was suddenly wet with blood. The dismounted Danes by the hall had made a shield wall, perhaps 40 or 50 men who faced us with their round shields overlapping, but Feenan had turned and brought his men back, savaging his way up the road and leaving bodies behind him, and he now brought his men behind the shield wall. He screamed his Irish challenge, words that meant nothing to any of us, but curdled the blood all the same, and the shield wall, seeing horsemen in front and behind, broke apart. Their captives were carrying in the yard, all women and children, and I shouted them to head north towards the river. "Go! Go!" Broga had charged 2 men. One swung his sword at Broga's mouth, but he was trained well and reared up, hooves flailing, and the man ducked away. I clung to him, waited till he came down, and brought serpent breath hard down onto the second man's head, splitting helmet and skull. I heard a scream and saw that Broga had bitten off the first man's face. I spurred on. Dogs were howling, children screaming, and serpent breath was feeding. A naked woman stumbled from the hall, her hair unbound, her face smeared with blood. "Go that way!" I shouted at her, pointing my red blade north. "My children!" "Find them, go!" A Dane came from the hall, sword in hand, stared in horror and turned back. But Riper had seen him and galloped by him, seized him by his long hair and dragged him away. 2 spears gouged his belly, and a stallion trampled him, and he writhed, bloody and moaning, and we left him there. "Oswy!" I shouted for my servant. "Horn!" More Danes were showing in the south now, many more Danes, and it was time to go. We had hurt the enemy badly, but this was no place to fight against an outnumbering horde. I just wanted the Danes to stay here, trapped by the river, so that Edward could bring the army of Wessex against them and drive them like cattle onto my swords. Oswy kept sounding the horn, the noise frantic. "Back!" I shouted. "All of you back!" We went back slowly enough. Our wild charge had killed and wounded at least 100 men, so that the small fields were dotted with bodies. The injured lay in ditches or by hedges, and we left them there. Steapa was grinning, a fearsome sight, his big teeth bared and his sword reddened. "Your men are the rearguard," I told him, and he nodded. I looked for Ethelflaed, and was relieved to see her unharmed. "Look after the fugitives," I told her. The escaped captives had to be shepherded back. I saw the naked woman dragging 2 small children by the hands. I formed my men at the edge of the trees where our charge had started. We waited there, shields in our arms now, swords bright with enemy blood, and we dared the Danes to come at us. But they were disorganized, and they were hurt, and they would not risk a charge until they had more men, and once I saw that the fugitives were safely gone north, I shouted at my men to follow them. We had lost 5 men, 2 Mercians and 3 West Saxons, but we had savaged the enemy. Feenan had 2 captives, and I sent them ahead with the fugitives. The bridge was crowded with horses and fleeing people, and I stayed with Steapa, guarding the southern end until I was certain the last of our people was across the river. We barricaded the northern end of the bridge, heaping logs across the road and inviting the Danes to come and be killed between the Roman parapets, but none did. They watched us work. They gathered in even greater numbers on the West Saxon side of the river, but they did not come for their revenge. I left Steapa and his men to guard the barricade, certain that no Dane would cross while he was there. Then I went to question the captives. The 2 Danes were being guarded by 6 of Ethelflaed's Mercians, who protected them from the fury of a crowd that had gathered in the space before St. Werburgh's convent. The crowd fell silent when I arrived, cowed perhaps by Broga, whose mouth was still stained with blood. I slid from the saddle and let Oswy take the reins. I still carried serpent breath in my hand, her blade unwashed. There was a tavern hung with the sign of a goose next to the convent, and I had the 2 men taken into its yard. Their names were Leif and Hakon. Both were young, both were frightened, and both were trying not to show it. I had the yard gates closed and barred. The two stood in the yard's centre, surrounded by 6 of us. Leif, who did not look a day over 16, could not take his eyes from Serpent Breath's blood-caked blade. "You have a choice," I told the pair. "You can answer my questions and you'll die with swords in your hands, or you can be obstinate and I'll strip you both naked and throw you to the folk outside. First, who is your lord?" "I serve Jarl Canute," Leif said. "And I serve King Erich," Hakon said, his voice so low I almost could not hear him. He was a sturdy, long-faced boy with straw-coloured hair. He wore an old mail coat, ripped at the elbows and too big for him, and I suspected it had been his father's. He also wore a cross about his neck, while Leif had a hammer. "Who commands your army?" I asked them. They both hesitated. "King Erich," Hakon suggested, but he did not sound sure. "Jarl Sigurd and Jarl Canute," Leif said, just as uncertainly and almost at the same moment. And that explained a great deal, I thought. "Not Ethelwald?" I asked. "Him too, lord," Leif said. He was trembling. "Is Beotsig with the army?" "Yes, lord, but he serves Jarl Sigurd." "And Jarl Heston serves Jarl Canute?" "He does, lord," Hakon said. Ethelfled was right, I thought. Too many masters and no one man in command. Erich was weak, but he was proud, and he would not be subservient to Sigurd or Canute, while those two probably despised Erich, yet had to treat him as a king if they were to have his troops. "And how big is the army?" I asked. Neither of them knew. Leif thought it was 10,000 strong, which was ludicrous, while Hakon just said they had been assured it was the largest army ever to attack the Saxons. "And where is it going?" I asked. Again, neither knew. They had been told that they would make Ethelwald the king of Wessex and Beotsig the king of Mercia, and those two monarchs would reward them with land. But when I asked if they were going to Winchester, they both looked blank, and I realized neither had even heard of that city. I let Finan kill Leif. He died bravely and swiftly, a sword in his hand, but Hakon begged to see a priest before he died. "You're a Dane," I told him. "And a Christian, lord." "Does no one worship Odin in East Anglia?" "Some, lord, but not many." I was worrying. Some Danes I knew converted because it was convenient. Heston had insisted his wife and daughters were baptized, but that was only because it yielded better terms from Alfred. Though if Offa had not lied about everything before he died, then Heston's wife was a true believer. These days, as I face my own death, my old age dims the glories of this world, I see nothing but Christians. Perhaps in the far north, where the ice grips the summer land, there are some folk left who sacrifice to Thor, Odin, and Freya, but I know of none in Britain. We slide into darkness, towards the final chaos of Ragnarok, when the seas will burn in turmoil, and the land will break, and even the gods will die. Hakon did not care whether he held a sword or not. He just wanted to say his prayers, and when they were said, we took his head from his shoulders. I sent more messengers to Edward. Only this time I sent Finan, because I knew the king would listen to the Irishman, and I sent him with 7 other men. They were to ride west before crossing the Thames, then go fast towards Winchester, or to wherever else the king might be, and they carried a letter I wrote myself. Men are always surprised that I can read and write, but Beocca taught me when I was a child, and I've never lost the skills. Alfred, of course, insisted that all his lords should learn to read, mainly so that he could write his chiding letters to us, but since his death, not many bothered to learn, yet I still have the skills. I wrote that the Danes were cursed with too many leaders, that they were lingering too long just south of the Thames, that I had slowed them by taking horses and leaving them with a mass of wounded men. "Come towards Cricklade," I urged the king. "Collect every warrior," I urged him. "Call the feared, and advance on the Danes from the south, and I would be the amble against which he could beat the enemy into blood, bones, and raven food. If the Danes moved," I said, "I would shadow them on the northern bank of the Thames to block their escape, but I doubted they would move far. We have them in our hand, Lord King," I wrote, "and now you must close the fist." And then I waited. The Danes did not move. We saw the smoke piles in the distant southern sky, which told us they were scouring a wider area of Wessex, but their main encampment was still not far south of Cricklade's bridge, which we now had made into a fortress. No one could cross the bridge unless we allowed it. I went over each day, taking 50 or 60 men to patrol a short distance on the southern bank, to make certain the Danes were not moving. And each day I returned to Cricklade, astonished that the enemy was making it so easy for us. At night we would see the glow of their campfires lighting the southern sky, and by day we watched the smoke. And in 4 days nothing changed except the weather. Rain came and went, the wind stirred the river, and an early autumn mist obscured the ramparts one morning. But when the mist lifted, the Danes were still there. "Why aren't they moving?" Ethelfled asked me. "Because they can't agree where to go." "And if you led them?" she asked. "Where would they go?" "To Winchester," I said. "And besiege it?" "Capture it," I said. And that was their difficulty. They knew men would die in the borough's ditch and on its high wall, but that was no reason not to try. Alfred's boroughs had given the enemy a riddle they could not solve. But I would have to find a solution if I was to retake Bamborough, a fortress that was more formidable than any borough. "I'd go to Winchester," I told her, "and I'd hurl men at the wall until it fell, and then I'd make Ethelwald king there and demand that West Saxons follow me, and then we'd march on London." Yet the Danes did nothing. They argued instead. We heard later that Eirish wanted the army to march on London, while Ethelwald reckoned it should assault Winchester, and Canute and Sigurd were all for recrossing the Thames to recapture Gloucester. So Eirish wanted to bring London into his kingdom's boundaries. Ethelwald wanted what he believed was his birthright, while Canute and Sigurd simply wanted to extend their land southwards to the Thames. And their arguments left the great army drifting in indecision, and I imagined Edward's messengers riding between the boroughs, gathering the warriors, bringing together a Saxon army that could destroy the Danish power in Britain forever. Then Finan returned with all the messengers I had sent to Winchester. They crossed the Thames well to the west, looping about the Danes, and came to Cricklade on horses that were sweat-whitened and dust-covered. They brought a letter from the king. A priestly clerk had written it, but Edward had signed it, and the letter bore his seal. It greeted me in the name of the Christian God, thanked me effusively for my messages, and then ordered me to leave Cricklade immediately and to take all the forces under my command to meet the king in London. I read it in disbelief. "Did you tell the king we have the Danes trapped on the river?" I asked Finan. Finan nodded. "I told him, Lord, but he wants us in London. Doesn't he understand the opportunity?" "He's going to London, Lord, and he wants us to join him there," Finan said flatly. "Why?" Well, that was a question no one could answer. I could do no good on my own. I had men, true, but not nearly enough. I needed 2,000 or 3,000 warriors to come from the south, but that was not going to happen. Edward, it seemed, was taking his army to London, going by a route that kept him well clear of any Danish outriders. I swore, but I'd sworn an oath to obey King Edward, and my oath lord had given me an order. So we unlocked the trap, let the Danes live, and rode to London. King Edward was already in London, and the streets were filled with warriors. Every courtyard was being used as a stable. Even the old Roman amphitheatre was crammed with horses. Edward was in the old Mercian royal palace. London was properly in Mercia, though it had been under West Saxon rule ever since I had captured it for Alfred. I found Edward in the big Roman chamber with its pillars, dome, cracked plaster, and shattered tiled floor. A council was in session, and the king was flanked by Archbishop Plegimund and by Bishop Erkenwald, while facing them in a semicircle of benches and chairs sat more churchmen and a dozen aldermen. The banners of Wessex were propped at the back of the chamber. A lively discussion was underway as I entered, but the voices fell silent as my feet sounded loud on the broken floor. Scraps of tiles skittered away. There had been a picture made with the tiles, but it had vanished by now. "Lord Uhtred," Edward greeted me warmly, though I noted a slight nervousness in his voice. I knelt to him. "Lord King." "Welcome," he said, "and join us." I had not cleaned my mail. There was blood in the gaps between the tight rings, and men noticed it. Ealdorman Ethelham ordered a chair brought next to him, and invited me to sit there. "How many men do you bring us, Lord Uhtred?" Edward asked. "Steapa was with me," I said, "and counting his men we have 563. I had lost some in the fighting at Cricklade, and others had fallen behind because of lamed horses as we rode to London." "Which makes a total of—" Edward asked a priest seated at a table to the side of the chamber. 3,423 men, Lord King." He obviously meant household warriors, not the feared, and it was a respectable army. "And the enemy?" Edward asked. 4,000 to 5,000 men, Lord, as best we may judge." The stilted conversation was plainly meant for my ears. Archbishop Plegimund, face as sour as a shriveled crab-apple, watched me closely. "So you see, Lord Uhtred," Edward turned back to me, "we did not have enough men to force an encounter on the banks of the Thames." "Men of Mercia would have joined you, Lord King," I said. "Gloucester is not so far away." "Sigismund has landed from Ireland," Archbishop Plegimund took up the tale, "and has occupied Chester. The Lord Ethelred needs to watch over him." "From Gloucester?" I asked. "From wherever he decides," Plegimund said testily. "Sigismund," I said, "is a Norseman who's been run out of Ireland by the native savages, and he's hardly a threat to Mercia." I had never heard of Sigismund before, and had no idea why he had chosen to occupy Chester, but it seemed a likely explanation. "He has brought crews of pagans," Plegimund said. "A host." "But he is not our business," Edward intervened, obviously unhappy at the sharp tone of the last few statements. "Our business is to defeat my cousin Ethelwald, now. He looked at me. "You will agree our boroughs are well defended?" "I hope so, Lord." "And it is our belief," Edward went on, "that the enemy will be frustrated by the boroughs and so will withdraw soon." "And we shall fight them as they withdraw," Plegimoon said. "So why not fight them south of Crooklade?" I asked. "Because the men of Kent could not have reached that place in a timely fashion," Plegimoon said, sounding irritated by my question. "And Ealdorman Seagelf has promised us 700 warriors. Once they have joined us," he went on, "we shall be ready to confront the enemy." Edward looked at me expectantly, plainly wanting my agreement. "It's surely sensible," he finally spoke, after I had made no comment, "to wait until we have the men of Kent. Their numbers will make our army truly formidable." "I have a suggestion, Lord King," I said respectfully. "All your suggestions are welcome, Lord Uhtred," he said. "I think that instead of bread and wine, the church should serve ale and old cheese," I said. "And I propose that the sermon should be at the beginning of the service instead of at the end, and I think priests should be naked during the ceremonies, and—" "Silence!" Plegimoon shouted. "If your priests are going to conduct your wars, Lord King," I said, "then why shouldn't your warriors run the church?" There was some nervous laughter at that, but as the council went on it was clear that we were as leaderless as the Danes. The Christians talk about the blind leading the blind, and now the blind were fighting the blind. Alfred would have dominated such a council, but Edward deferred to his advisers, and men like Ethelhelm were cautious. They preferred to wait until Seagelf's Kentish troops had joined us. "Why aren't the men of Kent here now?" I asked. Kent was close to London, and in the time it had taken my men to cross and recross half of Saxon Britain, the men of Kent had failed to complete a 2-day march. "They will be here," Edward said. "I have Ealdorman Seagelf's word." "But why is he delayed?" I insisted. "The enemy went to East Anglia in ships," Archbishop Plegimoon supplied the answer, "and we feared they might use those ships to descend on the coast of Kent. Ealdorman Seagelf preferred to wait until he was sure that the threat was not real." "And who commands our army?" I asked, and that question caused embarrassment. There was silence for a few heartbeats. Then Archbishop Plegimoon scowled. "Our Lord King commands the army, of course," he said. And who commands the king, I wondered, but said nothing. That evening Edward sent for me. It was dark when I joined him. He dismissed his servants, so we were alone. "Archbishop Plegimoon is not in charge," he chided me, obviously remembering my final question in the council. "But I find his advice is good." "To do nothing, Lord King." "To gather all our forces before we fight. And the council agrees." We were in the large upper room where a great bed stood between 2 candle lanterns. Edward was standing in the large window that overlooked the old city, the window where Ethelfled and I had stood so often. It looked west towards the new city, where soft firelight glimmered. Farther west it was dark, a black land. "The twins are safe?" Edward asked me. "They're in Cirencester, Lord King," I said. "So, yes, they're safe." The twins, Ethelstan and Edgith, were with my daughter and younger son, all in good hands inside Cirencester, a borough that was as well defended as Crooklade. Fairford had been burned as I had expected, but my people were all safe inside Cirencester. "And the boy is in good health?" Edward asked anxiously. "Ethelstan's a lusty baby," I said. "I wish I could see them," he said. "Father Cuthbert and his wife are looking after them," I said. "Cuthbert's married?" Edward asked, surprised. "To a very pretty girl," I said. "Poor woman," Edward said. "She'll be riddled to death by him." He smiled and looked unhappy when I did not return the smile. "And my sister's here?" "Yes, Lord King." "She should be looking after the children," he said sternly. "You tell her, Lord King," I said. "And she's brought you almost 150 Mercian warriors," I went on. "Why hasn't Ethelred sent any?" "He's worried about the Irish Norsemen," he said, then shrugged when I made a dismissive noise. "Why didn't Ethelwald go deeper into Wessex?" he asked me. "Because they're leaderless," I said, "and because no one came to his banner." Edward looked puzzled. "I think their plan was to reach Wessex, proclaim Ethelwald king, and wait for men to join them, but no one did." "So what will they do?" "If they can't take a borough," I said, "they'll go back where they came from." Edward turned to the window. Bats flitted in the darkness, sometimes showing briefly in the light of the lanterns which lit the high room. "There are too many of them, Lord Uhtred," he said, talking of the Danes. "Just too many. We must be sure before we attack." "If you wait for certainty in war, Lord King," I said, "you'll die waiting." "My father advised me to hold on to London," he said. "He told me we should never relinquish the city." "And let Ethelwald have the rest?" I asked sourly. "He will die, but we need Ealdorman Seagelf's men. He's bringing 700. "So he promised," Edward said, "which will give us over 4,000 men." He took comfort in that number. And of course, he went on, we now have your men and the Mercians too. We should be strong enough. And who commands us? I asked in a sour voice. Edward looked surprised at the question. I do, of course. Not Archbishop Plegimund. Edward stiffened. I have advisers, Lord Uhtred, he said, and it's a foolish king who doesn't listen to his advisers. It's a foolish king, I retorted, who doesn't know which advisers to trust, and the Archbishop has advised you to mistrust me. He thinks I'm sympathetic to the Danes. Edward hesitated, then nodded. He worries about that, yes. Yet so far, Lord King, I'm the only one of your men who has killed any of the bastards. For a man who can't be trusted, that's strange behaviour, is it not? Edward just looked at me, then flinched as a large moth fluttered close to his face. He called for servants to close the big shutters. Somewhere in the dark I could hear men singing. A servant took the rope from Edward's shoulders, then lifted the gold chain from around his neck. Beyond the arch where the door stood open, I could see a girl waiting in the dark shadows. It was not Edward's wife. Thank you for coming, he said, dismissing me. I bowed to him, then went. And next day, Seagelf arrived. Chapter 12. The fight began in the street below the big church next to the old Mercian palace, where Edward and his entourage were quartered. The men of Kent had arrived that morning, streaming across the Roman bridge and beneath the broken arch that led through London's river wall. 686 men, led by their ealdorman Seagelf and his son Sigebreath, rode beneath banners showing Seagelf's crossed swords and Sigebreath's bloody horned bull's head. They had dozens of other flags, most with crosses or saints, and the horsemen were accompanied by monks, priests, and wagons loaded with supplies. Not all Seagelf's warriors were mounted. At least 100 came without horses, and those men straggled into the city for a long while after the horsemen had arrived. Edward ordered the Kentishmen to find quarters in the eastern part of the city, but of course the newcomers wanted to explore London, and the fight started when a dozen of Seagelf's men demanded ale in a tavern called the Red Pig, which was popular with Ealdorman Ethelhelm's men. The fight began over a whore, and soon spilled from the tavern door and spread down the hill. Mercians, West Saxons, and Kentishmen were brawling in the street, and within minutes swords or knives were drawn. "What's happening?" Edward, his counsel interrupted, stared aghast from a palace window. He could hear shouts, blades clashing, and see dead and wounded men on the stone-paved hill. "Is it the Danes?" he asked, appalled. I ignored the king. "Stay upper," I called, then ran down the steps and shouted at the steward to bring me serpent breath. Stay upper was calling his men together. "You!" I grabbed one of the king's bodyguard. "Find a rope, a long one." "A rope, lord?" "There are masons repairing the palace roof. They have rope. Fetch it now, and find someone who can blow a horn." A dozen of us strode into the street, but there were at least 100 men fighting there, and twice that many watching and calling encouragement. I slammed a man across the head with a flat of serpent breath, kicked another one down, bellowed for men to stop, but they were oblivious. One man even ran at me, screaming, his sword lifted, then seemed to realize his mistake and curved away. The man I had sent to find a rope brought one with a heavy wooden bucket attached, and I used the pail as a weight to hurl the rope over the projecting inn sign of the Red Pig. "Find me a man, any man, one who's fighting," I told Stepper. He stomped off while I made a noose. A wounded man, guts hanging, crawled down the hill. A woman was screaming. The gutter was running with ale-diluted blood. One of the king's men arrived with a horn. "Sound it," I said, "and keep blowing it." Stepper dragged a man to me. We had no idea whether he was from Wessex or Mercia, but it did not matter. I tightened the noose around his neck, slapped him when he begged for mercy, and hauled him into the air where he hanged, legs kicking. The horn blew on, insistent, unignorable. I handed the rope's end towards me, my servant. "Tie it to something," I said, then turned and bellowed at the street. "Anyone else want to die?" The sight of a man dancing on a rope while he chokes to death has a calming influence on a crowd. The street went quiet. The king and a dozen men had appeared at the palace door, and men bowed or knelt in homage. "One more fight," I shouted, "and you'll all die." I looked for one of my men. "Pull on the bastard's ankles," I said, pointing at the hanged man. "You just killed one of my men," a voice said, and I turned to see a slight man with a sharp, fox-like face with long, red, plaited moustaches. He was an older man, perhaps close to 50, and his red hair was greying at the temples. "You killed him without trial," he accused me. I towered over him, but he faced me pugnaciously. "I'll hang a dozen more of your men if they fight in the street," I said. "And who are you?" "Ealdorman Seagelf," he said. "And you call me lord?" "I'm Uhtred of Bamborough," I said, and was rewarded by a blink of surprise. "And you can call me lord." Seagelf evidently decided he did not want to fight me. "They shouldn't have been fighting," he acknowledged grudgingly. He frowned. "You met my son, I believe." "I met your son," I said. "He was a fool," Seagelf said in a voice as sharp as his face. "A young fool. He's learned his lesson. The lesson of loyalty? I asked, looking across the street to where Sigebreath was bowing low to the king. So they both like the same bitch, Sigurd said. But Edward was a prince, and princes get what they want. So do kings, I said mildly. Sigurd called my meaning, and gave me a very hard glance. Kent doesn't need a king, he said, evidently trying to scotch the rumour that he wanted the throne for himself. Kent has a king, I said. So we hear, he spoke sarcastically. But Wessex needs to take more care of us. Every damn Northman who gets his arse kicked in Francia comes to our shores, and what does Wessex do? It scratches his own arse, then sniffs its fingers while we suffer. He watched his son bow a second time and spat, though whether that was because of his son's obeisance or because of Wessex, it was hard to tell. Look what happened when Harold and Heston came, he demanded. I defeated both of them, I said. But not before they'd raped half of Kent and burned 50 or more villages. We need more defences, he glared at me. We need some help. At least you're here, I said emolliently. We'll help Wessex, Sigurd said, even if Wessex doesn't help us. I had thought that the arrival of the Kentishmen would provoke some action from Edward, but instead he waited. There was a council of war every day, but it decided nothing except to wait and see what the enemy would do. Scouts were watching the Danes and sent reports back every day, and those reports said the Danes were still not moving. I urged the king to attack them, but I might as well have begged him to fly to the moon. I begged him to let me lead my own men to scout the enemy, but he refused. He thinks he'll attack them, Ethelflaed told me. Why doesn't he attack? I asked, frustrated. Because he's frightened, she said. Because there are too many men giving him advice. Because he's scared of doing the wrong thing. Because he only has to lose one battle, and he's no longer king. We were on the top floor of a Roman house, one of those astonishing buildings that had stairs climbing to floor after floor. The moon shone through a window and through the holes in the roof where the slates had fallen. It was cold, and we were wrapped in fleeces. A king shouldn't be frightened, I said. Edward knows men compare him to his father. He wonders what father would have done now. Alfred would have called for me, I said, preached to me for 10 minutes, then given me the army. She lay silent in my arms. She was gazing at the moon-speckled roof. Do you think, she asked, that we'll ever have peace? No. I dream of a day when we can live in a great hall, go hunting, listen to songs, walk by the river and never fear an enemy. You and me? Just you and me, she said. She turned her head so that her hair hid her eyes. Just you and me. Next morning, Edward ordered Ethelflaed to return to Cirencester, an order she pointedly ignored. I told him to give you the army, she said. And he said? That he was king, and he would lead the army. Her husband had also ordered Mirowal back to Gloucester, but Ethelflaed persuaded the Mercian to stay. We need every good man, she told him, and so we did, but not to rot inside London. We had a whole army there, over 4,500 men, but all it did was guard the walls and gaze out at the unchanging countryside beyond. We did nothing, and the Danes ravaged the Wessex countryside, but made no attempt to storm a borough. The autumn days shrank, and still we remained indecisive in London. Archbishop Plegimund returned to Canterbury, and I thought his departure might embolden Edward, but Bishop Erkenwald stayed with the king, and counselled caution. So did Father Chairnwolf, Edward's mass priest and closest adviser. It's not like the Danes to be supine, he told Edward, so I fear a trap. Let them make the first move, Lord King. They surely cannot stay forever. In that, at least, he was right, for as the autumn slid cold into winter, the Danes at last moved. They had been as indecisive as us, and now they simply recrossed the river at Cricklade and went back the way they had come. Stay-upper scouts told us of their retreat, and day by day the reports came that they were heading back towards East Anglia, taking slaves, livestock, and plunder. And once they're back there, I told the council, the Northumbrian Danes will go home in their ships. They've achieved nothing except taking a lot of slaves and cattle, but we've done nothing either. King Eorish has broken his treaty, Bishop Erkenwald pointed out indignantly, though what use that observation was escaped me. He promised to be at peace with us, Edward said. He must be punished, Lord King, Erkenwald said. The treaty was solemnized by the Church. Edward glanced at me. And if the Northumbrians go home, he said, Eorish will be vulnerable. When they go home, Lord King, I pointed out, they might wait till spring. Eorish can't feed that many, Alderman Ethelhelm pointed out. They'll leave his kingdom quickly. Look at the problems we have in feeding an army. So you'll invade in winter? I asked scornfully. When the rivers are flooding, the rain is falling, and we're wading in freezing mud. God is on our side, Erkenwald declared. The army had been in London for almost 3 months now, and the food supplies of the city were running low. There was no enemy at the gates, so more food was constantly being carted into the storehouses, but that took an immense number of wagons, oxen, horses, and men. And the warriors themselves were bored. Some blamed the men of Kent for delaying their arrival, and, despite my having hanged a man, there were frequent fights in which dozens of men died. Edward's army was querulous, underemployed, and hungry. But Bishop Erkenwald's indignation at Eorish's betrayal of a sacred trust somehow invigorated the council and persuaded the king to make a decision. For weeks we had the Danes at our mercy, and granted them mercy, but now they had left Wessex, the council suddenly discovered courage. "We shall follow the enemy," Edward announced, "take back what they have stolen from us, and revenge ourselves on King Eorish." "If we're following them," I said, looking at Sigulf, "we all need horses." "We have horses," Edward pointed out. "Not all the men of Kent do," I said. Sigulf bridled at that. He was a man, it seemed to me, ready to take offence at the slightest suggestion of criticism, but he knew I was right. The Danes always moved on horseback, and an army slowed by foot soldiers would never catch them or be able to react quickly to an enemy move. Sigulf scowled at me, but resisted the temptation to snap at me. Instead he looked to the king. "You could lend us horses?" he asked Edward. "What about the horses of the garrison here?" "Weohstan won't like that," Edward said unhappily. A man's horse was one of his most valuable possessions, and not one that was casually lent to a stranger going to war. No one spoke for a moment. Then Sigurd shrugged. "Then let 100 of my men stay here as garrison troops, and what was his name, Weohstan? He can send 100 horsemen to replace them." And that was how it was decided. London's garrison would give the army 100 horsemen, and Sigurd's men would replace them on the walls, and then at last we could march, and so next morning the army left London by the Bishop's Gate and by the Old Gate. We followed the Roman roads north and east, but it could hardly be called a pursuit. Some of the army, those with experience, travelled light, but too many contingents had brought wagons, servants, and too many spare horses, and we were lucky to travel 3 miles in an hour. Steapa led half the king's warriors as a vanguard, and with orders to stay within sight of the army, and he grumbled that he was forced to travel so slowly. Edward had ordered me to stay with the rear guard, but I disobeyed and went far ahead of Steapa's men. Ethelfled and her Mercians came with me. "I thought your brother insisted you stay in London," I told her. "No," she said. "He ordered me to go to Cirencester." "So why aren't you obeying him?" "I am obeying him," she said, "but he didn't tell me which road to take." She smiled at me, daring me to send her away. "Just stay alive, woman," I growled. "Yes, Lord," she said with mocking humility. I sent my scouts far ahead, but all they discovered were the hoofprints of the Danish retreat. Nothing, I thought, made sense. The Danes had assembled an army that probably numbered over 5,000 men. They had crossed Britain, invaded Wessex, and then done nothing except take plunder. Now they were retreating, but it could hardly have been a profitable summer for them. Alfred's boroughs had done their work by protecting much of Wessex's wealth. But staving off the Danes was not the same as defeating them. "So why didn't they attack Winchester?" Ethelfled asked me. "It's too strong." "So they just walked away?" "Too many leaders," I said. "They're probably having councils of war just like us. Everyone has a different idea. They talk, and now they're going home because they can't make a decision." London lies on the border of East Anglia, so on our second day we were deep inside Eorish's territory, and Edward released the army to take its revenge. The troops spread out, plundering farmsteads, rounding up cattle and burning villages. Our progress slowed to a crawl, our presence signified by the great pillars of smoke from burning houses. The Danes did nothing. They had retreated far beyond the frontier, and we followed them, dropping from the low hills into the wide East Anglian plain. This was a country of damp fields, wide marshes, long dykes and slow rivers, of reeds and wildfowl, of morning mists and eternal mud, of rain and bitter cold winds from the sea. Roads were few and tracks were treacherous. I told Edward time and time again to keep the army closed up, but he was eager to ravage Eorish's land, and so the troops spread wider, and my men, still acting as scouts, had a hard time staying in touch with the farthest-flung men. The days were shortening, the nights became colder, and there were never enough trees to make all the campfires we needed. So instead, men used the timber and thatch from the captured buildings, and at night those fires spread across a great swathe of land. Yet the Danes still did nothing to take advantage of our dispersal. We went ever farther into their realm of water and mud, and still we saw no Danes. We skirted Cambridge, heading towards Ely, and on the higher patches of land we found huge, great-raftered feast halls, thick thatched with reed that burned with a hard, bright crackle. But the inhabitants of the halls had retreated ever further from us. On the 4th day I realized where we were. We had been following the remnants of a Roman road that ran straight as a spear across the lowland, and I scouted westwards and found the bridge at St. Neots. It had been repaired with great lengths of rough-cut timber laid across the fire-blackened stonework of the Roman piers. I was on the Use's western bank, where Sigurd had challenged me, and the road from the bridge ran towards Huntingdon, and I remembered Luda telling me there was higher ground on the far side of the river there. And that was where Eorish's men had planned to ambush me, and it seemed likely that Eorish would have the same thought now, and so I sent Feenan and 50 men to scout that farther bridge. They returned in the middle of the afternoon. "Hundreds of Danes," Feenan said laconically. "A fleet of ships. They're waiting for us." "Hundreds?" "Can't cross the river to count them properly," he said. "Not without getting killed, but I saw 143 ships." "So thousands of Danes," I said. "Just waiting for us, Lord." I found Edward in a convent to the south. Elderman Ethelhelm and Elderman Siegelf were there with him, as were Bishop Erkenwald and Father Chairnwolf, and I interrupted their supper to give them the news. It was a cold night, and a wet wind was rattling the shutters of the convent's hall. "They want battle?" Edward asked. "What they want, Lord," I said, "is for us to be stupid enough to offer them battle." He looked puzzled at that. "But if we found them," he began. "We must destroy them," Bishop Erkenwald declared. "They're on the far side of a river we cannot cross," I explained, "except by the bridge which they are defending. They will slaughter us one by one until we withdraw, and then they'll follow us like wolves behind a flock. That's what they want, Lord King. They've chosen the battlefield, and we're fools to accept their choice." "Lord Uhtred is right," Alderman Siegelf snapped. I was so surprised that I said nothing. "He is," Ethelhelm agreed. Edward plainly wanted to ask what we should do, but he knew the question would make him look weak. I could see him working out the alternatives, and was pleased that he chose the right one. "The bridge you spoke of," he said. "St. Neots." "Yes, Lord King." "We can cross it?" "Yes, Lord King." "So if we cross it, we can destroy it?" "I would cross it, Lord King," I said, "and march on Bedford. Invite the Danes to attack us there. That way we choose the battlefield, not them." "That makes sense," Edward said hesitantly, looking towards Bishop Erkenwald and Father Chairnwolf for support. They both nodded. "Then that's what we'll do," Edward said more confidently. "I ask a favour of you, Lord King," Siegelf said, sounding unnaturally humble. "Whatever you wish," Edward said graciously. "Allow my men to be the rear guard, Lord King. If the Danes attack, let my shields take their assault, and let the men of Kent defend the army." Edward looked surprised and pleased at the request. "Of course," he said, "and thank you, Lord Siegelf." And so the orders were sent to all the scattered troops, summoning them to the bridge at St. Neots. They were to march at first light, and at the same time Siegelf's Kentishmen would advance up the road to confront the Danes just south of Huntingdon. We were doing just what the Danes had done. We had invaded, destroyed, and now we would withdraw. Only we withdrew in chaos. The dawn brought a bitter cold. Hoarfrost touched the fields, and the ditches had a skin of ice. I remember that day so well because half the sky was a bright glittering blue, and the other half, all to the east, was grey clouds. It was as though the gods had half dragged a blanket across the world, dividing the sky, and the edge of the clouds was as straight as a blade. That edge was silvered by the sun, and beneath it the land was dark, and it was across that land that Edward's troops straggled westward. Many had plunder, and wanted to use the Roman road, the same road up which Siegelf's men were advancing. I saw a broken wagon loaded with a millstone. A man was shouting at his warriors to mend the wagon, and at the same time was whipping the 2 helpless oxen. I was with Rollo and 22 men, and we simply cut the 2 oxen out of their harness, then pushed the broken wagon with its immense burden into the ditch, shattering the thin ice. "That's my stone!" the angry man yelled. "And this is my sword," I snarled back. "Now get your men west." Feenan had most of my men close to Huntingdon, while I had ordered Osferth to take 20 horsemen and to escort Ethelfled west of the river. She had obeyed me meekly, which surprised me. I remember Luda telling me that there was another road which ran from Huntingdon to St. Neots outside of the great river bend, and so I'd warned Edward of that route and sent Mirowell and his Mercians to guard it. "The Danes could try to cut off our retreat," I told Edward. "They could send ships upriver or use the smaller road, but Mirowell's scouts should see them if they try either of those things." He nodded. I was not sure he entirely understood what I was saying, but he was now so grateful for my advice that he would probably have nodded if I had told him to send men to guard the dark half of the moon. "I can't be certain they'll try to cut our retreat," I told the king, "but as your army crosses the bridge, just keep them there. No one marches on Bedford till we are all across the river. Draw them up for battle. Once we have every man safe across, we can march on Bedford together. But what we won't do is string the army out along the road." We should have had everyone across the river by midday, but chaos ruled. Some troops were lost, others were so laden with plunder they could only move at a snail's pace, and Siegelf's men became entangled with those coming the other way. The Danes should have crossed the river and attacked, but instead they stayed at Huntingdon, and Feenan watched them from the south. Sigurd did not reach Feenan till mid-afternoon, and then he arrayed his men across the road about half a mile south of the river. It was a well-chosen position. A straggly strand of trees hid some of his men, who were protected on either flank by stretches of marsh, and in front by a flooded ditch. If the Danes crossed the bridge, they could draw up their shield wall, but to attack Sigurd, they must cross the deep flooded ditch behind which the Kentish shields, swords and axes and spears were waiting. They might try to go around the marshes to attack you from behind, I told Sigurd. I've fought before, he snapped at me. I did not care if I was offending him. So don't stay here if they do cross the bridge, I told him. Just back away, and if they don't cross, I'll send word when you should rejoin us. Are you in command? He demanded. Or Edward? I am, I said, and he looked startled. His son, Sigebreath, had listened to the exchange, and now accompanied me as I rode north to look at the Danes. Will they attack, Lord? He asked me. I understand nothing about this war, I told him. Nothing. The bastards should have attacked us weeks ago. Perhaps they're frightened of us, he said, and laughed, which I thought curious, but ascribed to youthful foolishness. He was indeed foolish, but such a handsome fool. He still wore his hair long, tied at the nape of his neck with a leather strip, and round his neck was the pink silk ribbon which still had the faint bloodstain from that morning outside Shaftesbury. His expensive mail was polished, his gold-panelled belt shone, and his crystal-pommelled sword was sheathed in a scabbard decorated with writhing dragons made from finely twisted gold wire. His face was strong-boned, bright-eyed, and his skin reddened by the cold. So they should have attacked us, he said. But what should we have done? Attack them at Cricklade, I said. Why didn't we? Because Edward was frightened of losing London, I said, and he was waiting for your father. He needs us, Sigebreath said with evident satisfaction. What he needed, I said, was an assurance of Kent's loyalty. He doesn't trust us? Sigebreath asked disingenuously. Why should he? I asked savagely. You supported Ethelwald and sent messengers to Sigurd. Of course he didn't trust you. I submitted to Edward, Lord, Sigebreath said humbly. He glanced at me and decided he needed to say more. I admit all you say, Lord, but there is a madness in youth, is there not? Madness? My father says young men are bewitched to madness. He fell silent a moment. I loved Egwin, he said wistfully. Did you ever meet her? No. She was small, Lord, like an elf, and as beautiful as the dawn. She could turn a man's blood to fire. Madness, I said. But she chose Edward, he said, and it maddened me. And now? I asked. The heart mends, he said feelingly. It leaves a scar, but I'm not foolish, Mad. Edward is king, and he's been good to me. And there are other women, I said. Thank God, yes, he said, and laughed again. I liked him at that moment. I had never trusted him, but he was surely right that there are women who drive us to madness and to foolishness, and the heart does mend, even if the scar remains. And then we ended the conversation because Feenan was galloping towards us, and the river was before us, and the Danes were in sight. The Ouse was wide here. The clouds had slowly covered the windless sky, so that the river was grey and flat. A dozen swans moved slow on the slow-moving water. It seemed to me that the world was still. Even the Danes were quiet, and they were there in their hundreds, their thousands, their banners bright beneath the darkening cloud. How many? I asked Feenan. Too many, Lord, he said. An answer I deserved because it was impossible to count the enemy who were hidden by the houses of the small town. More were spread along the river banks either side of the town. I could see Sigurd's flying raven banner on the higher ground at the town centre, and Canute's flag of the axe and broken cross at the far side of the bridge. There were Saxons there too, because Beotzic's symbol of the boar was displayed alongside Ethelwald's stag. Downriver of the bridge was a fleet of Danish ships, moored thick along the farther bank, but only 7 had been dismasted and brought beneath the bridge, which suggested the Danes had no thought of using their boats to advance upriver to St. Neots. So why aren't they attacking? I asked. None had crossed the bridge, which, of course, had been made by the Romans. I sometimes think that if the Romans had never invaded Britain, we would never have managed to cross a river. On the southern bank, close to where we stood our horses, was a dilapidated Roman house and a huddle of thatched cottages. It would have been a fine place for the Danish vanguard, but for some reason they seemed content to wait on the far northern bank. It began to rain. It was a thin, sharp rain, and it brought a gust of wind that rippled the river about the swans. The sun was low in the west, the sky there still free of cloud, so that it seemed to me that the land across the river and the bright-shielded Danes glowed in a world of grey shadow. I could see a smoke plume much farther north, and that was strange because whatever burned was in Aerish's territory, and we had no men that far north. Perhaps I thought it was just a trick of the clouds or an accidental fire. "Does your father listen to you?" I asked Sigebreath. Yes, Lord. Tell him we'll send a messenger when he can begin to withdraw. Till then we stay? Unless the Danes attack, yes, I said. And one other thing. Watch those bastards. I pointed to the Danes who were furthest west. There's a road that goes outside the river bend, and if you see the enemy using that road, send us a message. He frowned in thought. Because they might try to block our retreat? Exactly, I said, pleased he had understood. And if they manage to cut the road to Bedford, then we'll have to fight them back and front. And that's where we're going? He asked. To Bedford? Yes. And that's to the west? He asked. To the west, I told Sigebreath. But you won't have to find your own way there. You'll be back with the army this evening. What I did not tell him was that I was leaving most of my men not far behind the Kentish troops. Sigebreath's father, Sigulf, was such a proud man and so difficult to deal with that he would have immediately accused me of not trusting him if he had known my men were close. But in truth, I wanted my own eyes close to Huntingdon, and Feenan had the keenest eyes of anyone I knew. I left Feenan on the road a half-mile south of Sigulf, then took a dozen men back to St. Neots. It was dusk as I arrived, and the chaos was at last subsiding. Bishop Erkenwald had ridden back up the road and ordered the slowest, heaviest wagons abandoned, and Edward's army was now gathering in the fields across the river. If the Danes did attack, they would be forced to cross the bridge into an army, or else march round by the bad road which skirted the outside of the river bend. Is Mirowal still guarding that road, Lord King? Asked Edward. He is. He says there's no sign of the enemy. Good. Where's your sister? I sent her back to Bedford. And she went? He smiled. She did. It was now plain that the whole army, except for my men and Sigulf's rearguard, would be safe across the Ouse before nightfall, and so I sent Sihtric back up the road with a message for both forces to retire as fast as possible. Tell them to come to the bridge and cross it. Once that was done, and so long as no Danes tried to outflank us, then we would have escaped the Danish choice of battlefield. And tell Feenan to let Sigulf's men go first, I told Sihtric. I wanted Feenan as the real rearguard, because no other warrior in my army was so reliable. You look tired, Lord, Edward said sympathetically. I am tired, Lord King. It'll be at least an hour before Ealdorman Sigulf reaches us, Edward said. So rest. I made sure my dozen men and horses were resting, then ate a poor meal of hard bread and pounded beans. The rain was falling harder now, and an east wind made the evening cruelly cold. The king had his quarters in one of the cottages we had half destroyed to burn the bridge, but somehow his servants had found a piece of sailcloth with which to make a roof. A fire burned in the hearth, swirling smoke under the makeshift canopy. 2 priests were arguing quietly as I settled close to the fire. Against the far wall was a pile of precious boxes, silver, gold, and crystal, which held the relics that the king would take on campaign to ensure his god's favour. The priests were disagreeing over whether one of the reliquaries contained a splinter from Noah's Ark or a toenail of St. Patrick, and I ignored them. I half dozed, but I was thinking how strange it was that all the people who had affected my life over the last 3 years were suddenly in one place, or close to one place. Sigurd, Beorhtsig, Edward, Canute, Ethelwald, Ethelfled, Sigebreath, all of them gathered in this cold, wet corner of East Anglia, and surely, I thought, that was significant. The 3 Norns were weaving the threads close together, and that had to be for a purpose. I looked for a pattern in the weave, but saw none, and my thoughts drifted as I fell half asleep. I woke when Edward stooped through the low door. It was dark outside now, black dark. Sigulf isn't retreating, he spoke to the 2 priests, his tone querulous. Lord King? One of them asked. Sigulf is being stubborn, the king said, holding his hands to the fire. He's staying where he is. I've told him to retreat, but he won't. He's what? I asked, suddenly fully awake. Edward seemed startled to see me. It's Sigulf, he said. He's ignoring my messengers. You sent a man to him, didn't you? And I've sent 5 more. 5! But they come back telling me he's refusing to retreat. He says it's too dark and he's waiting for the dawn. But God knows he's risking his men. The Danes will be awake at first light. He sighed. I've just sent another man with orders that they must retreat. He paused, frowning. I'm right, aren't I? He asked me, needing reassurance. I did not answer. I stayed silent because at last I saw what the Norns were doing. I saw the pattern in the weave, of all of our lives, and I understood, finally, the war which passed all understanding. My face must have looked shocked because Edward was just staring at me. Lord King, I said, order the army to march back across the bridge, then join Sigulf. Do you understand? You want me to... He began, confused. The whole army, I shouted. Every man, march them to Sigulf now. I shouted at him as though he was my underling and not my king, because if he disobeyed me now, he would not be a king much longer. Maybe it was already too late. But there was no time to explain it to him. There was a kingdom to be saved. March them now, I snarled at him. Back the way we came. Back to Sigulf, and hurry. And I ran for my horse. I took my 12 men. We led the horses over the bridge, then mounted and followed the road towards Huntingdon. It was a black night, black and cold, rain spitting into our faces, and we could not ride fast. I remember being assailed by doubt. Suppose I was wrong. If I was wrong, then I was leading Edward's army back into the battleground the Danes had chosen. I was stranding them in the river loop, perhaps with Danes on every side, but I resisted the doubt. Nothing had made sense, and now it all made sense, all except for the fires that burned far to the north. There had been one smoke plume in the afternoon. Now I could see 3 huge blazes, betrayed by their reflected glow on the low clouds. Why would the Danes be burning halls or villages in King Aerish's land? It was just another mystery, but not one I worried about because the fires were far off, a long way beyond Huntingdon. It was an hour before a sentry challenged us. It was one of my men, and he led us to where Feenan had the remainder in a patch of woodland. "I didn't retreat," Feenan explained, "because Seagulf isn't moving. God knows why." "You remember when we were in Rochester?" I asked him, "talking to Bishop Swethwolf?" "I remember." "What were they loading onto the ships?" There was a moment's pause as Feenan realized what I was saying. "Horses," he said quietly. "Horses for Francia," I said, "and Seagulf comes to London and claims he doesn't have enough horses for his men." "So now 100 of his men are part of London's garrison," Feenan said, "and ready to open the gates when the Danes arrive," I continued, "because Seagulf is sworn to Ethelwald or to Sigurd or to whoever has promised him the throne of Kent." "Jesus and Joseph," Feenan said. "And the Danes haven't been indecisive," I said. "They were waiting for Seagulf to declare his loyalty. Now they have it, and the Kentish bastard isn't retreating because he expects the Danes to join him. And maybe they already have, and they think we're going west, and they'll march fast southwards, and Seagulf's men in London will open the gates, and the city will fall, while we're still waiting for the arselings in Bedford." "So what do we do?" Feenan asked. "Stop them, of course." "How?" "By changing sides, of course," I said. "How else?" Chapter 13. Doubt weakens the will. Suppose I was wrong. Suppose Seagulf was simply a stubborn and stupid old man who really did think it was too dark to retreat. But though the doubts assailed me, I kept on, leading my men east around the marshland that anchored the right of Seagulf's line. The wind was sharp, the night was freezing, the rain malevolent, and the darkness absolute, and if it had not been for the Kentish campfires, we would surely have been lost. A slew of fires marked Seagulf's position, and there were still more just to the north, which told me that at least some Danes had now crossed the river and were sheltering from the weather in the hovels around the old Roman house. Those mysterious great fires, the big glow of burning halls, also showed much farther north, and those 3 I could not explain. So much, and not just those distant fires, defied understanding. Some Danes had crossed the river, but the glow of fires on the northern bank told me that most still remained in Huntingdon, which was strange if they intended to move southwards. Seagulf's men had not moved from where I'd left them, which meant there was a gap between his men and the nearest Danes, and that gap was my opportunity. I had left our horses behind, all of them tethered in woodland, and my men were on foot and carrying shields and weapons. The fires guided us, but for a long time we were so far from the nearest blaze that we could not see the ground, and so we stumbled, fell, struggled, waded, and forced our way through the marsh. At least once I was up to my waist in water. The mud was clinging to my boots, and the tussocks were tripping me, while startled birds screamed as they flew into the night, and that noise, I thought, must surely warn our enemies that we were on their flank. Yet they seemed oblivious. I sometimes lie awake in the long nights of old age, and I think of the mad things I've done, the risks, the dice throws that challenged the gods. I remember assaulting the fort at Benfleet, or facing Ubba, or creeping up the hill at Dunwich. Yet almost none of these lunacies rivaled that cold, wet night in East Anglia. I led 134 men through the winter darkness, and we were attacking between 2 enemy forces that together numbered at least 4,000. If we were caught, if we were challenged, if we were defeated, then we would have nowhere to run and no place to hide except in our graves. I had ordered all my Danes to be the vanguard. Men like Sihtric and Rollo, whose native tongue was Danish, men who had come to serve me after losing their lords, men who were sworn to me even though we fought against other Danes. I had 17 such men, and to them I had added my dozen Frisians. "When we attack," I told them, "you shout Sigurd." "Sigurd," one of them said. "Sigurd," I repeated. "Seagulf's men must think we're Danes." I gave the same instruction to my Saxons. "You shout Sigurd. That's your war cry till the horn sounds. You shout and you kill, but be ready to pull back when the horn sounds." This was going to be a dance with death. For some reason I thought of poor Luda, slaughtered in my service, and now he had told me that all magic is making someone think one thing, while in truth another is happening. "You make them watch your right hand, Lord," he told me once, "while your left is picking their purse." So now I would make the men of Kent believe they had been betrayed by their allies, and if the trick worked, I hoped to turn them back into good men of Wessex. If it failed, Then Elfridel's prophecy would come true, and Uhtred of Bamborough would die in this miserable winter swamp, and I would kill most of my men alongside me. How I loved those men. On that miserable, cold night, as we advanced to desperate fight, they were full of enthusiasm. They trusted me as I trusted them. Together we would make reputation. We would have men in halls across Britain telling the story of our exploit, or of our deaths. They were friends. They were oath-men. They were young. They were warriors. And with such men it might be possible to storm the gates of Asgard itself. It seemed to take forever to make that short journey through the marshland. I kept glancing anxiously eastwards, hoping the dawn would not break, then looking northwards, hoping the Danes would not join Sigurf's men. As we drew closer I saw 2 horsemen on the road, and that took away my doubts. Messengers were travelling between the 2 forces. The Danes, I suppose, were waiting for the first light before they left the shelter of Huntingdon's houses and moved south. But once they did move, they would march swiftly on London, unless we stopped them. And then at last we were close to Sigurf's fires. His men were sleeping or just sitting close to the flames. I had forgotten the ditch which protected them and slid into it, my shield clattering as I fell. Ice cracked as I slithered into the water. A dog barked from the Kentish lines, and a man glanced in our direction, but saw nothing to worry him. Another man hit the dog, and someone laughed. I hissed at 4 of my men to join me in the ditch. They stood there, making a line across it, and those 4 guided the rest down the treacherously slippery bank, through the water and up the farther side. My boots squelched as I climbed the far bank. I crouched there as my men came over the ditch, as they spread into the battle line. "Shield wall!" I hissed the order at my vanguards of Danes and Frisians. "Osferth!" "Lord, you know what to do." "Yes, Lord." "Then do it." I had given Osferth almost half my men and careful instructions. He hesitated. "I prayed for you, Lord," he said. "And let's hope the damn prayers worked," I whispered, and touched the hammer round my neck. My men were forming the shield wall. Any moment, I thought, someone would see us, and the enemy, because for the moment Sigurf's men were our enemy, would make their own shield wall and would outnumber us by 4 or 5 to 1, but victory does not come to men who listen to their fears. My shield touched Rollo's, and I drew serpent breath. Her long blade sighed through the scabbard's throat. "Sigurd!" I hissed, then louder. "And forward!" We charged. We bellowed our enemy's name as we ran. "Sigurd!" we shouted. "Sigurd! Sigurd!" "And kill!" I shouted in Danish. "Kill!" We killed. We were killing Saxons, men of Wessex. Though this night they had been betrayed by their ealdorman into serving the Danes, yet we killed them, and ever since there have been rumours of what we did that night. I deny them, of course, but few believe my denials. At first the killing was easy. The Kentishmen were half asleep, off guard, their sentries looking towards the south instead of guarding against an attack from the north, and we sliced and hacked our way deep into their encampment. "Sigurd!" I shouted, and stabbed serpent breath into a waking man, then kicked him into the campfire and heard him scream as I backswung the blade against a youngster, and we were not taking the time to finish off the men we attacked, but leaving that to the rank behind us. We crippled the men of Kent, wounded them, downed them, and the men who followed stabbed down with sword or spear, and I heard men shouting for mercy, shouting that they were on our side, and I bellowed our war cry even louder. "Sigurd! Sigurd!" That first charge took us a third of the way into their encampment. Men fled from us. I heard a man bellowing to form a shield wall, but panic had spread through Sigurf's men. I watched a man trying to find his own shield from a pile, desperately tugging at the arm straps and watching us with terrified eyes. He abandoned the shields and ran. A spear arced through the firelight, vanishing over my shoulder. Our shield wall had lost its cohesion, but it did not need to be tight because the enemy was scattering. But it would only be moments before they realized how ridiculously small my attacking force was. But then the gods proved they were on our side, because Ealdorman Sigurf himself galloped towards us on horseback. "We're with you!" he shouted. "For God's sake, you damn fools, we're with you!" My helmet cheek pieces were closed. We carried no banner, because that had gone with Osferth. Sigurf had no idea who I was, though he undoubtedly saw the richness of my helmet and the finely forged links of my mud-spattered mail. I held up my sword, checking my men. Sigurf was shaking with fury. "You damn fools!" he snarled. "Who are you?" "You're on our side?" I asked. "We're allied with Jarl Sigurd, you damn fool, and I'll have your head for this!" I smiled, though he did not see my smile behind the glinting steel of the cheek pieces. "Lord," I said humbly, then backswung serpent breath into his horse's mouth, and the beast reared up, screaming, blood frothing in the night, and Sigurd fell backwards from the saddle. I hauled him down to the mud, slapped the horse's rump to send it charging into the ealdorman's scattered men, then kicked Sigurd in the face as he tried to get up. I put my right boot on his skinny chest and pinned him to the ground. "I'm Uhtred," I said, but only loud enough for Sigurd himself to hear me. "You hear me, traitor? I'm Uhtred." And I saw his eyes widen, before I rammed the sword hard down into his scrawny throat, and his scream turned to a gargle, and the blood spilled wide onto the damp ground, and he was twisting and shaking as he died. "Horn!" I called to Osby. "Now!" The horn sounded. The men knew what to do. They turned back towards the marsh, retreating into the dark beyond the fires, and as they went a second horn sounded, and I saw Osferth leading a shield wall from the trees. My banner of the wolf's head and Osferth's charred cross showed above the advancing wall. "Men of Kent!" Osferth shouted. "Men of Kent, your king is coming to save you! To me! To me! Form on me!" Osferth was the son of a king, and all his ancient lineage was in his voice. In a night of cold and chaos and death, he sounded confident and certain. Men who had seen their ealdorman cut down, who had seen his blood splash colour into the firelit dark, went towards Osferth and joined his shield wall because he promised safety. My men were retreating into the shadows, then going southwards to join Osferth's right flank. I pulled off my helmet and tossed it to Oswy, then strode along the face of the growing shield wall. "Edward sent us to save you," I shouted at the Kentish men. "The Danes betrayed you. The king is coming with all his army. Form the wall, shields up." There was a grey edge to the eastern sky. The rain was still spitting, but dawn was close. I glanced north and saw horsemen. The Danes must have wondered why the sound of battle and the bray of horns had disturbed the night's ending, and some were riding down the road to see for themselves, and what they saw was a growing shield wall. They saw my banner of the wolf's head, they saw Osferth's blackened cross, and they saw men lying amidst the wreckage of the fires. Sigurf's leaderless men were still in chaos, with no more idea than the Danes what was happening, but our shield wall offered safety, and they were picking up their own shields, their helmets and weapons, and running to join the ranks. Finan and Osferth were pushing men into position. A tall man, helmetless but carrying a bare sword, ran to me. "What's happening?" "Who are you?" "Wulfeth," he said. "And who is Wulfeth?" I asked, sounding calm. He was a thane, one of Sigurf's richer followers, who had brought 43 men to East Anglia. "Your lord is dead," I said, "and the Danes will attack us very soon." "Who are you?" "Uhtred of Bamborough," I said, "and Edward is coming. We have to hold the Danes till the king reaches us." I plucked Wulfeth's elbow and walked him towards the western marsh on the left of our defensive position. "Form your men here," I said, "and fight for your country, for Kent, for Wessex." "For God!" Osferth shouted from close by. "Even for God," I said. "But—" Wulfeth began, still confused by the night's events. I looked him in the eye. "Who do you want to fight for, Wessex or the Danes?" He hesitated, not because he was unsure of the answer, but because everything was changing, and he was still trying to understand what was happening. He had expected to march south towards London, but instead he was being asked to fight. "Well?" I prompted him. "Wessex, lord." "Then fight well," I said, "and you're in charge of this flank. Form your men, tell them the king is coming." I had seen no sign of Sigebreath, but as the weak grey daylight suffused the east, I saw him approaching from the north. He had been with the Danes, doubtless sleeping in whatever warmth and comfort Huntingdon had to offer, while now he was on horseback, and behind him a man carried the standard of the Bull's Head. "Oswy!" I shouted. "Find me a horse! Finan! 6 men, 6 horses! Wulfeth!" I turned back on the thane. "Lord, find Sigurf's banner. Have a man raise it next to mine." There were plenty of Kentish horses tethered in the woods behind our position. Oswy brought me one, ready saddled, and I hauled myself up and kicked the animal towards Sigebreath, who had stopped some 50 or 60 paces away. He and his standard-bearer were with 5 other men, none of whom I knew. I did not want the men of Kent responding to that Bull's Head flag, but luckily the rain made it hang damp and forlorn. I curbed the horse close to Sigebreath. "You want to make a name for yourself, boy?" I challenged him. "Kill me now." He looked past me to where his father's troops were readying for battle. "Where's my father?" he asked. "Dead," I said, and drew serpent breath. "This killed him." "Then I'm ealdorman," he said, and he took a deep breath, and I knew he was going to shout at his father's men to demand their loyalty, but before he could speak, I had kicked the borrowed horse forward and brought the blade up. "Talk to me, boy," I said, holding serpent breath close to his face, "not to them." Finan had joined me, and 5 more of my men were just paces away now. Sigebreath was frightened, but forced himself to look brave. "You'll all die," he said. "Probably," I agreed, "but we'll take you with us." His horse backed away, and I let it take him out of reach of my sword. I looked past him and saw contingents of Danes crossing the bridge. Why had they waited? If they had crossed the previous evening, they would have joined Sigurf and been marching south by now, but something had held them back. Then I remembered those mysterious fires burning in the night, the 3 great blazes of burning halls or fiery villages. Had someone attacked the Danish rear? It was the only explanation for the Danish delay, but who? Yet the Danes were crossing the river now, hundreds of them, thousands, and streaming over the bridge with them were Ethelwald's men and Beorhtzig's Mercians. And I reckoned the enemy army outnumbered us by at least 8 to 1. "I'll give you 3 choices, puppy," I spoke to Sigebreath. "You can join us and fight for your rightful king, or you can fight against me, you and me, right here, or you can run away to your Danish masters." He looked at me, but found it difficult to hold my gaze. "I'll feed your carcass to the dogs," he said, trying to sound scornful. I just stared at him, and he finally turned away. He and his men rode back to the Danes, and I watched him go. And only when he had vanished among the enemy's thickening ranks did I turn the horse and walk it back to our shield wall. "Men of Kent!" I curbed the horse in front of them. "Your ealdorman was a traitor to his country and to his god. The Danes promised to make him king, but when have the Danes ever kept a promise? They wanted you to fight for them, and when you had done their work they planned to take your wives and your daughters for their pleasure. They promised Ethelwald the throne of Wessex, but do any of you think he would keep the throne longer than a month? The Danes want Wessex, they want Kent, they want our fields, they want our women, they want our cattle, they want our children. And tonight they treacherously attacked you. Why? Because they decided they didn't need you. They have enough men without you, so they decided to kill you." Much of what I'd told them was true. I looked along the Kentish ranks, along the shields and spears and axes and swords. I saw anxious faces, scared faces. "I am Uhtred of Bamborough," I shouted, "and you know who I am, and who I have killed. You'll fight alongside me now, and all we need do is hold this treacherous enemy at bay until our king reaches us. He's coming!" I hoped that was true, because if it was not, then this day would be my death day. "He's close," I shouted, "and when he reaches us, we will slaughter those Danes like wolves ravaging lambs. You!" I pointed at the priest. "Why are we fighting?" "For the cross, lord," he said. "Louder! For the cross!" "Osferth, where's your banner?" "I have it, lord," Osferth shouted. "Then let us see it." I waited till Osferth's cross was at the front and centre of our line. "That is our banner," I shouted, pointing serpent breath at the charred cross and hoping my own gods would forgive me. "Today you fight for your god, for your country, for your wives, and for your families. Because if you lose—" I paused again. "If you lose, then all those things will be gone forever." And from behind me, from beside the houses close to the river, the thunder began. The Danes were clashing their spears and swords against their shields, making the war thunder, the noise to weaken a man's heart, and it was time to dismount and take my place in the shield wall. The shield wall. It terrifies. There is no place more terrible than the shield wall. It is the place where we die, and where we conquer, and when we make our reputation. I touched Thor's hammer, prayed that Edward was coming, and ready to fight. In the shield wall. I knew the Danes would try to get behind us, but that would take time. They needed to either skirt the marshland or find a way across the swamp. And neither would be done in less than an hour, probably two. I had a messenger back down the road with orders to find Edward and urge haste on him, because his troops were the only ones who could block a Danish encirclement. But if the Danes did try to surround us, they would also want to pin me in place, which meant I could expect a frontal attack to keep me busy while part of their forces looked for a way to reach our rear. And if Edward did not come, then this was where I would die, where Elphadel's prophecy would come true, where some man would claim the boast that he had killed Uhtred. The Danes advanced slowly. Men do not relish the shield wall. They do not rush to death's embrace. You look ahead and see the overlapping shields, the helmets, the glint of axes and spears and swords. And you know you must go into the reach of those blades, into the place of death. And it takes time to summon the courage, to heat the blood, to let the madness overtake caution. That is why men drink before battle. My own men had no ale or mead, though the Kentish forces had enough, and I could see the Danes passing skins down their line. They were still beating their weapons on their willow shields, and the day was lightening to cast long shadows across the front. I had seen horsemen go east, and knew they were looking for a way around my flank, but I could not worry about those men, for I did not have enough troops to counter them. I had to hold the Danes in front till Edward came to kill those behind. Priests were walking down our line. Men knelt to them, and the priests blessed them and put pinches of mud on their tongues. "This is St. Lucy's day," one priest called to the shield warriors, "and she will blind the enemy. She will protect us. Blessed St. Lucy! Pray to St. Lucy!" The rain had stopped, though much of the winter sky was still shrouded by cloud beneath which the enemy banners were bright. Sigurd's flying raven and Canut's shattered cross, Ethelwald's stag and Beorhtric's boar, Heston's skull and Eorish's weird beast. There were lesser jarls among the enemy ranks, and they had their own symbols, wolves and axes and bulls and hawks. Their men shouted insults and beat their weapons on their shields, and slowly they came forward, a few steps at a time. The Saxons and East Anglians of the enemy army were being encouraged by their priests, while the Danes were calling on Thor or Odin. My men were mostly silent, though I suppose they made jokes to cover their fear. Hearts were beating faster, bladders emptying, muscles shaking. This was the shield wall. "Remember!" the Kentish priest shouted. that St. Lucy was so filled with the Holy Spirit that 20 men could not move her. They harnessed a team of oxen to her, and still she could not be moved. That is how you must be when the pagans come, immovable, filled by the Spirit. Fight for St. Lucy!" The men who had gone eastwards had vanished in a morning mist that seeped from the marshes. There were so many of the enemy, a horde, a killing horde, and they came closer still, 100 paces, and horsemen galloped in front of their tight-knit shield wall and called encouragement. One of those horsemen slewed towards us. He wore bright mail, thick arm rings, and a glittering helmet, and his horse was a magnificent beast, newly groomed and oiled, its harness bright with silver. "You're going to die!" he shouted at us. "If you want to fart," I shouted back, "go to your own side and stink them out." "We'll rape your wives," the man called. He spoke in English. "We'll rape your daughters." I was happy enough that he should call such hopes, for they would only encourage my men to fight. "What was your mother?" a Kentishman called back. "A sow?" "If you lay your weapons down," the man shouted, "then we shall spare you." He turned his horse, and I recognized him. He was Oscutel, Eorich's commander, the brutal-looking warrior I had met on London's wall. "Oscutel!" I shouted. "I hear a lamb bleating," he called back. "Get off your horse," I said, taking a step forward, "and fight me." He rested his hands on his saddle's pommel and stared at me. Then he glanced at the flooded ditch that had sheets of thin ice crusting its water. I knew that was why he had come, not just to insult, but to see what obstacle faced the Danish charge. He looked back to me and grinned. "I don't fight old men," he said. That was strange. No one had ever called me old before. I remember laughing, but there was shock behind my laughter. Weeks before, talking with Ethelfled, I had mocked her because she was staring at her face in a great silver platter. She was worried because she had lines about her eyes, and she had responded to my mockery by thrusting the plate at me. I looked at my reflection and saw that my beard was grey. I remember staring at it as she laughed at me. I did not feel old, even though my wounded leg could be treacherously stiff. But was that how people saw me? As an old man? Yet I was 45 years old that year, so yes, I was an old man. "This old man will slit you from the balls to the throat," I called to Oscutel. "This day Uhtred dies," he shouted at my men, "and you all die with him." With that he circled his horse and spurred back towards the Danish shield wall. Those shields were 80 paces away now, close enough to see men's faces, to see the snarls. I could see Jarl Sigurd, magnificent in mail, and with a black bear's pelt humped from his shoulders. His helmet was crested with a raven's wing, black in the dawn's grey light. I could see Canute, the man with the quick sword, his cloak white, his thin face pale, his banner the broken Christian cross. Sigebreath was beside Erich, who in turn was flanked by Ethelwald, and with them were their fiercest, strongest warriors, the men who had to keep the kings and the jarls and lords alive. Warriors were touching crosses or hammers. They were shouting, but what they bellowed I could not tell because the world seemed silent in that moment. I was watching the enemy ahead, judging which one would come to kill me and how I would kill him first. My banner was behind me, and that banner would attract ambitious men. They wanted my skull as a drinking cup, my name as a trophy. They watched me as I watched them, and they saw not a man covered in mud, but a warlord, with a wolf-crested helmet and arm rings of gold, and with close-linked mail and a cloak of darkest blue, hemmed with golden threads, and a sword that was famous throughout Britain. Serpent Breath was famous, but I sheathed her anyway, because a long blade is no help in the shield wall's embrace, and instead I drew Wasp Sting, short and lethal. I kissed her blade, then bellowed my challenge at the winter wind. "Come and kill me! Come and kill me!" And they came. The spears came first, launched by men in the third or fourth enemy ranks, and we took them on our shields, the blades thumping hard into the willow, and the Danes were screaming as they rushed us. They must have been warned about the ditch, but even so it trapped scores of men who tried to leap it, and instead skidded on our bank, their feet flying out from under them as our long-hafted axes flashed down. When we practiced the shield wall, I put an axeman next to a swordsman, and the axeman's job is to hook his blade over the rim of the enemy's shield and haul it down so the sword can slide over the top and into the enemy's face. But now the axes crunched down through helmets and skulls, and suddenly the world exploded in noise, in screams, in the butcher's sound of blades cleaving skulls, and the men behind the Danes' first rank were pushing through the ditch, and their long spears were thumping into our shields. "Close up!" I bellowed. "Shields touching! Shields touching! Forward a pace!" Our shields overlapped. We had spent hours practicing this. Our shields made a wall as we pushed forward to the ditch's edge, where the steepness of the slick bank made the killing easy. A fallen man tried to stab his sword up under my shield, but I kicked him in the face, and my iron-reinforced boot slammed into his nose and eyes, and he slid back, I was thrusting Waspsting forward, finding the gap between two enemy shields, ramming the stiff short blade through mail into flesh, shouting, always watching their eyes, seeing the axe come down, and aware that Cerdish, behind me, caught it on his shield, though the force of the blow hammered his shield down onto my helmet, and for a moment I was dazed and blinded, but still grinding Waspsting forward. Rollo beside me had hooked a shield down, and as my vision cleared I saw the gap and flicked Waspsting into it, saw her tip take an eye, skewered it hard, a massive blow hit my shield, splintering a board. Canute was trying to reach me, bellowing at his men to make space, and that was foolish because it meant they lost their cohesion to let their lord come to the killing place. Canute and his men were in a frenzy, desperate to break our wall, and their shields were not overlapping, and the ditch trapped them, and two of my men drove spears hard into the oncoming men. Canute tripped on one and sprawled in the ditch, and I saw Ryper's axe smash into his helmet, only a glancing blow but hard enough to stun him because he did not get up. "They're dying!" I shouted. "Now kill all the bastards!" Canute was not dead, but his men were dragging him away, and in his place came Sigurd Sigurdsson, the puppy who had once promised to kill me, and he screamed wild-eyed as he charged up the ditch, feet flailing for purchase. And I swung my damaged shield outwards to give him a target, and like a fool he took it, lunging his sword, Fire-Dragon, hard at my belly. But the shield came back, fast, deflecting Fire-Dragon between my body and Rollo, and I half-turned as I drove Waspsting up at his neck. He had forgotten his lessons, forgotten to protect himself with his shield, and the short blade went under his chin, up through his mouth, breaking teeth, piercing his tongue, shattering the small nasal bones and jarring into his skull so hard that I lifted him off the earth for a moment as his blood poured down my hand and inside my mail sleeve. And then I shook him off the blade and swept it backhanded at a Dane who recoiled, fell, and I let another man kill him, because Uhtred was coming, shouting that I was an old man, and the battle joy was in me. That joy, that madness. The gods must feel this way every moment of every day. It is as if the world slows. You see the attacker. You see him shouting, but you hear nothing. And you know what he will do, and all his movements are so slow, and yours are so quick. And in that moment you can do no wrong, and you will live forever, and your name will be blazoned across the heavens in a glory of white fire, because you are the god of battle. And Uhtred came with his sword, and with him was a man who wanted to hook my shield down with an axe. But I tipped the top back towards me at the last moment, and the axe skidded down the painted wood to strike the boss, and Uhtred was slamming his sword two-handed at my throat, but the shield was still there, and its iron rim caught his blade, trapping the tip. And I thrust the shield forward, unbalancing him, and drove Waspsting under the lower edge, and all my old man's strength was in that wicked blow that comes from beneath the shield. And I felt the blade's tip scraping up a thigh bone, ripping blood and flesh and muscle, and into his groin, and I heard him then. I heard his scream filling the sky as I gouged his groin and spilled his blood into the ice-shattered ditch. Eirish saw his champion fall, and the sight stopped him at the ditch's far side. His men stopped with him. "Shields!" I shouted, and my men lined their shields. "You're a coward, Eirish!" I called. "A fat coward, a pig spawned in shit, runt of a sow's litter, a weakling! Come and die, you fat bastard!" He did not want to, but the Danes were winning. Not perhaps in the centre of the line where my banner flew, but after I left the Danes had crossed the ditch and made a shield wall on our side of the obstacle, and there they were thrusting Wulfth's men back. I had left Feenan and 30 men as our reserve, and they had gone to bolster that flank, but they were hard-pressed, hugely outnumbered, and once the Danes came between that flank and the western marsh, then they would curl my line in on itself, and we would die. The Danes knew it, and took confidence from it, and still more men came to kill me because my name was the name that the poets would give to their glory. And Eirish was thrust across the ditch with the rest of the men, and they tripped on the dead, slipped in the mud, climbed over their own dead, and we screamed our war song as the axes fell and the spears stabbed and the swords cut. My shield was in scraps, hacked by blades. My head was bruised. I could feel blood on my left ear, but still we were fighting and killing. And Eirich was gritting his teeth and flailing with a huge sword at Cerdish, who had replaced the man on my left. "Hook him!" I snarled at Cerdish, and he brought his axe up from beneath, and the beard of the blade snagged in Eirish's mail, and Cerdish hauled him forward, and I hacked Waspsting down on the back of his fat neck, and he was screaming as he fell at our feet. His men tried to rescue him, and I saw him stare up at me in despair, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they shattered, and we killed King Eirish of East Anglia in a ditch that stank of blood and shit. We stabbed him, and slashed him, cut him, and trampled him. We screamed like demons. Men were calling on Jesus, calling for their mothers, shrieking in pain, and a king died with a mouthful of broken teeth and a ditch turned red. East Anglians tried to haul Irish away, but Kurdish kept hold of him, and I hacked at his neck, and then I shouted to the East Anglians that their king was dead, that their king was killed, that we were winning. Only we were not winning. We were indeed fighting like demons. We were giving the poets a tale to tell in the years to come, but the song would end with our deaths, because our left flank gave way. They still fought, but they bent back, and the Danes streamed into the gap. The men who had ridden to take us in the rear had no need to come now, because we had been turned, and now we would form a shield wall that faced in every direction, and that wall would shrink and shrink, and we would go to our graves one by one. I saw Ethelwald. He was on horseback now, riding behind some Danes, shouting them onwards, and with him was a standard-bearer who flew the dragon flag of Wessex. He knew he'd become king if they won this battle, and he had abandoned his white stag banner to adopt Alfred's flag instead. He had still not crossed the ditch, and he was taking care not to be in the fighting, but instead exhorted the Danes forward to kill us. Then I forgot Ethelwald, because our left flank was pushed hard back, and we had become a band of Saxons trapped by a horde of Danes. We made a rough circle, surrounded by shields and by the men we had killed, by our own dead too, and the Danes paused to make a new shield wall, to rescue their wounded and to contemplate their victory. "I killed that bastard Beartig," Phelan said as he joined me. "Good, I hope it hurt." "It sounded that way," he said. His sword was bloody, his grinning face smirched with blood. "It's not very healthy, is it?" "Not really," I said. It had begun to rain again, just a small spitting rain. Our defensive circle was close to the eastern marsh. "What we could do," I said, "is tell the men to run into the marsh and go south. Some will get away." "Not many," Phelan said. We could see the Danes collecting the Kentish horses. They were stripping our dead of their mail, their weapons, and whatever else they could find. A priest was in the centre of our men, on his knees, praying. "They'll hunt us down like rats in the marsh," Phelan said. "So we'll fight them here," I said, and there was little other choice. We had hurt them. Eirish was dead, Oscutel slaughtered, Beorhtig was a corpse, and Canute was wounded, yet Ethelwald lived, and Sigurd lived, and Heston lived. I could see them on horseback, pushing men into line, readying their troops to slaughter us. "Sigurd!" I bellowed, and he turned to look for me. "I killed your runt of a son." "You'll die slowly," he shouted back. I wanted to goad him into a wild attack and kill him in front of his men. "He squealed like a child when he died," I shouted. "He squealed like a little coward, like a puppy." Sigurd, his great plaits twisted about his neck, just spat towards me. He hated me. He would kill me, but in his own time and in his own way. "Keep your shields tight," I shouted at my men. "Keep them tight and they can't break us. Show the bastards how Saxons fight." Of course they could break us, but you do not tell men about to die that they are about to die. They knew it. Some were shaking in fear, but they stayed in line. "Fight beside me," I told Phelan. "We'll go together, Lord, swords in hand." Rybear was dead. I had not seen him die, but I saw a Dane hauling the mail from his skinny body. "He was a good man," I said. "Osferth found us. He was usually so neat, so immaculately dressed, but his mail was torn, and his cloak was shredded, and his eyes wild. His helmet had a great dent in its crown, but he seemed unhurt. "Let me fight along with you, Lord," he said. "Forever," I told him. Osferth's cross was still aloft at the centre of our circle, and a priest was calling that God and St. Lucy would work a miracle, that we would win, that we would live. I let him preach on because he was saying what men needed to hear. Jarl Sigurd pushed into the Danish shield wall opposite me. He carried a massive war-axe, wide-bladed, and on either side of him were spearmen. Their job was to hold me still while he hacked me to death. I had a new shield, one that showed the crossed swords of Ealdorman Sigelf. "Has anyone seen Sigebrith?" I asked. "He's dead," Osferth said. "You're sure?" "I killed him, Lord." I laughed. We had killed so many of the enemy's leaders, though Sigurd and Ethelwald lived, and they had power enough to crush us and then defeat Edward's army, and so put Ethelwald on Alfred's throne. "Do you remember what Beorhnorth said?" I asked Phelan. "Should I, Lord?" He wanted to know how the story ended, I said. "I'd like to know that too." "Ours ends here," Phelan said, and made the sign of the cross with the hilt of his sword. And the Danes came again. They came slowly. Men do not want to die at the moment of victory. They want to enjoy the triumph, to share the wealth that winning brings, and so they came steadily, keeping their shields tight-locked. Someone in our ranks began to sing. It was a Christian song, perhaps a psalm, and most of the men took up the tune, which made me think of my eldest son, and what a bad father I had been. And I wondered if he would be proud of my death. The Danes were beating blades and spear hafts against their shields. Most of those shields were broken, axe-split, splintered. Men were bloodied, Blood of the foemen, battle in the morning, and I was tired. I looked up at the rain clouds and thought this was a bad place to die. But we do not choose our deaths. The Norns do that at the foot of Yggdrasil, and I imagined one of those three fates holding the shears above my thread. She was ready to cut, and all that mattered now was to keep tight hold of my sword, so that the winged women would take me to Valhalla's feasting hall. I watched the Danes shouting at us. I did not hear them, not because I was out of earshot, but because the world seemed strangely silent again. A heron came out of the mist and flew overhead, and I distinctly heard the heavy beats of its wings, but I did not hear the insults of my enemies. Plant your feet square, overlap the shield, watch the enemy's blade, be ready to counterstrike. There was pain on my right hip, which I only just noticed. Had I been wounded? I dared not look because the Danes were close, and I was watching the two spear tips, knowing they would strike the right-hand side of my shield to force it back and let Sigurd come from my left. I met Sigurd's eyes, and we just stared at each other, and then the spears came. They hurled dozens of spears from their rear ranks, heavy spears arcing over their front ranks to crash hard onto our shields. At that moment a man in the front rank must crouch to let the shield protect him, and the Danes charged as they saw us go down. "Up!" I shouted, my shield heavy with two spears. My men were screaming in rage, and the Danes beat into us, shrieking their war cries, hacking with axes, and we pushed back, the two lines locked, heaving. It was a pushing match, but we were only 3 ranks, and the Danes were at least 6, and they were driving us back. I tried to skew a wasp sting forward, but her blade struck a shield. Sigurd was trying to reach me, screaming and shouting, but the flow of men forced him away from me. A Dane, open-mouthed and with a beard riddled with blood, hacked an axe at Finn's shield, and I tried to slide wasp sting over my own shield into his face, but another blade deflected mine. We were being forced back, the enemy so close we could smell the ale on their breath. And then the next charge came. It came from our left, from the south. Horsemen crushing up the Roman road with spears levelled and a dragon banner flying. Horsemen from the small mist, horsemen who screamed their challenge as they spurred into the rearward ranks of the enemy. "Wessex!" they shouted. "Edward and Wessex!" And I saw the close-packed Danish ranks judder and shift under the impact. And the second rank of the oncoming horsemen had swords that they hacked down at the enemy, and that enemy saw yet more horsemen coming, bright-mailed horsemen in the dawn. And the new flag showed crosses and saints and dragons, and the Danes were breaking, running back to the protection of the ditch. "Forward!" I shouted, and I felt the pressure of the Danish attack ease, and I bellowed at my men to thrust into them, to kill the bastards, and we screamed like men released from death's valley as we charged them. Sigurd vanished, protected by his men. I hacked at the bloody-bearded Dane with wasp sting, but the pressure of men swept him off to my right, and the Danes ahead were breaking, horsemen among them, swords falling, spears striking, and Steapa was there, huge and angry, snarling at his enemy, using his sword like a butcher's cleaver, his stallion biting and kicking, wheeling and trampling. I guessed Steapa's force was small, maybe no more than 400 or 500 men, but it had panicked the Danes by attacking their rear ranks, yet it would not be long before they recovered and came back to the assault. "Get back!" Steapa roared at me, pointing his red sword south. "Go back now!" "Fetch the wounded!" I shouted at my men. More horsemen came, helmets bright in the grey daylight, spear blades like silver death, swords striking down at running Danes. Our men were carrying the wounded south, away from the enemy, and in front of us were the bodies of the dead and dying. And Steapa's horsemen were reforming their ranks, all but one who put spurs to his stallion and galloped across our front, and I saw him crouching low over the beast's black mane, and I recognized him, and dropped wasp sting to pick up a fallen spear. It was heavy, but I launched it hard, and it flew between the horse's legs and brought it down, and I heard the man scream in fright as he thumped onto the wet grass, and the horse was thrashing its legs as it tried to stand, and the rider's foot was caught in the stirrup. I drew serpent breath, ran to him, and kicked the stirrup free. "Edward is king," I said to the man. "Help me!" His horse was in the grasp of one of my men, and now he tried to stand, but I kicked him down. "Help me, Uhtred," he said. "I have helped you all your life," I said, "all your miserable life, and now Edward is king." "No!" he said, "no!" He was not denying his cousin's kingship, but the threat of my sword. I shuddered with anger as I drove serpent breath down. I drove it at his breast, and that great blade tore through his mail, forcing the shattered links down through his breastbone and ribs, and right into his rotten heart, that exploded under the steel's thrust. He screamed still, and still I plunged that blade down, and the scream dribbled away to a gasp, and I held serpent breath there, watching his life leak away into the East Anglian soil. So Ethelwald was dead, and Finan, who had rescued Wasp Sting, plucked my arm. "Come, Lord, come," he said. The Danes were shouting again, and we ran, protected by the horsemen, and soon there were more horsemen in the mist, and I knew Edward's army had come, But neither he nor the leaderless Danes wanted a fight. The Danes had the protection of the ditch now. They were in their shield wall, but they were not marching on London. So we marched there instead. Edward wore his father's crown at the Christmas feast. The emeralds glinted in the firelight of the great Roman hall at the top of London's hill. London was safe. A sword or axe had cut into my hip, though I had not realized it at the time. My mailcoat was being mended by a smith, and the wound itself was healing. I remembered the fear, the blood, the screams. I was wrong, Edward told me. True, Lord King, I said. We should have attacked at Cricklade, he said, then stared down the hall where his lords and thanes were dining. He looked like his father at that moment, though his face was stronger. The priests said you couldn't be trusted. Maybe I can't, I said. He smiled at that. But the priests say that God's providence dictated the war. By waiting, they say, we killed all our enemies. Almost all our enemies, I corrected him. And a king cannot wait on God's providence. A king must make decisions. He took the reproof well. Mea culpa, he said quietly. Then, yet God was on our side. The ditch was on our side, I said, and your sister won that war. It had been Ethelfled who delayed the Danes. If they had crossed the river during the night, they would have been ready to attack earlier, and they would surely have overwhelmed us long before Steapa's men came to the rescue. Yet most of the Danes had stayed in Huntingdon, held there by the threat to their rear. That threat had been the burning halls. Ethelfled, ordered by a brother to ride to safety, had instead taken her Mercian troops north and set the fires that had frightened the Danes into thinking another army was behind them. I burned 2 halls, she said, and 1 church. She sat on my left, Edward on my right, while Father Ceanwulf and the bishops had been pushed to the ends of the high table. You burned a church? Edward asked, shocked. It was an ugly church, she said, but big, and it burned bright. Burned bright. I touched her hand, which rested on the table. Almost all our enemies were dead. Only Heston, Canute, and Sigurd remained alive. Yet to kill 1 Dane is to resurrect a dozen. Their ships would keep coming across the sea, because the Danes would never rest until the Emerald Crown was theirs, or until we had crushed them utterly. Yet for the moment we were safe. Edward was king. London was ours. Wessex had survived, and the Danes were beaten. Wir bid fulla arred.